The story begins with Vakir van Baskerville, once a loyal hound of the Baskerville family, now kneeling before a guillotine. Betrayed and falsely accused of colluding with the demon clan, Vakir faced execution. As the blade hovered over him, he vowed that if given another chance, he would never live as a submissive hound again. To his astonishment, Vakir awoke moments later, not in the afterlife, but in the fragile body of an infant. Disoriented and weighed down by his tiny form, he found himself surrounded by the wails of other babies. It didn't take long for Vakir to realize he was in the Baskerville family nursery. This was no ordinary rebirth. Hugo Le Baskerville, the family patriarch, entered the nursery to inspect the newborns. Cold and unfeeling, he dismissed the other crying infants as worthless. However, when his gaze landed on Vakir, who remained eerily quiet, Hugo's interest was piqued. He ordered Vakir to be moved to the infamous Cradle of Swords, a trial meant to test and shape Baskerville heirs. Vakir, carried to the cradle, locked eyes with Hugo, his hatred burning brighter than ever. It was clear to him now. Hugo was the architect of his downfall in his previous life. As the memories of his past life rushed back, Vakir realized the full scope of his predicament. Born to an illegitimate branch of the family, he had been subjected to brutal training in miserable conditions. Despite his unwavering loyalty and willingness to dirty his hands for the family's sake, he had been repaid with betrayal and execution, all because he knew too much. But this time, Vakir swore things would be different. No longer would he bow to Hugo or his family's whims. Revenge burned in his heart, but as an infant, he knew his power was limited. For now, his focus would be on survival and strength. The Cradle of Swords provided a rare opportunity. This brutal trial was a rite of passage for Baskerville children, who were thrown into a labyrinth of blades. Their goal was to reach the Styx River, a legendary waterway said to temper their bodies into iron. However, the river's transformative power was finite, and only the first to reach it could fully benefit. With memories of his past life fueling his determination, Vakir entered the maze. He recalled how his siblings had once sabotaged him, ensuring he missed the river's blessing. Not this time. Crawling through the razor-sharp labyrinth, he pushed forward, ignoring the pain that tore through his small body. His resolve paid off. He tumbled into the Styx River. The water seeped into his wounds, saturating his bones and flesh with excruciating agony. Yet, Vakir endured. This pain was nothing compared to what he had suffered in his past life. The longer he stayed submerged, the more his body absorbed the river's legendary strength. Outside the maze, his attendants grew frantic, begging him to surface before the river claimed his life. Meanwhile, Hugo observed with an air of amusement. He asked John Barrymore, the family's butler, how long Vakir had been in the water. When informed it had been 7 minutes, Hugo chuckled darkly, commenting that the boy might not survive. The attendants pleaded with Hugo to intervene, but the patriarch merely watched, his gaze a mix of curiosity and expectation. Hugo called out to Vakir, signaling that it was time to leave the river. But Vakir paid no attention. He was too focused on absorbing every drop of the Styx River's power. To him, this was an opportunity too rare to abandon. Even as the water began to fill his lungs and his strength waned, he repeated a single mantra in his mind. Endure, endure, endure. His body was at its limit, and it seemed as though he might drown, but he refused to surrender. Just as his consciousness began to fade, Hugo pulled him out of the water. The patriarch's smug smile betrayed a mix of amusement and satisfaction. He mockingly commented on Vakir's greed, noting how the boy had even tried to drink the river's water. As he examined the child more closely, Hugo noticed something unusual. Vakir already had teeth, an extraordinary development for a newborn. Intrigued, Hugo asked the head butler for the child's name. Upon hearing it, Hugo smirked and mused aloud. A very greedy son has been born. Though still groggy and weak, Vakir's mind remained sharp. He resolved that he would use this time to grow stronger in secret. Someday, with his own hands, he would tear his so-called master apart. His hatred burned not only for Hugo, but for the entire Baskerville family. He swore to make them vanish into history, just as they had tried to erase him. Vakir's mind drifted momentarily to the truth of his past life. He had been born as the bastard son of Hugo Le Baskerville, a prominent noble. Despite possessing extraordinary intelligence from a young age, his illegitimate status had relegated him to insignificance within the family. To prove his worth, he ventured into the perilous arts of assassination, espionage, and conquest, earning renown by the time he was 20. Yet, in the eyes of the Baskerville family, he was never more than a tool. At 30, his life took a darker turn when the gates of the demonic realm opened, unleashing a devastating invasion. Vakir fought valiantly for 5 years, becoming a pillar of humanity's resistance. When the war finally ended in victory, he expected recognition for his sacrifices. Instead, he was met with accusations and betrayal, ultimately leading to his execution. But this time, he vowed things would end differently. As Vakir awoke fully, lying in the nursery, he realized he had successfully absorbed the power of the Styx River. This achievement gave him a significant advantage, a stronger starting point than he'd had in his previous life. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a door opening. A maid entered the room, seemingly startled to see him awake. She muttered to herself about an unusual request from Madame to place something on Vakir's bed. This piqued Vakir's curiosity. A gift? From someone in the Baskerville family? The thought was absurd. He was an illegitimate child, hardly deserving of any favor. The maid left, leaving behind a small box. As the lid creaked open, Vakir's curiosity turned to shock. 2 venomous mambas slithered out, their crimson eyes fixed on him. It didn't take long for Vakir to deduce the intent behind this gift. One of the few women in the Baskerville family addressed as Madam had sent these snakes, likely to eliminate him. The reason was simple: competition. If the snake succeeded, not only would Vakir be gone, but the other infants in the nursery could also fall victim to their lethal fangs. Vakir's hatred boiled over as he caught the venomous mambas with his bare hands, their writhing forms no match for his cold determination. Filled with rage, he thought of how he would one day bring down the entire Baskerville family with his own 2 hands. By morning, the scene in the nursery shocked the Baskerville household. The young child lay peacefully asleep, the 2 mambas lifeless beside him. Panic swept through the manor, and suspicion ran high. The nannies who had been on duty that night were subjected to brutal interrogations and executed for failing their responsibilities. Despite the chaos, the reason for the Viper's appearance remained a mystery to all, except Vakir. Only he knew the truth. 8 years passed, and Vakir sat in a classroom, his mind wandering as his teacher lectured on the hierarchy of swordsmanship. The instructor explained the stages. A sword beginner could not yet imbue their blade with mana. A sword expert could infuse their blade with a small amount. At the sword graduate level, the blade emitted a liquid-like aura of mana. Finally, at the pinnacle of mastery, the sword master could form and shape solid mana freely. The students gasped in awe upon hearing that Sir Hugo, the strongest of the Baskerville family, had achieved the rank of swordmaster. Yet Vakir, lost in thought, barely noticed their astonishment. He focused instead on regaining the immense power he had held before his regression. His coming-of-age ceremony loomed on the horizon, and he knew time was of the essence. The teacher, noticing Vakir's distracted demeanor, viewed him with admiration. Vakir's strong physique, forged by his unparalleled endurance in the Styx River as a baby, had not gone unnoticed. The teacher believed the patriarch Hugo would be pleased with his progress, though Vakir's thoughts were elsewhere. He silently calculated how many years it would take before he could kill Hugo and exact his revenge. After class, Vakir was confronted by 3 boys, triplets who exuded arrogance and malice. They pushed him, mocking him cruelly. They sneered, calling him garbage van and jeering about the rumors of his legendary feats as a baby, his time in the Styx River, and his strangling of the mambas. Vakir recognized them instantly. These were Hugo's infamous trident: Highborough Le Baskerville, Middleborough Le Baskerville, and Lowborough Le Baskerville. The same triplets who had once betrayed and stabbed him during his flight from the family's false accusations in his previous life. All 3 were 9 years old, full of youthful bravado but devoid of wisdom. Their taunts continued, but Vakir's mind was calculating. He knew these boys would grow into dangerous opponents in the future, and he considered whether it might be prudent to deal with them now. The triplets' leader brandished a knife, smirking as he referenced the legend that staying in the Styx River made one's body impervious to blades. With mockery dripping from his voice, he ordered one of his brothers to grab Vakir. One of the triplets held Vakir from behind, covering his mouth. "Let's see if the rumors are true," he sneered. "If he can endure this for 3 minutes, I'll eat my hand." The others laughed in agreement, eager to test the claim. What followed left the triplets stunned. 1 minute passed, then 3. then 10. Despite their attempts to harm him, Vakir remained completely unharmed. The knife could not pierce his skin. Frustrated and bored, they released him, muttering about how the legend was real. As the triplet who had been holding Vakir let him go, he noticed blood on his hand and his missing finger. Shocked, he looked to Vakir, who casually spat the severed digit onto the ground. "What are you doing?" the boy stammered, his face pale. Vakir's response was calm, his smile dark. He reminded the triplet of his earlier promise. "You said you'd eat your own hand." The other two triplets, panicking, tried to de-escalate the situation. "Let's find a priest," they cried, hoping to reattach the finger. But Vakir wasn't interested. Instead, he calmly demanded they leave. The triplet, enraged and desperate, lunged at Vakir with a knife, shouting insults and emphasizing their age advantage. Vakir, calm and unmoving, allowed the blade to strike him. But to the triplet's shock, it didn't even pierce his skin. Seizing the moment, Vakir twisted the boy's wrist mercilessly, forcing him to cry out in pain. With a cold, menacing tone, Vakir reminded them that in the Baskerville family, power and talent always overshadowed something as trivial as age. An evil glint in his eye, Vakir taunted the triplets, suggesting they continue their game until its bitter conclusion. The first triplet's cries grew louder as Vakir twisted his arm further. Terrified, the other two watched, frozen in place. But their paralysis didn't last. One of the remaining triplets charged Vakir in a blind fury, only to be met with a devastating punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. The third, unable to contain his rage, lunged as well. Vakir swiftly countered with a kick to the face, knocking him down as effortlessly as the others. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the pained groans of the triplets. Vakir stood over them, his gaze icy and unforgiving. He told them with chilling detachment that while their wounds could heal with treatment, they would have to endure the pain of their battered bodies for now. However, he offered them a grim reprieve. One of them could leave the room. Relief flashed across the triplets' faces, and they quickly asked which one of them could go. In response, Vakir picked up a knife, tossing it on the ground in front of them. "Decide for yourselves," he said, his voice laced with mocking amusement. As he turned to leave, he issued a final, taunting remark. "Don't take too long. At least one of you should live, right?" The triplets stared at the knife, then at each other, realization dawning that survival would come at a cost. Desperation took over, and they began to fight, each struggling to claim the blade. The sounds of their conflict, grunts, shouts, and cries, echoed through the room. From outside, Vakir listened with satisfaction, knowing he had successfully driven a wedge between the once united trident of Baskerville. Meanwhile, in the Patriarch's office, the head butler, John Barrymore, delivered troubling news to Hugo Le Baskerville. The Morgue clan had been causing disturbances at the Ruby Mines, staking a claim to the territory. Hugo, unfazed, assured John they would deal with the matter when the clan made contact. John then shifted topics, reporting on the juvenile evaluations at the Baskerville Fortress. He informed Hugo that Master Vakir had achieved the highest score in the written exams. With the practical exams scheduled to take place in 5 days, the Guardian Knights had cleared the area in preparation. Hesitating slightly, John finally broached a more delicate subject, an incident involving the young masters. Hugo's expression darkened, and he asked how many had died. John reassured him that there were no fatalities, but detailed the injuries instead. Master Highborough's teeth had been completely shattered, Master Middleborough's jaw was broken, and Master Lowborough had lost his left index finger. While the injuries had been treated, the psychological scars on the boys seemed far deeper. Surprised, Hugo remarked that the Trident of Baskerville, known for their close bond, wouldn't have fought among themselves without a significant reason. John revealed that the friction stemmed from an encounter with another young master, an 8-year-old named Vakir. Not only had Vakir inflicted the injuries, but he was also the highest scorer on the written exam. Hugo, intrigued and slightly concerned, ordered Vakir to be summoned to his office. Vakir entered Hugo's office with a calm smile, giving off an air of quiet confidence. The Patriarch greeted him, remarking on how much he had grown since their last encounter. However, Hugo wasted no time addressing the matter at hand, the incident with the triplets, who were now both physically and emotionally scarred. Hugo pointed out that while their physical injuries had healed with proper treatment, the wounds inflicted on their bond as brothers were far more severe. With a steady voice, Hugo asked Vakir if he thought his actions had been wrong. Vakir, unflinching, responded with a question of his own. What did I do wrong? This answer made Hugo narrow his eyes slightly, as he elaborated that Vakir had turned his brothers into a complete mess. Yet Vakir's crimson gaze remained unwavering. He replied confidently, asserting that strength was what mattered most. And how could the stronger party ever be in the wrong? Hugo paused before revealing that, surprisingly, the triplets had already forgiven Vakir. The news caught Vakir off guard, and he asked, "They forgave me?" At that moment, an old memory surfaced in his mind, a scene from his past life. A young woman, the last surviving member of a family destroyed by the Baskerville clan, had come to Hugo as a nun. Despite the pain inflicted on her family, she forgave him, citing her faith. Hugo's cold response to her echoed in Vakir's mind. Forgiveness is merely an excuse for the weak, who lack the strength to seek revenge. Drawing from this memory, Vakir repeated the same sentiment to Hugo now, stating that forgiveness was nothing more than a way for the powerless to cope with their inability to retaliate. Hugo's stern expression softened into approval, his eyes glowing faintly as he nodded at Vakir's philosophy. Without a hint of disapproval, Hugo turned to his head butler, John Barrymore, instructing him to allow Vakir to take whatever snacks he wanted from the food storage, so long as he could carry them himself. Grateful, Vakir made a simple request: chocolates. As he turned to leave with the butler, Hugo addressed him one last time, calling him son and urging him to perform well in the upcoming evaluation, particularly against the direct descendants of the Baskerville bloodline. Vakir acknowledged the advice with a nod, but his face betrayed his lingering hatred. As Vakir and Barrymore arrived at the storage room, the butler began explaining the premium quality of the chocolate available, noting that the Moore clan had gone to great lengths to procure it. The chocolate was highly prized, even among noble circles. However, Vakir interrupted him, his tone firm, and said he didn't want anything processed. The head butler, momentarily taken aback, sought clarification. Vakir clarified that he wanted cacao beans, specifically ones with a rich aroma. Though perplexed, Barrymore complied, having the beans brought to Vakir. As Vakir placed one in his mouth, a nearby chef explained that the beans were bloody beans, renowned for their potent aroma and extraordinary yield. Just one bean could produce up to 100 liters of chocolate. The head butler watched in bemusement as Vakir chewed the bitter bean without hesitation. Barrymore assumed Vakir had an unusual love for chocolate, thinking this unorthodox approach was a means to secure more of it in the future. The chef offered to process the beans and deliver the finished product to Vakir's room, but Vakir declined, insisting on taking the raw beans with him. His peculiar request left the staff scratching their heads, unsure of his intentions. What no one realized was that Vakir had no interest in eating the chocolate. He had a far more devious plan for the cacao beans, one that would play a pivotal role in the practical exam in just 5 days. Unbeknownst to anyone, the seeds of chaos had already been planted, and a catastrophic event loomed, one that would go down in history as a defining moment for the Baskerville clan. The Baskerville family, infamously known as the Berserker family, has earned its reputation through the brutal training and evaluations imposed on its children. From the moment they take their first steps, their lives are shaped by grueling tests designed to push their limits. One of the earliest challenges requires them to climb a steep mountain without rest, save for carefully allocated breaks. When night falls, rest is no reprieve. They must sleep alongside the corpse of a monster to steel their nerves against fear and prepare them for hostile environments. This unrelenting regimen produces warriors who are both feared and respected, but it is at the age of 8 that the true trial begins, the deadly evaluation. This rite of passage defines the Baskerville family's legacy and their iron grip on the land's respect. On the outskirts of Baskerville territory looms Le Rouge Edel Noir Mountain, a treacherous peak teeming with monsters. It is here that the young hounds, those undergoing the evaluation, gather for their test. Shadow Dog Pavlov van Baskerville, an instructor renowned for his sharp instincts and formidable presence, stood before the group of eager but wary young masters to explain the rules of the exam. The task was simple but merciless. Survive for a month on the mountain while hunting large and strong monsters. The scoring system, however, added layers of strategy and danger. Survivors earned 10 points, with an additional 30 points if they avoided any permanent injuries. Felling another contestant earned 50 points, while defeating a monster added 70 points. Fulfilling all these conditions garnered 90 points, but no one could achieve a perfect 100. Sir Hugo's decree served as a reminder that a swordsman who becomes arrogant is destined to fall. Additional points could also be earned by stealing the badge issued to each participant, but death meant 0 points. A grim but clear ultimatum. Shadow Dog Pavlov cautioned against leaving the designated area, warning of the uncharted and dangerous terrain within the restricted parts of Le Rouge Edel Noir Mountain. While the monsters in the designated area had been subjugated to some extent, the mountain's forbidden zones held untold dangers. Shadow Dogs, acting as both examiners and covert supervisors, would be monitoring the candidates, grading their actions while attempting to minimize casualties. Though killing was not prohibited, it carried a penalty, and the instructors aimed to prevent unnecessary deaths. As the young masters awaited the bell, signaling the start of the test, whispers rippled through the group. Many cast glances at Vakir, murmuring about his past feats, his legendary endurance in the Styx River, and the rumored incidents involving the triplets. Vakir remained calm, his expression composed, while his thoughts lingered on the mountain itself. He had been to Le Rouge Edel Noir before and was no stranger to its challenges. Meanwhile, the triplets stood nearby, visibly nervous. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they glanced uneasily at Vakir, clearly unsettled by his presence. Shadow Dog Pavlov offered a final wish for their success before the bell rang. The sound echoed through the mountain, marking the official start of the evaluation. Immediately, the young masters scattered in all directions, each seeking an advantageous position. Some acted on preconceived strategies, heading for areas they believed would give them an edge. Others opted for opportunism, following their peers with plans to claim their positions, or their badges, when the time was right. Among them, the triplets quarreled, each insisting on their own approach to dominate the exam. Their infighting slowed them down, making their movements erratic. Shadow Dog Pavlov, observing from a hidden vantage point, noted their bickering with a grim expression. Though he hoped to keep casualties low, the disarray among the young masters hinted at the chaos to come. One shadow dog, tasked with monitoring Vakir, watched him curiously. While most contestants were scrambling for safe zones within the designated area, Vakir took a different path, entirely heading straight for the restricted zone. The shadow dog was startled, both by the audacity of the decision and by the realization of who Vakir was. Rumored to be a genius since childhood, Vakir had distinguished himself time and time again. Intrigued, the shadow dog followed silently, eager to see how this exceptional young hound would fare against the mountain's uncharted dangers. Vakir approached a large tree, carefully observing his surroundings. The soft ground seemed like an ideal spot to set up camp for a while. He decided to rest, a choice that puzzled the shadow dog who had been tailing him. While the other participants were busy fighting monsters or stealing points from each other, Vakir focused on more mundane tasks, gathering wood, digging small holes, and practicing with a wooden stick. At night, he slept peacefully under the tree, completely unconcerned about the chaos unfolding elsewhere on the mountain. The shadow dog grew increasingly impatient. He began to question Vakir's strategy, wondering if the so-called genius was simply avoiding the competition rather than participating. To the shadow dog, Vakir appeared more interested in camping and preparing meals than earning points. Frustrated, the shadow dog eventually decided to abandon his post and look for more exciting candidates to observe. As soon as the shadow dog left, Vakir's expression shifted into a sly smile. He had been waiting for this moment. Without the watchful eyes of his follower, he could finally relax and focus on his real plan. Tossing a few bloody beans into the fire, Vakir mused about the old days when camping like this was routine. He chuckled softly, remarking to himself that the interfering shadow dog was finally gone, and he had completed his preparations. The real hunt could now begin. A few days later, Vakir ventured into the restricted area, a dangerous zone he recognized from his past life. He scouted the terrain, his eyes scanning for signs of his quarry. The smell of burning filled the air, a telltale sign that he was close. As he moved deeper, he noticed scorched tree roots and, finally, burning stool. The sight confirmed what he already suspected. His target was nearby. Towering before him stood a hellhound, a monstrous beast with flames spewing from its mouth and eyes. The creature was a nightmare given form, standing 3 meters tall and radiating sulfuric heat. Its flames could ignite anything, and once its victims caught fire, they would burn until completely reduced to ash. With a risk rating of B+, the hellhound was a living disaster, capable of wreaking havoc wherever it went. For a moment, Vakir's confidence wavered. In his past life, he had barely survived an encounter with one of these beasts at the age of 18. Now, as an 8-year-old, He knew facing the Hellhound directly was suicide. But he wasn't here to fight the beast head-on. He had a plan. As the Hellhound lunged toward him, flames flaring wildly, Vakir dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding its bite. He recalled its first critical weakness. Hellhounds could only move in straight lines. Their massive bodies and incredible speed made sudden changes in direction nearly impossible. Quickly, Vakir poured water onto the ground, creating a shallow puddle. The Hellhound, charging at full speed, hesitated, forced to take a longer route to avoid the water. Vakir smirked, shouting out the Hellhound's second weakness. Like all canine monsters, it was unable to cross water, even at shallow depths. This bought him precious time to reposition himself. Despite the advantage, Vakir knew he wasn't out of danger. The Hellhound was relentless, its movements driven by bloodlust. As it lunged toward him again, Vakir executed the final step of his plan. He hurled a bloody beam directly into the beast's open mouth as it roared. The Hellhound began to whimper, its body trembling as it collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Vakir smirked, explaining to himself that chocolate was toxic to canines. And the bloody bean, capable of producing 100 liters of chocolate from a single seed, acted like a concentrated poison for the Hellhound. With the beast immobilized, Vakir drew his sword and aimed for its weak spot, the area near its kidney where no ribs offered protection. With a swift and decisive strike, he plunged his blade into the Hellhound's vulnerable side, ending its life instantly. As the Hellhound's energy, or karma, flowed into him, Vakir felt his body grow stronger. His sword felt lighter in his hands, and he could sense himself getting closer to reclaiming the power he'd held before his regression, all while being just an 8-year-old child. Standing over the fallen Hellhound, Vakir allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He imagined the look on Hugo's face when he returned to the clan with the head of a B+ rank monster. Cutting off the Hellhound's head as proof of his kill, he felt assured that he had already secured first place in the practical exam. But his triumph was short-lived. A low growl broke the silence, and Vakir turned to see a group of Hellhounds approaching, their flaming eyes fixed on him. It was clear they had come seeking revenge for their fallen comrade. Despite the odds, Vakir remained calm. He knew their weaknesses well and had enough bloody beans to turn the situation to his advantage. Gripping his sword tightly, he prepared to face them. Before the Hellhounds could strike, however, they suddenly began to whimper, shrinking back in fear. This reaction immediately caught Vakir's attention. Hellhounds were infamous for their relentless aggression and never backed down, even when facing death. Something had terrified them far more than Vakir's bloodlust. Turning around, Vakir's eyes widened as he saw the source of their fear. Towering before him stood a monstrous, three-headed creature, Cerberus, the legendary guardian of the underworld from Greek mythology. The beast was massive, at least 7 meters tall, and radiated an aura of unmatched menace. With a risk rating of A+, Cerberus was a creature of unparalleled power, far beyond the Hellhounds Vakir had just faced. Vakir's mind raced. What is a Cerberus doing here? These monsters typically resided on the 7th ridge of Le Rouge Edel Noir Mountain, far from the designated area of the exam. But as he observed the creature more closely, he noticed something critical. Cerberus was bleeding. Multiple arrows were lodged in its massive body, and its movements were slower than usual. It was clear that someone or something had been hunting it, driving it to this lower ridge. Realizing the opportunity before him, Vakir quickly assessed the situation. Despite its legendary strength, an injured Cerberus was far more manageable. He decided to attack. Drawing his sword, Vakir charged forward, channeling all his expertise into the fight. His body, strengthened by the Styx River, moved with precision and agility, and his weapons, carefully chosen for this exam, proved effective even against the mighty beast. Landing several strikes on the Cerberus, Vakir's confidence grew. He relied on the swordsmanship he had honed through countless battles against the demon clans in his past life. With each hit, he pushed the massive creature closer to defeat. An injured Cerberus. This is doable, he thought, determination blazing in his eyes. As the Cerberus roared in pain and lashed out, Vakir knew the battle was far from over, but his chances of killing the A+ rank monster seemed within reach. In a single moment of carelessness, Vakir found himself at the mercy of the Cerberus. With lightning-fast precision, the beast struck. The first swipe of its claws shattered Vakir's sword, sending fragments scattering to the ground. The second blow hit him with tremendous force, hurling him through the air like a rag doll. Vakir's flight ended abruptly as his body slammed into a tree trunk with a sickening thud. Blood poured from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground, motionless and battered. For a moment, everything was still. Then, Vakir's eyes fluttered open, panic rising within him as sharp pain radiated through his left arm. His first thought was that the Cerberus had torn the limb clean off, but to his relief, his arm was still attached, though badly injured. He grimaced, realizing that the magical properties of the Styx River likely saved him from complete devastation. Grateful for its protection, he reminded himself that even its blessing had limits. He wouldn't survive another direct hit. The Cerberus advanced again, its three heads snarling in unison. Vakir's survival instincts kicked in as he narrowly dodged its next strike. He knew that brute force wouldn't save him now. His years of hunting experience screamed at him to retreat, to find another way. Sometimes the best move was to live and fight another day. Swallowing his pride, Vakir turned and ran, his mind racing for a plan. As he sprinted, scanning the terrain for options, he spotted salvation, a weathered iron fence just a few yards ahead. If he could cross it, he'd be out of the restricted area and closer to the safe haven he'd prepared before this battle. Summoning every ounce of strength, he pushed himself forward, his feet pounding the ground as the Cerberus roared behind him. Reaching the fence, Vakir threw himself through the gate, barely making it to the other side. Relief surged through him, but he knew the fight wasn't over. He had to reach the next phase of his plan. Moving quickly, he scanned the woods, searching for his prepared trap. The sound of the Cerberus's pursuit drove him onward until he finally spotted it, a deep pit concealed beneath foliage. As the Cerberus lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut just behind him, Vakir dived out of the way. The beast fell into the pit, impaling itself on wooden spears hidden below. Vakir's lips curled into a smile. His preparation had paid off. Each spear had been coated with the essence of bloody beans, turning them into a deadly poison for canine monsters. The Cerberus howled in pain, its growls turning to wet gurgles as foam oozed from its mouths. But Vakir knew better than to lower his guard. The legendary beast was not defeated yet. It struggled to rise, its massive frame trembling with the effort, and began climbing out of the pit. Vakir grabbed a wooden spear, smeared with the venom of the bloody mamba snake, and hurled it with precision. The spear pierced the Cerberus's side, slowing its movements but not stopping it. The beast staggered forward, each step labored and pained. Vakir counted the steps silently, his heart pounding in his chest. 1 step, 2, 3. The Cerberus continued its approach. 4, 5, 6. As it took the 7th step, it faltered, its knees buckling. With a final, earth-shaking groan, the Cerberus collapsed, lifeless, at Vakir's feet. Vakir exhaled deeply, his body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The venomous spear, coated with the bloody mamba's poison, had worked just as the rumors said. No creature could take more than 7 steps after being struck by it. He had hidden the spear long ago, saving it for the day when he might need it most. That day had come, and it had ensured his survival. As the immense energy of the defeated Cerberus flowed into him, Vakir felt his body surge with newfound strength. Standing over the 3 lifeless heads of the legendary beast, he marveled at the power coursing through him. As Vakir stood over the lifeless Cerberus, his thoughts shifted from his hard-earned victory to a new, more pressing dilemma: how to transport the massive corpse. The sight of the beast's 3 severed heads alone would be enough to prove his feat, but the manner of its death, the poisoned spears, and the venomous fang's effects would be obvious to anyone examining it. He considered who might act as a witness to his triumph. Perhaps the guardian knight, who had seen him carving the wooden spears earlier, would vouch for him. However, a different thought sparked in Vakir's mind. The Cerberus was no ordinary monster. It was a gatekeeper. That meant one thing: it had been guarding something, most likely a dungeon. Vakir's pulse quickened as the possibility of hidden treasure came to him. Dungeons were often the lairs of powerful creatures, their depths filled with rare artifacts and untold riches. Determined to uncover what lay inside, he decided to investigate. Before entering the dungeon, Vakir took a calculated precaution. Scooping up a handful of the Cerberus's foul-smelling feces, he smeared it on his body. The odor would act as a deterrent to smaller monsters that might cross his path, masking his scent from predators. With his senses sharp and his resolve unwavering, He began tracking the Cerberus's trail through the forest. The path was clear to his experienced eyes. Dried soil, rotting leaves, and disturbed roots guided him back toward the source. As Vakir followed the trail, recognition dawned on him. This wasn't just any dungeon. It was one he had learned about in his past life. It would be discovered a decade from now, but by then, it would already have been looted, its treasures long gone. Right now, however, the dungeon felt alive with mana emanating from beneath the surface. It was a rare chance, one he couldn't pass up. Approaching the dungeon's entrance cautiously, Vakir noted the oppressive darkness within. The lack of light indicated that the dungeon was much deeper than he anticipated. Undeterred, his crimson eyes glowed faintly with excitement as he stepped inside. Each step echoed softly in the silence, heightening his anticipation of what lay ahead. The deeper Vakir ventured, the more wonders he encountered. Scattered throughout the dungeon were veins of ruby minerals, their faint glimmers illuminating the walls. He deduced that these veins were likely connected to the nearby Red All Mountain, a renowned source of precious gems. As he pressed forward, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, spurring him to quicken his pace. Soon, Vakir entered a brightly lit chamber that took his breath away. At its center stood a massive ruby mounted atop a stone pillar, radiating an intense, otherworldly glow. He could tell at a glance that the gem was infused with mana, its brilliance far beyond that of an ordinary jewel. The sight was mesmerizing, and for a moment he simply marveled at its beauty. But his awe was interrupted when he noticed something unsettling nearby. A skeleton lying crumpled on the ground. As he approached the remains, the signs of violence became apparent. The bones were fractured, with deep stab wounds visible in the brittle frame. Brown, dried blood stained the floor around it, indicating that the victim had perished long ago. Vakir knelt beside the skeleton, his sharp mind already piecing together clues. Lying beside the remains was a letter, its edges worn with age. Curiosity piqued. Vakir picked it up and began to read. The writer introduced himself as Cain, but he avoided staining the paper with his full name. As Vakir read further, his eyes narrowed in recognition. The handwriting was unmistakably that of a Baskerville. Could Cain have been a member of his family? The letter revealed a harrowing tale. Cain and his brother, Abel, had stumbled upon this legendary stone chamber, a place spoken of in Baskerville lore for generations. Together, they navigated countless trials and slew powerful monsters to reach this fabled location. But their journey ended here, where the final trial trapped them for 3 agonizing years. Vakir's mind churned as he took in the weight of their sacrifice. What treasure within this dungeon could possibly have been worth such suffering? Vakir's attention was drawn back to the magnificent ruby at the chamber's center. Its glow seemed to beckon him, and he realized it must be the key to unlocking the dungeon's final challenge. Approaching cautiously, he read the ominous riddle inscribed on the monument aloud. When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. The words were cryptic, and their meaning eluded him. He recalled from Cain's letter that both Cain and Abel had struggled with this very puzzle. The letter recounted their grim conclusion. As twins separated at birth, they believed the riddle required them to become one again. This interpretation had led to tragedy. Cain killed his own brother in a fierce battle, hoping their union in death would fulfill the riddle's condition. Yet even after Abel's death, the treasure remained inaccessible. Cain, racked with regret, left the dungeon empty-handed, warning future intruders of its cruelty. His letter described the dungeon as a devil's den, a place that preyed on human greed and ambition, offering nothing but despair. Vakir absorbed the account, his mind racing as he reread the riddle. Unlike Cain and Abel, he had no twin, and he felt certain the brothers had misunderstood the puzzle's true meaning. The words echoed in his head. When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. Vakir refused to succumb to despair. He was determined to succeed where Cain and Abel had failed. Examining the chamber closely, his sharp mind began piecing together the clues. His eyes lingered on the skeleton, a somber reminder of Cain and Abel's downfall, before shifting to the ruby at the center of the room. The riddle's phrasing, and its emphasis on 1 and 2, suddenly clicked. The answer wasn't about people. It was about shadows. Vakir strode toward the ruby, his thoughts aligning with clarity. The dark passageway leading into the chamber had cast only his shadowless form. Upon stepping into the ruby's light, however, he became 2. himself and the shadow created by the glowing gem. And when the light disappeared, the shadow would vanish, leaving only one again. Vakir didn't hesitate. Drawing his weapon, he struck the ruby with precision. The gem shattered into fragments, its dazzling light extinguished in an instant. A flash of brilliance illuminated the chamber as the ruby broke, revealing what the dungeon had been guarding. Vakir's breath caught as he laid eyes on the treasure hidden within. At the center of the newly revealed chamber stood a sword, exuding a sinister, otherworldly aura. It was embedded in a stone, as though waiting for its chosen wielder. The air around the weapon seemed heavy with malice, and its very presence radiated a palpable sense of dread. His gaze fell upon the inscription carved into the stone beneath the blade. "Only those with Baskerville's blood may claim me." Vakir's eyes widened in shock. This sword, brimming with demonic energy, was not just any weapon. It was the fabled Beelzebub. The name stirred long-buried memories from his childhood. He recalled an old picture book depicting the gluttonous fly, Beelzebub, a monstrous entity from ancient legends. The story spoke of Beelzebub as one of the 7 calamities, part of the devil's holy constellation. According to the tales, the 7 great families, including the Baskervilles, had risen to combat these cataclysmic entities, each family facing a fragment of their immense power. The first Baskerville patriarch had battled Beelzebub, sealing its remnants within the family's lands. Most dismissed these accounts as myths, but Vakir now knew the truth. The sword before him, imbued with Beelzebub's malevolent energy, was proof that the legends were real. The realization hit Vakir like a thunderclap. This weapon, steeped in demonic power, was both a symbol of his family's legacy and a harbinger of immense danger. Vakir's eyes remained fixed on the blade before him, recalling the blood-soaked history tied to its edge. This weapon, Beelzebub's sword, had once been wielded by the demon clans, leaving a trail of countless human deaths across battlefields. Determined to ensure it would never fall into their hands again, Vakir reached for the hilt, declaring, "This sword is mine now." As he grasped the hilt, an intense energy surged through his body, catching him off guard. With a gasp, he felt the blade respond to his touch, disappearing from sight only to reappear moments later, fused to his hand. Vakir marveled as the blade seemed to emerge directly from his palm, radiating a faint but ominous aura. Holding the blade in awe, Vakir realized this weapon was no ordinary relic. It was forged from the remains of a devil's holy constellation, and its potential filled him with anticipation. A grin spread across his face as he wondered how much stronger he could become in this life with such a weapon at his side. After thoroughly exploring the dungeon and confirming there was nothing else of value, Vakir decided to leave. But just as he approached the exit, a strange sensation overtook him. His vision blurred, his legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach in pain. At first, he thought it was his own hunger, but he soon realized the truth. It was the sword's hunger. Beelzebub's insatiable appetite was now linked to him. Stumbling out of the dungeon, Vakir felt the sword tugging at him, pulling him in a specific direction. Unable to resist its pull, he ran, following the blade's guidance. It led him back to the corpse of the hellhound he had slain earlier. Surprised, Vakir extended the sword toward the body, watching as Beelzebub absorbed the hellhound's blood with a voracious hunger. As the blade feasted, Vakir's own hunger subsided. He couldn't help but wonder if the blade's insatiable appetite had been responsible for the barren trees and dried soil on the mountain. After the sword finished feeding, it let out a satisfied sound, akin to a child finishing a meal. Vakir, however, felt a pang of frustration at the blade's unpredictable nature. Despite its immense power, wielding such a weapon would require careful management. He examined the blade more closely, noting its unique slots and the abilities it had absorbed. The sword's inherent ability, gluttonous flies, allowed it to absorb the skills of its opponents, making it a formidable weapon in battle. However, the nearly infinite capacity of this ability had left many of its past victims powerless and obsolete. Vakir knew the sword was dangerous, and he resolved to limit its consumption to 3 abilities at a time, no more. Inspecting the first slot, he found the skill Hemorrhage Hellhound, B+, absorbed from the Hellhound's corpse. This ability would cause the blade to continuously pump out an opponent's blood through even the smallest wounds. It was a terrifyingly effective skill, perfect for attrition-based battles. Vakir's gaze shifted toward the Cerberus's massive corpse, an idea forming in his mind. He extended Beelzebub toward the body, allowing the blade to begin its work. However, Vakir stopped it before it could devour the entire corpse, warning that the remains needed to be intact for the upcoming autopsy. Lightly tapping the sword as if chastising a pet, he muttered, "Enough." The blade responded with a sharp cry, almost like a reprimanded child. Now, Beelzebub's 3 slots were filled. 1. Incinerate from Cerberus, A+. An ability to inflict severe, flaming injuries resistant to healing. 2. Hemorrhage from Hellhound, B+. A skill that exacerbates blood loss from even the smallest cuts. 3. High-speed regeneration from Brown Rat, F. A minor regeneration ability, likely from an unknown foe. Vakir was momentarily puzzled by the sudden acquisition of the high-speed regeneration ability until he noticed a crushed sewer rat under the massive Cerberus. Realizing that Beelzebub had absorbed the rat's skill alongside the others, he felt a mix of amusement and practicality. Though minor compared to the burn injury Cerberus or hemorrhage Hellhound skills, the regeneration ability could still prove useful. He also reflected on the incredible power of the Incinerate Cerberus ability, knowing that thermal injuries caused agonizing pain far worse than the effects of hemorrhage. With his preparations for the exam complete, Vakir decided to remain near the Cerberus's remains until the practical exam officially ended. When the young hounds returned to Baskerville, the clan elders began evaluating their performances. Each hound received a reward crafted from the remains of the monsters they had hunted, a sword, shield, or necklace symbolizing their success. However, one hound stood out from the rest, leaving an indelible impression on all who witnessed the evaluations. In his office, Patriarch Hugo Van Baskerville sat in his chair, eyebrows raised in surprise. Turning to his head butler, John Barrymore, he asked who caught what. Barrymore responded dutifully. Master Vakir Van Baskerville, the 8-year-old hound, hunted the Cerberus, a high-ranking A+ monster that accidentally wandered into the restricted area during the exam. Hugo's surprise deepened. Even the family's guardian knights often avoided facing such dangerous creatures, yet Vakir had managed to bring one down. Barrymore continued, explaining that the Cerberus had been wounded by the barbarian tribe before Vakir encountered it. The young hound had then applied poison to his wooden spear, ensuring the beast's defeat. However, the exact nature of the poison was unknown, and Vakir had provided no explanation in his hunting journal. When Hugo asked why Vakir hadn't clarified this detail, Barrymore noted that the boy had retired to his dorm, claiming he was tired. Amused, Hugo chuckled, remarking, "The little brat is already so sly. Information is power, and power has its value." Barrymore, still astonished, voiced his thoughts. "It's surprising that such talent comes from a hound named Van, rather than Lon." Hugo dismissed the implication of bloodline with a smirk. "I do not judge hounds by their lineage. I raise them for their talent and their spite. Even mutts can rise to greatness." His tone made it clear that in Baskerville, skill and ambition outweighed noble birth. Though Barrymore considered whether Hugo was worried about his second son, who was currently undergoing isolation training, he chose not to voice his speculation. Instead, he simply apologized for his earlier comment. Hugo waved it off, mentioning that he needed something to lift his spirits. Barrymore immediately offered to summon Vakir, which Hugo agreed to with a nod. When Vakir entered Hugo's office, he appeared composed and self-assured. Hugo wasted no time, questioning Vakir about his success in hunting the Cerberus. With calm precision, Vakir revealed that he had used chocolate as a poison, exploiting its lethal effect on canine monsters. The explanation left Hugo momentarily stunned. He quickly connected the dots, realizing that Vakir's earlier request for chocolate had been part of his strategy. Barrymore, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. However, his attention shifted to the unspoken tension between the two. The lack of formal greetings struck him as odd, leading him to wonder if this was truly the interaction of a father and son. The conversation continued, with Hugo inquiring why Vakir had refused to provide an explanation to Barrymore earlier. Vakir's response was curt but pointed. "The butler is not my master." Hugo raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then who is your master?" Without hesitation, Vakir replied, "I belong to the clan. The master of the clan is my master as well." Hugo smirked as he addressed Vakir, congratulating him on his exceptional performance during the practical exam. As a reward, Hugo declared that the Cerberus's corpse and all associated materials would belong solely to Vakir. Furthermore, as the highest scorer, Vakir was granted a special privilege, the chance to make a wish. Vakir's eyes lit up at the prospect. Without hesitation, He requested access to the 10,000 book library, one of the largest and most prestigious repositories of knowledge in the Empire, located deep within the Baskerville clan's territory. The library was a bastion of forbidden techniques and secrets, accessible only to the Patriarch, the second-in-command, and their direct descendants. Hugo's eyebrows rose at the unexpected request. He reminded Vakir of the strict rules governing access, making it clear that illegitimate children were not permitted entry. Undeterred, Vakir coolly replied that he would accept the decision if access was denied, though inwardly, he was already devising a plan to sneak in if necessary. To Vakir's astonishment, Hugo granted him permission, leaving him momentarily speechless. But Hugo didn't stop there. He instructed Vakir to specifically seek out the Baskerville 6 technique, located in the 6th restricted zone of the library, a place even legitimate children of the family rarely ventured. The weight of the moment wasn't lost on Vakir. No illegitimate child had ever been granted access beyond the 4th technique, much less the 6th. Though he kept his composure, his mind raced as he tried to discern Hugo's intentions. Why would he give me this opportunity? Even so, Vakir reminded himself that the 6th technique, while impressive, was still far below Hugo's own level. Before his regression, Hugo had mastered the Baskerville 7th technique and wielded the legendary power to bear 9 fangs. Vakir, however, had no intention of stopping at the 6th or even the 7th technique. His goal was clear: to surpass Hugo and claim the ultimate prize, the textbook of swordsmanship, containing the teachings of the first Baskerville patriarch who had subdued the 7 great disasters. This was the foundation of the clan's unparalleled legacy, and Vakir knew it held the key to his success. Hugo smiled faintly, wishing Vakir good luck. Bowing in gratitude, Vakir thanked him. Inside, he couldn't help but marvel at how Hugo had unknowingly handed him an opportunity of incalculable value. He doesn't realize what he's given me, Vakir thought. But it didn't matter. Vakir was determined to make the most of it and grow beyond all expectations. Arriving at the 10,000 book library for the first time, Vakir gazed around in awe. Towering shelves filled with ancient tomes stretched as far as the eye could see, their spines bearing names that ignited his imagination. He read some aloud, marveling at their evocative titles: Severing Incisors, Grinding Molars, Piercing Canines, Snaggletooth that embeds twice, Wisdom Teeth that lay down. These were the secrets of swordsmanship he had long coveted but had been barred from learning in his past life. Yet Vakir also understood the reasoning behind the restrictions. The Baskerville family had intentionally designed their techniques to prevent hounds, like him, from learning skills superior to the 4th technique. It was a safeguard, ensuring no hound could turn their fangs against their master. Despite these limitations, Vakir pressed on, his steps purposeful as he searched for his prize. Eventually, he arrived at a section guarded by chains. A massive book lay behind the iron bindings, its lock glinting in the dim light. He immediately knew this was it, the Baskerville 6 technique. Vakir couldn't believe it. Hugo had truly granted him access to a treasure he'd never dared to dream of in his previous life. As Vakir unlocked the chains around the book, he smirked, understanding why Hugo had allowed him access. Hugo likely believed an 8-year-old child couldn't possibly memorize the contents of the book in a single day. But Hugo underestimated him. Before his regression, Vakir had already studied the theories behind the 1st through 4th techniques extensively, so much so that he had grown sick of them. He had done this to deduce the elusive 5th technique, which he now understood had eluded him because of one critical oversight. After drawing the 4th tooth, he hadn't stopped the flow of mana. The Baskerville swordsmanship had a unique progression system. Each stage corresponded to a specific number of fang. The 1st technique involved 1 fang, the 2nd technique 2, and so on. With every new technique, a special trait emerged: the appearance of a distinct red sword energy. Despite the opportunity to read about the 6th technique, Vakir's focus wasn't on that book. He had come to the 10,000 book library for something far more significant, a way to surpass his current limitations entirely. Leaving the swordsmanship section, Vakir caught the guards off guard. They stared at him in disbelief, asking if he was already finished reading. One offered to retrieve more swordsmanship books for him, suggesting that he delve into the deeper sections of the library where the most valuable techniques were stored. But Vakir declined, assuring them that he had completed his task. The guards, amazed by how quickly he had finished, encouraged him to browse other sections. Vakir nodded politely and continued on his way, overhearing their whispered conversations. One guard speculated that Vakir didn't realize the worth of the deeper swordsmanship texts because of his age. Another suggested that if it were him, he would spend every moment studying the best techniques available. Vakir smirked to himself, letting the guards think what they wished. He knew exactly what he was doing. Among the dusty shelves of miscellaneous books lay the real treasure he sought. His crimson eyes scanned the rows until they landed on an unassuming, tattered book titled Lurking Embedded Teeth. Holding the book in his hands, Vakir appeared to be examining an insignificant, damaged text. Its ripped pages and mundane appearance suggested it was worthless, a forgotten relic gathering dust. But Vakir knew its true value. He remembered vividly the time before his regression when he was part of the Hound squad. During a mission, they had stumbled upon a single torn page from a swordsmanship textbook. The page bore the unmistakable handwriting of a Baskerville ancestor, and its cryptic contents hinted at a forgotten technique. The page had sent Hugo into an obsessive frenzy. Determined to find the original book, Hugo had scoured the library for years before finally locating it within Lurking Embedded Teeth. The book, hidden among piles of useless texts, contained the writings of the Baskerville ancestor and revealed the legendary 10th Fong technique. Hugo, captivated by its promise, declared war on anyone who held the missing pages. He dispatched hounds to the 7 great families to retrieve the remaining 6 pages, sacrificing countless lives in the process. Eventually, the pages were recovered, but the cost was horrific. The bodies of loyal hounds piled high, drenched in blood. For their unimaginable sacrifice, Hugo's only acknowledgement was a simple phrase: "Good job." The memory of this hollow reward enraged Vakir. The mission had propelled Hugo to master the 9th technique, but the price had been unbearable. Vakir's anger simmered as he reflected on the senseless waste of life. He vowed that history would not repeat itself. He would surpass Hugo, not by blindly following his methods, but by learning from his mistakes. He flipped through Lurking Embedded Teeth, knowing that without the missing pages, the book was little more than a collection of incomplete, disconnected techniques. Yet Vakir's advantage was clear. Before his regression, he had memorized every detail of those lost pages. He now realized the reason he couldn't progress beyond the 4th technique wasn't his skill or mana. It was the absence of this original text. The missing pages held the key to understanding the techniques in their entirety. As Vakir finished reading Lurking Embedded Teeth, he said aloud to himself, "To most, this book would seem like a collection of meaningless, disjointed nonsense. But when paired with the missing pages, the misleading information transforms into an absolute masterpiece." He marveled at the genius of the text, realizing its brilliance only fully emerged when the blanks were filled. Vakir had reached the pinnacle of graduate aura and the highest level of the 4th Fong technique before his regression, and now, with this knowledge, he was confident he could surpass it. However, this time, he vowed not to repeat the mistakes of his past. He promised himself that before he turned 15, he would reclaim all the power he had lost, and more. Engrossed in the book, Vakir lost track of time. When he finally closed it, the night had turned into day. The realization of how much he had achieved filled him with pride. He had memorized every word, every nuance of the text. Looking around, he noticed that the Guardian Knights were absent. The silence of the library emboldened him further. He couldn't yet draw all 10 teeth with his young body, but he felt sure that achieving the elusive 5th Fong technique, which had eluded him in his past life, was now within reach. Vakir approached a nearby statue and entered a state of unyielding focus. With determination in his heart, he began executing the Baskerville sword techniques, unleashing every ounce of power he could muster. First came the 1st Fong technique, then the 2nd Fong technique. The 3rd Fong technique followed, each strike more precise and forceful than the last. Finally, he unleashed the 4th Gang technique, a series of moves honed through years of dedication. As his sword struck the statue repeatedly, memories of his past life flooded his mind. He recalled the grueling work it had taken to achieve the highest level of graduate aura. Despite his immense potential, his illegitimate status barred him from learning the techniques that could elevate him further. The hostility of the Baskerville direct bloodline had ensured he never surpassed the 4th technique. But this time was different. Vakir was no longer shackled by his past. With every strike, he channeled his anger, frustration, and defiance into the blade. In his mind's eye, the statue became a vivid image of Hugo's face, taunting him. With a ferocious swing, he unleashed his full force, slicing through the statue with precise, calculated strikes. As the dust settled, Vakir stepped back, breathing heavily. His hands trembled with anticipation as he wondered if he had successfully performed the fifth technique. When a hot sensation surged from his heart to his neck, he knew the answer. A triumphant smile spread across his face, and he clenched his fists in exhilaration. He had done it. Vakir's emotions overwhelmed him. Tears nearly welled in his eyes as the magnitude of his success hit him. Suddenly, he noticed a sharp, tangible sign of his progress. His canine teeth had begun to grow. In the Baskerville clan, such a development symbolized a hound's readiness to draw their fangs toward their master. It was a moment of unprecedented achievement, one that had never occurred so early in the clan's history. As his body trembled with excitement, Vakir felt the strength of his mana surging within him. He marveled at the transformation of his aura. The solid state of his energy had evolved into a liquid form, denser and far more versatile. This new level of graduate aura allowed him to wield his power with unprecedented precision. In his previous life, it had taken him 30 grueling years to reach this stage. Now, at only 8 years old, he had accomplished the same feat. Vakir gazed at the flowing aura surrounding him, a testament to his newfound status. Graduates were leagues above sword experts, and the realization of his achievement filled him with both awe and confidence. But this was only the beginning. His attention turned back to lurking embedded teeth. He resolved to master its technique, a method that allowed seamless transitions between offense and defense. With its limitless potential, it was the perfect swordsmanship technique for someone with Vakir's ambition. Vakir carefully placed lurking embedded teeth near the window and took a moment to reflect on his journey so far. Since his regression, he had grown exponentially in strength and skill. He was confident that with his newfound abilities, he could take on a mid-class graduate or a swordsman and emerge victorious. However, Vakir knew he couldn't afford to reveal the full extent of his power. Not yet. He needed to give Hugo a reason to keep watching him, buying time to secure everything he needed. With a sly grin, Vakir pulled out a magnifying lens. Positioning it over the book, he allowed the sun's rays to converge, igniting the pages in a small, controlled fire. Watching the flames consume the text, he remarked that destroying the book would make it far more difficult for Hugo and the hounds to piece together the 10th Fong technique. For Vakir, however, it would pose no such problem. He had already memorized every crucial detail. Suddenly, the library guards burst into the room, alerted by the smell of burning paper. Startled to find Vakir there, they demanded an explanation. Vakir's expression shifted instantly to one of contrition, and he apologized profusely, claiming the fire had started when he accidentally left the magnifying glass too close to the book. He even offered to report the incident to the butlers himself. The guards, fearing punishment for neglecting their duties, hesitated. One finally suggested that Vakir bore no responsibility. It was their failure for not monitoring the area properly. They were just relieved that the fire occurred in a section filled with useless books. Vakir subtly steered the conversation, mentioning their preoccupation with the Morgue clan and the Ruby mines, which might explain their absence. The guards nodded in agreement, promising to keep the incident a secret if Vakir did the same. As he left the library, Vakir apologized again for the trouble, thanking the guards for their understanding. Once out of sight, his face split into a mischievous grin. The guards' oblivious praise echoed behind him. They thought Vakir was thoughtful and considerate, someone deserving of respect. Vakir relished their naivety, knowing he had perfectly orchestrated the situation. Later, in Hugo's office, the patriarch leaned back in his chair and asked Vakir if he had learned anything enlightening from the library. Vakir replied cryptically, describing what he had learned as something warm, sharp, soft, and viscous. The answer caught both Hugo and the head butler off guard. They exchanged startled glances, realizing the implications. Vakir might have achieved aura. Aura was the hallmark of one's official entry into the world of the sword. Even the most gifted Baskerville hounds typically needed to train without rest until the age of 15 to achieve this milestone. Hugo, stunned, reminded himself that Vakir was only 8 years old. Denying the possibility, he asked Vakir to demonstrate what he had learned. Vakir agreed without hesitation. In a massive coliseum-like structure, Vakir stood in the center, sword in hand. Rows of young hounds gathered around, their faces filled with confusion and curiosity. The head butler leaned toward Hugo, asking how he planned to test Vakir's skills. Hugo's response was simple and shocking. He intended to release a monster. The butler's eyes widened in disbelief. Releasing a monster was unheard of for an 8-year-old, but Hugo confirmed his plan with a smirk, adding that the creature he had chosen was both hungry and feisty. Moments later, the gate before Vakir creaked open, and a guard led in a chained orc. The massive, green-skinned creature snarled as it entered the arena. Its bulging muscles rippled with barely contained rage, and razor-sharp tusks protruded from its mouth. Beady eyes darted around the Colosseum, sizing up its surroundings. The young hounds in the audience gasped in awe and disbelief as the fearsome orc roared, its chained muscles rippling with feral rage. Whispers spread like wildfire among them, questioning whether such a powerful creature was necessary to test an 8-year-old. Some murmured concerns about whether the Guardian Knights might have to intervene if things spiraled out of control. But while the crowd doubted, Vakir stood calm and composed, his sword steady in his grip. He was unshaken, his sharp eyes fixed on the orc as Hugo gave the order to release the chains. The orc let out a deafening roar and charged at Vakir, its massive bulk barreling forward with terrifying speed. Vakir waited, his body still and poised, timing his move perfectly. As the orc lunged, he swung his sword with blinding precision, slicing off the creature's arm in a single, fluid motion. The orc stumbled back, roaring in pain and shock, while the audience sat frozen in stunned silence. Without hesitation, Vakir followed up with another swift strike, severing the orc's leg cleanly. The monster collapsed to the ground, growling in agony. The audience couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. How could an 8-year-old hound display such skill and strength? Some muttered that it seemed impossible to achieve such precision without using mana. Meanwhile, Vakir stood composed, analyzing the situation. He noted that the orc appeared confused, as though it had never bled before. Vakir knew why. It wasn't just the severed limbs. The hemorrhage ability in his blade was preventing the orc's famed high-speed regeneration from activating. A C-class monster like the orc couldn't overcome the lingering effects of a B-class hellhound's curse. From the sidelines, Hugo watched intently, his face unreadable. Vakir met his father's gaze and recognized the look. Hugo wasn't simply evaluating the fight. He was trying to decipher what Vakir had learned in the library. Deciding to show his father what he was capable of, Vakir prepared for his final move. Hugo's eyes began to glow faintly, a sign of heightened interest. The head butler gasped, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "That's an aura blade!" Before the orc could recover, Vakir's sword began to radiate a brilliant red light. Without hesitation, Vakir charged forward, his blade slicing cleanly through the air. With a single, devastating strike, he decapitated the orc. Its massive head tumbled to the ground as the red glow from Vakir's sword dissipated into the silence of the Colosseum. The audience erupted in astonishment. The young hounds could barely comprehend what they had witnessed. Even the head butler turned to Hugo, exclaiming, "It's the aura of a low-class sword expert. We've just witnessed the birth of a genius. There will never be another like him across all the families in the Empire." Despite the head butler's praise, Hugo's attention remained fixed on the pool of blood spreading beneath the orc's lifeless body. The creature's legendary regeneration had been completely nullified. He only won because the orc was weak, Hugo remarked, though his tone betrayed his intrigue. Before Hugo could say more, Vakir's calm voice interrupted him. With a polite but innocent smile, Vakir asked, "Is there anything stronger than this orc?" The audience collectively held their breath. An 8-year-old asking for a stronger opponent after defeating an orc? Even the young hounds who had doubted him moments earlier were now rendered speechless. Vakir had his reasons. He wanted to demonstrate his rapid progress, not just to Hugo, but to the entire clan. If he could prove himself in front of everyone, he hoped he might be acknowledged, perhaps even sent to a prestigious academy or dispatched to a remote area, away from Hugo's direct oversight. Hugo, observing his son with newfound curiosity, chuckled. "It seems the orcs I brought from afar are not enough to satisfy my son's hunger." He turned to the head butler, who stood nearby, and asked, "Do we have anything stronger? Something suitable from the creatures captured during the barbarian raid?" The head butler hesitated before replying. "There is one left, my lord." Hugo nodded, his smirk growing. "Bring it in." The Colosseum fell into a tense silence as the massive gate creaked open once more. Every pair of eyes was glued to the entrance as the ground trembled beneath heavy footsteps. The crowd gasped as a troll emerged, bound in chains. Vakir stood calmly in the arena, his gaze fixed on the towering troll before him, a creature twice his size, with rippling muscles and a fearsome presence. Seeking Hugo's approval to begin, Vakir nodded slightly when the patriarch gave the go-ahead. The chains binding the troll clattered to the ground, and the beast roared ferociously, lunging forward with a massive punch aimed directly at Vakir. But Vakir was too quick. With graceful agility, he sidestepped the attack, the troll's fist smashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Swiftly moving behind the troll, Vakir exploited its momentary confusion. From the audience, a young hound exclaimed, "That's the perfect moment to attack. Why didn't he take it?" Hugo's voice cut through the murmurs, calm and instructive. Trolls have extraordinary regenerative abilities. Only fatal attacks are worth it. Anything less is a waste of effort. A proper plan is essential to hunt a troll. The troll charged again, its movements powerful yet sluggish. Vakir danced around its attacks with ease, evading every swing, swipe, and stomp. The audience watched in awe as the 8-year-old displayed remarkable poise, but their curiosity grew. Why wasn't he fighting back? Some speculated that he was tiring the troll out, while others whispered that Vakir must be waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. After several minutes of evasion, Vakir began to grow bored with the tedious exchange. He decided it was time to act. Fully aware that he could end the fight quickly with his true strength, Vakir deliberately chose a more calculated approach. He needed to ensure his victory seemed plausible, not overwhelming. As the troll launched another attack, Vakir seized the moment. With a precise swing, he sliced into the troll's arm, nearly severing it from its shoulder. Gasps filled the Colosseum as the audience momentarily believed the fight was over. However, their astonishment turned to unease as they watched the troll's arm begin to heal rapidly. Within moments, the severed tissue reconnected, and the limb was as good as new. Vakir frowned slightly. He had known the troll's regeneration would kick in, but the sight of it confirmed that the hemorrhage skill of Beelzebub was the only way to deal a lasting wound. However, he also knew he couldn't rely on such an obvious and revealing technique. Hugo, observing the fight with sharp eyes, called out, "Enough, Vakir. Stop before this gets out of hand." But Vakir's response was calm and resolute. "I'm almost done," he replied. "If I can't finish it with the next attack, I'll give up." The troll growled, its beady eyes glowing with rage as it prepared another charge. Vakir's mind raced. He knew exactly how much power he was willing to reveal, and the scenario he wanted to create. He would make it seem as though he'd had a sudden breakthrough, a leveling up moment during the heat of battle. Not only would this impress Hugo, but it would also allow him to conceal the true extent of his strength. The crimson glow of Vakir's sword brightened, its aura blazing like fire. As the troll lunged, Vakir met its attack head-on. With one clean, decisive strike, his blade sliced through the troll's neck, severing its head in a single motion. The massive creature's body collapsed with a deafening thud, its head rolling across the arena floor. The Colosseum fell silent, every pair of eyes wide with shock. Even the head butler, who rarely showed emotion, gasped audibly. "The second technique," the butler whispered, barely able to believe his own words. "He's achieved the second technique of the Baskerville clan at 8 years old. That's unheard of. Most don't reach this level until they're at least 18. In the center of the arena, Vakir stood with an innocent smile, as if unaware of the weight of his accomplishment. "I did it," he declared cheerfully. Hugo, however, remained seated, his expression unreadable. Inside, he was reeling. What he had just witnessed defied everything he knew about swordsmanship and training. An 8-year-old performing the second technique? The implications were staggering. A week later, Vakir sat in the Baskerville dining hall, staring at a bowl of unappetizing meat porridge. Around him, the atmosphere was tense. None of the other hounds dared approach him, avoiding his gaze entirely. This reaction didn't surprise Vakir. In the Baskerville family, power was everything, and his recent display had placed him far beyond the reach of his peers. As he ate, Vakir noted with satisfaction that even Hugo seemed unsettled by his performance. Reflecting on his progress, Vakir considered what he had revealed so far, his mastery of the second technique and his rank as a medium-ranked sword expert. Yet the truth remained hidden. He was, in fact, a low-ranked sword graduate who could weakly perform the fifth Fong technique. Vakir sat at the dining table, reflecting on the skill he had gained from the troll. Super speed regeneration with a C+ rating, now occupying Beelzebub's third slot. With it, he felt stronger than the average graduate or a swordsman. though he noticed his appetite had increased significantly since acquiring the ability. As he continued eating, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of the triplets behind him. Surprised and wary, Vakir turned cautiously. He had no interest in dealing with them again, so he returned to his food, hoping they would leave. However, the triplets quickly blurted out their reason for approaching him. They wanted to tell him how cool he was during his fights with the Cerberus and the troll. Vakir was so shocked by their unexpected praise that he spat out his porridge. The triplets, concerned, asked if he was okay, but Vakir remained suspicious, questioning their motives. Could this be some kind of two-faced technique? Or maybe a deceitful policy? He thought. For a brief moment, he considered beating them up preemptively, but decided to observe them further. Before he could act, the head butler, Barrymore, appeared behind him and called his name. Vakir turned in surprise, wondering what had brought the butler here. Barrymore informed him that the Patriarch had summoned him to the office immediately. Intrigued, Vakir quickly finished his meal and made his way to Hugo's chambers. In the Baskerville Patriarch's office, Hugo sat in his chair, exuding his usual air of authority. He greeted his visitor, Adolphe Morgue, the Morgue clan's patriarch by proxy. The Morgue clan, a renowned mage family, had a tense history with the Baskervilles, an iron-blooded sword clan. Despite their rivalry, they were bound by the Emperor's decree to conduct annual joint training sessions for children between the ages of 8 and 15. "It's been a while," Hugo said curtly. Adolphe nodded. "Indeed. I hope this year's event goes smoothly." Hugo's tone was casual. "The joint training has always been handled without issue." Adolphe raised an eyebrow. "Without issue? Last year, 2 children, one from each family, were seriously injured." Hugo waved the matter off dismissively. "A scratch. Nothing more. It seems the Morgue children are dramatic." Adolphe's lips twitched in irritation. "The Morgue children are noble and dignified, unlike some." His words dripped with subtle disdain. Once, the Baskervilles and Morgues had been on good terms. The past emperor himself had declared that magic and swords complemented each other, sparking cooperation between the two clans. But the discovery of a ruby mine along their shared border had changed everything. Bloodshed over the resource had soured their relationship, yet they continued the joint training sessions under imperial command. Adolphe had arrived on behalf of his brother to ensure this year's event proceeded without complications. Turning to Hugo, he commented, "I've heard there's a supernova in the Baskerville family. A rare genius born once in a century. A blessing to the Empire, no doubt." Hugo, though secretly pleased, downplayed the compliment. "It's nothing extraordinary." Adolphe smirked, detecting the subtle pride in Hugo's tone. "We, too, have a genius in our family," Adolphe said, gesturing toward the door. "Morgue clan head Raspine's daughter, Camus." The door opened, and a red-haired girl with a fiery demeanor entered the room. Adolphe introduced her formally to Hugo, but before Adolphe could continue, Camus interrupted. Fixing Hugo with an accusatory glare, she demanded, "Are you the thief who stole our ruby mine? Give it back." Hugo's face darkened, his calm demeanor giving way to a sharp glare directed at Adolphe. "Thief?" he asked coldly. "Is that what you're teaching your kin now?" Adolphe looked startled. "I never said such a thing." Camus was unfazed. She pointed an accusatory finger at him and replied, "You did. An hour and 42 minutes ago, right before we got off the carriage, you called him an annoying chin beard who stole the ruby mine." Hugo's glare deepened as Adolphe stammered, trying to deny the claim. "Camus, you must have misheard. I said no such thing." But Camus stood her ground. "You definitely said it." Hugo, still struggling to maintain his composure, demanded clarification from Adolphe. However, Adolphe attempted to defuse the situation, suggesting that Camus' accusations stemmed from a misunderstanding. But Hugo's patience wore thin. "There's no need to explain the Morgue clan's problems with children's education to me," he said, his voice laced with irritation. Camus, undeterred, persisted. She repeated her demand, complaining that her research was impossible without the stolen rubies. Adolphe tried to rein her in, calling her name in a warning tone, but she ignored him. Hugo's patience snapped. With barely concealed anger, he remarked, "It seems the Morgues don't teach manners at all." Adolphe bristled at the comment and retorted, "And what do you plan to do? Threaten an 8-year-old girl?" His words struck a nerve, leaving Hugo momentarily speechless. The proud Baskerville patriarch couldn't stoop to such behavior without tarnishing his dignity. Before the tension could escalate further, a calm but cutting voice broke through the heated exchange. "It seems the Morgues don't teach their children not to envy what belongs to others." The speaker was Vakir, who had just entered the room with the head butler. The butler formally announced Vakir's arrival as Hugo turned to see his son, standing with a composed demeanor. Adolphe, startled by Vakir's sudden appearance, quickly deduced that this boy must be the rumored Baskerville supernova. His thoughts were interrupted when he realized that Camus, who had been sitting beside him moments ago, was no longer there. Camus had moved swiftly, confronting Vakir directly. Her fiery disposition on full display, she demanded to know what he had just said. Adolphe called her name, trying to stop her from causing a scene, but Camus ignored him. Vakir, meanwhile, remained unruffled, studying her intently. As Vakir observed Camus, he recalled the stories of her future self, the Mord clan's legendary iron-blooded empress. Renowned as the genius of geniuses, Camus would one day rise to prominence, creating an era of unrivaled power for the Mord clan. She was infamous for her ferocity, having single-handedly eradicated the monsters and barbarians from Le Rouge Edel Noir Mountain, forming the infamous border of blood and ashes. Her political prowess would even allow her to manipulate the imperial family, earning her the moniker of Fire Goddess of Authority. But for now, Vakir reminded himself, Camus was just a child, a fiery and talented one, but still far from the legend she would become. Camus interrupted his musings, snapping, "Why does the ruby mine belong to you?" Remaining calm, Vakir countered her tantrum, calling her behavior childish. Camus bristled at the remark and began casting a spell. Vakir prepared himself for an attack, but was surprised when, instead, Camus conjured an intricate ice sculpture. She pointed at the sculpture and began explaining her point, her tone laced with defiance. Using the ice sculpture as a visual aid, Camus illustrated the contested geography of the ruby mine. She pointed to a small cave on the sculpture and explained, "This is the joint security area. The mine entrance lies within Mord territory, but the vein itself runs beneath Baskerville land. That prevents you from claiming it entirely, but it also makes it impossible for us to mine freely without crossing into Baskerville territory." She emphasized that the Mords had repeatedly offered to pay rent for the use of the land, but the Baskervilles had rejected every proposal. "The ruby vein belongs to the Mord clan," Camus declared, "but your people keep claiming we're trespassing and interfering with your operations." Adolphe nodded approvingly at Camus' explanation, while Hugo's expression darkened with mounting annoyance. Vakir, still calm, interjected, "Rubies are common magic ingredients. The Baskervilles don't need them." Camus turned to him, confused and visibly frustrated. "Then why not rent your land if you don't need the rubies?" Vakir explained calmly but firmly to Camus that the Baskervilles were fiercely protective of their land and uninterested in letting others profit from it. His warning was clear. Entering Baskerville territory would bring losses, not gains, for the Mord clan. Camus, however, refused to accept his reasoning. Determined to assert her claim, she placed her hand over the portion of her ice sculpture that represented Baskerville territory. With a defiant glare, she asked whose arm it was. Vakir swiftly caught her arm in his grip, his expression shifting to a confident smile. "It's my arm," he said coolly. "Because it's in my land." Camus' face flushed with embarrassment. The unexpected response caught her off guard, leaving her flustered. She stuttered, "What are you talking about? How could I belong to you?" Vakir, clearly amused by her reaction, tilted his head with a mischievous grin. "Who said you're mine?" he replied, his tone teasing and ambiguous. Before Camus could process his words, Vakir reached behind him and pulled out a knife. The sudden motion startled not just Camus, but also Adolphe and the head butler. Vakir's grin widened, taking on a darker edge, and his voice dropped. "What I'm saying," he said ominously, "is that your arm is mine." Camus froze, her usual fiery confidence shaken. "What?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Hugo, observing the exchange from his seat, broke into a cold sweat. The tension in the room was thick, and the only sound was Camus' faint hiccup of fear. As Vakir moved the knife closer to Camus' hand, she screamed and called out for help. Adolphe immediately appeared behind Vakir, his expression fierce. "Step away from my niece," he commanded, his voice filled with protective fury. Taking advantage of the distraction, Camus wrenched her arm free from Vakir's grip and ran to Adolphe, seeking the comfort of her uncle's protective presence. Adolphe glared at Hugo, his anger barely contained. "What is going on here?" he demanded. Hugo, still sweating, turned his gaze to Vakir. "You've gone too far with your joke," he said in a reprimanding tone. Vakir chuckled and revealed the truth. The knife was just a toy, one commonly given to Baskerville children to play with from a young age. The revelation left Adolf stunned and outraged. A dangerous toy like that? For children? He fumed. This is unacceptable. Vakir bowed his head humbly and offered an apology. I'm sorry if I frightened Camus, he said, his tone contrite. It was not my intention to make her cry. Adolf, however, was far from mollified. He accused Vakir of failing to take the situation seriously, his frustration evident. Hugo, seeking to diffuse the tension, stepped in. Adults shouldn't meddle in the affairs of children, he said, his tone light but firm. Let's focus on discussing the ruby mines and move on to the friendly duels. Though clearly reluctant, Adolf agreed to Hugo's suggestion. Camus, still upset and wiping away her tears, glared at Vakir. I won't forget this, she declared, her voice trembling with indignation. Vakir responded with a faint, unreadable smile, seemingly unfazed by her warning. The day of the friendly duels arrived. Children from both the Baskerville and Mord clans, aged 8 to 15, gathered to demonstrate their skills. The younger children focused on theoretical battles or mana sensitivity displays, while the older participants engaged in live combat. This year, however, all eyes were drawn to one match. The showdown between the two clans' prodigies, Camus Morg and Vakir Van Baskerville. Camus stood confidently in the arena, her fiery red hair glinting in the sunlight. She turned to Vakir with a determined expression. Get ready, she said firmly. I won't hold back. Without hesitation, Camus began casting a spell. Her intricate hand movements and the shimmering glow of mana captivated the audience. Spectators murmured in awe as the magical energy around her grew more intense. One voice broke through the crowd. Is she casting quadra spells? The murmurs turned to exclamations of astonishment. Quadra spellcasting, the ability to cast 4 spells simultaneously, was a feat that even many adult mages struggled to achieve. To see an 8-year-old performing such a complex technique left the audience in awe. She's the Mord clan's genius mage, another spectator remarked. This is exactly what we'd expect from someone like her. Camus unleashed a flurry of attacks, casting 4 powerful spells simultaneously. Despite her effort, Vakir dodged them effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. He shook his head slightly, a hint of criticism in his voice. Instead of showing off with flashy spells, maybe focus on mastering just one. Camus sneered, her pride wounded. Why do you even care? You're just an idiot who doesn't understand magic. With a swift incantation, she conjured a sand wall, a thick barrier of swirling grains, to separate them. But Vakir, unimpressed, broke through it with a single kick, the wall crumbling like paper. Camus watched in stunned silence. Is this the strength of someone who's bathed in the river Styx? She wondered, her thoughts racing. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Vakir moved in with lightning speed. Camus, realizing too late that the attack was unavoidable, shut her eyes in resignation. But the expected blow never came. When she opened her eyes, she found herself propelled backward, not by a strike, but by a flick to her forehead. The flick's sheer power sent Camus tumbling. Adolf, watching from the sidelines, stared in disbelief. A flick? That was just a flick. Camus, wincing and holding her forehead, demanded answers. Why did you flick me? Are you going easy on me? Vakir smiled faintly, raising a hand to tap his own forehead. Maybe it's time to end this before things get out of hand. Camus' eyes watered, but she refused to yield. With a defiant shout, she cast another sand wall spell. This time, she created 2 walls, layering them for extra protection. Try getting through this, she declared confidently. Vakir, still unbothered, considered simply walking around the walls but decided to humor her. Drawing back his fist, he punched straight through both barriers, creating a clean hole. Camus froze, astonished, as Vakir stepped through. As he approached her, he mimicked a flicking motion with his hand. Whose arm crossed the wall? He asked, his tone calm and deliberate. Before she could respond, he answered for her with another flick to her forehead. The stronger one? The force of the flick sent Camus sprawling to the ground again, growling in frustration. Still, she got up, ready to continue the fight. Vakir sighed inwardly, thinking, dealing with children is harder than I thought. I could end this in 0.1 seconds if I wanted to, but that would cause a whole new set of problems. While dodging Camus' relentless attacks, Vakir's eyes wandered to the arena behind him, where 2 other contestants were locked in a duel. A sword apprentice was cutting through a mage's spells with precise, powerful strikes. An idea sparked in Vakir's mind. They might be useful for this. Meanwhile, Camus' frustration boiled over. Stop running away and fight me, she yelled, her voice trembling with anger. Vakir, sensing the perfect opportunity, warned her, you might want to have a defensive spell ready. Camus blinked, confused by his sudden comment. Then she noticed the mage behind Vakir preparing a large-scale attack. Adolf, observing the unfolding scene, understood Vakir's plan and shouted in alarm. Camus, watch out. The mage's spell erupted in a massive, fiery blast that engulfed the arena. Gasps and cries of surprise rippled through the audience as the flames consumed the battlefield. The heat, light, and force of the spell left everyone momentarily blinded. In the midst of the chaos, Camus activated a defensive spell, narrowly avoiding any severe injuries. But as the dust settled, she realized her clothes had been burned away by the flames. Tears welled up in her eyes as the horrifying reality sank in. She had been exposed in front of the entire audience. Amid the gasps and murmurs from the crowd, Camus heard her uncle Adolf calling her name. She froze, torn between her instinct to hide and the overwhelming shame of the situation. How could this happen? She thought, her hands trembling as she tried to cover herself. As the smoke cleared, Vakir stepped forward, his calm figure emerging from the dissipating dust. He approached Camus and, to the audience's surprise, offered her his jacket to cover herself. Camus stared at him in shock, unable to comprehend why her supposed enemy was showing her kindness. You'll need this, Vakir said simply, his voice steady as he draped the jacket over her. Camus protested weakly, flustered by the gesture. But you'll be exposed if you give me your only jacket. Vakir brushed off her concern with a faint smile, his composure unwavering. It doesn't matter. Camus, still reeling from the chaos of the fight, couldn't understand why Vakir was taking care of her despite their earlier enmity. Her confusion deepened when she noticed a thin line of blood trailing down Vakir's arm. She pointed it out. You're hurt. Vakir glanced down, his expression momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected his body, strengthened by the river Styx, to be scratched. Examining the wound, he realized the sword of the opposing swordsman must have carried some lingering aura to pierce his defenses. As the dust fully settled, the scene became clear to the audience. Camus sat on the ground, wrapped in Vakir's jacket, while Vakir stood shirtless, a small but noticeable wound on his arm. Adolf sighed in relief, seeing that his niece was unharmed. Meanwhile, the crowd murmured in awe, marveling at Vakir's impressive physique. Despite his young age, his toned muscles and disciplined build stood as a testament to his rigorous training. Among the spectators, admiration for Vakir was growing, but Camus' reaction was more complicated. She continued to steal glances at him, her cheeks dusted with a light blush. Why am I feeling like this? She wondered, her earlier anger now replaced with something unfamiliar. Even as Adolf hugged her protectively, Camus' gaze kept drifting back to Vakir. Later, Vakir walked alongside Hugo down a dimly lit hallway. Hugo broke the silence, his voice calm but probing. How was the battle with the Moor girl? Vakir replied thoughtfully. It was interesting. I learned the purpose of the event once again. Hugo nodded slightly. A battle with a mage is different from a duel between swordsmen. Why didn't you go for a decisive blow? Vakir hesitated for a moment before admitting. I wasn't sure how to handle a lady in battle. Hugo's expression hardened. Letting your guard down will only lead to injury. Take this scratch as a lesson. The unexpected concern in Hugo's tone surprised Vakir. This wasn't the Hugo he remembered, strict, cold, and brutal. Growing up, Hugo's emotions had seemed as unyielding as stone. There were rumors that his harsh demeanor stemmed from the loss of his first wife and eldest daughter, but those weren't Vakir's concerns. Still, the faint trace of worry in Hugo's words left Vakir momentarily unsettled. Changing the subject, Hugo asked, what do you think we should do with the ruby mines? Vakir responded confidently, we should give control of the mines to the Morgs. Hugo's eyebrows shot up in surprise. And your reasoning? Vakir explained, the Baskervilles' main task is territorial expansion. The monsters and barbarians around the mines will become obstacles if we move into that region. By allowing the Morgs control of the mines, we can use them to minimize our losses. Their presence will draw those threats into the area, allowing us to handle everything at once. Hugo listened carefully, a slow smile spreading across his face. Interesting. Once the Morgs assign a large number of people to the mines, we'll push the monsters and barbarians into that region. The ruby veins will be soaked in their blood, and the Morgs will think twice before stepping onto our land again. Placing a hand on Vakir's head, Hugo acknowledged, "Your idea aligns with about 90% of what I had in mind." Impressive. Vakir accepted the praise silently, knowing the truth. This plan was originally Hugo's idea, a strategy he had carried out on Hugo's orders in his previous life. Yet, seeing it unfold from this perspective brought a sense of satisfaction. To conclude, Vakir suggested, "We should keep a close eye on the Morg's movements." Hugo dismissed the concern with a wave. "There's no need. I've already increased the number of hounds scouting the area." Vakir nodded, but kept his thoughts to himself. As Hugo and Vakir walked through the hall, Adolf's voice rang out, stopping them in their tracks. Turning toward the source, they saw Adolf approaching with a serious expression. "Hugo, I have something to discuss before I leave," Adolf said. Hugo nodded, gesturing toward a nearby room. Once seated, Hugo inquired, "What is it you want to talk about?" Adolf wasted no time. "I think it's time to resolve the issues surrounding the ruby mines peacefully," he began. "The fees for usage are just one suggestion. I have another idea, an engagement between the Morg and Baskerville children." As the two patriarchs discussed the potential union, Camus sat nearby, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Vakir, her cheeks faintly flushed. Hugo, noticing this, leaned forward and asked Adolf which children he had in mind. Adolf smiled confidently. "The eldest son of the Baskerville and the eldest daughter of the Morg clan. My niece, Camus. She's an exceptional child, both beautiful and intelligent. She lacks nothing and would make an ideal match." Hugo raised an eyebrow. "My eldest son is 25 years old this year. That's a 17-year age gap." Adolf waved the concern away. "What's a mere 17 years? It's nothing in the grand scheme of things." Before Hugo could respond, Camus interrupted. Her voice was firm as she declared, "I will not marry anyone weaker than my mother. And I don't want a significant age gap in my partner." Adolf's face twisted in frustration as he tried to reason with her. "Camus, if you insist on marrying someone stronger than your mother, you'll be alone for the rest of your life. That's not a realistic demand." Hugo, clearly displeased with Camus' attitude, added, "Engagements aren't a buffet where you can pick and choose. You must consider the bigger picture." But Camus, confident in her stance, crossed her arms. "I have no intention of playing around," she stated, her voice unwavering. Suddenly, her face flushed a deep red, and she looked away, catching the attention of both Hugo and Adolf. Adolf followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing as he realized where, or rather, at whom, Camus was looking. Vakir. Shocked, Adolf cursed silently. "This can't be happening." "Not him." Adolf leaned toward Camus and whispered harshly, "Don't even think about it. Vakir is of the Van surname, not from the Lu descent. He's a small fish in a big pond. This is absurd." Hugo, noticing the growing tension, sighed and decided to intervene. "The most important thing in an engagement is the opinion of those involved. Let's hear what Vakir has to say." All eyes turned to Vakir. Camus looked at him expectantly, her blush deepening as she awaited his answer. The room fell silent, and Vakir met her gaze before calmly stating, "I accept." Adolf's face turned beet red upon hearing Vakir's response. Adolf opened his mouth to object, but before he could say a word, Vakir continued, "To do as I'm told." Adolf's outrage doubled. What kind of attitude is that toward the Morg's clan's daughter? Camus, on the other hand, was completely flustered. Her face turned crimson as she tried to decipher Vakir's cryptic response. Is he shy? Is he secretly okay with this engagement? Her mind raced with possibilities. Hugo, clearly amused by the situation, interjected with a composed tone. "In the Baskerville household, names and titles hold little meaning. Greatness comes from ability, not bloodline. Even those of Van descent can rise to prominence." Adolf's expression remained skeptical. His eyes narrowed as he turned to scrutinize Vakir, standing before him. The young Baskerville returned the gaze, calm and unyielding, while internally assessing Adolf's strength as a six-circle mage and one of the strongest supporters of the Morg's clan. Breaking the silence, Adolf said coldly, "I don't think it's wise to rush this. We can't have just anyone become Camus' husband." Vakir reflected on the peculiar customs of the clans, where engagements seemed more like polite suggestions than binding agreements. He wondered if Adolf, with his lofty standards, was dissatisfied even with the renowned genius of the Baskerville clan. Adolf, clearly unimpressed by Vakir's aloofness, placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, attempting to force him down. But to Adolf's surprise, Vakir didn't budge, his sturdy build defying expectations. Intrigued, Adolf asked why Vakir wasn't responding and demanded to know if he was even paying attention. Vakir's blunt reply caught everyone off guard. He hadn't been listening since Adolf first suggested it was unwise to say certain things to him. Camus, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. Her uncle, one of the most powerful mages in the clan, had been dismissed by a child. Meanwhile, Hugo struggled to stifle his laughter, finding humor in the mounting tension. Adolf, instead of anger, responded with a dark, booming laugh. Turning to Hugo, he expressed his desire to have a more in-depth conversation with Vakir. Suspicious, Hugo questioned Adolf's intentions, teasingly asking if he intended to scold an 8-year-old. Adolf laughed again, explaining that he was approaching this as an uncle, not as the deputy patriarch of the Mord's clan. After all, Vakir might one day marry his niece. Camus pleaded with her uncle to drop the idea, but Adolf ignored her, claiming such moments were inevitable. With some hesitation, Hugo allowed the conversation, but it quickly became clear this wasn't going to be a talk, it was a duel. The scene shifted to the arena. Vakir and Adolf stood face to face, while Hugo and Camus observed from the sidelines. Adolf declared he would test Vakir's abilities and demanded the boy show him everything he was capable of. Vakir, ever confident, thought to himself that revealing his full potential might actually knock Adolf out cold. To start, Adolf cast an intricate spell. Using fire, earth, and water magic in flawless harmony, he crafted a clay pot, a display of his incredible control. Camus explained to Hugo that this was typical of her uncle's unmatched skill. Adolf filled the pot with water, balanced it on his head, and issued his challenge. If Vakir could make even a single drop of water spill, he'd be victorious. Vakir studied the pot and analyzed his chances. The duel presented a rare opportunity to gauge Adolf's true power, but Vakir knew he had to be cautious. A head-on fight offered only a slim chance of success. With a plan forming in his mind, Vakir charged forward, sword in hand, racing straight for Adolf. Camus shouted in disbelief, warning that such a direct approach would surely fail. As Vakir's sword came crashing down, Adolf calmly cast a barrier spell, easily blocking the attack. Amused, Adolf asked Camus why she was helping Vakir, remarking that shield magic was the perfect counter to swordsmen. Vakir clicked his tongue in annoyance, frustrated by the failed attempt. Adolf, now on the offensive, unleashed a barrage of spells. But Vakir's agility and quick reflexes allowed him to evade effortlessly. From the sidelines, Camus couldn't contain her outrage, calling out that Adolf had never used this level of magic in their own duels. Adolf, surprised by her support of Vakir, turned to her with a mock-crying face, accusing her of betrayal. Then, looking back at Vakir, he growled with playful menace, vowing revenge for the insult. Hugo observed the battle with sharp focus, analyzing both fighters. Vakir's attacks were swift, almost too fast to follow, yet still within the realm of dodgeability. Hugo decided not to intervene. He was curious to see how the young Hound would perform and wanted to give Adolf a first-hand demonstration of Vakir's potential. As Vakir deftly dodged Adolf's spells, he carefully studied his opponent's techniques. Drawing on memories from his previous life and his current youthful form, he devised a strategy. Adolf, with a smug grin, declared that no sword could pierce his shield. However, cracks began to form as Vakir struck the same spot with relentless precision. Adolf's confidence wavered as he noticed Vakir's machine-like efficiency and skillful swordsmanship. Just as the shield seemed ready to give way, Vakir's sword shattered into pieces. Adolf smirked triumphantly, taunting the boy for neglecting his weapon's durability. But the mood shifted as Hugo and Camus, watching from the sidelines, exchanged shocked looks. Adolf continued his mockery, oblivious to the expressions of those around him. Suddenly, water poured over his face, completely drenching him. Bewildered, Adolf shouted, demanding to know how a shard of the broken sword had pierced the pot and spilled its contents. Vakir, calm and smiling, remarked that the pot must have been full. Camus, still processing the unexpected turn of events, blushed as the realization hit. Vakir had defeated her formidable uncle. Thoughts of marriage fluttered through her mind as she struggled to contain her amazement. Meanwhile, Hugo stood silently, his thoughts racing. This wasn't just luck or coincidence. Vakir's victory showcased incredible talent and strength. Hugo couldn't help but wonder if he was raising a hound far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Years passed, and the young hounds continued their training. 7 years after their initial step into the Baskerville training grounds, they faced a new challenge, a monstrous horned bear. As the creature charged, the hounds attacked in unison, their swords striking one after another. From the sidelines, Staffordshire Baskerville, a shadow hound of the Baskerville clan and their instructor, carefully observed. He knew that such battles were grueling for the young fighters. With a commanding voice, he urged them to aim for the monster's hind legs to slow it down instead of wasting energy targeting its vital points. Among the group were the triplets, who executed coordinated strikes with remarkable efficiency, leaving the beast exhausted. Staffordshire nodded in approval, noting how well their dark crimson auras complemented the Baskerville fighting style. With the monster weakened, the rest of the young hounds launched their attacks, finally taking it down. Staffordshire applauded their efforts, congratulating them on becoming lower-rank sword experts and mastering the first Baskerville technique. However, his tone turned serious as he reminded them of the harsh reality awaiting outside the training grounds. This monster was caged and predictable, but the wild oxbear on life engulfing forest would be a different story entirely. Death could come quickly in the real world, and survival would require their bloodline's strength and the experience they would build over time. With these words, the 7-year training came to a close. Staffordshire congratulated the hounds on their graduation, wishing them luck in their future endeavors. With their training successfully completed, the young hounds were buzzing with chatter. 2 of them struck up a conversation about their preferences for the Baskerville clan's 7 night orders, each specializing in tasks like guarding, searching, assassinating, and all-out warfare. The first hound revealed his admiration for the Wolfhound Order, while the second listed his top picks, Doberman, Pitbull, and Rottweiler. Their discussion soon turned to a certain someone sitting atop the carcass of a slain oxbear, Vakir. Curious, the second hound asked who his companion was referring to. The first clarified, pointing toward Vakir, and noted how remarkable it was that he had taken down an oxbear much larger than the one they had just faced. They marveled at how Vakir had already achieved the rank of a high-level sword expert, mastering the third Baskerville technique, which placed him on par with the shadow hounds. Meanwhile, Vakir sat on the fallen beast, lost in thought. Though he had made significant progress, reaching the 5th Baskerville technique and graduating as an intermediate-rank swordsman, he was frustrated. The journey had taken longer than he anticipated, and his growth felt agonizingly slow. His musings were interrupted by the arrival of the head butler, Barrymore, who addressed him as Master Vakir. Barrymore informed him that the Patriarch was looking for him, and that his assignment had been decided. With a serious expression, Vakir simply replied, "All right," entering the Patriarch's office. Vakir greeted Hugo, only to be met with a curt grunt. He immediately noticed a small cut on Hugo's nose and asked about it. Hugo explained that he'd been subjugating barbarians on life engulfing forest and had been outmatched by an archer, though he made sure to leave a matching scar on her face. After a brief silence, Hugo congratulated Vakir on his graduation. Yet his tone was foreboding as he added that things would only get tougher from here. Vakir suspected this was about his new assignment, and his thoughts wandered back to his previous life. Before his regression, he had been a junior knight of the Pitbull Order, sent to the treacherous life engulfing forest. For 21 harrowing months, he faced death relentlessly, little more than an expendable soldier thrown into battle. At the time, Baskerville children were divided into 2 categories upon turning 15, elites and expendables. The expendables were cannon fodder, sent to the front lines to die, while the elites received education in politics and administration. Over time, surviving expendables gained experience and became bodyguards for the elites, while the elites honed their skills in leadership. Vakir understood the 5th Baskerville technique was designed to help the elites catch up with the experience gained by expendables in real-life combat. Yet before his regression, his swordsmanship had stagnated at the 4th technique, and he knew Hugo would never allow an illegitimate child like him to walk the elite path. His thoughts were abruptly cut short as Hugo spoke again. This time, Hugo suggested that Vakir should try his hand at the lower house of Parliament. Perplexed, Vakir asked for clarification. Hugo explained that the lower house of Parliament handled the Baskerville clan's regional administration, assisting with legislation, law enforcement, and economic matters. They invited businesses, managed infrastructure, and oversaw everything from small community issues to large-scale governance. In essence, it was a role that balanced politics with practicality, a far cry from the blood-soaked battlefield Vakir was familiar with. Vakir was taken aback when Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville clan, selected him, an illegitimate child, for the elite course. Hugo explained that Vakir's achievements by the age of 10 had already surpassed those of children hailed as geniuses, and he deserved to be treated accordingly. Hugo revealed the position Vakir would take, Deputy Consul of Underdog City. Both the Consul and Deputy Consul positions there were currently vacant, and Hugo asked Vakir if he wanted to give it a try. After weighing the offer, Vakir decided to accept. But before moving forward, he brought up a matter involving the Morgs clan and the ruby mines. Hugo, unsurprisingly, already seemed familiar with it and commented on how Vakir had outsmarted Adolf Morgs. Vakir nodded and, with confidence, made a bold request to borrow his reward from the incident. Although the specifics of what Vakir wanted weren't clear, the head butler accompanying them was visibly shocked by the audacity of the request. Hugo, however, remained unfazed. Stamping a document, he assured Vakir that he trusted him not to do anything reckless. Vakir promised not to disappoint, though he couldn't shake the odd feeling of hearing Hugo call him son. It was a term that would have been unthinkable before his regression. As Vakir and the head butler walked down the hallway, the butler spoke in a grave tone. He highlighted how highly Hugo regarded Vakir, pointing to the unprecedented appointment of a consul prior to a battle assignment. Referring to this as the disciplines of kingship, the butler implied that Vakir was being groomed for even greater responsibilities. Vakir, however, wasn't content to rest on his laurels. He understood that success wasn't guaranteed and resolved to take his new role seriously. For him, this was a chance to hone his skills in a relatively safe environment. Despite not being particularly invested in current events, memories of his previous life still haunted him, especially the vivid sensation of his head being severed by a guillotine. That memory fueled his resolve. Someday, he vowed, he would make Hugo La Baskerville feel the same chill of despair. Elsewhere in Baskerville territory, preparations were underway at a large villa in Underdog City. A bald man barked orders at two workers, instructing them to ensure the villa was spotless by the next day for the arrival of the new deputy consul. The workers acknowledged his orders, though one later expressed curiosity about the newcomer. He hoped the new deputy consul had business experience. The other worker, however, revealed with some disbelief that the new appointee was only 15 years old. As they speculated, a young boy approached the villa. Not recognizing him, one worker placed a hand on his shoulder, asking whose child he was and whether an employee had brought him. The boy, looking irritated, ordered the worker to remove his hand. Pulling out a document, he revealed his identity as none other than Vakir, the newly appointed deputy consul. The workers were stunned by the verification, but also confused. Why had he arrived a day early? Unconcerned by their confusion, Vakir promptly ordered them to prepare food and drinks for a party. As he strode into the villa with purpose, the workers exchanged puzzled looks, wondering why their new deputy consul seemed intent on celebrating so soon. The party was in full swing, and the villa buzzed with energy. Tables were piled high with food and drinks, and nobles mingled, enjoying the lively atmosphere. But not everyone was celebrating. Chihuahua Baskerville, the general secretary of Underdog City, paced nervously in his office, clearly agitated. From his window, he could see the young deputy consul hosting a party right at the workplace. Chihuahua could hardly believe it. The city was already struggling with the reputation of corrupt officials. Every deputy consul before Vakir had been dismissed for accepting bribes. And now, this new appointee was drinking and partying on the job? Chihuahua was ready to burst with frustration when, to his shock, Vakir suddenly appeared behind him. "Are you the general secretary?" Vakir asked, startling Chihuahua so badly that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Turning to face the unexpected visitor, Chihuahua stammered a response, wondering how long Vakir had been standing there. Introducing himself as Vakir Van Baskerville, the new deputy consul, Vakir greeted Chihuahua with a calm confidence. Chihuahua, regaining his composure, introduced himself in return. Vakir repeated Chihuahua's name, pausing when he noticed something peculiar. Chihuahua had no middle name. Chihuahua winced internally, expecting ridicule. In the Baskerville hierarchy, a lack of a middle name often marks someone as an outsider, an employee, not a blood relative. Chihuahua had endured years of discrimination from Baskerville officials because of this, and he braced himself for more of the same. But instead of mocking him, Vakir placed a hand on Chihuahua's shoulder and simply said, "Nice." Caught completely off guard, Chihuahua could only respond with a confused look. Vakir continued, explaining that he had reviewed Chihuahua's personal background on the way over. He acknowledged that Chihuahua was born and raised in Underdog City, then praised his hard work and assured him that he wouldn't interfere with how he managed his responsibilities. Chihuahua, still baffled, muttered an awkward, "Okay." He couldn't help but wonder if this was some bizarre new form of harassment. After all, why would Vakir, the same person who ordered the party, be here to discuss work? But Vakir's tone shifted as he got down to business. He noted that while the personal law system seemed functional, there were glaring issues with Underdog's judicial system. The real problem wasn't just the illegal businesses. It was that the underground economy wielded more power than the law itself. Simply shutting down these businesses wouldn't solve the issue. The heads of these operations needed to be removed. As the deputy consul, Vakir explained his job was to create and enforce laws. While he respected the current system, he intended to introduce a new law to deal with the underground economy. Chihuahua was stunned. "A new law?" he asked, his voice filled with surprise. Vakir nodded, stating that within a week, he would ensure the underground economy was in shambles. However, he needed a cause, something that would justify the creation and enforcement of this new law. Chihuahua was puzzled. Why did Vakir need a cause to deal with illegal businesses? Vakir clarified that as a young and newly appointed deputy consul, he needed a strong performance to establish credibility. He then glanced out the window, his expression twisting into a sly grin. To put it simply, Vakir said with an air of mischief, "I'll lay out poop for the flies." Chihuahua was left speechless, unsure of what Vakir was planning. The next day, Vakir arrived at Dort Smile Street in downtown Underdog City. The area was bustling with people, and a large crowd had gathered, their conversations buzzing with curiosity. All eyes were on Vakir as he prepared to execute the first step of his plan. Vakir stood confidently on the stage, holding a large stake in his hand. General Secretary Chihuahua and his companions exchanged puzzled looks, trying to figure out what the young deputy consul was planning. They couldn't help but notice the large crowd that had gathered, all murmuring with curiosity. Since dawn, Vakir had been standing on that stage, biding his time. Finally, he stepped forward and introduced himself as the newly appointed deputy consul of Underdog City. The crowd buzzed with surprise. Whispers spread through the audience. Many found it hard to believe someone so young held such a high position. While a few murmured that Vakir was cute, others questioned what someone his age could possibly accomplish. Undeterred, Vakir raised his voice and addressed the crowd. He reminded them of the Baskerville family's long-standing laws, which remained as strict as ever regardless of who held office. But the crowd was skeptical. Doubt hung heavy in the air as people questioned his ability to enforce those laws. Some even muttered about the corruption of past officials, assuming Vakir would eventually succumb to the same fate. Standing beside him, Chihuahua could no longer stay silent. Frustrated, he shouted at the crowd, demanding that they show respect to the new deputy consul. The crowd fell quiet, though their skepticism lingered. Some even suggested Chihuahua might be better suited for the role than Vakir. Suddenly, Vakir's next move silenced the crowd entirely. With an impressive display of strength, he raised the stake high and with one powerful motion, drove it into the ground. The earth seemed to tremble from the force, leaving the onlookers in awe. Gasps echoed through the audience as they struggled to process what they had just witnessed. Then, Vakir dropped a bombshell. Standing tall, he declared the introduction of a special law under his authority as deputy consul. He called it the Vakir Special Law. The first provision? Anyone who managed to pull the stake from the ground would be awarded 100 million gold on the spot, paid personally by Vakir. The crowd erupted in disbelief. 100 million, they shouted, their voices blending into a chaotic mix of awe and doubt. Murmurs spread rapidly as people tried to comprehend what they'd just heard. Was it really that simple? Could pulling out a stake make someone unimaginably rich? Despite the excitement, no one stepped forward. Vakir scanned the hesitant faces and challenged them, asking if no one dared to claim the prize. When the silence continued, he raised the stakes, literally. With a sly grin, he announced a second provision of the Vakir special law. Paragraph 1, Article 2, he declared. The person who pulls out the stake will now be paid 1 billion gold. The crowd's murmurs turned into gasps of shock. 1 billion gold was a life-changing fortune, far beyond anything they had ever dreamed of. Yet hesitation lingered. Breaking the tension, a loud laugh echoed from the crowd. An overweight older man stepped forward, his face contorted with anger. He accused Vakir of mocking them, calling the whole spectacle ridiculous. Who would even try? He barked. But someone in the crowd pointed out, in a softer voice, that 1 billion gold wasn't exactly pocket change. The mood began to shift as whispers of intrigue rippled through the audience. On stage, Chihuahua stood behind Vakir, growing more confused by the second. He wondered why they were the ones getting embarrassed instead of the crowd. Vakir, however, ignored all the noise. He remained focused, addressing the crowd once more. So, he asked, his voice calm but commanding, "Is there no one brave enough to take the challenge?" When no one stepped forward, Vakir surprised the crowd yet again by raising the stakes. This time, the reward skyrocketed to 10 billion gold. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the offer. As Vakir confidently repeated his challenge, the crowd remained in a state of disbelief. Some whispered that it had to be a joke, while others toyed with the idea of testing their luck. However, caution won out for most. People pointed nervously at the sword on Vakir's waist, warning each other about the risks of being seen as greedy by the deputy consul. Despite the allure of the reward, no one dared to step forward. As Vakir prepared to speak again, Chihuahua leaned in and whispered anxiously, reminding him that there wasn't nearly enough money in the city to fulfill such an extravagant promise. Before Vakir could respond, a small hand shot up from the crowd. The hand belonged to a young girl holding a basket of flowers in her other hand. With a timid voice, she asked if she could try. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A frail little girl? Trying to pull the stake? An old man in the crowd recognized her. Judy, the flower girl, he muttered, attempting to dissuade her. But Judy explained that her mother was sick, and she had no choice but to try. Ignoring the warnings, she approached the stage, her movements hesitant but determined. Standing before the massive stake, Judy glanced nervously at Vakir, who stood silently behind it. Her small frame shook with fear, but she steeled herself. Judy wasn't thinking about the billions of gold on offer. She simply hoped to earn a few coins for her bravery or sell her basket of flowers to the gathered crowd. Vakir's expression was unreadable as he addressed her with a single word, "Pull." His tone was calm, devoid of emotion, leaving Judy unable to tell if he was angry, amused, or indifferent. Taking a deep breath, she wrapped her small hands around the stake and pulled with all her strength. To her astonishment, the stake slid out of the ground effortlessly, as though it had never been stuck there at all. The crowd froze in stunned silence, their disbelief written across their faces. How could such a tiny girl succeed where no one else dared to try? Judy stared at the stake in her hands, unsure of what to do next. She glanced at Vakir, who was watching her intently. When he reached for his sword, her heart sank, and she shut her eyes tightly, fearing the worst. Tears welled up as she thought of her sick mother and the uncertain future that lay ahead. But instead of steel, a small bag landed in her hands. Opening her eyes, Judy saw Vakir kneeling before her, holding out a bag filled with gold. In a calm voice, he said, "For now, here's 100 million gold." Judy stood frozen, clutching the bag tightly, still unsure if she was dreaming. Vakir then asked where her home was, explaining that 10 billion gold would be too heavy to carry and would need to be delivered. He also assured her that a guard would be assigned to protect her reward. Finally, placing a hand gently on her head, Vakir said, "This is the law. It must always be obeyed." The crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Vakir had actually followed through on his outrageous promise. Even Chihuahua, watching from the stage, was left slack-jawed, unable to process what he had just witnessed. This performance was a game-changer. The Vakir special law became the talk of the town, overshadowing even the Baskerville clan's long-standing self-governance law. For the first time, the people began to see the young deputy consul as more than just a symbol. He was someone who kept his word, no matter how outlandish it seemed. The citizens were deeply moved by the simple fairness of the Vakir special law, rewards for obeying the law and consequences for breaking it. Discussions about the new deputy consul spread like wildfire. Unlike his corrupt predecessors, Vakir was earning respect for his unwavering commitment to his word. For the first time in years, people admired their leadership. The implementation of the Vakir special law led to a dramatic drop in crime, and the city began to feel safer and more orderly. In the deputy consul's office, Chihuahua had just finished writing something on a board when Vakir approached and noted that it was written in the Eastern language. Complimenting Chihuahua's impressive handwriting, Vakir sparked a conversation. Chihuahua, still moved by the events from earlier, expressed his admiration for Vakir's daring performance. After 2 decades of working in the city, Chihuahua admitted he had never been so touched. Vakir shared his perspective, explaining that ruling through fear and wrath, as some leaders did, wasn't the answer. He emphasized that trust in the law was essential, and that's why he had carefully crafted his performance, to command attention and leave a lasting impression. Chihuahua, overcome with emotion, pledged his loyalty to Vakir, promising to follow him for the rest of his life. Vakir tried to calm him down, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Reflecting on the success of his plan, Vakir couldn't help but compare it to a future he once knew, one shaped by Camus Morgues. While she had reduced crime rates to a mere 1%, her methods had relied heavily on fear, leaving her unpopular among the people. Vakir was determined to take a different path. He turned his attention to the map laid out before him, marking several locations. These were potential hideouts or operational bases for illegal groups. The real problems are just beginning, he mused. The 10 billion gold reward had already been spent, and now they needed to recover those funds. Pointing to the marked areas, Vakir explained his plan to maintain surveillance and confiscate the dirty money flowing through these criminal networks. Chihuahua, intrigued, asked how Vakir knew where these groups operated. Tapping his nose with a smirk, Vakir quipped, "I can smell them." The truth, of course, lay in his memories from before his regression. Vakir knew these areas intimately, having already surveyed them in his previous life. Chihuahua was impressed by Vakir's investigative skills, marveling at how thorough he seemed. Their conversation was interrupted by a staff member bursting into the room. Addressing Vakir, the Staffordshire reported that the Village Hall's Youth Autonomy Association had requested a meeting. Chihuahua, unfazed, commented that it was probably about time for such a meeting. Vakir, on the other hand, referred to the group as arrogant bastards and questioned their motives. Chihuahua explained that the Youth Autonomy Association was composed of members from various clans. It was founded by the second and third generations of Baskerville's 7 native families. Despite its formal name, Chihuahua dismissed it as little more than a rowdy social club. He speculated that its young, entitled members likely had opinions about the Vakir special law. Vakir's response was sharp and cutting. "The dung flies have started to smell the bait," he said with a grin. His blunt statement caught both Chihuahua and the staff member off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless as Vakir prepared for his next move. Vakir smirked coldly, suggesting it was time to deal with the pests gnawing away at the city's foundations. Deep within the burning suspension, a high-end club located in Underdog City's most luxurious hotel, a raucous party was underway. The VVIP lounge, rented out for an eye-watering 10 million gold for a mere 6 hours, was bustling with the 7 key members of the Youth Autonomy Association. These were the second and third generation heirs of Baskerville Territory's most influential families, each one steeped in power and privilege. The atmosphere was lively as the group entertained themselves by building a pyramid-shaped tower of glasses and pouring expensive wine over them, letting the liquid cascade dramatically. The blonde ringleader of the group turned to the waiters and, with a smirk, instructed them to drink the wine spilled on the table. Without hesitation, the waiters complied, lapping up the liquid like obedient dogs, and even thanking him for the privilege of tasting such a fine drink. Reclining on a plush sofa, the blonde man boasted about his wealth, claiming that no matter how recklessly he spent, his money always seemed to replenish itself. One of his companions chimed in, attributing their fortunes to the Baskervilles. He noted that the Baskervilles' focus on territorial expansion created an endless supply of barbarians to kidnap and sell as slaves. Another companion laughed, agreeing that the Baskervilles' ambitions were a blessing. "They're like our personal hunting dogs," one remarked. "Always there to protect us." The blonde man scoffed. "Protect us? They're just sword-wielding idiots, easily manipulated." He recounted how they had orchestrated a conflict between Mesamadrano clan and Baskerville clan, which resulted in the Baskervilles wiping out the latter. The group laughed heartily, mocking the Baskervilles for their naivety. Amid the laughter, one companion brought up the new deputy consul, Vakir Van Baskerville. The blonde man sneered, asking if anyone had heard of him before. When they all replied no, he suggested teaching the boy a lesson. The plan was simple. Invite Vakir to a lavish party, ply him with expensive drinks and women, then force him to foot the bill afterward. The group laughed at the idea, convinced that the 15-year-old wouldn't dare report them since he wouldn't have the funds to pay. As they finalized their plan, a waiter entered, accompanied by several women, announcing their arrival. The group's attention shifted to the women, eager to indulge in the night's entertainment. But one of them noticed an unfamiliar young man standing among the women and questioned his presence. The waiter, uncertain, explained that the boy had entered with such confidence that no one had stopped him. The young man was none other than Vakir himself. The blond man gestured for a waiter to handle the situation. Grabbing Vakir by the hair, the waiter angrily demanded to know why he was there. Vakir's eyes glowed with cold fury, and a palpable tension filled the room. Suddenly, silence fell as the waiter's arm twisted at an unnatural angle, forcing a howl of pain. The group froze in shock as Vakir calmly stepped forward. One of the companions, still reeling, stammered in disbelief, recognizing Vakir as the deputy consul. "Why are you here?" he asked. Vakir's reply was simple and cutting. "You invited me." The blond man, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, forced a laugh. "Well, isn't this amazing?" he exclaimed, trying to diffuse the tension. "The deputy consul himself has graced us with his presence at our party." Vakir sat silently, watching as the blond man leaned in to whisper to one of his companions. Their hushed conversation wasn't subtle enough to escape his sharp ears. The blond man suggested they go ahead with their plan, to keep Vakir there and force him to pay for the entire party once it was over. His companion nodded in agreement, eager to see how Vakir would handle the situation. Vakir had heard enough. Slamming his hand down on the table, he interrupted their scheming. The entire table suddenly exploded, sending glasses of expensive drinks crashing to the floor. The explosion startled everyone in the room. The blond man's eyes widened in disbelief. Watching the champagne tower shatter and fall, he couldn't help but wonder if Vakir had used mana manipulation to destroy it with a mere touch. His thoughts raced as he realized something troubling. Vakir wasn't just an ordinary 15-year-old. He was a graduate of the Baskervilles' intense training. The blond man's companion was equally stunned. Whispering angrily, he admitted they had underestimated Vakir, thinking he was just a child. "Do something," the blond man snapped at his companion, but the latter shook his head, terrified. He knew they'd stand no chance against Vakir. Suddenly, Vakir placed a firm hand on the shoulder of one of the companions. The man froze in fear and, in a panic, blurted out that they would pay for all the drinks themselves. Vakir's gaze darkened as he questioned the man directly. "Were you planning to force me to pay for everything?" The man's expression shifted from panic to regret as he realized his massive mistake. Another companion tried to defuse the situation, nervously asking who would even dare try such a thing. The blond man joined in, laughing awkwardly, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. He explained that their intentions had been noble. They simply wanted to test Vakir to see if he was strong enough to resist the city's corruption. The blond man's companion quickly added, "It looks like you've passed. You're exactly the kind of leader Underdog City needs." But Vakir wasn't convinced by their feeble excuses. Without warning, he lunged at the man sitting closest to him, delivering a devastating palm strike that resembled a claw attack. His hand clutched the man's stomach with crushing force as he leaned in and spoke firmly. "An owner can test their dog, but a dog should never test its owner. No matter the situation." The room fell into an uneasy silence as Vakir's eyes swept across the group. He asked if they were so unmoved by his actions because they had grown complacent with their wealth and power. He warned them that they had no idea what true fear looked like. Without hesitation, Vakir threw the man to the ground and stomped on his face. Looking back at the others, he asked coldly, "Do you even know why I'm doing this? If you don't, then perhaps you'll need the same treatment." The blond man's face turned pale with fear. Stammering, he insisted that they understood perfectly why Vakir had acted this way. But Vakir wasn't satisfied. He kicked the man whose face was beneath his boot and replied, "If you really knew, you'd understand what comes next." Anger bubbled up among the group. The blond man called Vakir a bastard, while another companion sneered, questioning if Vakir really thought he could get away with this. In a flash, Vakir appeared right in front of the second man, his expression cold and unyielding. "You're guilty of abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and insulting Baskerville," he said sharply. The group froze, their faces reflecting pure shock. How did he know about their crimes? Before they could process his words, Vakir punched the second man with brutal force. Animals don't learn until you teach them, Vakir said, his voice dripping with disdain. His expression twisted into a sinister grin as he added, "And now, it's time for me to teach you disobedient creatures a lesson." In the dimly lit confines of a prison cell, two men stood in stark contrast to one another. Deputy Consul Vakir appeared calm and composed, while General Secretary Chihuahua's face betrayed a mix of shock and unease. Before them, a blond man with a battered face screamed profanities, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The blond man's tirade was relentless. He accused Vakir of orchestrating some underhanded scheme that would provoke his father into retaliation. With venom in his tone, he promised to kill them both the moment he was released, vowing never to forgive them for what they'd done. Chihuahua, visibly distressed, turned to Vakir, questioning the severity of the man's injuries. "Did you really have to go this far?" he asked. Vakir, his expression indifferent, replied with a faint smirk. "Do you think I overdid it?" Chihuahua's answer was an emphatic yes. He couldn't fathom how anyone could inflict such brutal injuries on another human being. He likened the man to a meat bag, battered beyond recognition. But Vakir remained unfazed. With a cold smile, he strode toward the cell, assuring Chihuahua that he hadn't even started yet. Chihuahua's disbelief deepened. "What are you planning to do?" he asked cautiously. Vakir's response was chilling. "I'm going to execute all the wicked civil servants who've turned into a hideous organization." He gestured toward the prisoners. "Just look at their arrogant faces. They've completely ignored the authority of the Baskerville clan. This is the result of a lack of proper education." The blond man and his companions, sensing the gravity of their situation, abandoned their bravado. They begged for mercy, offering Vakir everything they had if he would spare their lives. Chihuahua, ever pragmatic, voiced his concern. "You do realize their families won't sit idly by, right? They're cowardly, yes, but daring enough to seek revenge. This could spiral out of control." Vakir's confident smile didn't waver. He reassured Chihuahua that the families wouldn't dare retaliate. "These men are tied to the criminal underworld of Underdog City," he explained. "Their families are just as complicit. They wouldn't dare raise a complaint." Chihuahua pressed further. "But what about the evidence? Without proof, this could backfire." Vakir, unfazed, replied cryptically, "I have my ways of finding evidence. And if there isn't any, I'll make my own." Vakir's calm demeanor masked a deeper calculation. He wasn't concerned about what might happen next. The world was on the brink of a sudden shift, and he knew he would soon be dispatched to battle. Even if that didn't happen immediately, his departure for the academy was inevitable. Standing before the prisoners, Vakir's voice turned cold and methodical as he listed their crimes: human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, assault through intermediaries, and murder. His words fell like hammer blows in the eerie silence. The blond man, desperation written across his face, denied everything and demanded evidence. Vakir's only response was a smirk. "If I present evidence," he asked, "will you accept your punishment?" The blond man lowered his gaze, his guilt apparent. His defiance gave way to a silent plea, as if he were thinking, "I'll never bring shame to my family, even if I die here." Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was interrupted by the arrival of a bald man carrying a bag. The man greeted Vakir with a casual air, as though nothing out of the ordinary was happening. "Your custom order is ready," he announced, placing the bag at Vakir's feet. Vakir nodded, thanking the man for his timely delivery. The bald man chuckled and stepped back as Vakir opened the bag, revealing an array of tools. As Vakir carefully arranged his tools, the bald man, who had been watching with a mix of fascination and dread, finally spoke up. He admitted that despite 30 years of experience in torturing people, he had never seen anything like the tools Vakir was preparing. With a nervous chuckle, he asked where Vakir had come up with such terrifying devices. Vakir shrugged nonchalantly. "I didn't invent them. They were common where I came from." The bald man froze, visibly unsettled. "Where you came from? What hellhole is that?" Vakir chuckled. "Something like that," he replied, then asked, "Would you like to learn how to use them?" The bald man quickly shook his head, pale at the mere thought. "No, thanks. If I saw what you were about to do, I'd probably vomit everything I've eaten for a week." Vakir smirked and nodded, turning his attention back to his tools. As he gazed at them, his mind wandered back to the era of destruction, a time when even the demon clans would crumble under advanced interrogation techniques. Torturing prisoners of war from the demon clans had pushed the evolution of these methods to their peak. Opening his coat, Vakir revealed the full array of tools strapped to his body. The blond man's defiant bravado melted into sheer terror as he let out a high-pitched squeal. Vakir looked at the prisoners, his expression cold. "What happened to your confidence?" he asked mockingly. "Where's that tough talk about not admitting anything, no matter what?" Buttoning the cuffs of his sleeves, Vakir added, "Don't say anything just yet. I'd like to savor this. It brings back memories." The blond man couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down his face as fear consumed him. Meanwhile, rumors of the arrests of the 7 wicked gangs spread rapidly through Underdog City. Anywhere 3 or more citizens gathered, the topic was unavoidable. In a nearby tavern, patrons debated the events. "Good riddance," one man said. "Those gangs treated ordinary people like pests." Another, more skeptical patron doubted the arrests would lead to much. "The new deputy consul might make some noise, but I bet he'll release them soon enough. They're too connected to the native families." A third chimed in, "Still, the charges against them are serious. They might actually be executed this time." The room fell into murmurs as the group discussed whether the children of native families could truly be put to death. One patron reminded the group of Vakir's reputation for ruthlessness. "This is the same man who burned 10 billion gold just to prove a point. Don't underestimate him." But others believed the arrests were part of a political stunt. "It's just a power play," one patron said dismissively. "The native families will apologize, and the gang members will walk free once everything's smoothed over." Initially, events seemed to follow those predictions. The Mablink, Pyre, Luib, Chanel, Duragamu, Hermes, and Prada clans issued formal apologies to Deputy Consul Vakir. The gesture, however, wasn't enough to save the gang leaders. In the heart of the city's central square, 7 severed heads were hung on display. Salt preserved the grotesque expressions of agony etched on their faces, a chilling testament to the suffering they endured before their deaths. Above the heads, a public notice detailed the punishments meted out under the Baskerville Family Autonomy Constitution, renowned for its strict laws and merciless penalties. Clause 1. The banning of illegal brothels. The punishment? Tattooing the symbol forced sex all over the criminal's face. Clause 2. The banning of illegal gambling. The penalty was wrist amputation, carried out 72 times at regular intervals, matching the number of offenses. Clause 3. The banning of illegal private loans. The punishment was eye removal, though in this case, the punishment was suspended in response to pleas from the criminal's victims. Clause 4. The banning of illegal lobbying. The penalty? Exile. Since the criminals were already dead, their headless bodies were thrown outside the castle walls. The crowd stood frozen, staring at the grisly sight before them. The severed heads of the 7 gang leaders and the detailed punishments described in the notice left everyone in shock. In his office, Vakir addressed Chihuahua, who was still reeling from the events. "There's no need for surprise," Vakir said coldly. "These laws have always been in place. This is simply the first time the so-called native families have actually faced the consequences." Vakir believed that this unprecedented enforcement would spark a chain reaction, leading to inevitable change. He also predicted a violent fallout. When the destruction begins, he warned, Underdog City will become a bloodbath. Turning to Chihuahua, Vakir issued a grim directive. "Brace yourself. You'll be joining me for the next step in our strategy." Chihuahua blinked in disbelief, clearly shaken. The scene shifted. Chihuahua, now standing among a crowd of masked figures, wore an unfamiliar mask of his own. Turning slightly, he whispered nervously to the figure inside a cage behind him. None other than Vakir himself. "Are you sure this is the right strategy?" Chihuahua asked. Vakir's reply was short and direct. "Don't you trust me?" As Chihuahua stood silently, more people filed into the chaotic scene. Like him, they wore masks to conceal their identities, and their presence marked the start of an illegal slave auction. Underdog City, located on the outskirts of Baskerville territory, was notorious for its lawlessness. Among its darkest secrets was an underground slave auction. In the middle of nowhere, a massive tent had been erected, drawing luxurious carriages from across the region. The auction offered a grim array of products: kidnapped barbarians, fallen nobles, and commoners alike, all waiting to be sold to the highest bidder. Even more troubling was the fact that the Baskerville family was completely unaware of this operation. At the entrance to the tent, the auctioneer greeted attendees with theatrical enthusiasm. His demeanor changed slightly when he noticed Chihuahua's group. Recognizing their signature style, he greeted them as representatives of the Mablanc clan, a regular and prestigious customer of the auction. Looking at their identification papers, the auctioneer noted that Chihuahua's group was there as sellers. He mentioned that the Mablanc clan had been dissatisfied with their previous purchases, but Chihuahua reassured him, claiming they were satisfied with the quality of the auction's products. The auctioneer's attention then turned to Vakir, sitting in one of the cages. His striking black hair and crimson eyes immediately caught the man's attention. A rare product, the auctioneer mused with a greedy glint in his eyes. He promised to secure an excellent price for him. Chihuahua nodded, feigning agreement, and left the task to the auctioneer. The man bid farewell, wishing Chihuahua a pleasant time at the circus. Inside the tent, the crowd murmured in anticipation as the auctioneer took the stage. The attendees, a mixture of criminals and the wealthy elite, discussed their preferences for the slaves on offer. Some were drawn to mysterious or exotic appearances, others to beauty and tragedy, kidnapped nobles or fallen aristocrats with heartbreaking backstories. Everyone agreed on one thing. They hoped for an exceptional lineup of products. The auctioneer began with an impressive first item, an A-rank monster known as the Mercy Lego. This fearsome, cow-like creature from the depths of hell was said to possess 19 hearts, making it nearly impossible to kill without destroying them all. The auctioneer enthusiastically listed the uses for the Mercy Lego. From its leather to its meat, bones, and intestines, nothing goes to waste, he proclaimed. He started the bidding at 100 million gold, and the price skyrocketed as the crowd eagerly raised their offers. 140 million, 200 million, and finally 250 million gold. When no further bids came, the auctioneer slammed his hammer down with dramatic flair. Sold for 250 million gold, he declared, his voice echoing through the tent. The auction continued, showcasing a variety of items, each with unique qualities and uses. The crowd eagerly placed bids, hoping to secure valuable purchases. This underground slave auction remained a dark and hidden spectacle, thriving far from the reach of the law. As the auctioneer introduced each product, a worker whispered something into his ear. His eyes widened in surprise before announcing an unexpected addition to the lineup, a rare item. From the battle tribes of the barbarians at life engulfing forests, he declared, a fierce barbarian girl brought from the depths of the jungle. The girl was brought onto the stage, her presence commanding attention despite the chains binding her. The auctioneer played up her untamed nature, encouraging the crowd to bid on this wild slave and test their ability to tame her. He started the bidding at 5 million gold, but the room was silent. Undeterred, the auctioneer lowered the price to 3 million, then finally to just 1 million gold, but still, no one showed interest. The crowd began to lose focus, murmuring their disinterest. Frustrated, the auctioneer instructed the guards to remove the girl and bring out the guaranteed crowd pleasers instead. As the guards moved to take her away, the girl struggled violently, attempting to break free. But her rebellion was cut short when one of the guards struck her in the stomach, rendering her unconscious. She was dragged backstage as the auctioneer quickly apologized for the disruption. To make up for that minor incident, he announced with a flourish, "We will now present the best product of the day." The atmosphere shifted as the spotlight turned to Vakir, sitting calmly in his cage. The auctioneer described him with great enthusiasm. A pure-blood boy with striking black hair and crimson eyes, needing only the barest restraints. Before the bidding could officially begin, a woman in the crowd, clearly captivated by Vakir's beauty and physique, immediately offered 600 million gold. The auctioneer, caught off guard by her eagerness, chuckled. "We haven't even announced the starting price yet." A man in the audience followed with a bid of 800 million, which infuriated the woman. "Why would a man want him?" she snapped. "It's none of your business," the man retorted. "I plan to use him as a gladiator." The bidding intensified, with offers climbing rapidly to 900 million gold. Then, without warning, a masked bidder holding plate number 99 raised the stakes to an astounding 6 billion gold. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to the masked figure. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "It's Baron Gambino from the granary," someone said. "He's been rolling in money ever since taking over the underground funds." While some admired the Baron's deep pockets, his attendant expressed concern. "That's a lot of money for a slave," she said cautiously. "You'll only profit if his body stays unscathed." The Baron, clearly irritated, lashed out at her. "I took you in when you had nothing, and now you dare question me?" His anger silenced her objections. The auctioneer slammed his hammer down. "Sold." Customer 99 wins the bid for 6 billion gold. Vakir was brought forward to stand before Baron Gambino, who examined him with greedy eyes. Up close, Vakir's appearance was even more striking, and the Baron's thoughts turned dark. "You belong to me now," he said with a twisted grin, assuring Vakir that he wasn't a bad person. "No need to be nervous," he added, though his tone and expression suggested otherwise. The Baron began speaking of the many ways he could enjoy his new purchase, his perverse gaze making Vakir visibly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Vakir raised his hands, presenting them to the Baron. The Baron, momentarily puzzled, assumed Vakir wanted him to undo the cuffs. "Oh, you want me to?" Before he could finish, Vakir effortlessly broke the handcuffs. The sound of snapping metal reverberated through the room, leaving the Baron and his attendant stunned. Without hesitation, Vakir delivered a devastating kick to Baron Gambino, sending him flying to the ground. Before the Baron could recover, Vakir grabbed him by the back and announced a game he called Spear and Shield. With an iron grip, Vakir explained the rules. He would be the spear, and the Baron, as the shield, had to endure his attack to win. The Baron writhed in pain, screaming for his attendant Cindy to save him. But before she could move, the Baron had already passed out. Vakir released his grip, declaring with a calm, yet chilling tone that the Baron's unconsciousness meant he had lost the game. Reaching up, Vakir removed his disguise, revealing his true identity as Vakir Van Baskerville. The revelation sent a wave of shock through the room. Cindy, the Baron's attendant, gasped and exclaimed his name, but Vakir paid her no attention. Instead, he crouched near the Baron, inspecting him closely. "Is he dead?" Vakir asked, his voice cold and indifferent. The crowd erupted into murmurs of disbelief. "If Vakir Van Baskerville is here," someone questioned aloud, "then who's the new deputy consul of Underdog City?" Others whispered anxiously, wondering why a Baskerville hound would appear at an underground auction. Among the crowd, Chihuahua watched silently, his thoughts racing. The deputy consul has turned this situation into something massive, he mused, struggling to process the chaos unfolding before him. Vakir stood tall, surveying the room. "A circus," he remarked with a menacing smile. "A fitting name for this place." His crimson eyes gleamed with malice as he added, "Don't think for a moment that anyone here will leave in one piece." The atmosphere grew tense. Vakir, standing unarmed in the middle of the auction hall, was surrounded by guards. The crowd watched in stunned silence, unsure of what would happen next. The auctioneer, seething with rage, broke the silence with a shout. "Kill him," he ordered the guards, completely disregarding Vakir's status as a Baskerville. The guards rushed at Vakir, weapons drawn. But before they could get close, Vakir's hand flickered, and Beelzebub, his blade, materialized in an instant. With frightening precision, he cut through the advancing guards effortlessly, leaving them crumpled on the floor. A chilling red aura radiated from Vakir, and the auctioneer's confidence faltered as he realized the kind of opponent they were dealing with. One guard, wielding a metal ball and chain, swung the weapon at Vakir. In a blur, Vakir dashed forward and sliced through both the chain and the guard in a single stroke. The auctioneer's mind raced as he tried to comprehend what was happening. It dawned on him with horror that Vakir was a graduate, a title bestowed upon the most elite warriors who represented a nation's ultimate strength. "We don't stand a chance," he thought, his terror growing by the second. Watching from the sidelines, Chihuahua muttered to himself, marveling at Vakir's incredible swordsmanship. "I never expected his skills to be this irregular," he admitted, awestruck. But the chaos took a sudden turn. A sinister laugh echoed through the room, drawing Vakir's attention. Turning, he saw the auctioneer holding a knife to Chihuahua's throat. "Drop your weapon and surrender," the auctioneer demanded, his voice dripping with malice. "Or I'll slit his throat right here." The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Vakir. Vakir stood his ground, calm and unflinching, even as the auctioneer pressed the knife closer to Chihuahua's throat. Frustrated by Vakir's composure, the auctioneer grew more agitated. Meanwhile, Chihuahua, still held hostage, spoke with surprising resolve. "I'll be fine, Deputy Consul. Don't worry about me." "Take care of yourself," the auctioneer snarled, trying to silence Chihuahua, but his words only further demonstrated his loyalty to Vakir. Amused, Vakir laughed softly. "You've impressed me, Chihuahua," he said, his tone light but purposeful. Reaching down, Vakir revealed a flute attached to his leg. The auctioneer, confused, demanded to know what Vakir intended to do with it. Chihuahua, recognizing the object, wondered about its true purpose. Holding the flute confidently, Vakir stepped forward and addressed the tense room. Without warning, he placed it to his lips and blew with all his might. The piercing sound echoed through the auction hall, reverberating with such intensity that the crowd cried out in pain. Covering their ears, they tried desperately to block out the deafening noise. When the sound ceased, an eerie silence fell. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what had just occurred. The auctioneer, seemingly unaffected, let out a nervous laugh. "Is that all?" "A scare tactic," he sneered. "Even a graduate can't change anything here." But before he could say more, his words were abruptly cut short. A blade pierced his throat from behind, silencing him mid-sentence. Blood sprayed as the auctioneer's head was severed from his body. His lifeless head tumbled to the ground, eyes still wide in shock. Standing behind him was a hooded figure, their presence radiating menace. Chihuahua stared at the scene, paralyzed with disbelief. A guard nearby, attempting to regain control, rushed at the hooded figure. But with a single flick of the intruder's sword, coated in a dense red aura, the guard was shredded to pieces. The remaining guards froze in terror, their fear palpable. Vakir, watching the chaos unfold, smirked in satisfaction. Suddenly, more hooded figures appeared throughout the auction hall. There were dozens of them, each exuding a chilling, powerful aura. Their cold, unrelenting gazes seemed to pierce through the souls of those who dared meet their eyes. One guard, trembling, whispered, "Oh, who are they?" Another muttered a prayer, desperate for hope. Cindy Wendy, the Baron's attendant, recognized the distinctive teeth insignia on their chests. Her face drained of color. "The Pitbull Order," she murmured, her voice quivering. "The Baskerville clan's most brutal knights, the annihilation experts." The crowd erupted into panicked whispers. Everyone knew the Pitbull Order was made up entirely of graduates, warriors who represented the pinnacle of strength. Before Cindy could react further, one of the knights appeared behind her, sword poised to strike. Her heart raced as she thought, "I can't die here, not like this." But just as the blade was about to fall, Vakir stepped in, stopping the knight with a commanding presence. "Leave her alive," he ordered. The knight immediately backed off and knelt, showing deference to Vakir. "Rip the rest of them to shreds," Vakir commanded coldly. "But don't kill those lying down obediently. If they so much as flinch, kill them without hesitation." The knight nodded and vanished with terrifying speed, disappearing into the shadows. The hall descended into chaos as the Pitbull Knights carried out Vakir's orders with ruthless efficiency. The cries of those being cut down echoed throughout the area, their pleas for mercy drowned out by the sound of blades tearing through flesh. Among the survivors, a man lying prone on the ground trembled in fear. "Don't move. Don't even breathe," he thought. "Just stay down, and maybe I'll survive this." A Pitbull Knight appeared in front of a trembling man lying on the ground. The man squealed in terror, begging for mercy. "I'll wear the cuffs. I'll do whatever you want," he cried. The knight stared down coldly. "We don't carry cuffs," he replied bluntly. Confused, the man stammered, "Then what will happen to me?" Without another word, the knight's blade flashed. The man screamed in agony as his legs were severed. "Those sentenced to execution don't need legs," the knight said emotionlessly before moving on, leaving the man writhing in pain. Nearby, a man with a cigar stood beside Vakir. It was Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Knights. He glanced at Vakir, his gaze appraising, and asked, "How are you finding the Pitbull Knights? Satisfied with their performance?" Vakir nodded. "They're effective." Smirking, Boston Terrier offered further assistance. "If there's anything else you need, just say the word." Taking a long drag from his cigar, Boston Terrier studied Vakir more closely. No wonder Brother Hugo is so interested in him, he thought. At just 15, he's already this fierce and cruel. Placing a hand on Vakir's head, Boston Terrier invited him to join the Pitbull Knights. "Come to us," he said with a grin. "I'll raise you properly." Vakir hesitated before replying. "I'll think about it." Then, excusing himself, he added, "There's an urgent matter I need to handle." Boston Terrier watched him leave, a slight frown crossing his face. "He's ignoring me," Boston Terrier thought, but instead of feeling insulted, it only deepened his resolve. "I want him even more now." Vakir made his way to a dimly lit storeroom. His sharp eyes scanned the area as he muttered to himself. It has to be here somewhere, he said, searching purposefully. His gaze landed on a large safe tucked in the corner. Approaching it, he wondered if it held the payments from the nobles. For a moment, he considered taking the money to City Hall for taxation, but dismissed the thought. That's not why I'm here, he murmured. Turning his attention away from the safe, Vakir spotted a cage nearby, draped with a cloth. His expression hardened with determination as he approached it. Pulling off the cloth, he revealed a battered and bruised girl lying inside. The girl's body bore visible signs of torment, and tears streaked her face as she whimpered softly. Vakir clicked his tongue in disapproval, reaching into his pack to retrieve a potion. You're lucky enough to get this, he muttered. The potion, a gift from the Pitbull Knights, had extraordinary healing properties. Vakir poured it carefully into the girl's mouth. Almost instantly, her wounds began to mend, and the bruises on her body faded. The girl's eyes fluttered open, but upon seeing Vakir, she recoiled in fear. Perplexed, Vakir asked, "Why are you so afraid?" She didn't respond, only staring at him with confusion and caution. Rising to his feet, Vakir unlocked the cage door. Speaking in halting barbarian, he ordered her to leave. The girl seemed to understand but continued to look at him, hesitant. Vakir thought back to his battles with barbarians before his regression, where he had picked up some basics of their language. Pointing to the exit, he repeated his command in barbarian. Run away. The girl spoke something in her native tongue, her tone soft but incomprehensible to Vakir. He admitted, I'm not fluent in your language. As she turned to leave, the girl paused at the doorway and looked back at him. She spoke again in barbarian, her voice carrying an emotional weight Vakir couldn't decipher. Though he didn't understand the words, Vakir concluded from her tone and expression that she was thanking him. Vakir removed another cloth, revealing the true reason he had come to the storage area, Mercy Lego's corpse. Stepping closer, he examined the A-rank monster's remains with satisfaction, pleased to see it was still intact. A red aura began to radiate from his hand, and Beelzebub emerged with a faint grin, exuding a sinister presence. It's been a while since you've feasted on an A-rank monster, Vakir said to Beelzebub, his tone almost conversational. You'll get your meal soon, but you need to finish quickly. The Pitbull order is due to arrive shortly. Beelzebub responded with an eager, pleased sound, expressing its gratitude for the extraordinary feast it was about to enjoy. As the sun rose, news of the new deputy consul's ruthless actions against the criminal underworld spread like wildfire. Whispers circulated that the nobles and others involved in the illegal slave auction were now prisoners, their limbs torn off, held in Underdog City's prison. The notorious club burning suspension, once a den for illicit activities, had been burned to the ground, reduced to ashes. Heads of the club's VIPs were displayed publicly, creating a chilling warning against criminal behavior. The 7 original clans, whose heirs had been among those executed, sent written protests to the administrative office. Vakir's reply was blunt and unwavering. The death penalty was the only fitting punishment for those involved in the imperial family's most forbidden act, illegal slave trading. Bank drafts, ledgers, and incriminating documents from burning suspension were seized and turned over to the Baskerville clan for investigation. These records detailed cash transactions and financial ties to criminal organizations, all of which were being prepared for a formal report to the imperial family. With such decisive action, the protests from the 7 families eventually ceased. In an unprecedented move, the patriarchs of the 7 clans came personally to plead with Vakir at the administrative office. Their desperation was palpable as they sought leniency for their families. Vakir's response was simple and final. The black ledgers from burning suspension have been investigated. In accordance with the Baskerville self-governing dominion, the assets of your families will be confiscated, and for the crime of treason, 3 generations of your bloodlines will be destroyed. The impact of Vakir's appointment as deputy consul was felt across Underdog City. The execution grounds ran red with the blood of the city's corrupt elite, wiping out its most vile elements. Public officials and contractors, now free from the criminal influence, required new manpower, which led to a decrease in unemployment. The collapse of the underground auction house resulted in a surge in tax revenue, improving the city's welfare and revitalizing its economy. Underdog City began to see daily improvements, and Vakir's popularity among the citizens soared. Even the market reflected this shift as local businesses thrived and stock prices climbed. One day, Chihuahua approached Vakir in the administrative office, holding a steaming coffee cup. I brought you some coffee, he said, smiling. Vakir looked up and waved dismissively. You don't need to do that. You're the office manager, not a servant. Chihuahua shook his head, his tone warm. It's just my way of thanking you for saving me back at the auction. That clown nearly stabbed me. Vakir chuckled, a rare smile gracing his face. Coffee, huh? That's a bit stingy for someone whose life I saved. Chihuahua laughed and replied, I put in 2 spoons of sugar, creamer, and just a little bit of water. Consider it premium. The two shared a moment of levity before Chihuahua shifted the topic. By the way, how's your transcribing training coming along? Vakir handed over a sheet of paper. Take a look for yourself. Chihuahua examined the paper and was genuinely surprised. You've only been learning to write for a short time, but this is amazing. Your handwriting is almost flawless. Vakir humbly admitted that he still had much to learn, praising Chihuahua for his skills as office manager. Chihuahua, on the other hand, thought to himself how remarkable Vakir was. The young deputy consul not only had the ability to create and enforce new laws, but also grasped their deeper implications with ease. Chihuahua believed that if Vakir stayed in Underdog City, its development would flourish like never before. In the stillness of the night, faint rays of moonlight pierced through the clouded sky and spilled into a prison cell. Inside, Vakir stood face-to-face with a prisoner, Cindy Wendy, Baron Gambino's former attendant, whom he had spared during the slave auction. Cindy was bound with handcuffs, a blindfold covering her eyes. Vakir broke the silence, apologizing for not visiting her sooner and explaining that his duties had kept him occupied. He asked her a question to confirm her identity. Your name is Cindy Wendy, isn't it? She didn't respond to his question, instead asking coldly why he had spared her life. Without answering, Vakir reached forward and removed the blindfold from her eyes. Meeting her gaze, he replied, because I had questions for you. Cindy's expression twisted with disdain. Is that the only reason you kept me alive? She asked, her voice dripping with bitterness. Vakir ignored the question and turned away, his voice calm yet deliberate. Baron Gambino's rise in power wasn't natural. He was just an ordinary man before, but he climbed the ranks rapidly because of you, your ability to generate wealth. If you had nurtured your talents in a legitimate environment, you could have been a great merchant or banker. Pulling a chair in front of her, Vakir sat down. I'll make you a deal, he said. Answer my questions honestly, and I'll release you. If you refuse, his tone darkened, leaving the consequences unspoken. Cindy bit her lip in anger, but eventually agreed to answer as best as she could. Vakir's first question was blunt. How do you evaluate my performance as a law enforcer? Cindy responded with a mocking smile. Oh, a reputable magistrate has graced Underdog City with his presence, she said sarcastically. Unimpressed, Vakir leaned back. If you don't take me seriously, I can't promise to keep my word. With a sigh of annoyance, Cindy relented. Fine, I think you're doing well. Vakir's gaze turned cold and calculating. Suddenly, his expression shifted into a grin. Rising from his chair, he strode towards Cindy, grabbing her chin and leaning in close. His red eyes glinted as he asked in a deep, unsettling voice, Why do you think I'm doing well? Cindy broke into a cold sweat under his piercing gaze. Vakir released her and walked back to his chair, gesturing for her to speak freely. Grinding her teeth, Cindy began to explain. She pointed out that as a consul, virtue was one of the most important principles to uphold. While Vakir's strict laws may eliminate street criminals and bolster his personal authority, they would also sow seeds of resentment. Over time, hatred and rage among the people would grow, causing more harm than good. Looking directly at Vakir, Cindy warned him, if you keep gaining power like this, the Baskerville clan won't tolerate you. They'll see you as a threat to the clan leader. Vakir listened carefully, his expression unreadable. He concluded from Cindy's words that his current path could lead to both the people's hatred and the Baskerville clan turning against him. What do you think I should do? He asked. Cindy met his gaze and replied, Return all your authority and the glory of your achievements here to the Baskerville clan and its leader. If you keep the spotlight on yourself, it'll only bring more trouble. She paused, then added, Go somewhere where your power and status won't stand out. Places like Life Engulfing Forest or the Imperial Academy. Among people your age and rank, you can hide your strength and erase your identity from the spotlight. Cindy assured Vakir that, in time, the Baskerville clan leader would bear the consequences in his stead. After hearing her advice, Vakir remained silent, his gaze distant. The stillness was abruptly shattered as Cindy felt an intense surge of bloodlust emanating from him. A shiver ran down her spine, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken menace. Breaking the silence, Vakir finally spoke, his voice calm but chilling. I understand your suggestion, he said. It's like asking a hunting dog to bite the neck of its own master. His crimson eyes bore into Cindy with a mix of bloodlust and killing intent, waiting for her reaction. Yet, Cindy met his gaze without flinching, her expression calm. It's the only way for you to avoid the Baskerville clan's hatred, she replied evenly. Vakir's lips curled into a faint smile. I'll keep your advice in mind, he said. It's remarkable Your thoughts are almost identical to mine. To Cindy's astonishment, Vakir stepped forward and removed her handcuffs, setting her free. Cindy stared at him, bewildered. You're really letting me go? Vakir nodded. I always keep my promises. As Cindy walked past him, she paused and said, I hope you never come to regret this. Before she could leave, Vakir's voice stopped her. Do you know the Messamedinaro clan? Cindy turned back, her expression puzzled. Vakir began to narrate. There were more than just the well-known 7 clans among Underdog City's founding families, he explained. The Messamedinaro clan was the 8th, a prosperous merchant clan that rivaled the others in wealth and influence. He continued, his tone darkening. Their prosperity came to an abrupt end during a birthday celebration. The youngest son of the clan displayed his newly learned sword skills. What he showed stunned the onlookers. It was the secret Baskerville sword technique, knowledge that only members of the Baskerville family are permitted to know. The revelation reached the Baskerville clan's leader, who immediately deemed it an unforgivable breach of military secrecy. The response was swift and merciless. The hunting dogs were unleashed, and the Messamedinaro clan was wiped out. Cindy's expression grew tense, and she asked cautiously. Vakir's voice turned sharp. There was more to the story. The secret sword technique hadn't been leaked by accident. It was stolen by the 7 clans' young masters and taught to the child as a cruel trick. The Messamedinaro clan was nothing more than a scapegoat for their crime. Cindy forced a smile, her unease growing. What does the story of the 8th clan have to do with me? Vakir didn't answer directly. There was a survivor, he revealed, his tone heavy with meaning. A 1-year-old girl taken from the wreckage of her family's massacre. She was subjected to unspeakable cruelty, tortured simply because she was beautiful. What they did to her, he paused, the weight of the story too grim for even him to elaborate. Cindy clenched her fists and turned away, anger flashing across her face. I don't want to hear any more of this, she snapped, walking toward the exit. But Vakir's voice pursued her. The story doesn't end there, he said. A new deputy consul brought the truth to light and exacted justice. The 7 masters who orchestrated the Messamedinaro clan's fall were captured, tortured, and forced to admit their crimes. Vakir's expression darkened. Before they died, they expressed remorse. Their last words were, I'm sorry for committing such a heinous crime. Cindy stopped in her tracks, tears streaming down her face. Turning back to face Vakir, she choked out a question. Who? Who were they apologizing to? Vakir looked at Cindy with calm resolve and answered. They should apologize to the young girl who used the fake name Cindy Wendy, the sole survivor of the Messamedinaro clan. Cindy's tears continued to flow as she stared at him, her voice trembling. How am I supposed to believe you? She asked. You took them, tortured them. How can I trust they truly apologized? Without hesitation, Vakir picked up a torch. The easiest way for you to believe me, he said evenly, is to see it with your own eyes. He led Cindy to the prison cell where the 7 young masters had been held before their executions. Gesturing toward the floor, he urged her to take a look. Cindy's eyes widened as she took in the sight. Written in blood on the ground were the prisoners' final, desperate words of apology. We were the ones who brought devastation upon the Messamedinaro clan. Forgive us for our crimes. The message was a pitiful plea for mercy, born from terror in their last moments. Overwhelmed by the gruesome scene, Cindy clutched her stomach and vomited. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled. Vakir approached her, his voice steady. Even though they all died painful deaths, the vengeance of the Messamedinaro clan isn't over yet. There's still one more clan that needs to answer for what they've done. He knelt slightly to meet Cindy's gaze. Despise the Baskervilles. You have more than enough right to do so. As a survivor of the Messamedinaro clan, Cindy wiped her mouth, her tears refusing to stop. Why are you helping me? She asked, her voice raw. You're part of the Baskerville clan yourself. Vakir smirked faintly, his crimson eyes glinting. You're asking the wrong question. Cindy got to her feet, brushing herself off. She began to walk away, but paused, turning back to face him. I understand now, she said softly. Vakir Van Baskerville, I owe you a debt. Her tone shifted, firm with resolve. No matter what you choose to do with your life, I'll make sure you never have to worry about money again. As she disappeared down the hallway, Vakir stood in silence, watching her go. After a moment, he muttered to himself, I'll hold you to that promise. The next morning, Chihuahua burst into Vakir's personal quarters, eager to wake him up for work. Deputy Consul, it's time to, he began, but the words died in his throat. The sight before him was surreal. Vakir lay peacefully sleeping amidst blood-soaked sheets, with corpses scattered across the room. Vakir stirred, rubbing his eyes. He greeted Chihuahua with a casual, "Good morning." Chihuahua's jaw dropped. "Good morning," he exclaimed. "What about the bodies all over the place?" Vakir glanced lazily around the room and shrugged. "I'm not sure. It seems I killed them in my sleep." Chihuahua stared at him, horrified. "Are you serious?" Vakir laughed lightly. "Relax. It was just a joke." As they walked down the hallway, Chihuahua hesitated before asking, "Deputy Consul, what was your childhood like?" Vakir smirked. "Didn't find my earlier joke funny?" "That's not what I meant," Chihuahua replied, exasperated. Vakir's expression turned thoughtful as he muttered aloud, "Lately, I've had some inconveniences. 2 poison arrows for poison drinks, acid snipers, arson attacks, getting run over by a cart. The list goes on." Scratching his ear, he asked, "Do you think I've attracted someone's attention?" Chihuahua stared at him incredulously. "I think you've gone insane." Vakir's focus shifted as he contemplated Beelzebub, the weapon summoned from his arm. He thought about its newest skill, Hellish Buffalo's Tough Life, which he had obtained at the last illegal auction. Though it carried a high risk rating, its effectiveness had exceeded his expectations. With Beelzebub's 3 slots filled by Burn Injury Cerberus, Hemorrhage Hellhound, and Tough Life Hellish Buffalo, Vakir's body was now significantly enhanced. The River Styx's enhancements, combined with Tough Life, had made his skin so resilient that even a graduate-class assassin had been unable to pierce it. Despite his satisfaction with the power of his skills, the continued attempts on his life had started to become more than just an annoyance for Vakir. He knew he needed to investigate and put an end to the assassination attempts. Chihuahua smiled nervously, agreeing with his decision. As the two walked, they noticed a carriage ahead. The flag emblazoned on it was unmistakable. It bore the Baskerville crest. Both of them expressed surprise at the sight. "They've sent someone from the main family," Vakir said, his tone serious. The carriage door opened, and a figure began to descend. Chihuahua immediately started to sweat profusely. Standing stiffly at attention, he nervously wondered if this was who he thought it was. Vakir, on the other hand, remained calm, watching the guest with measured eyes. The new arrival was none other than John Barrymore, the head butler of the Baskerville household. John greeted Vakir with a warm smile. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Vakir inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the greeting. "You're looking much better these days, head butler," he remarked politely. The butler chuckled lightly as he approached. "Do you really think so?" he replied playfully. "I had no doubts that you'd do well ever since you left the main residence." "Just luck," Vakir said modestly, though his composed demeanor betrayed little emotion. Chihuahua, standing nearby, couldn't contain his awe. The head butler, John Barrymore, wasn't just any servant. He was the best of the Barrymore family, having served the notoriously terrifying Baskerville family for 4 generations. For Chihuahua, being in his presence was like meeting a living legend. Vakir interrupted Chihuahua's starstruck thoughts with a direct question. "What brings you all the way here, head butler?" John's smile remained as he explained. "The Patriarch has been following your progress closely and is quite pleased. He's ordered you to return to the main residence." Vakir blinked, momentarily surprised. "Hugo is pleased?" he repeated internally, struggling to imagine such a scenario. He pictured his uncle Hugo with a smiling face, but the thought seemed almost too absurd to be real. Meanwhile, at the Baskerville residence, Hugo La Baskerville, the clan patriarch, sat at his desk, reading an article with an unusual title. "The Most Beloved Figure Among Underdog Citizens, Vakir." The article detailed how Vakir had become the recipient of multiple awards, including Most Trusted Among Merchants, Most Loved Among Farmers, Most Respected Among Children and Scholars, Most Targeted by Assassins. Hugo's sharp eyes flicked over the page before glancing up at Vakir. "The Baskervilles have always been known for using weapons, not brains," he remarked bluntly. "But with your actions, we can change that image." Hugo nodded approvingly. "You've done well, Vakir." Vakir bowed humbly, placing a hand over his chest. "I only did what I was supposed to do." Yet, he couldn't help but silently question whether the expression on Hugo's face was genuinely happiness or something else entirely. Hugo continued in a commanding tone. "One must reward and punish according to the situation." He paused, then added, "You will be attending the Colossio Academy this year." Vakir, ever composed, merely nodded. He had anticipated this. The Colossio Academy was renowned as the Empire's finest institution, catering exclusively to the children of aristocracy and royalty. With its strict dormitory system and unparalleled internal security, it was the ideal training ground for the Empire's elite. To Vakir, this was a golden opportunity, not only to grow stronger, but also to subtly distance himself from Hugo's ever-watchful eyes. As Hugo continued, he mentioned his intention to send additional companions with Vakir to the academy, but admitted he hadn't yet decided who they would be. He then asked Vakir directly if there were any siblings he would prefer to attend with. Vakir responded that he was closest to Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough, though inwardly, he thought of them more as convenient sandbags. Hugo, seemingly satisfied with the choice, agreed to send those 3 along. He then asked Vakir if he remembered the plan they had devised when Vakir was just 8 years old. Vakir immediately guessed Hugo was referring to the strategy they had discussed during joint training with the Morgs. "You mean the plan to lend the ruby mines to the Morgs family and use them to wipe out the barbarians?" Hugo smirked. "That's the one. And it worked." Curious, Vakir pressed for clarification. Hugo explained that the Morgs had proposed a joint raid and approached the Baskervilles humbly, offering a partnership that was already showing promising results. Switching topics, Hugo suggested that before entering the academy, Vakir should conduct a territory inspection to ensure that the laws he had implemented were being upheld. "It'll be a good experience for you," Hugo added. Bowing his head, Vakir agreed. "I'll follow your orders, Patriarch." Soon, Vakir and Chihuahua stood at the city gates, preparing for Vakir's departure. With tears in his eyes, Chihuahua waved goodbye, addressing him formally. "Deputy Consul, I'll do my best to manage the administrative work while you're away." Vakir turned back to glance at the teary-eyed secretary and thought to himself that this parting would likely be permanent. As Vakir and his group traveled some distance from the city, he abruptly called out, instructing someone to reveal themselves. In response, dozens of figures dressed in black emerged from hiding spots all around the group. One of them even appeared beside Vakir, removing his head covering to reveal himself. The man introduced himself as Staffordshire Baskerville, a knight of the Pitbull Order. Vakir greeted him and apologized for the wait, explaining that he wanted their departure to proceed in an orderly fashion. Staffordshire assured Vakir that their mission was to safely escort him to the Morgs family's juvenile fortress. "Any updates on my Uncle Boston Terrier?" Vakir asked. Staffordshire chuckled. "He's doing well, but ever since the slave auction incident, he's been adamant about recruiting you into the Pitbull Order." Vakir smirked slightly, but thought to himself how uncomfortable his uncle's obsession made him. The group eventually arrived in a hilly region, where they observed farmers diligently working in the fields. Vakir pointed toward the farmland. "Is this the region we lent to the Morgs?" he asked. Staffordshire nodded. "It is. It doesn't look like anyone's breaking the law here." Vakir's sharp gaze swept across the scene, but he remained quiet. He knew the stated purpose of the envoy team was territory inspection, but their true mission was to eliminate the barbarians. Staffordshire continued, informing Vakir that the Morgs family had assembled a substantial force. 3 delegates, 30 members of the lower house parliament, and about 100 mages unaffiliated with the legislature. Vakir noted the effort and remarked inwardly that the Baskervilles, in contrast, had sent only a dozen knights and himself, a lone member of the lower house parliament, while the elite forces were stationed on standby beyond the mountains. He recalled Hugo's words of advice before his departure. "It wouldn't be a bad idea to observe the barbarians' lifestyle for yourself." As Vakir and Staffordshire continued their journey, a fortress came into view in the distance. The sight around it was grim. Dead trees dotted the landscape, and skeletons hung from their branches like eerie decorations. Vakir observed the scene and remarked to Staffordshire, "A mage must have done this. It's clearly meant as a message to the barbarians from the Morgs." Staffordshire nodded, shuddering slightly. "It's a terrifying warning." But Vakir's mind wandered to Camus Morgs, wondering how much she had changed and grown since their last meeting. As they approached the fortress gates, 3 figures appeared above them. A stern voice called out, demanding to know who they were. Vakir and Staffordshire looked up in surprise. Standing atop the gates were 3 identical girls, all wearing expressions of equal defiance. One of them spoke confidently, declaring, "No one passes without our permission." The other 2 immediately echoed her words in perfect unison. Vakir instantly recognized them as the Morgs family's infamous 3 flowers, the triplets High Sis, Middle Sis, and Low Sis. Their reputation for chaos and madness was well known, with people often saying that their combined insanity could reach the heavens. Steeling himself, Vakir introduced himself as part of the Baskerville envoy team, sent to inspect the territory and strengthen relations. His voice was firm as he demanded the gates be opened. High Sis, however, refused. "I need to report to the person in charge first," she said. "You'll get your response tomorrow." Vakir frowned, irritation flickering across his face. "You're denying me entry into my own land?" The triplet smirked. "Tenant protection law," High Sis retorted smugly. "Don't look down on us just because we're renters here. That law, it was made by your family." Her mocking tone made Vakir's temple throb with annoyance. He felt a familiar red aura beginning to flicker around his hand as his irritation grew. For a moment, his anger threatened to boil over, but he took a deep breath and managed to suppress it. Keeping his voice calm, Vakir responded, "I've amended the law. It now allows me to evict tenants I dislike." His words were icy as he reiterated his demand. "Open the gates. Now." A wave of killing intent surged from Vakir, slamming into the triplets with a force that made them falter. Fear flickered in their eyes as they hesitated, caught off guard by the bloodlust emanating from him. But the tension reached a breaking point when High Sis, unable to contain her anger, cast a spell at Vakir. "I've heard about the psycho kid running Underdog City," she sneered, "but we've dealt with enough lunatics to know how to handle you." The spell struck the ground near Vakir, causing his horse to rear in fright. From her vantage point, Low Sis shouted again, "You'll wait right there? Don't step foot onto Morg's territory without permission." Her insults grew sharper. "Stupid swordsman. You think you can handle us?" "I'd love to test the so-called rising star of the Baskerville family." Staffordshire instinctively drew his sword, his expression dark. "This won't end with words," he said grimly. Vakir agreed, signaling his readiness to fight. But before they could act, one of their group members shouted angrily, "These girls don't even know their place." Two others echoed his sentiment, their voices full of disdain. "Their words are absurd." The familiarity of their voices caught Vakir's attention. He glanced toward his companions, his thoughts churning. "Those voices, I've heard them before." The three sisters, unfazed by the outburst, exchanged amused glances. High Sis was the first to speak, her tone condescending. "Mere underlings," she scoffed. Middle Sis chimed in, smirking. "Do you think your ranks are higher than ours?" Low Sis finished, her voice dripping with disdain. "You don't even know your place." The three members of Vakir's group stepped forward to confront Morgs's three flowers, firmly denying their accusations by repeatedly saying, "Not us." Removing their hoods, they revealed their identities. It was none other than the Baskerville triplets, High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow. Standing confidently, they pointed at Vakir and declared in unison, "He is the symbol of Baskerville." The triplets turned to Vakir with matching grins. "Leave this to us," they assured him, radiating confidence. Vakir's expression twisted into one of exasperation. "Great. My annoyance has just increased to the power of 2, he muttered to himself. As the scene unfolded, Vakir couldn't help but find the triplets' behavior both puzzling and irritating. Their over-the-top antics left him bewildered, though he understood their motives. High Burrow glanced back at Vakir, his tone brimming with gratitude. "Thanks for recommending us to the Academy." "Don't worry, we got this handled." Vakir's thoughts raced as he pieced together their intentions. It was clear that their eagerness stemmed from their connection to the Academy, though to him, they were little more than glorified sandbags. Despite their lack of intelligence, Vakir recognized that with proper training, they could become effective soldiers, mindless but obedient. With a faint smile, Vakir decided to humor them. "Fine, I'll leave this to you, older brothers." The triplets practically beamed with joy at Vakir's words, clearly proud of the trust he had begrudgingly placed in them. Meanwhile, Morgs's three flowers watched the exchange with disdain. High Sis sneered, "Ignorant fools, clinging to each other like helpless children." The Baskerville triplets, unfazed by the taunts, retaliated by flipping them off in unison. "No, you're the fools," they shot back defiantly. Morgs's three flowers bristled with anger at their insolence. High Sis, Middle Sis, and Low Sis vowed to discipline the Baskerville triplets for their audacity. Vakir's thoughts drifted as he recalled his memories from before his regression. He remembered the Morgs triplets as formidable mages with unique attributes: water, earth, and nature. Their magic was highly compatible, and when combined, it amplified the effects of their spells exponentially. It was this synergy that earned them the title of Morgs's Three Flowers. As if to prove their reputation, the Morgs triplets combined their magical abilities, summoning a colossal vine barrier made of soil and plants. High Sis perched atop the wall of vines, bursting into laughter. "Let's see you try to get through this," she taunted. Middle Sis and Low Sis joined in, mocking their adversaries and questioning whether they could overcome the formidable obstacle. Undeterred, High Burrow drew his sword. "It's nothing," he said coolly, dismissing the plant barrier as insignificant. With practiced precision, High Burrow executed the Baskerville First technique, slicing through the massive vines effortlessly. The barrier crumbled under his strike, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Staffordshire, who had been observing from a distance, couldn't help but marvel. A flawless execution of the first technique. However, before High Burrow could fully recover, he sensed danger. A vine whip lashed out toward him with incredible speed. High Burrow managed to block the strike with his sword, but the sheer force of the attack sent him staggering backward. High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow called out in worry as they saw their brother pushed into a defensive position. Low Sis smirked from her perch. "Your pathetic swords will never reach us," she sneered, her confidence unwavering. The Baskerville triplets were visibly enraged, their expressions resembling hunting hounds ready to pounce. Their anger burned brightly as the tension between the two sides grew. Staffordshire turned to Vakir, observing his calm demeanor. "Are you enjoying this?" he asked, a trace of amusement in his tone. Vakir raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What exactly are you referring to?" Staffordshire gestured toward the ongoing clash between the Morgs triplets and the Baskerville triplets. The eternal debate, magic versus swordsmanship. Magic channels the surrounding mana to amplify and reproduce elemental powers, while swordsmanship focuses a warrior's own energy and mana for explosive, enduring strength. "It's fascinating, don't you think?" Vakir sighed. "If you put it that way, I'm part of this debate, too." Staffordshire smirked. "True, but you've already surpassed everyone else your age." Vakir, however, was unimpressed with the fight, expressing his frustration. "They're all a waste of time. I wish they'd just wipe each other out already. I've got more important things to deal with than watching children squabble." His thoughts drifted to his growing workload and the responsibilities piling up since finding a supervisor. Suddenly, a fiery spell erupted onto the battlefield. A powerful voice, filled with anger, rang out. "What are you fools doing in front of my territory?" High Burrow, caught up in a skirmish with High Sis, attempted to take advantage of the distraction, but the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. A massive wall of fire burst forth, engulfing the area. The resulting explosion left everyone stunned. Staffordshire tensed at the sudden display of magic, but Vakir smirked, half-jokingly wondering if the fiery blast had incinerated them all. To his annoyance, the Baskerville triplets emerged alive from the smoke, coughing and stumbling. Vakir shot them a displeased look, clicking his tongue. "Where did that fire magic come from?" High Burrow asked, still in shock. Middle Burrow turned toward the source of the attack, shouting his frustration. "Who the hell is behind this smoke wall?" As the smoke began to clear, the Morgs triplets came into view. High Sis and Middle Sis were visibly shaken by the near-death experience, their confident facades crumbling. High Sis trembled as she whispered, "If I dodged a second later, I might have died." Low Sis clung to her older sisters, voicing her fears in a shaky voice. From atop the fortress gate, the figure responsible for the fiery display stepped forward. Flames still flickered in her hands as she looked down at the chaos with a commanding presence. It was Camus Morgs. Camus' voice cut through the tension like a blade. "I can't forgive anyone who causes trouble in the territory I manage." She landed gracefully in front of the Morgs triplets, her gaze ice cold. High Sis scrambled to explain. "We were trying to stop the invaders." Low Sis added, "It was their fault. They started it." Camus fixed them with a sharp glare, her tone even colder. "First of all, address me properly. I am the vice head of this fortress, not someone you can call Camus so casually." The authority in her voice made Middle Sis shudder. Hastily, she corrected herself and addressed Camus with the proper honorific. Camus' gaze shifted toward the treetops, pointing to the skeletons hanging ominously. "If you don't want to meet the same fate, I suggest you think more carefully next time." Middle Sis let out a frightened squeak, quickly apologizing on behalf of her sisters. Camus turned her attention to Vakir, her eyes widening in surprise as recognition dawned. Approaching him, she smiled faintly. "It's been a long time," she said softly. 7 years, hasn't it?" Vakir smiled warmly at Camus, acknowledging that it had indeed been a while. He greeted her by name. "Camus Morgs, as his eyes briefly studied her. Vakir found himself contemplating her more mature appearance, wondering if it explained her increased allure. He recalled how, in his previous life, Camus had captured the attention of many men in high society. Scandals and rumors swirled around her as she reportedly captivated even married men. Curiously, Vakir noted the absence of such rumors in this lifetime. Shrugging off the thought, he got straight to the point. "Open the gates," he said bluntly. "Words won't work on the triplets." Camus blinked, startled by his straightforwardness. Her expression darkened. "That's all you have to say to me after all this time?" she snapped. Vakir tilted his head slightly, his gaze curious. "What should I say instead?" he asked, his tone neutral. Camus' frustration boiled over. Staffordshire, standing nearby, observed her growing anger and couldn't help but wonder if the next clash would be between the two superstars of their clans. Pointing a trembling finger at Vakir, her eyes glistening with angry tears, Camus declared, "0 points. You get 0 points. Your attitude toward your future wife is appalling." The entire group, Mords's 3 flowers, Baskerville's triplets, Vakir, and Staffordshire, turned to Camus in stunned silence. Camus, now visibly flustered, averted her gaze and muttered, her face reddening. "Humph." Everyone present, including Vakir, was left with the same question on their minds. Whose wife? Riding together on their horses toward the fortress, Vakir and Camus resumed their conversation. Camus remarked, "The Baskerville clan doesn't seem to know much about the barbarians." Vakir replied confidently, "We know more than you think. We've fought against them many times, probably more than the Mords family ever has." Camus glanced at him sideways. "If that's true, why send those idiots?" she asked, clearly referring to the Baskerville triplets, whom she considered young and reckless. Vakir shrugged. "The arrangement was already made with the Mords family," he explained. "The main force is stationed on the other side of the mountain range." "You know that?" Camus smirked. "You may think you know, but I wonder if you're as well informed about the barbarians as you believe." Vakir shot back, "As the leader of this delegation, it's my responsibility to know everything." "Of course I'm well informed." Camus' expression softened into a faint smile. "For someone the clan may have wanted to discard, you certainly seem trusted now." The topic shifted naturally. "Which of the barbaric tribes do you find the most troublesome?" she asked, her curiosity evident. Vakir considered her question. "The Balac warrior tribe and the Rococo sorcerer tribe," he said after a pause. "The Balac are exceptional archers. Their skill with a bow surpasses even the Empire's finest. And no, this isn't common knowledge." Camus nodded, clearly impressed by his answer. 8 points, she said, scoring him with her own unique system. 8 points? Out of what? Vakir asked, confused. Camus grinned playfully. "Out of 100, of course. You answered well, so you get points." Vakir gave her a curious look, but decided not to press further. Camus continued her peculiar evaluation. "I don't like overly intelligent men," she declared. "They're dull. A little foolishness makes men more interesting." She turned her attention to his horseback riding. "Your choice of horse is terrible. That giant beast doesn't suit someone of your shorter stature." With a teasing tone, she deducted 6 points. Next, she critiqued his attire. "Your clothing? Dull and uninspired." She awarded him only 4 points for his fashion choices. When she noticed Vakir ignoring her entirely, she gave him 1 point for his manners. Finally, Camus smiled as she gazed at his face. "Your face gets 99 points, she said, her teasing tone softening. "But your lack of control over your expressions loses you 1. Growing increasingly frustrated, Vakir sighed and told Camus to stop her pointless evaluations. "Why is it pointless?" Camus shot back, her tone sharp. "I'm just being stern with my future husband." Vakir froze, his confusion evident. "Future husband? What are you talking about?" Camus folded her arms and huffed. "You passed the test, remember? My uncle's test. That duel was to determine your abilities as my potential husband." Vakir's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. She was referring to the duel he had fought 7 years ago against Camus' uncle to test his worthiness as a potential partner. Camus' irritation flared as she continued, venting her frustration. "I never agreed to this. That duel ruined my path to marriage." But she sighed heavily. "A promise is a promise, so I have to follow through. Not that I'm happy about it." As Camus fumed, Vakir watched her silently. He couldn't help but acknowledge her incredible prowess as a fire mage, one of the best he had ever seen. Finally, he interrupted her rant with a blunt declaration. "I've forgotten all about that day. and I'll treat it as if it never happened. Camus' face flushed bright red. Without a second thought, she grabbed her jacket and hurled it at him. "You dummy," she shouted. "You can't just undo something like that. Besides, I'm a genius. I never forget anything I witness." Vakir caught the jacket and stared at it, recognizing it as the same one he had given her during their duel 7 years ago, after her clothes had burned. Camus, still blushing furiously, turned away. "Don't read too much into it," she muttered, "and stop saying nonsense." Vakir examined the jacket more closely, a faint smirk on his face. Did she return it without even washing it? As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus pointed toward a wall in the distance. "The barbarians ambushed the ruby mine," she explained. "They've been pillaging crops and capturing indigenous slaves to sell elsewhere." She gestured toward the wall, a towering structure of earth and iron. "We had our mages build that over the course of a month." Vakir studied the wall, impressed. "It's incredible. That would have taken several hundred regular workers at least a year to build." Camus nodded, her pride evident. "Of course." However, Vakir noticed several large holes in the wall and frowned. "Were they caused by Balac arrows?" Camus confirmed with a grim nod. "Yes, their arrows carry a strong aura. We've suffered heavy casualties, especially during night guard duty. They can pierce through walls 2 to 3 meters thick." She glanced at Vakir. "Even my uncle wasn't spared. One of those arrows broke through his magic shield and hit him in the chest. He survived, but his pride didn't." Vakir's brow furrowed as he recalled a similar incident involving Hugo, the Baskerville patriarch. A Balac arrow had grazed Hugo's nose bridge, leaving him furious. "Do you know who's behind these attacks?" Vakir asked, his tone serious. Camus hesitated. "It's hard to say. Their faces are painted black, so it's difficult to identify them, but I think it's a woman." Their conversation was interrupted by a mage who approached hastily, addressing Camus as the vice head of the fortress. "Vice head, we've captured a reconnaissance member of the barbarians. Please come quickly." Curious and concerned, Vakir and Camus followed the mage to a large tent. Inside, they found the captive, a disheveled barbarian restrained and surrounded by guards. Vakir's sharp eyes narrowed as he studied the captive. After a moment, he spoke with certainty. "This one's from the Rococo sorcerer tribe." Camus turned to the mage with a firm expression. "Have we been able to extract any information from him?" The mage shook his head. "He's uncooperative. His strong sorcery makes him resistant to psychic magic. We've been unable to read his mind." Frustrated, Camus directed her attention to the captured barbarian. "Tell me about the ambush on the Mords clan's fortress. How many people did you kidnap?" The barbarian remained silent, his expression unreadable. Camus pressed on, her voice laced with anger. "Among those taken was Rose, a daughter of the Morgs. She's my 6th cousin. Tell me, what have you done with her?" A twisted smile spread across the barbarian's face as he muttered something in his native language. Camus frowned and turned to the mage. "What did he say? Is there anyone here who can translate?" The mage replied hesitantly. "There's no one available at the moment who understands his language." Suddenly, Vakir spoke up. "I know a little of the Rococo language." Camus raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Is there anything you don't know?" "I'm not fluent," Vakir clarified. "I just understand the basics." "Then ask him," Camus said, her voice steady but strained. "Ask him where my cousin is. She's 12 years old, with red hair, red eyes, and white skin." Vakir nodded and posed the question in the barbarian's tongue. The barbarian's smile grew darker, and he gave a short reply, his tone mocking. Vakir's expression turned grim as he closed his eyes for a moment. Then, he looked at Camus and relayed the devastating news. "Your cousin is dead." Camus' face twisted in anger and anguish. Her hands balled into fists as she declared, with the senator of the audience hall being treated and the senator of the temple away on inspection. "The decision falls to me." She straightened her posture, her voice ringing with authority. "I, Camus Morgs, a member of the Middle House and the vice head of this fortress, declare the verdict: immediate execution." In an instant, a sharp spike pierced the barbarian's body, and flames consumed him. As the barbarian burned, he uttered something in his language. Camus coldly dismissed his words. "After this war, your language will only be spoken in hell." The barbarian's cries faded as the fire reduced him to ashes. His companion, restrained nearby, watched in silent horror at the brutal execution. Still fuming with rage, Camus turned abruptly and ordered Vakir to follow her. As Vakir exited the tent, he saw Camus some distance away, her shoulders trembling as she cried aloud. He approached her slowly, recognizing that despite her formidable exterior, she was still just a 15-year-old girl. "Were you close with your cousin?" Vakir asked gently. Camus nodded through her tears. "Very close. She was pure, so unlike the cold-hearted nature of our clan. She didn't belong in a place like this." Vakir tried to comfort her. "I believe she left this world peacefully." Camus turned to him, her tear-streaked face filled with doubt. "Don't lie to me," she said softly. "I'm not stupid. I'm a genius." I understood a little of what he said. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Tell me the truth. What did he really say?" Vakir hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had hoped she hadn't caught the barbarian's chilling words. "We ate her." Camus' tears fell anew as she knelt on the ground, her voice breaking with guilt. "I couldn't protect her. I'm so sorry, Rose." Vakir stood by, watching her anguish unfold. At first, he extended a hand to comfort her, but he hesitated and ultimately pulled it back. Camus' cries echoed in the air, raw and heartbreaking, as Vakir stood in silence, lost in thought. After some time, Camus managed to stop crying, wiping the tears from her eyes. She took a deep breath, her composure returning. "This isn't a bad thing," she said firmly. "If someone had shown me half-hearted sympathy, I'd have killed them on the spot." Turning to Vakir, she added with steely determination, "This isn't the time to mourn. I need to regain my composure and focus on revenge." Vakir observed her resolve with a sense of admiration. Heroines really are built differently, he thought. Extending his hand, he nodded in agreement. However, before Camus could take his hand, a loud, bell-like sound echoed across the fortress. Vakir frowned. "What's that sound?" Camus stood up quickly, her expression serious. "It's the signal for a barbarian attack." Vakir raised an eyebrow. "Your time for revenge seems to have come sooner than expected." Outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls sat astride white wolves, armed with bows and arrows. Their leader knocked an arrow, aimed toward the guards on the fortress walls, and released. The arrow flew with deadly precision, causing a massive explosion that left the guards scrambling in disarray. The leader commanded her companions, "Attack." The barbarian girls, accompanied by their ferocious wolves, launched into battle. The wolves leapt at their prey with terrifying speed, while the barbarians themselves slashed at the soldiers of the Mord's clan with relentless ferocity. Ropes flew through the air as they lassoed soldiers by the neck, swiftly incapacitating them. The scene was one of utter chaos when Vakir arrived, taking in the gruesome battle unfolding before him. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield. "Did I get here too quickly?" He wondered, assessing the situation. Suddenly, a rope shot toward him, wrapping tightly around his neck before he could react. Vakir turned his gaze forward, only to see two barbarian girls skillfully holding the ends of the rope. In their native language, one of them said, "We've caught a good one. This hunt for husbands is going well." Vakir quickly realized their intention. The barbarians were capturing men to breed stronger offspring for their tribe. With a flick of his wrist, Vakir grabbed the rope and swung it powerfully, sending the two girls flying through the air. "Sorry," he said dryly, "but I'm not available. I might already be engaged." The girls slammed into the ground with a thud, drawing shocked gasps from the male barbarians nearby. "What? Who is this guy?" one of them asked in disbelief. The others quickly prepared their arrows, uncertain of whether Vakir was friend or foe. Despite the tension, Vakir didn't back down. His mind briefly flashed to Hugo's instructions: avoid engaging in a fight before meeting up with the main force. Vakir considered waiting, but ultimately decided otherwise. Drawing his sword, he advanced fearlessly toward the incoming arrows. With a display of precise strikes, he cut through the barrage with ease, each swing showcasing his exceptional skill and agility. The barbarians' eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible?" they muttered among themselves. Their shock, however, was short-lived. A sudden wave of fire engulfed the area, forcing them to cry out in pain as the heat bore down on them. Camus stepped forward, flames still dancing in her hands, her expression fierce. "These barbarians will burn," she declared, her voice seething with anger. Vakir turned to her in astonishment, realizing that she had turned the battlefield into a sea of fire. Camus turned to Vakir, her expression sharp. "Are you using liquid aura?" she asked, clearly recognizing his abilities as a graduate. Her words carried a tone of acknowledgement, one rarely given. You're the only man I could ever recognize, she added. Vakir confirmed calmly. I received an order from the Patriarch to avoid battle until regrouping with the main force. Camus wasn't deterred. Beginning to cast multiple spells, she questioned. An order from Baskerville's Patriarch? Is that supposed to stop me? Her voice was filled with defiance. A Baskerville should refrain from intervening, she declared. I will handle this myself and eliminate every last barbarian here. Unleashing a series of powerful fire attacks, Camus set the battlefield ablaze. Vakir stood back, astonished. He immediately recognized her spell, burned, a potent fire spell. His sharp eyes caught the details of her casting method. She was employing a quadra-casting technique, 4 simultaneous casts of burning spells, which exponentially increased the lethality of her attacks. Driven by her desire for vengeance, Camus poured her all into the spells, decimating the area in front of them. Suddenly, a barbarian wielding a blowgun fired a poison needle that struck her neck. Camus winced, realizing she had been poisoned. Her body grew numb, and she collapsed to the ground, her movements hindered. Through blurry vision, she spotted the culprit, a barbarian perched on a wolf's back. Vakir observed her state, clicking his tongue. She's more trouble than I thought. The barbarian launched a rope toward Camus, aiming to capture her, but Vakir's hand shot out, catching the rope midair. Camus managed a faint smile despite her condition. Nice catch, she murmured. Vakir glanced down at her. We should retreat, he said bluntly. Camus' eyes flashed with defiance. What about the farmlands? The captives? It's wiser to wait for the Baskerville main force, Vakir replied firmly. Camus shook her head, her resolve unwavering. I won't retreat. I can't. Not when the barbarians took my cousin. Vakir sighed, frustrated. You need to make a rational decision. Before he could say more, Vakir's instincts flared. He sensed an arrow flying toward him from behind. Ducking just in time, he narrowly avoided the projectile. Looking up, Vakir spotted the archer, a barbarian girl with sharp, focused eyes. Could this be the destructive power Camus mentioned? He wondered. Lost in thought, Vakir was caught off guard as another barbarian lunged forward, grabbing Camus and swiftly retreating into the chaos. Vakir! Camus cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Vakir watched, his expression darkening with frustration. Memories flooded his mind of a younger Camus Morgs, held captive years ago. He remembered her fierce return, annihilating an entire barbarian group and earning the title of Queen of Larue at Lenore. Vakir's focus snapped back to the present. He knew what he had to do. Suddenly, the barbarian girl he had spotted earlier attacked, lunging at him with remarkable agility. Her movements were swift and precise. Vakir evaded her strike, his senses sharpened. To his surprise, she wielded a bow as a melee weapon, swinging it with deadly force. The barbarian girl followed up with a chi-infused kick, sending Vakir sliding backward. As he steadied himself, Vakir assessed the situation. Her movements were far more refined than the other barbarians. She wasn't an ordinary foe. Do I need to go all out against her? He wondered. But before he could act, the barbarian girl surprised him further. Attempting to speak in his language, she said haltingly, Yumi, we meet again. Vakir's gaze locked onto the barbarian girl, and recognition hit him like a thunderclap. She was the same girl he had freed during the slave auction. Though he had once shown her mercy, he couldn't help but silently label her a troublemaker. Meanwhile, the barbarian girl met his stare with a sly smirk, as if reveling in the dramatic reunion. Vakir's memory drifted back to that fateful auction, where he had shattered her chains and set her free. Now, faced with her again, he hesitated. Breaking the silence, he asked if this was how she intended to repay his kindness, with revenge. The girl chuckled and made it clear. Her vengeance wasn't aimed at him, but at the Morgs clan, the ones who had captured and enslaved her. She clarified their paths were only crossing by chance. Mounting her wolf with an air of confidence, she declared her mission. She would repay the Morgs clan for the suffering they had caused, starting with Camus, their next leader. If Vakir wished to save his girl, he would have to follow. The challenge hung in the air as Vakir weighed his options, silently considering whether to reveal the full extent of his strength. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of Adolphe Morgs, Camus' uncle, whose sudden appearance brought tension to the already volatile scene. Adolphe wasted no time and began casting a spell, his voice dripping with disdain as he demanded the barbarians return his niece. His spell fractured the ground, sending jagged shards flying, but the barbarians were prepared. With uncanny agility, They maneuvered their wolves over the unstable terrain, leaping between shattered rocks and escaping with ease. Adolf could only watch their retreat with mounting frustration. His curses echoed through the air as his mind churned over the unfolding disaster. The ambush had unraveled mere minutes after the warning bell had sounded, a testament to both carelessness and inexperience on the part of his forces. As Adolf seethed, a mage approached him, bearing troubling news. The barbarians had fled to the restricted area of life engulfing forest, deep within mountain. At the mention of this perilous region, Adolf's anger turned to grim concern. The restricted area was infamous for its dangers, a place few dared to tread, especially at night. Even with his niece at stake, Adolf found himself hesitating. The risks of venturing there were staggering. Before he could waver any further, Vakir broke the silence, his voice cutting through Adolf's uncertainty. He calmly stated that they could still pursue the barbarians. Adolf turned to him, incredulous, questioning the young man's bold suggestion. Everyone knew the forest was a death trap after dark. But Vakir was undeterred. He assured Adolf that navigating such terrain was second nature to him, a skill honed since childhood. Memories of his past life flooded his mind. Years spent mastering reconnaissance and survival in countless dense forests. His confidence caught Adolf's attention. Grabbing Vakir by the shoulders, Adolf demanded to know if he was truly serious about this risky endeavor. Nearby, the Morg's clan mage voiced his doubts, warning that entering life engulfing forest was tantamount to a suicide mission. Adolf, however, dismissed the caution outright. With resolve hardening in his voice, he declared that anyone unwilling to join the pursuit was free to stand down. No judgment would be passed on those who chose safety over valor. Adolf turned his gaze toward Vakir, a reluctant acknowledgement in his eyes. Deep down, he had known from the start that this young man was extraordinary. Now, with no other options, he had no choice but to rely on Vakir's abilities. Vakir, Adolf said directly, his tone heavy with resignation. I'm entrusting you with the responsibility of saving my niece. The dense forest of life engulfing forest, situated within Baskerville territory, was infamous for its deadly environment. Bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders, and countless other treacherous creatures made it a place no ordinary person could survive for more than an hour. It was fittingly called the life-engulfing forest. Despite its dangers, Morgs and Baskerville troops pressed forward, closely following Vakir as he navigated the perilous terrain with practiced ease. Vakir moved swiftly, leaping over obstacles and cutting through hazards like a shadow. Adolf couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Are all Baskerville boys like this? He asked in amazement. Staffordshire Baskerville shook his head with a smirk. No, not all of them. But young Master Vakir, he's an exception. Their conversation was interrupted when two enormous, venomous bees emerged, blocking the group's path. With effortless precision, Vakir dispatched them in a single fluid motion, leaving the onlookers stunned. The Baskerville triplets, watching from behind, couldn't hide their admiration. He's so cool, they murmured in unison, their awe evident. Suddenly, Vakir stopped behind a large tree and motioned for the group to halt. He pointed ahead, where faint flickers of light shone through the thick forest canopy. They're close, Vakir said. The barbarians haven't fled far. He then shared a chilling rumor. Balac hunters scatter dry leaves around their camps to detect pursuers. From here on, every step needs to be taken with caution. Before the group could react, Adolf stepped forward and cast a spell. Silence, he intoned, targeting Vakir. Vakir shot him a questioning look, but Adolf quickly explained. This spell ensures you make no sound as you move. Adolf smiled, an air of confidence returning to him. I'll take it from here. Thank you for your help, nephew-in-law. The term caught Vakir off guard. Nephew-in-law? He thought, puzzled. What does he mean by that? Not far from their position, the barbarians had set up camp in a clearing. A fire crackled in the center, casting eerie shadows on the surrounding trees. Camus, tied tightly to a tree trunk with ropes, shouted furiously at her captors. You're all going to burn to ash the moment I get out of here, she yelled. I'll make you regret capturing me with my special fireball. Her threats fell on deaf ears. The barbarians, likely unable to understand her language, ignored her completely. Nearby, two barbarian girls stood chatting. One of them mentioned her interest in the man they had encountered earlier, while the other lamented her failed attempts at husband hunting. Camus watched them with growing frustration. They're not even listening to me, she thought bitterly. She pieced together their conversation. Husband hunting? Wife hunting? Is that why they've been ambushing our group this whole time? Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the male barbarian who had captured her. With a smirk, he addressed Camus in his native language. An excellent catch like you. Every male in our tribe will want you. Camus glared at him, her fiery spirit undiminished. You perverted bastard, she shouted back. If that's what you're planning, just kill me already. The barbarian scratched his ear, feigning confusion as he remarked, I don't understand what you're saying. Yet, with a cruel grin, he grabbed Camus' chin, forcing her to look at him. But I can tell you're talking back just by looking into your eyes, he sneered. With an unsettling expression, he raised the arrowhead in his hand and licked its tip, his intentions clear. This arrogant slave needs to be disciplined, he said menacingly. Before things could escalate further, another barbarian arrived, a familiar figure. It was the barbarian girl whom Vakir had saved during the slave auction. Stay away from my slave, she commanded sharply, addressing the male barbarian as a Hun. Taken aback, a Hun stammered, Commander Ian. His tone shifted to one of pride as he added, but I was the one who captured her. Commander Ian shot him a cold glare. Lower your voice, she snapped. Defensive, a Hun attempted to explain. I shot the paralyzing arrow. I set the trap. Ian cut him off, her expression unyielding. If it weren't for me stepping in, you'd be dead right now. That boy with the sword would have taken your head in an instant. Silenced by her words, a Hun hesitated before muttering. So this woman, she's your prize now. That's right, Commander Ian confirmed, her tone leaving no room for debate. Camus observed the tense exchange with growing curiosity. Is there an internal dispute brewing among these barbarians? She wondered. Her limited understanding of the barbarian language allowed her to piece together bits of their argument. She caught the name, Ian, and deduced that the girl held a significant position, likely their commander. A Hun, still defensive, pointed at Commander Ian and exclaimed, You may be a commander, but you're still just a woman. Commander Ian's eyes burned with fury as a blue aura erupted around her. Fixing Ian with an icy glare, she retorted, And what difference does that make? If you have a problem, come at me. I'll turn you into a bloody mess. A Hun's bravado quickly melted into fear as his body broke into a cold sweat. Raising his hands in surrender, he stammered, I'm not angry. You do as you please. With that, he retreated, thoroughly cowed. Camus, still bound, watched the scene unfold. Looks like she's won the argument, she thought, observing the respect, or fear, the other barbarians had for their commander. Commander Ian turned her attention to Camus, her gaze appraising. Good eyes, strong physique, as expected from the future leader of the Morg's bloodline. But her tone shifted as she kicked Camus without warning. Unfortunately, you Morg's bastards sold me into slavery, Ian said bitterly. I was lucky to escape, thanks to some kindness along the way. But you won't be so lucky. Leaning closer, Ian's voice grew more menacing. I'll tame you to the point where you'll feel it in your very bones and soul. Menial tasks, like licking the space between my toes, will become your daily routine. Before Camus could respond, a piercing scream shattered the tension. Commander Ian spun around, startled, as a barbarian was engulfed in flames behind her. What is this? An explosion? Ian questioned aloud. The barbarian in flames writhed and screamed in agony, while others scrambled to prepare their weapons. It's an ambush, one of the barbarians shouted. From the fire, a lone figure emerged, their silhouette cutting an imposing figure against the blazing inferno. The figure's voice rang out, sharp and resolute. Barbarians, you'll pay for what you've done. Camus' face lit up with joy as a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Uncle Adolf, she exclaimed, standing amidst the burning wreckage. Adolf Morgs held flames in his hands, his presence commanding and stern. His voice boomed across the battlefield as he demanded the immediate release of his niece. The barbarians froze, startled by the sheer force of the Baskerville and Morg's clan members who had begun to hunt them down relentlessly. Perched on a tree branch above the fray, Vakir surveyed the scene, his sharp eyes narrowing in thought. Something felt off. The Balac hunters, known for their precision and systematic ambushes, were now in complete disarray. Meanwhile, the barbarian girls, riding their wolves, voiced their frustration at the chaos caused by the Baskerville and Morg's forces within the dark forest. Adolf, witnessing several barbarians attempting to flee, roared, No one escapes. Eliminate every last one of them. Camus, still tied to a tree, smiled with satisfaction as she watched the pandemonium unfold. They deserve this, she thought smugly. But her amusement was short-lived. Hearing a rustling sound behind her, she turned, her eyes widening in shock. "Vakir," she blurted out, her excitement overriding any sense of stealth. Vakir, standing behind her, placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. However, her loud reaction left him sighing in exasperation. Quickly, he cut the ropes binding Camus to the tree and helped her to her feet. Camus beamed, happiness radiating from her. "You came to save me," she exclaimed. Vakir, slightly irritated, replied, "Do you not understand the meaning of silence?" As the two began to retreat, Ayan, the barbarian commander, suddenly appeared before them. Her sharp eyes gleamed with anticipation as she regarded Vakir. "I expected you to come," Ayan said, her voice calm, yet commanding. She praised his exceptional skills, his speed that allowed him to cover great distances, his composure in navigating the treacherous forest, and his unwavering resolve to save Camus. With a smile, Ayan added, "I won't ask about your past, but you've passed." Vakir, confused by her cryptic words, frowned. "Past what?" At that moment, Camus and Ayan locked eyes, engaging in a silent battle of wills. Their intense gazes conveyed their unspoken intentions. Vakir tightened his grip on Camus, realizing that concealing his abilities in this encounter might no longer be possible. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Ayan was somehow familiar. Could she be related to the one who scarred Hugo's nose? He wondered, recalling the infamous Balac archer, Night Fox. However, after studying her movements, Vakir dismissed the idea. No, she's too young and inexperienced to be the Night Fox. Perhaps she shares the same bloodline. Suddenly, a barbarian launched a surprise dart attack. Vakir raised his hand, effortlessly blocking the projectile, which shattered upon impact. It was the same barbarian who had kidnapped Camus. His eyes widened in disbelief, stunned that Vakir had anticipated the attack. Vakir wasted no time. Sweeping Camus into his arms, he said, "Things have gotten troublesome. I'll take you to your uncle." Camus, blushing furiously, nodded. "All right," she stammered. Her surprise deepened as she noted his formal tone. Is it the poison making him act like this? She wondered. Vakir moved swiftly through the dense forest, carrying Camus toward Adolf's position. Behind them, Ayan watched with a mix of disappointment and determination, expressing her desire for Vakir to return to her willingly. As they advanced, Vakir glanced at Camus. "Are you sure the poison isn't too severe?" he asked. Camus, uncertain, replied hesitantly, "I think maybe it is." Before they could continue, two barbarians fired arrows at them, but Vakir skillfully deflected the projectiles with precision, ensuring their safety. Meanwhile, Ayan readied her bow, her expression cold and resolute. Taking careful aim at Camus, she questioned aloud, "Should I eliminate the girl from Morgues?" Without hesitation, she released the arrow. It streaked through the air, leaving a bluish aura in its wake, its trajectory unerringly aimed at Camus. Vakir's glowing red eyes caught the arrow's path as it sped toward them. Reacting instinctively, he twisted to shield Camus. Sensing the sudden movement, Camus turned to look behind her just as the arrow came dangerously close, only 2 inches from her eye. But before the arrow could strike, it froze midair. A shimmering ice wall materialized, halting it in its tracks. "Are you hurt, my dear niece?" Adolf's voice rang out, filled with worry. He stood nearby, flames still burning faintly in his hands, the protective ice spell already in place. "Uncle!" Camus cried out, relief washing over her as she called his name. Adolf approached quickly, taking hold of Camus and casting a spell, "Cure poison." "It's a severe numbing poison," he explained. "I've managed to slow its effects, but we'll need to visit the divine Quo Vadis for complete treatment once we return." However, Camus pushed his hand away. "Let go for a moment," she demanded, surprising Adolf. Confused but compliant, Adolf stepped back. To his shock, Camus ran toward Vakir, leaping into his arms and embracing him tightly. "Thank you for saving me again," she said earnestly, her voice filled with gratitude. Adolf stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief and tears welling up. "Camus!" he shouted, attempting to gather his composure. "I did my best too." But Camus turned to him, her expression full of indignation. "And yet, you show up now," she retorted angrily. "I'm telling Mother about all of this." Before Adolf could respond, a rope suddenly shot through the air, wrapping tightly around Vakir's neck. It was Ayan. Come with me willingly, Ian demanded, pulling on the rope in an attempt to drag Vakir toward her. It'll be easier for both of us. I don't have much time. Despite her efforts, Vakir didn't budge. His feet remained firmly planted, his strength unyielding. Ian's frustration grew as she struggled to comprehend how Vakir could resist so effortlessly. Camus, witnessing the scene, gasped in recognition. "It's you again," she exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Vakir, calm and focused, broke the rope around his neck with ease, snapping it like a twig. But Ian's words stuck with him. "No time, what does she mean by that?" He pondered, sensing a deeper urgency behind her actions. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of killing intent swept through the forest. Birds took flight in a panic, and an oppressive sense of dread blanketed the area. Ian's face turned pale as she looked upward, horror etched into her features. "It's noticed us," she whispered, her voice trembling. Vakir glanced at her, confused, when a sharp buzzing sensation radiated from his hand. Looking down, he saw the red lines etched on his skin glowing ominously. Beelzebub, the hidden blade within his arteries, was issuing an intense warning. Ian's trembling voice broke the silence. "She's coming," she said, her words heavy with fear. Vakir's expression hardened as he processed her cryptic statement. "She? Who's she?" He wondered, his instincts sharpening. Ian, now drenched in cold sweat, uttered the name in a hushed tone, Madame Eight Legs. Suddenly, a towering pillar-like structure emerged from the heart of the forest, its presence dark and ominous. The barbarians froze, their faces pale with recognition. "It's the Madam! The Madam is here!" they cried out in terror. Camus gazed at the colossal structure, questioning aloud, "Is that just a pillar?" Vakir's sharp gaze fixed on the mysterious form. His voice was firm as he denied the possibility. "No way," he muttered, shrouded in an eerie purple aura. The so-called pillar began to split apart, revealing 8 long, spindly appendages. Like massive tree branches, the legs descended with terrifying speed, anchoring themselves into the ground. Adolphe, overcome with concern, voiced his disbelief. "How could such a monstrous thing be hidden here?" he exclaimed, his usually composed demeanor faltering. Vakir's face turned grim, his mind racing. He had never anticipated encountering such a creature in this forest. Madame Eight Legs, he realized, his heart sinking. This was no ordinary monster. It was a notorious entity ranked with an S-tier risk, capable of nationwide destruction in a single day. The massive spider stood on its 8 legs, towering over everyone as its piercing scream echoed through the forest. The sound sent shivers down every spine, rooting those present in fear. Camus opened her mouth to speak, but Vakir quickly placed a hand over her mouth, silencing her. In a low, urgent whisper, he reminded her, "Stay quiet. Madame Eight Legs has poor sight but highly sensitive touch and hearing." Vakir's thoughts drifted back to an old native's warning he had heard before his regression, a chilling legend of the Madame of Eight Legs who haunted the depths of the forest. It had seemed like just another horror story at the time, but now it felt all too real. The Empire's monster dictionary, even after several revisions, documented this creature as a catastrophic threat. Its name alone struck fear into the hearts of all. Madame Eight Legs. Suddenly, the creature let out another ear-piercing scream, and from its mouth spewed a stream of greenish liquid. The corrosive substance rained down, hissing as it melted tree branches upon contact. Vakir skillfully dodged the falling poison, his movements precise and calculated. Adolphe, acting quickly, conjured a protective barrier to shield himself and Camus from the acidic onslaught. Not far away, a Hun, one of the barbarians, screamed in terror as some of the poison landed on his hair. In a panic, he grabbed a knife and cut off the affected strands, falling to his knees and panting in fear. Ian, however, glared at him with disgust. Her voice was low and sharp as she berated him. "Stop screaming in front of Madame Eight Legs." With a cold glance at the monstrous spider, Ian added darkly, "If you weren't the shaman's grandchild, I'd kill you myself." She then turned back to the other barbarians, her expression fierce as she barked an order. "Retreat," she commanded, her voice steady despite the chaos. Adolphe, still carrying Camus, echoed the sentiment. "Make a run for it," he instructed quietly, his tone leaving no room for argument. As the forest seemed to pulse with the overwhelming presence of Madame Eight Legs, The group knew they had no choice but to flee. Madame Eight Legs emitted playful, almost mocking noises, seemingly entertained by the chaos unfolding around her. As the fleeing groups scattered, the Balac barbarians split into smaller clusters while the Baskerville and Morg's clans retreated together in a more organized formation. Their distinct methods of escape seemed to help Madame decide whom to target. With terrifying speed, Madame Eight Legs charged toward the Baskerville and Morg's forces. Adolphe, visibly frustrated, questioned why the creature had chosen to pursue them. One of the Morg's mages, brimming with confidence, stepped forward. "Leave it to me," he declared boldly. "Fire attacks are a bug's weakness." He began casting a powerful fire spell, summoning an explosion that engulfed Madame Eight Legs in a sea of flames. For a brief moment, the mage turned to Adolphe with a triumphant grin, ready to boast about his success. But his victory was short-lived. Without warning, one of Madame's massive legs pierced through the air and impaled a mage standing beside him. Blood splattered across the confident mage's face as he froze, trembling with fear. The fire spell hadn't even scratched the monstrous creature. Adolphe, Camus, and Vakir continued to retreat. Camus, her voice filled with disbelief, expressed her shock at the monstrous sight before them. Meanwhile, Vakir, lost in thought, came to a sudden realization. Abruptly, he stopped running and turned to face Madame Eight Legs. His unexpected movement caught everyone off guard. Staffordshire, alarmed, shouted after him, "What are you doing?" Vakir's response was firm and unyielding. "If no one acts, we'll all be annihilated," he stated. He proposed that someone had to tie down the creature's legs to buy time. When Staffordshire volunteered, Vakir immediately cut him off. "Do you really think you have what it takes to restrain those legs?" he questioned bluntly. Vakir turned to Adolphe and emphasized that they couldn't afford to let Madame Eight Legs follow them back into the territory. "I'm the best person for this job," he declared. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he turned to face Adolphe. "There's no time left," Vakir said, leaving the final decision in Adolphe's hands. Camus called out to Vakir in disbelief, her voice trembling. But Vakir pressed on, urging the group to flee without him. Adolphe, clearly torn, finally made the call. "We run," he ordered, ensuring that Vakir's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. Tears welled in Camus' eyes as she pleaded with Vakir to return with them. But Adolphe pulled her back, forbidding her from moving. As the group retreated, Vakir stood his ground, the weight of his choice heavy on his shoulders. His grip on his sword tightened, but then he paused, letting out a slow, resigned sigh. Vakir considered the situation. He had no personal stake in the survival of the Baskerville territory, nor did he believe the Allied forces could stop Madame Eight Legs' growing power. Yet, he saw a rare opportunity for himself. If he could feign his death here, he would finally escape Hugo's watchful eye. This deception would buy him precious time to master the 10th technique, a skill that lingered, unrefined, in his mind. With that mastery, he could perfect his ability to conceal and control his power. Then, when the time was right, he would return to the clan, stronger and more prepared than ever. A radiant red aura began to envelop Vakir's hand as Beelzebub emerged from within. He knew that if he didn't use every ounce of strength and skill he possessed, this battle would be his last. With unwavering resolve, he committed to unleashing all his resources, including the vast reserve of mana bestowed upon him by the River Styx's blessing and the ethereal aura reserved for the highest-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship techniques. In his grasp was the demonic sword Beelzebub, its blade cloaked in a menacing red aura. Vakir's eyes glowed fiercely, mirroring his determination. With swift and calculated movements, Vakir dashed toward Madame Eight Legs, the monstrous spider that loomed before him. He leaped high into the air, the red glow of his aura intensifying with every passing second. Hovering momentarily above the terrifying creature, Vakir locked eyes with Madame Eight Legs as she let out a piercing, otherworldly scream. Channeling the Baskerville 5th technique, Vakir propelled himself downward with incredible speed, his blade aimed directly at the monster's head. Madame Eight Legs struggled, but found her legs inexplicably rooted to the ground, unable to move. The sheer force of Vakir's attack slammed into her head, driving it down into the earth. From a distance, a radiant red light surged into the sky, illuminating the entire forest. Adolphe, carrying Camus, and the Baskerville triplets, tears streaming down their faces, fled from the devastating blast. Camus, watching the powerful clash unfold, was overcome with emotion. A tear slipped down her cheek as she screamed Vakir's name. In the aftermath, silence blanketed the forest. Only the ominous red glow remained, marking the site of the monumental battle. Vakir's vision shifted. His head was on a guillotine, his cold eyes fixated on Hugo la Baskerville, who stood motionless under the moonlight. Hugo raised his hand, signaling the guillotine to fall. As the blade descended, Vakir's head rolled to the ground. The last thing he saw was the cold, indifferent gazes of those around him. Hugo turned and walked away, his back illuminated by the pale moonlight. Vakir's final thought was one of betrayal. In the end, Hugo did it. But before he could process more, his eyes snapped open. Vakir awoke in an unfamiliar room, staring up at a foreign ceiling. He lay on a mattress, his body heavily bandaged, with one eye completely covered. Scars riddled his flesh, and a rope was tightly wound around his neck. As he tried to make sense of his surroundings, confusion clouded his thoughts. Where am I? He wondered. Memories of the battle against Madame Eight Legs flooded back. How many days had passed since that fateful encounter? He recalled the intense clash, the moment when Madame was stunned by the explosion's blinding light. Possibly the only reason he was still alive. Attempting to sit up, Vakir was struck by a wave of excruciating pain that coursed through every fiber of his being. He quickly realized the full extent of his injuries. Muscles torn, veins strained, bones fractured. There wasn't a single part of his body untouched by the damage. The force of Madame Eight Legs' final attack had been far greater than he had anticipated, leaving him battered and broken. Even the ache in his neck from the trap he encountered during the battle seemed trivial in comparison. But in hindsight, it was that very trap that had inadvertently saved his life. Vakir began to assess the situation, wondering if everything was unfolding according to his plan. He acknowledged his successful escape from Hugo's ever-watchful gaze. The presence of witnesses like Adolf and Camus meant his supposed death could easily be proven. Exiting the room, Vakir surveyed his surroundings. Barbarians moved about the camp, children practiced archery, and slaves hurried under stern commands. Balac, the Balac camp. Vakir recognized it instantly. A chilling realization struck him. It was amidst the sworn enemies of the Baskerville clan. His concern deepened as he considered his heavily injured state, which made escape impossible. Among the slaves, he noticed soldiers from both the Baskerville and Mord's clan as, confused, he questioned why he hadn't been executed like the others. Before he could dwell further, a Hun, a barbarian he recognized from the past, Camus kidnapper, approached him. With a smirk, a Hun taunted Vakir, noting his helpless state. "You should be grateful," a Hun sneered. "If you weren't the commander's pet dog, you'd already be boiling in a pot." The words pet dog rang in Vakir's mind. A flash of Hugo chaining him down surged through his thoughts, igniting a deep, burning anger. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of killing intent radiated from Vakir, startling a Hun. Stunned but defiant, a Hun threw a punch at Vakir, knocking him to the ground. Frustrated, a Hun spat, "Arrogant bastard," before storming off. As he left, a Hun instructed Vakir to find his owner at the end of the rope tied around his neck. Vakir lay motionless, his body aching from the fall, his resolve hardening. Glaring after a Hun, he silently vowed to repay the humiliation when his strength returned. Vakir began following the rope, its length seemingly endless, testing his patience. Each step fueled his frustration. "How far does this thing go?" he muttered under his breath. Finally, the rope grew taut, signaling that he had reached its end. What he saw next caught him off guard. Ayin, the barbarian girl he had encountered before, stood bathing in a small pond, holding the other end of the rope. Vakir froze at the edge of the pond, unsure of how to proceed. Ayin smiled at him mischievously and instructed, "Lie down." Her command left Vakir speechless, and he stared at her, bewildered. Before he could process her words, Ayin yanked the rope, sending him flying forward. A sudden was cut through the air as an arrow narrowly missed Vakir, striking a nearby tree trunk instead. Ayin glared at a group of children nearby, shouting at them for their carelessness. "Go practice somewhere else," she barked. As Vakir lay on the ground, Ayin turned her attention back to him. With a sly smirk, she expressed her gratitude for his role in freeing her during the slave auction. Pointing at him, she explained the Balac principle: return kindness twofold and revenge tenfold. Since he had saved her once, she claimed to have saved him twice. Vakir, still confused, questioned her logic. Ayan elaborated, mentioning that after the massive explosion, she had returned to ensure his survival. If I hadn't, you'd already be dead, she said smugly. You should be grateful I'm this tenacious. Her response made Vakir uneasy, and he couldn't help but ask about the rope around his neck and why she was keeping him alive. Ayan, ever the mischief maker, hinted at his value to his group, implying he held a high position. This revelation startled Vakir. She went on, speculating aloud about how much his party might pay for his safe return. Vakir froze as he realized the implications. If the Baskerville clan got involved in hostage negotiations, his carefully laid plan to escape Hugo's watchful eye would fall apart. Panic threatened to creep in, but Vakir remained outwardly calm, strategizing his next move. Ayan, clearly enjoying his discomfort, flashed a mischievous grin. Don't get any ideas about returning to your party, she teased. You're going to be my slave. With a flourish, Ayan pulled out a dagger and severed the rope around his neck. Vakir internally sighed in relief, taking this as a sign that his plan might still be salvageable. However, she quickly turned the tables again, pointing the dagger at him. With an amused tone, she suggested they decide on their new titles. You can call me Master, she added smugly. Vakir stood in silence, his face emotionless as Ayan seemed to revel in his quiet defiance. I like those rebellious eyes, she remarked with a smirk. It'll make taming you all the more satisfying. Before they moved on, Ayan mentioned there was somewhere they needed to stop. When Vakir asked where they were going, she responded with a rhetorical question, implying he should already know. She explained that in the Balac way, it was customary to offer greetings when stepping onto someone else's land. Their destination was the village head, the matriarch. Inside the matriarch's tent, a throne decorated with the heads of fierce predators, bears, jaguars, alligators, and other deadly creatures, stood prominently. Each head bore an arrow lodged firmly between its eyes, showcasing the matriarch's prowess. As they walked toward the tent, Ayan turned to Vakir and shared more about their way of life. If you don't have a place to sleep, you can use a friend's hammock. If you're hungry, you can rely on the generosity of someone wealthier, she said. Ayan emphasized that this sense of communal sharing was what defined the Balac lifestyle, creating a tight-knit, homely community. Vakir, however, observed that it seemed the Balacs placed little importance on private assets. Ayan, unfazed, led the way toward the grand tent. Stopping outside, she gestured toward it and said, "We've arrived." She entered first, announcing their arrival with confidence. "Mother," she addressed the matriarch seated on the throne. The word sent a jolt through Vakir, startling him. He quickly began to piece together the connection between Ayan and the matriarch, wondering just how deep their ties ran. The matriarch rose gracefully from her seat, her commanding presence filling the tent. She acknowledged their arrival, remarking that Ayan had brought the young boy who had been the subject of much discussion. Ayan, visibly taken aback, immediately denied any involvement in such conversations, her confusion evident. Meanwhile, Vakir's sharp mind worked quickly. He realized Ayan was the matriarch's daughter and connected the dots about her lineage. His gaze shifted to the matriarch as recognition dawned. This was the Night Fox, the infamous female Balac warrior responsible for scarring Hugo's nose bridge. Memories of the challenges he had faced in the past flooded back, particularly how her influence had made traversing the treacherous Lurogat life engulfing forest impossible. Vakir considered what might have happened had his past self confronted her. Assessing the situation pragmatically, he concluded that a direct fight or assassination attempt against her had a 0% chance of success. His only feasible option was escape, which offered a slim 20% chance of survival. These calculations weighed heavily on his mind as he stood before her, aware of the danger she represented. The matriarch turned her piercing gaze toward Vakir, remarking that his face seemed familiar. Vakir's thoughts raced, wondering if her instincts had detected his connection to Hugo. However, Ayan interjected, brushing off the comment by claiming that most imperial men looked alike. The matriarch's curiosity deepened, and she inquired about Ayan's intentions for Vakir, describing him as no different from a stray dog. Ayan, quick to respond, asserted that Vakir could prove useful with proper treatment, emphasizing his role in the attack on Madame Eightlegs. The matriarch offered a cautionary remark, warning her daughter about the consequences of acting impulsively without understanding her place. Her focus shifted back to Vakir, and she coolly stated that his physical state didn't matter as long as his seed was intact. Before she could elaborate further, Ayan, clearly flustered, interrupted. Nervously, she stammered out her true intention, that she planned to use Vakir as a slave. This sudden change in her story surprised the matriarch, who raised a questioning brow at Ayan's inconsistent statements. Ayan hurriedly clarified, claiming she needed a slave to assist her during hunts. The matriarch chuckled softly, gently patting Ayan's head. "It's the owner's prerogative to decide what to do with their slave," she remarked. Ayan, her face tinged with a faint blush, cast a shy glance at Vakir. Vakir, standing at the center of the tent, appeared outwardly calm but remained alert. His gaze wandered momentarily, studying the beams supporting the tent structure, his thoughts briefly drifting from the conversation. After leaving the matriarch's tent, Vakir turned to Ayan, breaking the silence. With a tone of curiosity, he asked for her name. Ayan stopped in her tracks, visibly shocked by his question. Turning to him with indignation, she berated him sharply, scolding him for daring to ask questions as a mere slave. Undeterred by Ayan's protests, Vakir calmly clarified that he had no intention of addressing her as master, hence his request for her name. His straightforward response left Ayan flustered. With a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, she reluctantly revealed her name as Ayan. Vakir introduced himself with equal composure, stating his name as Vakir, before inquiring about her instructions. Ayan, indignantly shouting again, protested against a slave addressing her by name. However, a smirk soon played on her lips as she unveiled her first order. Vakir was to build a house where he would reside from now on. Internally, Ayan relished the opportunity to assert her authority and rebalance the dynamic between them. She believed that someone like Vakir, an Imperial from the Baskerville clan, would struggle to complete such a task, reaffirming her superiority. Vakir, seemingly lost in thought, eventually responded with an unexpected smile. He stated simply that the task sounded enjoyable. Time passed, and Ayan found herself standing in shock, staring at the results of Vakir's efforts. Before her stood a perfectly constructed tent. Her expression betrayed her disbelief as she wondered how Vakir, despite his injured state, had managed to create something so flawless. She glanced at the tools she had provided, realizing how useless they seemed in the hands of someone as skilled as Vakir. Meanwhile, Vakir worked with quiet efficiency, his expression calm and focused. Reflecting on his past, he thought about how swordsmen during times of destruction were often limited by their reliance on swordsmanship alone. To survive extreme conditions, one had to master a variety of survival skills, a lesson Vakir had learned the hard way. Noticing the expertly crafted drains surrounding the tent, Ayn couldn't help but remark on their perfection. However, Vakir shifted the conversation, pointing out an observation about the matriarch's tent. He explained that its structure appeared unstable. Taken aback, Ayn questioned him further. Vakir detailed his concern. During the rainy season, the ground beneath the central pillar would likely shift, leading to potential water leakage. He offered a solution, proposing to mix lime-rich dirt with gravel from a nearby hill to create bricks. These bricks, once reinforced with oil and fired, would stabilize the structure. Impressed by his insight, Ayn gave her approval for the plan, instructing Vakir to proceed. Methodically, Vakir collected soil, poured it into a container, and prepared the necessary materials. Using a cast, he shaped the bricks and dried them with fire. Once ready, Ayn accompanied him to the matriarch's tent, explaining their intentions to her mother. After the repairs were completed, the matriarch examined the tent with astonishment. She vented her frustration over countless previous failed attempts to fix the roof, realizing now that the issue had been with the central pillar all along. With a smile, the matriarch turned to Ayn and commended her, acknowledging that her daughter had found herself a truly useful male. She then issued an official order to Vakir, assigning him the responsibility of handling such tedious matters around the barracks from then on. Later, Vakir stood by a water source washing clothes. Ayn approached him, her tone casual as she struck up a conversation. She questioned whether he found it exhausting to slave away and suggested he consider becoming an official member of the tribe. Without missing a beat, Vakir replied that it wasn't too bad. Internally, however, he reflected on how this peaceful life, though filled with menial tasks, was far preferable to the chaos and treachery of his days with the Baskerville clan or in the corrupt streets of Underdog City. Ayn observed Vakir for a moment and acknowledged that he seemed disciplined, remarking that such composure must make it difficult for a slave to complain. Vakir maintained that it truly wasn't so bad, but Ayn disagreed. She insisted that tough and tedious work couldn't possibly be easy. As they headed back, Ian urged him to drop his complacent attitude and follow her lead. She offered to help him adjust to the tribe and survive among the Balac people. If he performed well, she promised to untie the rope that bound him. Vakir glanced at her with curiosity and asked what she wanted him to do. Ian smiled slyly, declaring that he was finally being honest. She then challenged him to go on a hunt and capture some large prey. Intrigued, Vakir pressed her for details about the hunt. An explained that the tribe's warriors had struggled to bring in big game recently, leaving the growing children without meat. She emphasized that if Vakir managed to catch a large enough prey, it wouldn't be unrealistic for his title to change from slave to commoner. Playfully slapping Vakir on the back, Ian joked that he should be honored to serve as the slave of the Balac's esteemed hunting commander. Vakir winced slightly from the force of her slap, but considered her words. After a brief moment of thought, he agreed to go along with her plan. Ian's face lit up with a smile, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. She quickly recomposed herself, denying that she had been smiling when Vakir questioned her expression. Unbeknownst to the two, their conversation was being watched. Hidden among the shadows, Ahan observed Ian happily engaging with Vakir. Jealousy and anger burned in his chest as he glared at Vakir, whom he silently cursed as a disgusting bastard. Meanwhile, at the tribe's central gathering, the Balac shaman, a human, began a traditional hazing ceremony. With a solemn demeanor, he withdrew his hand from a pot of charcoal and gestured for the hunters to form a line. One by one, the hunters approached him to receive his blessing. A human spoke with authority, emphasizing the importance of his blessing for a successful hunt and warning that those who refused would face misfortune. Ian, standing nearby, explained the purpose of the charcoal markings to Vakir. She told him that the Balac hunters used the markings to conceal their faces from the god of death, believing it a necessary gesture of guilt for taking the lives of their prey. Vakir observed the ritual, noting that even the fierce Balac warriors had a shaman among them. Nearby, a barbarian girl whispered skeptically about the shaman's constant nagging. Her male companion suggested letting it slide, reasoning that a human needed to assert his position. The girl expressed her doubts about the shaman's blessings, remarking on their ineffectiveness in past hunts. She added that the tribe only sought his blessings on rare and specific occasions. Vakir quietly absorbed the conversation, realizing that even in this remote tribe, hierarchies and skepticism were not so different from other places he'd seen. Ian stood before Vakir, her face humorously adorned with uneven charcoal markings. Vakir stifled a laugh and teasingly remarked on her comical appearance. Flustered, Ian furiously wiped the markings from her face and retorted angrily, stating that she didn't get along with the shaman. In her embarrassment, she handed Vakir a collar, which he held up with confusion. "Is this a dog collar?" he asked flatly. Without addressing his tone, Ian fastened a collar around her own neck. She explained matter-of-factly that the collars were meant to protect their necks from being bitten by prey during hunts. Vakir assessed the situation and decided that since he was already here, it would be best to adapt to his new environment. As Ian and Vakir rode a wolf together, she reminded him to hold onto her waist for safety. Concerned about his well-being, Ian glanced back only to see Vakir falling off the wolf. Playfully, she chided him for his stubbornness, warning him about the consequences of not following her advice. Dusting himself off, Vakir wondered if he could even manage to get back up in his current state. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching them. It was none other than Ahan, the barbarian who had been secretly tailing them. Ian dismounted from the wolf and called out to his name. Ahan then told her that she seemed to be very free and accused her of neglecting his duties in favor of playing around. Ian ignored his remark, Ahan striding closer to her with a smug expression. He proclaimed his intention to catch the largest prey this time and declared that in the next joint hunt, he would lead the hunting group as captain. With a dramatic flair, he even staked his grandfather's honor on his success. Ian arched an eyebrow, questioning his decision to gamble his family's legacy on something as uncertain as his limited knowledge of shamanism. Without warning, Ahan launched a kick aimed directly at Vakir's face. The sudden attack startled Ian, and her voice rose in anger as she confronted Ahan, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Ahan smirked, dismissively belittling Vakir. He questioned how Ian could rely on an injured male as her hunting assistant and claimed Vakir would only slow her down. However, Ian's demeanor shifted as she noticed something unusual. With a sly smile, she suggested Ahan check his waistband before continuing to brag. Confused, Ahun glanced down and froze in shock. His quiver and arrows were missing. Meanwhile, Vakir, still on the ground, spat out a bit of blood and held up Ahun's stolen quiver with a smug smile. "You should hold on to your weapons as you would your lover," he remarked dryly. Ahun's expression darkened with rage as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Before he could fully process the humiliation, Ian burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained by the turn of events. Seething with anger, Ahun lunged at Vakir, calling him an arrogant slave bastard, and aimed a punch directly at him. However, before the blow could land, Ian intervened. With swift precision, she used her bow to block Ahun's attack. Her voice dropped to a cold tone as she demanded Ahun stop immediately. "Whose slave do you think you're punishing on your own accord?" she asked icily. Ahun, frustrated and embarrassed, shouted back, accusing Vakir of insulting a Balac warrior and insisting that punishment was warranted. Ian, unimpressed, dismissed his ranting, calling his behavior pathetic. Desperate to save face, Ahun angrily suggested that Ian's defense of Vakir was suspicious. "What's this? Have you fallen for the slave?" he sneered. Ian, visibly irritated, placed a hand on her head and sighed in exasperation. While she admitted that Vakir was indeed her slave and deserved punishment if he had done something wrong, she made one thing crystal clear. Ahun had no right to lay a hand on him. Vakir, still on the ground, watched the heated exchange with a questioning expression. He remained silent as Ian unleashed a sudden punch at Vakir's face, her knuckles connecting with a brutal force that left him reeling. Blood sprayed onto the green grass as Vakir fell to the ground from the sheer force of Ian's punch. Ahun stumbled back, his jaw slack with shock. Ian fixed him with a cold, unforgiving gaze. "Are you happy now?" she asked, her voice dripping with disdain. Without giving him time to respond, she warned him in no uncertain terms. "I know you're frustrated because you haven't managed to capture a maiden for yourself yet, but if you touch my slave again, I'll beat you to a pulp." Ahun, taken aback by her words and the force of her blow, could only nod reluctantly, his fiery demeanor extinguished. As Ian and Vakir continued riding the wolf, Ian kept glancing at Vakir with an apologetic expression. Breaking the silence, she cautiously asked if he was hurt, but Vakir didn't respond. She tried again, asking if he was angry, but still, he remained silent. Frustrated by his lack of reaction, Ian began explaining herself. "It was necessary," she said, referring to her earlier actions. She justified it as the only way to prevent Ahun's petty retaliations, calling him both stubborn and vindictive. When Vakir still didn't reply, Ian sighed and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Finally, Vakir responded, his voice calm but dry. "It hurts." Ian's demeanor changed in an instant. With a sudden leap, she twisted in midair and landed back on the wolf, now facing Vakir. Grabbing his face, her eyes filled with concern as she anxiously asked, "Does it hurt a lot? Is it bad? Are you in danger?" Vakir remained stoic, but replied matter-of-factly, "It hurts to talk." He added that he had experienced similar injuries before, but before he could finish, Ian's lips suddenly met his. Time seemed to pause for a moment, but soon Ian pulled away, her face a deep shade of red. She placed her fingers on her lips, as if realizing what she had just done. Turning forward in a flustered hurry, she tried to save face, muttering, "I knew I was right. You show promise, even for an imperial bastard." Meanwhile, Vakir wiped his face, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Do barbarians usually lick each other's injuries? He wondered silently. He couldn't help but consider the dangers of spreading infection this way. Glancing back at him, Ian asked if there was anything he wanted from her, promising to fulfill his request if it was within her capabilities. Vakir, intrigued by her offer, asked, "Anything?" Her body stiffened at his question, and she trembled slightly before assuring him, "A Balac warrior never goes back on their word." Vakir thought for a moment, his expression serious as he contemplated his request. Ian's mind raced, her face growing redder by the second. She suspected he was plotting something inappropriate. Finally, Vakir spoke, breaking the tension. "Teach me how to shoot arrows," he said plainly. Ian's hopeful expression fell flat. Disappointment was written all over her face, but she quickly agreed to his request. As they continued onward, she suggested they start special training from the next day, asking if that plan suited him. Vakir nodded in agreement. The next morning, Vakir took aim at a tree trunk, firing an arrow under Ian's watchful eyes. She frowned as his arrow struck wide of the embedded target and sighed. No, Aim at the arrow already stuck in the trunk, she instructed, her tone tinged with both annoyance and amusement. Vakir raised an eyebrow, questioning her teaching position. Ian smirked and reminded him, "You're the one who asked for lessons. You'll learn properly, or not at all." She emphasized the importance of mastering the bow, especially since Vakir wouldn't be able to wield a sword for a while due to his injuries. The ultimate goal was clear: capture a large prey and elevate his standing. To correct his stance, Ian pushed firmly against his back, adjusting his posture. Wincing in pain, Vakir realized his battered bones were nearing their limit. Suddenly, Ian's wolf, Bakira, appeared behind them, startling Ian slightly. She applied even more pressure to Vakir's back, which elicited a loud crack. Vakir fell to the ground in pain. Ian, unfazed, turned her attention to Bakira and asked if it had found what they were looking for. The wolf howled in response. Smiling confidently, Ian commanded Vakir to get back on his feet. "We're moving quickly from here," she declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. Vakir and Ian arrived at a serene stream where the river met the ocean. Ian explained that this unique location was home to both oceanic water and animals, creating a vibrant mix of life. She shared a story her grandmother used to tell, a tale of salmon striving to swim up waterfalls, believing they could evolve into massive, legendary beasts. However, most salmon failed, falling onto sharp rocks below and becoming prey for ox bears. As Vakir observed the massive bear before them, he asked if it was one of these ox bears, noting that it looked far more formidable than the ones he had encountered before. Ian clarified that this was no ordinary ox bear. It was a superior specimen, born from an exceptional bloodline and a survivor of countless challenges. When Vakir questioned if their task was to capture this behemoth, Ian corrected him. She revealed that their actual target wasn't the dominant female, but the smaller male bear attempting to court her. The pair watched as several male bears approached the towering female, each trying to win her favor. One by one, she dismissed their advances with brutal force, sending them scurrying away in fear. Intrigued by this behavior, Vakir asked what kind of mate the female bear was searching for. Ian corrected him with a smirk, explaining that the female wasn't looking for strength. To Vakir's surprise, a much smaller male approached her, and instead of rejecting him, she interacted with gentle gestures. Ian explained that female ox bears often preferred weaker males, as stronger ones could become dangerously aggressive during mating, sometimes even killing their partners. This preference ensured their safety, and weaker males, while less intimidating, were far more dependable. Ian drew a parallel between the ox bears and the Balac warriors. She remarked that their tribes similarly sought young mates with excellent DNA, especially if the prospective partners were weakened from injury. Vakir realized that the female's choice wasn't about strength, but about securing the best genetic match for her cubs. As the pair of bears wandered off, Ian instructed Vakir to wait patiently. She explained that the female would soon completely exhaust the male's strength, making him an easy target. For days later, Vakir stood outside a cave, where the deep roars and moans of the bears echoed out into the forest. Reflecting on their strategy, he thought about how he had been leaving food for the ox bears, helping facilitate their courtship. Ian approached him, holding a small fruit in her hand. She explained that this fruit temporarily boosted strength, but at the cost of shortening one's lifespan. The clever female bear, she added, would likely understand the danger and avoid eating it. The male, however, would eat it without hesitation, desperate to keep up with his partner. Ian's strategy became clear to Vakir. The large, strong female bear would completely deplete the male's energy, making him the perfect target. She handed Vakir a bowl of soup, explaining that it would help him recover. As Vakir sipped the soup, he commented on how the ox bears were mating with remarkable intensity. Ian, with a teasing smirk, remarked that this was typical for male Balac, but likely unusual for imperial males like Vakir. She jokingly attributed his reserved nature to his origin from a geeky country. Then, leaning in close, Ian playfully asked if Vakir could perform with the same vigor as the bears. Vakir raised an eyebrow, clearly unamused. But before he could respond, their conversation was cut short by a loud roar echoing from the cave. Ian quickly refocused, alerting Vakir that it was time to move. She pointed out that the female bear had completed her mating and let out a deafening scream. The exhausted male bear bolted from the cave, his strength spent. Vakir and Ian observed the scene from a nearby tree as the female chased him off. Vakir, intrigued, asked why the female was so aggressive toward the male after mating. Ian explained that once the ox bear's mating was over, the female became highly territorial and a dangerous predator. Her fierce display was a warning to the male never to return to her domain. Vakir noted with some amusement that the male seemed desperate for sleep, having been drained of strength and rest over the last 4 days. Ian agreed, adding that the male would now seek a remote and safe place to recuperate. Their plan was simple: follow the male bear until it finally succumbed to exhaustion, then make their move. The pair trailed the bear deep into a cold, unforgiving environment. Vakir remarked that the bear must be utterly fatigued, but its persistence suggested otherwise. Ian explained that ox bears were highly intelligent creatures. They didn't merely rely on instinct, but also on acquired knowledge, which allowed them to make calculated decisions, like seeking this cold environment where blood-sucking insects couldn't survive. As they pressed on, Vakir began to feel the icy chill biting at his already weakened body. He tried to conceal his discomfort, but Ian noticed. She offered to share body warmth, suggesting they huddle together to keep his body from stiffening and compromising their hunt. Though reluctant at first, Vakir ultimately relented, seeing the logic in her argument. Without warning, he hugged Ian from behind. Caught off guard, her face turned bright red, and she fumbled for an explanation, insisting this was purely about her duty as a master to ensure her slave's health. Their moment of awkward warmth was interrupted when Ian's wolf, Bakira, stopped abruptly, growling while fixating on something ahead. Ian immediately noticed something amiss. The ox bear's tracks had disappeared. Before she could finish her observation, a thunderous growl erupted nearby. The massive ox bear, which had been hiding in ambush, charged at them with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, back at the Balac camp, a group of barbarians gathered around a massive boar. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they admired the beast, recognizing that its meat could feed the entire tribe abundantly. A male barbarian stepped forward, addressing a Hun directly and praising his feat of hunting such a remarkable boar. The female barbarian chimed in, suggesting that a Hun should be made the tribe's new hunting commander, given his success. Another male joined in, agreeing with the sentiment. He noted that even the skilled Ian couldn't handle every Hun alone and remarked on her decision to take a slave on her recent hunt. A Hun, radiating confidence, dismissed Vakir as a mere burden to Ian. He confidently predicted that she would return empty-handed, not even managing to catch a single rabbit. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the ferocious male ox bear launched an attack on Ian. However, Vakir reacted swiftly, pulling her back just in time to avoid the bear's crushing punch, which missed her face by mere inches. The sheer force of the attack blew strands of Ian's hair into the air. Both Vakir and Ian tumbled off the wolf they were riding, landing hard on the ground. The wolf growled fiercely at the ox bear, leaping into action to protect its companions. Concerned, Vakir quickly asked if Ian was okay. She expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that she had survived thanks to his intervention. Vakir speculated aloud, wondering if the ox bear had deliberately lured them into a trap. Ian, recognizing the bear's cunning intellect, admitted that its intelligence exceeded that of most monsters. She now understood why the female ox bear had chosen it as her mate. Realizing there was no way to avoid a direct confrontation, Ian felt a wave of conflict. She had received help from her slave, which pricked at her pride and dignity as his master. However, steeling herself, she commanded Vakir to stay behind her, declaring with determination that she would take charge of the fight and prove her worth. Mounting her wolf, Ian charged after the bear, firing arrows with precision. As she took aim, she shouted angrily at the bear, scolding it for its indecent behavior in front of her slave and vowing that it would pay for its actions. The ox bear, realizing the threat, sought cover behind an icy boulder. Undeterred, Ian pulled another arrow from her quiver and warned the beast that no hiding spot could protect it from her aim. With conviction, she loosed the arrow, aiming straight at the bear. However, the arrow embedded itself in the rock, failing to reach its target. The bear, thinking it was safe, began to growl in defiance. Suddenly, a powerful blue energy beam surged from the arrow, piercing through the boulder and striking the ox bear in its stomach. The bear roared in pain, blood spewing from its wound as it staggered forward. Vakir watched in astonishment, marveling at the precision and skill behind Ian's attack. He realized that the aura-infused energy from her arrow had passed cleanly through the boulder to hit the bear. Her mastery of archery was nothing short of art, showcasing her exceptional hunting abilities. Vakir couldn't help but think that, based purely on skill, Ayan might even surpass Camus Morg's. The wounded ox bear emerged from its hiding place, its bloodshot eyes filled with rage. It charged directly at Ayan, its fury undiminished by the injury. Ayan quickly shot an arrow toward the bear's eye, but it continued its relentless advance. Undeterred, Ayan readied another arrow, her confidence unwavering. She declared boldly that an arrow filled with her sincerity could pierce through a castle wall. As she released the shot, the ox bear, with uncanny agility, dodged the attack entirely, leaving Ayan stunned and momentarily speechless. Before Ayan could fully comprehend the situation, the ox bear lunged at her wolf, striking it with immense force. The blow sent Ayan flying backward, tumbling across the ground. As she lay dazed, memories of her mother's teachings surfaced in her mind. Her mother had once explained that a beast nearing its death could sense the killing intent of a predator. Ayan realized too late that she had underestimated the ox bear, mistakenly believing she had it cornered. Her confidence and righteous intentions had blinded her to the danger. The ox bear, now an unstoppable menace, drooled as it advanced. Its enormous mouth opened wide, ready to deliver a fatal bite. Paralyzed by fear, Ayan closed her eyes and braced for the inevitable. But instead of the bear's crushing jaws, she heard a familiar voice cutting through the chaos. "Are you done showing what a master's dignity looks like?" Startled, Ayan opened her eyes to see Vakir standing before her, facing the ferocious ox bear. With a calm yet commanding demeanor, he stepped forward, his resolve evident. "It's my turn now," Vakir declared confidently. Thrusting his glowing red hand toward the beast, Beelzebub emerged in a blaze of fiery power. Flames infused with the might of Cerberus roared forth, engulfing the ox bear's head in an inferno. The creature reared back, its agonized growls echoing as the searing heat overwhelmed it. Ayan watched in awe, unable to tear her gaze from the spectacle. She marveled at the sheer power of Vakir's attack, wondering if such flames were even possible. As the ox bear's charred form collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the battle was finally over. The intense flames had burned away Vakir's bandages, revealing his healed injuries, including his previously injured eye. Ayan, her cheeks flushing red, couldn't hide her gratitude and amazement. "You saved me again," she murmured, overwhelmed by his strength and heroism. However, her joy turned to concern as she noticed Vakir's expression distort with pain. The toll of unleashing such overwhelming power became apparent. "I might have overdone it," Vakir admitted before collapsing to the ground. Shocked, Ayan rushed to his side, calling out his name in panic. Her earlier awe was replaced by worry as she desperately tried to think of how to help him. Later that night, the barbarians gathered around a roaring fire, dancing in celebration of the hunt. A massive pot of stew was being prepared, and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. The villagers eagerly distributed food, their excitement palpable. Ayan and Vakir sat quietly on the side, wearing traditional hats. Ayan proudly recounted the significance of their catch, explaining how the hunter who secured the largest prey earned the tribe's respect and admiration. Despite her enthusiasm, Vakir seemed indifferent, earning a scolding from Ayan. "You could at least act like you care," she huffed. The ox bear was both strong and intelligent, a worthy opponent. "This makes us the stars of the pillaging ceremony." She cast a pointed glance at Vakir, contrasting their mighty catch with the sluggish and fearful boar caught by a Hun. The pride in her voice was unmistakable, and Vakir, despite his stoic exterior, couldn't help but notice the glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Ayan turned to a Hun, who stood nearby, and urged him to support her point. Frustrated, a Hun shoved a bowl toward Vakir, referring to him dismissively as a slave. Vakir glanced at the small portion of meat in his bowl and raised an eyebrow. "Why is there so little?" he asked. A Hun, his annoyance evident, replied, "That's the tradition. The more honor you gain, the less meat you receive. Be grateful for your honor." Ayan chimed in to explain the custom. "In our tribe, the one who contributes the most to the hunt gets the least amount of meat, but gains the most honor. It's about selflessness and respect," she said. Vakir, unimpressed, pondered the idea. "Less meat for more honor? Seems like a lousy deal. Isn't the meat more valuable than some useless honor?" Ayan chuckled at a Hun's sour expression, clearly enjoying his frustration. Vakir, meanwhile, stared down at his hands, contemplating the 600-kilogram hammer he'd obtained from Beelzebub after defeating the ox bear. He wondered if he could increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath, a new skill he seemed to have developed. Taking a sip of his soup, Vakir reflected on his recovery. Beelzebub's absorption of the ox bear had not only granted him new powers, but also significantly healed his body. Ayan, noticing Vakir's nearly empty bowl, grabbed another filled with meat and handed it to him. Here, eat this. It's your right as a hunter, she insisted. Vakir shook his head. I've already received my share, a portion of meat, some blood, and intestines. That's enough. But Ayan pushed the bowl toward him, emphasizing its importance. You should eat more. Each part of the animal serves a purpose. If your eyes are weak, eat the eyes. If your heart is frail, eat the heart. For weak limbs, eat the legs. It's how we strengthen ourselves. Vakir stared at the bowl, particularly the long, coiled piece floating in the broth. Are you saying my insides are weak? He muttered, skeptical. Before Ayan could reply, 3 barbarian girls approached them. The first girl scolded Ayan. Commander, why are you taking care of what's already yours? The second added, your motives are so obvious. And the third chimed in, why give anything to a slave? Ignoring them, Vakir focused on his bowl. He found the meat chewy but manageable and continued eating, much to Ayan's excitement. Watching him devour the food, she smiled triumphantly. Now you'll be able to fulfill your duty, she declared. Vakir paused mid-chew, puzzled. What more does she expect from me? I already did my part during the hunt. As dawn broke, Vakir stood near a large tree trunk, its top sliced clean off. Noticing the faint melting at the edges, he recalled what Ayan had mentioned the previous night. That night, while standing by the same tree, Vakir had observed slabs of good meat placed on the trunk. He had questioned Ayan's decision to leave high-quality food there, especially given the village's food shortages. Ayan had explained that the meat was an offering to Madame Eightlegs. It's how we seek her permission to live in this dense forest, she had said. Vakir had taken a moment to process her words, realizing the deep significance the Balac villagers placed on the monstrous creature. Reflecting on his earlier actions, he now understood why the tribe treated Madame Eightlegs with such reverence and caution. As he stared at the offering site, Vakir muttered to himself, what an annoying monster. As Vakir strolled back to his hut, he noticed a long line of barbarian girls waiting outside. He paused, puzzled, wondering if there was a special ceremony or event happening that he wasn't aware of. The girls chattered excitedly among themselves, their voices filled with anticipation. One girl proudly declared she had been waiting in line since dawn, while another was thrilled to be near the front. A third boasted about staying awake all night to secure her place. Among the group, 3 girls speculated about the results of the previous day's hunt. They theorized that a village woman might be chosen as Vakir's wife, considering his remarkable strength and success in taking down an ox bear. Just then, Ayan arrived, carrying a freshly hunted deer over her shoulder. Spotting the commotion, she scolded the girls for trying to claim what she firmly considered hers. She reminded them, with an irritated tone, that she was the one who had fed Vakir the ox bear stew. You have no right to claim him, she exclaimed. The barbarian girls weren't ready to back down. They argued that Ayan should have shared the stew with them instead of keeping it all to herself. They called her stingy, much to Ayan's growing annoyance. Narrowing her eyes, she snapped, if you're so capable, set your own traps and catch something impressive yourself. The girls sighed, explaining they had tried multiple times, even venturing as far as the Empire's border, but found no one like Vakir. One of them muttered wistfully, men like him are rare. Then try hell, Ayan retorted with a glare. The girls, spooked by her rising anger, scattered like startled birds. As they ran, Ayan muttered under her breath about her concerns. These cunning girls might try to snatch Vakir while he's still recovering. She justified her earlier actions, believing that by feeding him the ox bear meat, she had every right to claim him. Suddenly, she noticed Vakir standing nearby, silently watching the entire exchange. Embarrassed, Ayan stammered, trying to change the subject. Vakir's face twisted in mild disgust as the realization of what he had eaten the previous day hit him. So that's what that stew was. Desperate to divert his thoughts, Ayan quickly mentioned that her mother had summoned a meeting with the elders the previous night. She added, you'll be called upon as the honorable hunter of the village, and you'll have the chance to make a request to my mother. When the time comes, you should ask for what I'm planning to suggest. Later, inside the matriarch's tent, the elders sat on one side while the younger prodigies gathered on the other. Vakir knelt respectfully, bowing his head as he greeted the matriarch. The matriarch, the renowned night fox of Aquila, acknowledged his presence with a nod. "You've accomplished something great by hunting an ox bear," she said warmly. "Thanks to you, we feasted well." Humbly, Vakir replied, "I only did what was needed." The matriarch smiled, noting his quick recovery. "You've healed well, a sign of resilience," she remarked, crediting the tribe's care. Vakir observed her closely. Despite her fearsome reputation as a genius archer who terrorized even the empire, she exuded a dignified warmth and maternal presence. He couldn't help but compare her to Hugo, finding her equally commanding but far more approachable. Standing, the matriarch addressed the assembly. "Vakir's actions have proven his worth. As of today, his status will change. He is no longer a slave, but a member of the Balac family." The announcement was met with mixed reactions. While many nodded in approval, some of the elders, including a human, the tribe's shaman and Ian's grandfather, cleared their throats disapprovingly. Ignoring their dissent, the matriarch continued, reaffirming Vakir's new status. "You are now part of our family," she declared, "and as such, I will grant you a reward. Name your desire." She paused, adding with a playful smile, "Perhaps you'd like a beautiful maiden from the village to be your partner? I would happily give my blessing. Or, if a partner isn't to your liking, perhaps you prefer a slave instead." Meanwhile, Ian subtly made hand signs, reminding Vakir of something she had previously mentioned. Vakir met her gaze, understanding her silent signals, and closed his eyes for a moment of thought. When he reopened them, he spoke with calm confidence, stating his single request, to bathe in the hero's spring. The room fell deathly silent. Shock rippled through everyone present, except Ian, who wore a faint, knowing smile. The matriarch's cold gaze settled on Vakir, clearly taken aback by the audacious request. Her voice, sharp and measured, cut through the tension. "Do you understand the weight of what you're asking for?" Before Vakir could respond, a human's voice boomed with disdain, his tone filled with anger. "You dare make such a request?" He turned his attention to the matriarch, emphasizing that the hero's spring was a sacred place reserved only for the highest-ranked Balac warriors. With scorn, he dismissed Vakir's plea as arrogant and insignificant. Others chimed in. Another elder echoed a human's sentiments, emphasizing that the hero's spring was exclusively for those who had proven their unmatched strength. This outsider, a mere commoner, has no right to even speak of it. Ian, however, stepped forward, defending Vakir with a resolute tone. She reminded everyone of his remarkable feat, capturing the ox bear during the pillaging ceremony, a task that even seasoned warriors struggled to achieve. To her, this act alone was proof of Vakir's exceptional strength and worthiness. The matriarch studied Vakir carefully, her gaze piercing. "Do you truly understand the significance of the hero's spring?" she asked. Fearless, Vakir met her gaze and nodded. He explained his understanding of the sacred spring. The hero's spring is no ordinary shrine. Its waters possess remarkable healing properties, capable of mending both internal and external injuries. Only the mightiest of Balac warriors have the honor of being submerged in its waters. The matriarch's expression remained unreadable as she listened. Meanwhile, the elders debated fiercely. The first elder objected strongly. "The hero's spring is reserved for our strongest," allowing a mere... The second elder, however, countered. "Perhaps this is an opportunity. If Vakir truly holds potential, granting him a single visit could motivate him further. His strength may yet prove invaluable." The debate continued, with arguments volleyed back and forth. Some feared diluting the spring's exclusivity, while others saw the wisdom in rewarding Vakir's efforts and acknowledging his battered state. The matriarch's internal struggle was evident. She wanted to honor Vakir's request, but was constrained by the shaman's staunch opposition and the tribe's traditions. Frustration flickered in her eyes as she weighed her options. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed through the room, breaking the tense atmosphere. Vakir's sharp gaze darted toward the sound. "What's the meaning of that bell? Does it signal an attack?" Ian quickly clarified. "No, that sound marks the arrival of a guest, not a threat." With the discussion interrupted, the matriarch took the opportunity to adjourn the meeting. "Return to your duties," she instructed firmly, before rising and leaving the tent. As the tribe dispersed, a human remained behind, his expression dark and brimming with disapproval. A soft, disdainful sound escaped his lips as he watched the matriarch's departure, his unease with the unfolding situation evident. Vakir glanced toward the commotion and asked Ian if the group before them were the expected guests. Ian confirmed with a nod, explaining that the newcomers were merchants who brought goods from beyond the forest, a visit the Balac tribe eagerly anticipated. However, Vakir's attention was drawn to a symbol emblazoned on one of the merchant flags. He immediately recognized it as belonging to the bourgeois family, one of the 7 powerful merchant families. Perplexed by their presence, Vakir silently pondered how they had managed to reach this remote region. The route to the Balac territory required crossing either the Baskerville or Morg's family lands, both of which were unlikely to grant safe passage to outsiders. It made him wonder if the bourgeois family had found a way to smuggle their goods through hidden paths or forbidden agreements. As the merchants began to set up their colorful stalls, their leader, a jovial man resembling the head of the family, addressed the crowd in the Balac language. With a booming and cheerful tone, he announced the opening of the 5-day market and encouraged bartering. The Balac tribe, eager to trade, buzzed with excitement. The merchants wasted no time showcasing their wares. One displayed a glass orb, claiming it could induce sweet dreams when placed near a bed. Another promoted an array of cosmetics and grains. Vakir observed the bustling market with a critical eye. While the items on offer were common across the empire, the merchants were bartering them for rare forest treasures that held much higher value. The imbalance was glaring, and Vakir silently questioned whether the bourgeois family was exploiting the Balac tribe's lack of knowledge about current market prices. Yet, not wanting to draw undue attention to himself, he decided to stay quiet and let the Balac navigate this situation on their own. Nearby, Ian's voice rang out, sharp with frustration. "How is this fair? A diamond for corn?" she shouted, her tone full of indignation. Vakir glanced at her, feeling a faint sense of relief. At least someone in the tribe recognized the absurdity of these trades. However, his relief was short-lived. Moments later, Ian's anger transformed into joy as she proudly secured 2 ears of corn in exchange for her diamond. She smiled triumphantly, as though she had struck a great bargain. Vakir pinched the bridge of his nose, frustration boiling within. Hopeless, he muttered to himself, watching her cheerfully celebrate her victory. Elsewhere, 3 Balac tribesmen were in heated negotiations with the merchant leader. "I'll trade this pearl clam for 2 radishes," one warrior demanded, firmly believing it was a fair deal. Another haggled over cabbage quality, eventually exchanging it for a deer antler. The persistent bargaining wore down the merchant leader, who reluctantly gave in, offering extra items to appease the warriors. The Balac members beamed with pride, oblivious to the fact that they had still been outmatched in the trade. The merchant leader, meanwhile, smirked inwardly, clearly amused by their ignorance of the true value of their goods. Amid the bustling market, a small Balac girl timidly approached the merchant leader. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she politely asked for one of the glass orbs. The merchant leader, exuding a self-assured demeanor, smiled down at her. "And what do you have to offer, little one?" Excitedly, the girl reached into her pouch and presented a sun larva. It's rare, delicious, and full of nutrition," she said proudly, holding it up for him to see. However, the merchant leader's face twisted in disgust. With a sneer, he slapped the larva from her hand. "Disgusting," he spat, glaring at her offering as though it were an insult. The sun larva fell to the ground, and the little girl's face crumpled with heartbreak. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at her rejected gift. As the merchant leader turned to leave, he glanced back at the girl with a sly smirk. "For a primitive barbarian, she's quite pretty," he muttered to himself, considering her attractive enough to fetch a high price as a slave. The girl, still clutching the sun larva, stared at it with teary eyes, her small figure trembling in quiet sorrow. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her head. She looked up to see Vakir standing beside her. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with quiet anger. "This trade is invalid," Vakir declared, his voice steady but firm. The merchant leader paused, then turned back with a mocking laugh. "And what would you know about valid trades?" he sneered, though there was a hint of unease in his tone. "Surely you don't understand the complexities of imperial language and customs. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding." Vakir's sharp gaze cut through the merchant's feigned ignorance. "A misunderstanding?" he asked, his tone growing colder. "Are you referring to your intention to sell a Balac child as a slave?" The merchant leader's smirk faltered, but he quickly recovered, waving his hand dismissively. Now, let's not jump to conclusions. These trades are sacred, sanctioned by the Balac shaman, a proxy of the forest god, no less. It's not your place, boy, to interfere in such matters. Vakir ignored the merchant's attempt to assert authority. Instead, he redirected the conversation with calculated precision. I demand the cancellation of all trades conducted today. They are blatantly unfair. The merchant leader's brow furrowed in mock confusion. Unfair, you say? And who decides what's fair? You. Indeed, Vakir replied coolly. Fairness is determined by market value, which your trades blatantly disregard. He began breaking down the prices of the items being exchanged, his voice steady and authoritative. That corn you've so generously bartered? Each ear is worth 100 gold. The diamond given in exchange, however, is valued at 2 million gold. Then there's the ox bear horn, properly crafted into a billiard ball. It fetches no less than 1 million gold, on par with a goblin bud mushroom, a coveted medicinal item banned for export outside the empire. The merchant leader's confident facade began to crumble as Vakir's precise knowledge left him and his associates visibly shaken. Vakir reached for one of the merchant's prized items, a glass orb, and held it up for all to see. And this, he said, his tone laced with disdain. You claim it grants sweet dreams when placed by one's bedside. The merchant leader forced a smile. Yes, it's one of our finest products, a treasure of peaceful sleep for weary minds. But Vakir wasn't finished. He rolled the orb between his fingers. This orb is coated with tiny, near-invisible holes. These dispense a drug, banned in the Empire for its harmful effects. It may induce sweet dreams for a time, but with prolonged use, it destroys the mind. Without warning, Vakir crushed the orb in his hand. Shards fell to the ground as a fine, powdery substance was released into the air. Gasps echoed among the onlookers as the truth of Vakir's words became undeniable. This is not a treasure, Vakir continued, his voice sharp and unforgiving. It's poison, and you've been spreading it under the guise of trade. The merchant leader's face went pale, his confidence replaced by panic. Nearby, one of his companions whispered urgently, What's happening? Who is this boy? The merchant leader, his voice shaking, muttered back, Someone who knows far too much. Ayan's voice rang with fury as she turned to Vakir, her piercing glare demanding confirmation. What did you mean by drug bodies and harm? She asked, her tone seething with barely contained rage. Vakir gave a curt nod, acknowledging her suspicion. Ayan's expression darkened, and her wrath shifted toward the merchant leader. How dare you poison our people? She shouted, her voice trembling with anger. You've been deceiving the Balacs without fear or consequence, haven't you? The merchant leader's face turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. His lips moved as if to deny the accusations. But before he could utter a word, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Ayan's arrow struck true, embedding itself in his shoulder. The leader howled in pain, clutching at the wound as tears welled in his eyes. You cowards preyed on us with your lies and poisons. Ayan snarled, her grip tightening on her bow. The merchant leader groaned, his face contorted in agony. You'll regret this, he spat, his voice laced with venom. The merchants scrambled, mounting their horses in frantic haste. They shouted orders to gather their wares, clutching their ill-gotten gains as they fled into the night. Vakir observed the chaotic retreat and turned to Ayan. You're letting them go? He asked, his voice calm but questioning. You know they'll regroup to recover their losses. Why not finish it here? Ayan lowered her bow, a sharp glint in her eyes. Sometimes you don't kill the beast immediately, she said coldly. You wound it, let it run, and it'll lead you back to the pack. Then you take them all down at once. Vakir considered her words, his gaze following the fading silhouettes of the merchants. Meanwhile, the merchant leader cursed under his breath, clutching his bleeding shoulder as his group fled deeper into the forest. Eventually, the merchants reached a mercenary camp nestled in the dense woods. The leader, still fuming with pain and indignation, ranted to the mercenaries about the Balacs. They stole everything. Those savages humiliated us, he shouted. The mercenary leader leaned back against a tree, his sharp eyes glinting in the firelight as he lit a cigarette. Sounds like words won't cut it with this lot, he said, exhaling a plume of smoke. You brought us here to deal with problems like this. Either we wipe them out or drag them back in chains. The merchant leader winced, his resolve faltering. You don't understand. The Balacs aren't pushovers. You'll need every ounce of strength to defeat them. The mercenary leader smirked, his tone dripping with condescension. If you're so scared, why hire us at all? You brought us in as backup, didn't you? And now you're questioning our methods? He flicked the cigarette aside and continued, Don't forget our deal. We get a cut of your profits for providing protection. If things get ugly, we'll be helping ourselves to the spoils. The merchant leader hesitated before giving a reluctant nod. Fine, do whatever you must. Just make sure they pay for this. The mercenaries began readying for their ambush, whispering about the plan to attack under the cover of darkness. As the first mercenary passed the matchstick to a companion, a third stepped in, eager to light his cigarette as well. Hold up, one of them warned. Only two to a match, remember? Battlefield superstition. Third man gets the bad luck. Disregarding the superstition, the third mercenary confidently lit his cigarette. Suddenly, without warning, an arrow pierced his forehead, cutting his life and words short. Before the others could react, another arrow struck the second mercenary squarely in the head, silencing him instantly. The mercenary leader, oblivious to the chaos behind him, continued recounting his past exploits of capturing and selling Balacs as slaves to the merchant leader. But his tale came to an abrupt halt as fear overtook the merchant leader's face. An arrow embedded itself into the mercenary leader's forehead, ending his story and life in one swift moment. Panic spread through the camp as the merchant leader shouted, warning everyone to extinguish their cigarettes. At a distance, Ain's expression was fierce as she ordered her warriors to aim exclusively for the heads of their targets, showcasing the fearsome precision of the Balacs. Vakir, observing the chaos, couldn't hide his surprise. He turned to Ayn and questioned how the Balac warriors could shoot so accurately in the dim light provided by the mercenaries' cigarettes. Just then Hun arrived, hauling barrels. Addressing Vakir as a slave, he smirked, but Vakir corrected him, stating that he was now a commoner. Hun dismissed the comment with a shrug, mocking the distinction as meaningless. Amidst the mercenaries, one soldier wielded a shield, deflecting incoming arrows while barking orders to regroup. Mages gather. Shields up. Prepare for a counterattack, he shouted. However, before they could organize, a peculiar sight caught their attention. Two arrows embedded in nearby trees held a suspended wooden barrel between them by ropes. More such barrels rained down, tied with ropes and suspended midair by Balac arrows. What's this madness? One mercenary exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. He quickly realized the barrels contained alcohol, but before he could finish his thought, another volley of burning arrows ignited the oil-filled barrels. A massive explosion ripped through the mercenary camp, engulfing it in flames. Screams filled the air as mercenaries were consumed by fire. Taking cover behind a tree, the merchant leader's face twisted in shock. He marveled at the Balac's ingenuity. They're launching oil-filled barrels with ropes? Using arrows? He muttered, astonished by their resourcefulness. Rustling sounds interrupted his thoughts. Turning towards the noise, his trembling gaze fell upon a figure emerging from the shadows. Recognizing the person as one of the Balacs, the merchant leader panicked. Wait, don't kill me, he pleaded. Desperately, he produced a paper with an official seal, his voice shaking. This is an exploration permit. It's stamped by the newly appointed deputy consul of Underdog City. If you kill me, the Baskerville family will come for revenge. Vakir's red eyes gleamed as he stepped closer, his calm demeanor unnerving the merchant leader. This deputy consul, Vakir said, his tone icy, was his name by any chance? Vakir, the merchant leader stammered, nodding eagerly. Yes, Vakir. The infamous Vakir. A faint smirk played on Vakir's lips as he responded coldly. Strange. I don't recall granting any such permit. The merchant leader froze, his fear mounting as he finally recognized Vakir's face. Before he could finish, Vakir's arrow flew true, silencing him forever. Those who forged the Baskerville seal, Vakir declared, his voice steady and firm, are executed without exception. Ayan arrived urgently atop her wolf, shouting at Vakir to flee, once again addressing him as a slave. Vakir corrected her firmly, reiterating that he was no longer a slave. Meanwhile, among the mercenaries, the group defended themselves against the barrage of arrows with their shields. To their surprise, the Balacs ceased their attacks. Misinterpreting the pause as a lack of confidence, the mercenaries grew emboldened. Encouraged, they resolved to pursue the retreating Balacs, vowing vengeance. Just then, an ominous shift swept through the air. Something monstrous struck their position. Their cries of fear echoed through the forest as the mercenaries encountered a terrifying presence. Ayan, now beside Vakir, acknowledged his strategic prowess, commending him for the use of fire as a tactic. She noted how he was transforming into a remarkable Balac warrior. Vakir, with a hint of humor, replied that he felt the same way whenever he saw Ayan. His gaze shifted to the menacing aura of Madame Eight Legs. With a resigned tone, he remarked on the disastrous turn of events. Back at the village, the matriarch smiled as she granted Vakir permission to enter the hero's spring. Addressing his achievements, resolving the food shortage, minimizing battle casualties through clever tactics, uncovering the cause of the Balac warrior's ailments, and exposing the merchant's deceit, she placed a hand on his shoulder and praised him as a brave warrior. She reminded everyone that tonight was a full moon and instructed Ayan to lead Vakir to the hero's spring. Ayan rose, responding cheerfully, "Yes, mother." As they walked together, Ayan playfully wrapped her arm around Vakir and commented on how a human, the shaman, had remained silent. She explained that a human had previously attributed the warrior's ailments to a curse, but his credibility was now diminished thanks to Vakir's discoveries. Vakir recalled the merchant leader's words about the Balac shaman being a proxy of the forest god, responsible for sanctioning trade. He glanced at a human, pondering the old man's claims of curses. Later that night, Vakir immersed himself in the hero's spring, feeling a profound sense of relief as its waters worked their magic. The spring's warmth soothed his muscles and bones, accelerating their healing. He marveled at the spring's ability to purify his mana, acknowledging its efficacy compared to the river Styx at Baskerville, free from its restrictive age limit. As he relaxed, his gaze shifted to Ayan, who had joined him in the spring. Vakir pointed out that the spring's efficacy might diminish with her presence, reminding her that the matriarch had specified he should bathe alone. Ayan waved off his concerns, dismissing such minor details as something true Balacs didn't bother with. Changing the subject, she expressed gratitude to Sir Adonai, the legendary figure credited with discovering the spring. Intrigued, Vakir asked about Adonai, prompting Ayan to explain that he was the only warrior in Balac history capable of confronting Madame Eight Legs. She described him as the most formidable figure in their legends and advised Vakir to show him respect. Vakir nodded, acknowledging that if Adonai had truly faced the monster head-on, he deserved honor. Ayan, frustrated by his skepticism, exclaimed her honesty and turned away, muttering about the difficulty of communicating with outsiders. As she recalled her mother's words about Vakir, Ayan's expression softened. The matriarch had remarked on his transformation from a slave to a commoner and his growing reputation within the village. Her mother had even suggested that, with his recovery aided by the hero's spring, Vakir might become the man he was destined to be, a man who, she noted, wouldn't be a bad choice for a husband. Ayan blushed as she gazed at Vakir, her determination unwavering. "Today, I'm going to make Vakir mine," she firmly declared to herself. Out loud, she shifted the conversation, confidently speaking about her awareness of the merchant's underhanded profits. She insisted that she had been ready to take action if Vakir hadn't intervened. Her words drew a knowing smile from Vakir, which only fueled her embarrassment. Protestingly, she exclaimed, "I really know about the price difference between diamonds and corn in the Empire." Curious, Vakir decided to test her claim, asking her to explain the disparity. Ayan confidently guessed that 1 diamond could be worth 20 corns. When Vakir remained silent, she quickly revised her estimate to 30 corns. Her confidence crumbled when Vakir finally revealed the truth, the astronomical number of corns a single diamond could exchange for in the Empire. Ayan's jaw dropped in shock, her face a mix of disbelief and awe. "That's insane," she blurted, quickly covering her mouth. Attempting to save face, she dismissed her outburst and pretended she knew all along. "The Empire's logic is strange," she muttered, trying to brush it off. "What do they even do with those stones, anyway?" Vakir, unimpressed by her evasions, told her none of that mattered. He then presented her with a choice. She could address him by his name or as a slave. I don't like ambiguity, he added firmly. Ayn considered his words seriously, standing up and moving closer to him. Her piercing gaze locked onto his as she asked softly, "You don't like ambiguities?" She then took hold of his chin, lifting his face gently to meet hers. With a playful yet intent expression, she leaned in closer. "Then I'll call you neither slave nor Vakir," she whispered, moving her face ever closer to his. "What I want to call you is—" Before she could finish, their moment was broken by the joyful arrival of children splashing into the spring. The kids, brimming with excitement, ran up to Ayn, addressing her as commander. "Vakir's brother, Vakir," they exclaimed, their grins wide as they jumped into the water. Ayn spun toward them, startled. "How did you even get here?" she asked, though the children paid her no attention. Instead, they invited her to join in their fun, their energy lighting up the tranquil spring. Vakir, meanwhile, mulled over her unfinished words. "If it's not my name or slave," he wondered, "then what does she want to call me?" Flustered, Ayn exclaimed at the kids, "Rascals. If you enter the spring, its efficacy will be halved." But Vakir seized the opportunity to tease her, reminding her of her own words. "Didn't someone say a true Balac wouldn't be stingy about such things?" The kids quickly echoed him, playfully chiming in, "Yes, stingy Ayn." One of the older children, standing with a small girl beside Vakir, added an explanation. "It was the matriarch's command for the sick children to enter the spring," they said. "It'll help them heal from the effects of the merchant's drugs." Ayn paused, stunned by the turn of events. "Mother planned this, didn't she?" she muttered, wondering if her mother had set this up to humble her. Behind Vakir, one of the children's siblings stepped forward, her expression filled with gratitude. "Thank you for helping my little sister," he said softly, while the small girl nodded shyly, adding her thanks as well. Hunt turned to Vakir, his face showing a mix of frustration and humility, and apologized for misunderstanding him all this time. Vakir gave a simple response. "Yeah." Annoyed by his lack of enthusiasm, Ayn shouted in frustration. "We're apologizing here. Is that all you have to say?" she exclaimed. Vakir, unfazed, responded calmly. Hunt's just got too much anger in him. Ayn couldn't help but smile as she looked at Vakir. Warmth spread across her face as she thought to herself that they still had plenty of time together. She then called out to him with a cheerful grin. "Congratulations on becoming an official Balac member, Vakir." A loud, solid punch landed squarely on Hunt's face, sending him sprawling to the ground with a painful grunt. As he lay there, his attacker, now a 17-year-old Vakir van Baskerville, stood tall and remarked with a hint of amusement, "You're more of a crybaby than I thought." Hun, determined to spite the blow, wiped the blood from his nose and challenged Vakir for another round. However, Vakir, calm and collected, began to walk away. "That's it for today," he said casually. Hun accused him of running away. Vakir didn't even look back. "I'm going for a stroll," he replied simply. As soon as Vakir left, Hun's two friends rushed over to help him up. Frustrated, Hun groaned. "He's so annoying. That guy's a monstrous opponent, stronger than ever since he recovered." One of his friends nodded, mentioning, "I heard Vakir's marksmanship is now on par with Commander Ayn." The other friend scoffed at the idea. "On par? How could he compare to Commander Ayn? I could probably make his nose bleed with one punch." Hun, surprising them, revealed, "His punch didn't even hit me. It stopped right in front of my face." His friend froze in disbelief. "Wait, you're saying the wind pressure from his punch made your nose bleed?" Sweat dripped from Vakir's brow as he exhaled deeply. He stood before a wall riddled with enormous holes, each one evidence of his relentless training. Finally, he muttered to himself, "I can execute the sixth technique perfectly." Pride flickered in his eyes as he assessed his progress. At just 17, he had mastered the Baskerville six-fong technique, a feat many swordsmen couldn't achieve even in their prime. However, he reminded himself there was still a long road ahead before reaching the pinnacle of the 10th technique. Beyond his swordsmanship, Vakir had also cultivated 6 mana circles, elevating him to the level of a high-rank graduate. He silently reflected on the blessings he had received. The river Styx's power coursing through him, the fearsome demonic sword Beelzebub, and the deadly marksmanship and assassination techniques honed among the Balacs. With these combined abilities, he realized he could now stand toe-to-toe with even the most elite graduates. 2 years had passed since Vakir first entered the deep forests. He stared into the distance, contemplating his next steps. Once my preparations are complete, will it be time to leave the Balacs? He wondered. Later, Vakir and Ian navigated the dense forest together. Vakir's keen eyes caught sight of a trail on the ground. He crouched down, running his fingers along the faint impressions in the dirt. These are tracks of the deep forest snake, Masasu, he said, his voice calm yet alert. It's a large, ancient one. Ian nodded, acknowledging his observation. Vakir added, if we manage to catch it, it'll provide enough food for the village for at least 4 days. But as he turned to her, he noticed something off. Ian seemed distracted, her eyes distant, her expression clouded. You seem lost in thought, Vakir remarked, narrowing his gaze. Are you thinking about something other than the hunt? Caught off guard, Ian's face flushed, and she stammered out a denial. Of course not, she blurted, her tone unconvincing. In an obvious attempt to change the subject, she quickly pulled out a knife. Anyway, another hunting group wanted me to ask you about something. Vakir raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his eyes. It was clear she was avoiding the topic. Ian held up the blade for him to inspect. They found this on an imperialist who trespassed into the forest, she explained. Do you recognize the emblem? Taking a closer look, Vakir nodded. I do. It's a famous emblem. His tone grew serious as he added. It belongs to the Leviathan clan, one of the 7 imperial clans, alongside the Baskerville clan. Ian's face darkened as she absorbed the information. At first, we thought it might have belonged to someone from the mercenary group we took down 2 years ago, she said, but it seems that's not the case. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Something about this feels wrong. We've been finding traces of a red liquid in different locations around the headquarters. It's poured from glass bottles, left behind by unknown intruders who always retreat before we can catch them. Vakir's eyes sharpened at her words. Ian sighed and added, the hunting group did manage to capture someone, but they swallowed poison before we could interrogate them. This dagger, she gestured to the knife, is all they left behind. Ian hesitated again, her demeanor suddenly growing more serious. Vakir, she said quietly, her gaze locking onto his. Do you want to return to your hometown? Her question caught him completely off guard. His brows furrowed as he studied her expression. Why are you asking me this now? He asked, his voice calm but wary. Ian's tone shifted, tinged with frustration. I don't like secrets or lies, Vakir, she said earnestly. Be honest with me. Her next words made his heart skip a beat. Another imperialist entered the deep forest recently, she revealed. I believe they're here for you. Vakir froze, his mind racing. Ian didn't miss the flicker of shock in his expression as she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. And there's something else, she continued. It's a red-haired girl. Her words hung in the air, heavy with significance. And so, Vakir's journey takes another twist. From escaping the Baskerville clan to navigating the dangerous Balac forest, he faces battles, alliances, and secrets from his past. With the arrival of a mysterious red-haired girl, new challenges and revelations await. What lies ahead for Vakir? Ian reflected honestly on the events of the past 2 years, recalling her confrontation with Madame and how the girl, accompanied by a search party, had ventured into the deep forests. Ian suspected that the girl was searching for traces of Vakir. Hesitant, but unable to keep her thoughts bottled up any longer, Ian asked the question weighing on her mind. Would Vakir go with this girl? Anxiety gripped her as she imagined his possible reactions. Would he be angry that she had withheld this information? What if he decided to leave? Could she stop him by invoking tribal rules? Or would her efforts be in vain? Before her worries spiraled further, Vakir answered with firm resolve. He wouldn't go back. Still unsure, Ian pressed him, asking if he truly meant it. When he confirmed, her relief was evident. A radiant smile spread across her face as she hugged her wolf companion, joyfully reassuring it that Vakir was staying. While Ian celebrated, Vakir's thoughts turned inward. He believed the Empire was still unaware of his survival, and he planned to remain hidden until he could fully conceal his power from Hugo. The mention of the girl piqued his curiosity. Was it Camus Morgue? Did she still remember that he had saved her, or was her interest purely political? Observing the Baskerville clan's cooperation with the Morgue search party, Vakir concluded that the alliance between the two families remained strong. He wondered if his supposed death had helped strengthen that bond. These reflections solidified his determination to investigate the world beyond the forest when the time was right. Later, as Vakir and Ian stood by the river, their quiet moment was interrupted by an unexpected spectacle. A massive lungfish burst from the water, landing on the riverbank in a flurry of thrashing and agonized sounds. Moments later, it lay still, lifeless. Ian identified the fish and remarked that its leap might signal the rainy season's approach. Judging by its size, she predicted this year's rains could last longer than usual. Their curiosity grew when Vakir noticed an arrow embedded in the fish's body. Slicing it open, they made a shocking discovery: a human skeleton inside, clutching the arrow that had struck it. Ian examined the remains and guessed that the person might have been from the Loco tribe. She noted signs of resistance, suggesting the individual had struggled even after being swallowed. The scene puzzled her, as lungfish typically scavenged only the dead. Vakir speculated that the person might have been so weakened that the lungfish mistook them for a corpse. Ian questioned why someone so frail would take such a risk, and Vakir suggested dire circumstances in their tribe might have driven them to hunt despite the dangers. He hinted that something significant was happening deep within the forest, requiring closer investigation. Venturing further into the forest, Vakir and Ian stumbled upon a horrifying sight: a clearing littered with lifeless bodies. Ian's face twisted in disbelief as she gasped, questioning if all the Loco warriors had perished. Horrified, she struggled to process the grim scene, while Vakir crouched to examine one of the bodies. His sharp eyes took in the evidence: signs of vomiting, diarrhea, and red spots on the corpses. A chilling thought crossed his mind. This might be the result of a deadly disease. The implications were grave, and both Ian and Vakir felt the weight of an unfolding tragedy deep within the forest. As Ian and Vakir approached the Loco village, Ian noted something unsettling. Despite it being well past mealtime, there were no cooking fires burning. The deeper they ventured, the more the eerie stillness of the village gnawed at their nerves. Overgrown weeds covered the neglected paths, and there was no sign of life. Ian speculated aloud that the tribe might have relocated, but her words were quickly overshadowed by a grim discovery. Pulling back the curtain of a tent, she was met with a swarm of flies and the lifeless body of a villager. Alarmed, she called out to Vakir. Vakir, too, had found another corpse nearby. His thoughts raced back to a time before his regression when a deadly epidemic, known as the Red Death, had swept through the deep forests. The disease was infamous for its gruesome symptoms. Red spots covered the body, accompanied by vomiting, diarrhea, and excruciating pain. Those afflicted often suffered a slow and agonizing death. The epidemic had spread so quickly and widely that it even reached the Empire, leaving devastation in its wake. Ian, horrified, urged Vakir to leave the village immediately, calling the situation a curse. Vakir calmly corrected her, explaining that it was an infectious disease, not a curse. Still panicked, Ian argued that the disease made things even more dangerous. Vakir reassured her that it wasn't highly contagious, which seemed to ease her fears slightly. She hesitantly asked if it was truly not a curse, and Vakir, with measured patience, told her she could leave if she was scared. However, Ian worried aloud about what might happen if he died. Vakir dismissed her concerns with chilling indifference, stating that if he were to die, then so be it. Stunned by his cold response, Ian exclaimed that he couldn't make such a decision so lightly. Vakir, meanwhile, concluded that the entire Loco tribe hadn't been wiped out. It appeared they had relocated, leaving behind their deceased and sick. He decided to search the barracks for supplies and advised Ian to find a safer place to wait. Frustrated by his lack of sensitivity, Ian turned to leave, but was suddenly paralyzed with fear. She screamed, her voice echoing through the forest and grabbing Vakir's attention. Rushing to her, he found her on the ground, trembling and pointing ahead. Tears filled her eyes as she cried out about a curse. She pointed toward a child standing nearby and urged Vakir to run away. Though terrified, she promised to follow him if he left. Yet, as she tried to move, she cried out again, clutching her leg in pain from a cramp. Ignoring her distress, Vakir approached the child. Kneeling down, he observed her closely. The child didn't seem to belong to the Loco tribe and looked no older than 5. Nearby, he noticed a small pile of rocks adorned with a flower, indicating that she had been mourning someone's death. Vakir asked gently who she was, and the girl responded with 3 haunting words: Loco slave and kitchen maid. Vakir concluded that she had been enslaved by the Loco tribe. He then asked for her name. After hesitating, she replied, Pomerian. Intrigued, Vakir noted that her name sounded imperial, raising the possibility that she was a captured imperial child. But his intrigue turned to shock as she completed her introduction. Pomerian La Baskerville. Vakir froze in disbelief. Within the Baskerville clan, middle names carried great significance. The extended lineage bore Van, while Ellie was reserved for males of the direct lineage. Females from the direct line, though rare in the male-dominated family, were given the middle name. La Pomerian's full name identified her as a direct descendant, a revelation that left Vakir reeling. Ian's voice broke his thoughts as she pointed to a pendant hanging around Pomerian's neck. The symbol etched into it unmistakably belonged to the Baskerville clan. Vakir grabbed the pendant, startling the girl, who clutched its chain nervously. Opening the pendant, Vakir's anger and confusion surged as he saw the image inside. It was Hugo. The sight of Hugo's picture in the pendant ignited a storm of emotions in Vakir. Rage and bloodlust coursed through him as he demanded answers. Trembling, Pomerian clutched the pendant, visibly frightened by Vakir's sudden outburst. Consumed by his emotions, Vakir pressed her, demanding to know who the people in her life were and why Hugo's image was inside her pendant. Ian stepped in to diffuse the tension, pointing out that Pomerian wouldn't respond to Vakir's demanding tone. She advised him to ask his questions with a smile instead. Vakir, realizing that he had let his emotions get the better of him, took a deep breath and reeled in his anger. With a gentle smile, he approached Pomerian again and asked her about the people in the photo. Ian, watching from the side, couldn't hide her surprise at seeing Vakir actually smile. Pomerian, visibly more at ease, pointed to the picture in the pendant and identified the individuals as her mother, grandmother, and grandfather. Vakir's mind raced as he tried to make sense of her words. Memories of a conversation with Butler Barrymore, the Baskerville family butler, resurfaced in his mind. Butler Barrymore had once revealed something shocking about the Baskerville patriarch, Hugo. Hugo, known for his cold and ruthless demeanor, had not always been that way. According to the butler, Hugo had once been a devoted husband to his first wife, Roxana, and a loving father to their only child, Penelope. But tragedy struck when Penelope was kidnapped by barbarians. Desperate to find her, Hugo relocated the entire Baskerville clan from the capital to the remote Lenore Mountains, near barbarian territory. Despite his relentless efforts, deploying countless hounds and search missions, no trace of Penelope was ever found. The loss drove Hugo to madness, turning him into a remorseless killer who harbored an unquenchable hatred for barbarians. At the time, Vakir had dismissed the tale as an impossible rumor. Yet now, the proof of Penelope's survival stood before him. Her daughter, Pomerian. If Vakir's suspicions were correct, Pomerian was Hugo's direct granddaughter. The revelation left him torn. Hugo, who despised barbarians and treated his children as tools, would be confronted with the existence of his half-barbarian granddaughter. Vakir couldn't help but wonder what expression Hugo would make upon learning this truth. Setting aside his thoughts for the moment, Vakir gently patted Pomerian's head and reassured her. He could see she had been mistreated by the Loco tribe. With a comforting smile, he invited her to join him. Pomerian studied him carefully before pointing out that his hair and eyes were just like her mother's. Vakir acknowledged the similarity, explaining with a playful tone that all Baskerville hounds tended to look alike. He even referred to himself as her uncle, which brought a spark of recognition to Pomerian. She then mentioned her mother's advice. If she ever encountered someone with red eyes, she should follow them. With a sudden burst of resolve, she clung to Vakir and declared her desire to go with him. In that moment, the two stragglers of the Iron-Blooded Sword clan found their paths crossing. The next day, Pomerian emerged from the tent and asked where Vakir was heading. He explained that he had a meeting to attend, one called by the clan's matriarch. Without hesitation, Pomerian ran to him, insisting she wanted to go too. Climbing into his arms, she clung to him tightly. Vakir, wondering if she was afraid to be left alone, couldn't help but feel a small warmth in her trust. While he was glad she had opened up to him, he also realized the challenges ahead. Caring for a child was more difficult than he had anticipated. As he carried her on his back, Vakir's mind turned to the future. He knew he couldn't raise Pomerian in the Balac village. He needed to find a safe place, far from Hugo's reach, but still within the boundaries of the Empire's civilization. This would be the start of a new chapter, both for himself and for the young girl now under his protection. As Vakir carried the peacefully sleeping Pomerian on his back, his resolve solidified. He needed help. He decided to seek assistance from Chihuahua and make plans to leave the forest, eventually heading to the city for safety and resources. Inside the matriarch's tent, a tense discussion was underway. The matriarch, her face lined with worry, addressed the gathered elders and shamans. She spoke gravely about the infectious disease spreading among their people, warning of the impending rainy season. If the disease persisted during the heavy rains, she emphasized, the devastation could be catastrophic. The shaman, however, dismissed the idea of a disease, insisting it was a curse brought on by angered ancestors. He proposed a large ritual to lift the supposed curse. I encountered this view, arguing firmly that it couldn't be a curse and advocating for immediate relocation to escape the spreading affliction. The elders opposed her suggestion, stressing the sacred importance of their land, where the ashes of their ancestors rested. For 2 centuries, this had been their home, and abandoning it seemed unthinkable to them. Ian's group pushed back, pointing out the harsh reality of the disease's spread, particularly among the children. They argued that prioritizing ancestral graves over the survival of future generations was reckless. The shaman supporters stood firm, claiming the ancestors' wrath was the source of the calamity, likely caused by the neglect of their graves. Meanwhile, Ian's group suggested the disease might stem from consuming tainted mushrooms or a contagious parasite. The community's emotions ran high, and the debate grew heated. All eyes eventually turned to the matriarch, waiting for her to make a decision. Yet, even she seemed torn, struggling to navigate the complexities of the crisis. In the back of the meeting, Vakir sat quietly, reflecting on the dire situation. He recalled the Red Death, a disease as devastating as the Black Death that had once ravaged the Empire. Key figures had been instrumental in combating its spread. Camus of the Morgue clan had used a powerful firewall to contain the infection, and Dolores, a saintess from Quo Vadis, had purified the afflicted with her divine powers. However, these interventions had been limited to the Empire. The barbarians living in the Lenore Mountains had been left to fend for themselves, and most had perished. Ironically, this tragedy had benefited the Baskerville clan. With the barbarians' numbers dwindling, low-ranked monsters overran the forest, disrupting its ecosystem and increasing civilian casualties. The Baskerville clan, tasked with protecting the Empire's borders, received resources and support to combat the threat, allowing Hugo to solidify his political power. Vakir clenched his fists, determined to ensure Hugo wouldn't exploit this crisis to gain more influence. Suddenly, he raised his hand, capturing the matriarch's attention. With quiet confidence, he announced that he knew how to stop the Red Death. Later, Vakir's method was tested. A goblin, bound and suspended upside down, was submerged in water drawn from an infected source. After a few moments, they pulled the goblin out. To everyone's horror, red spots rapidly appeared on its body, a clear sign of the disease. Without hesitation, the barbarians threw the infected goblin into a fire, destroying it to prevent further spread. Ian turned to Vakir, her face a mix of shock and realization. She confirmed that every goblin exposed to the contaminated water had shown symptoms of the Red Death, validating Vakir's warnings. She then asked if the disease could truly be transmitted through water. Vakir nodded, explaining that the infected water was indeed a primary source of the contagion. However, he reassured her that boiling the water would effectively eliminate the threat, giving them a practical solution to begin containing the outbreak. Ian, observing the results of their experiment, sought clarification from Vakir about the safety of boiled water. To test further, they placed a goblin directly into boiling water. The result was immediate. The goblin didn't survive. Ian pointed out the unfortunate outcome, and Vakir, maintaining his composure, suggested they try cooled, boiled water instead. Realizing her oversight, Ian agreed to the adjustment. They proceeded to place 2 goblins in water that had been cooled after boiling. This time, there were no harmful effects. The barbarians, watching closely, concluded that boiled water was safe and effective in combating the spread of the Red Death. One barbarian, curious, asked if drinking boiled water could prevent infection. The matriarch approached Vakir to express her gratitude. She acknowledged that his efforts had brought hope to their dire situation. However, Vakir remained cautious, explaining that the Red Death could still spread through the respiratory system and contact with the eyes or mucous membranes. He urged the group to stay vigilant, especially during the early morning hours when the fog was thickest. Ian, glancing at the shaman, couldn't resist a jab. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked about someone once calling the Red Death a curse. The shaman, visibly annoyed, responded by questioning how they planned to avoid water entirely with the rainy season fast approaching. Vakir agreed that the rain posed a challenge, as the overflowing river and increased humidity would complicate their preventative measures. He proposed a bold solution, relocating the village. The shaman was shocked and reminded Vakir that he had already stated the elders would never allow them to leave the land where their ancestors rested. Vakir, unfazed, revealed an alternative. They wouldn't need to relocate entirely, but could adapt their current village to withstand the rainy season. As the rainy season arrived, the Lenore Mountain River swelled, flooding vast areas of the deep forest. The torrential rains transformed the landscape into swampy terrain. However, thanks to Vakir's plan, the Balac village remained unaffected. The tall trees in the territory became a natural fortress against the flooding. Barbarians worked tirelessly to construct elevated bridges and platforms. 2 barbarians strained against the ropes, ensuring they were tightly secured as others stabilized fences to prevent collapse. When the work was complete, a series of interconnected bridges allowed movement between houses built atop the towering trees. One barbarian marveled at their achievement, remarking that even with such heavy rains, the village hadn't flooded. Another credited Vakir, loudly praising his wisdom and shouting their gratitude. Inwardly, Vakir acknowledged the blessing of the tall trees in Balac territory. Without them, such resilience would have been impossible. Pomerian, crawling out of a hut, voiced her desire to stay close to Vakir. Before he could respond, he noticed 2 barbarians waving at him in the distance. Something about their frantic gestures unsettled him. He shouted a warning, realizing the danger too late. A massive catfish suddenly leaped from the water, its gaping maw aimed at the unsuspecting barbarians. Their fearful screams echoed as they struggled to react. Before the catfish could strike, an arrow zipped through the air and struck the creature, sending it flying back into the water. The savior was Ian, standing with her bow raised. She scolded the catfish, cursing it for its attempted attack. Her sharp aim and quick reflexes brought an end to the chaos, leaving the group momentarily stunned but safe. Vakir glanced at Ian and asked if the massive catfish was the infamous Mashisu. Ian explained that this particular catfish had ruled the waters in the area for decades and was known as Ka. Before she could say more, the catfish rammed into a platform, causing the barbarians standing on it to lose their footing and begin to fall. Without hesitation, Vakir sprang into action, determined to put an end to the creature's destructive habits. His hand began to glow red as he summoned Beelzebub, his weapon. Using the Baskerville clan's 6th technique, 6 lurking ambushes, Vakir unleashed a precise and devastating attack on the catfish. The impact made the creature let out a pained screech before retreating into the water. The 2 barbarians who had fallen managed to grab onto a nearby tree trunk and were safe. The others, who had witnessed Vakir's swift and effective response, broke into cheers. They hailed him as the hero of Balac Village, acknowledging the countless times he had come to their rescue. However, the shaman, watching from a distance, clicked his tongue in irritation, clearly displeased by Vakir's growing recognition. Ian, nearby, gave a thumbs up in approval and declared that Vakir had passed, though her expression carried a hint of trouble. Later that evening, inside Vakir's hut, the atmosphere was much lighter. Pomerian sat happily eating the meal Vakir had prepared, her face lit with delight. She wasn't alone. Ian had joined in, also savoring the food with a blissful expression. Pomerian complimented Vakir's cooking, calling it delicious, and Ian chimed in, praising his skills as well. Vakir, mildly surprised, remarked that he didn't recall inviting Ian to his home. Smiling mischievously, Ian explained that the enticing aroma of the food had drawn her in. Vakir quipped that he hadn't prepared enough for her, but Ian cheekily replied that what belonged to the slave also belonged to the master, playfully asserting her right to share his meal. Vakir, rolling his eyes, retorted that he wasn't a slave. Ian waved off his protests, clearly enjoying the banter. Pomerian, observing their light-hearted exchange, innocently remarked that Vakir and Ian seemed like a married couple. Ian blushed furiously and quickly hugged Pomerian, calling her adorable. The girl smiled and hugged her back, and Vakir, watching the scene, wondered when the two had grown so close. The warm moment was interrupted by a sudden chill that swept through the hut. Vakir turned toward the door and noticed a figure standing there, rain-soaked and trembling. Ian, her tone sharp with irritation, addressed the visitor, calling him a Hun. The young man stood in the rain, tears in his eyes, and explained why he had come. He believed in Vakir's ability to save the village and pleaded for his help to save his little sister. Heavy rain poured as they gathered in a dimly lit tent. Inside, a young girl lay on a makeshift bed, her frail body covered in red bruises and her breathing shallow. Vakir, Ayan, and a Hun stood around her, deeply worried. Breaking the silence, Vakir asked when her condition had started. Ahan explained that it began the previous day, after she ventured into the swamp to gather wood for construction. Ayan added that the girl, a Huel, was kind-hearted and always eager to help others. She then asked Vakir if he knew a way to cure her. Before he could respond, an unexpected figure entered the tent, a man with a commanding presence and a disapproving grunt. It was a human, the shaman and Ahan's grandfather. With a stern glare, he chastised the Huel for wandering into the swamp and ignoring his warnings. His frustration boiled over as he blamed her condition on their supposed neglect of ancestral rituals. He then turned his ire toward Ahan and Vakir, calling Vakir an imperial spy bastard and slapping Ahan across the face for defending them. A human berated Ahan as useless and compared him unfavorably to his parents. The shaman doubled down on his belief that a Huel's affliction was a divine curse that could only be resolved by performing an ancestral rite. He warned against tarnishing Balac's reputation by siding with outsiders like Vakir. As he left, he mentioned that the matriarch would likely grant permission for the ritual. Ahan stood silently, tears streaming down his face, while Ayan expressed her frustration at the shaman's actions. The atmosphere in the tent was heavy with tension until Vakir finally spoke. Breaking the silence, he revealed that if they truly sought a cure, he knew of a method. Vakir turned to Ahan, his voice steady but urgent, and gave clear instructions. He told him to sanitize all the furniture a Huel had used with boiling water and to burn charcoal in the bonfire to repel bugs and bats. The goal was to create a clean, sterile environment to give her the best chance of fighting the disease. He then looked directly at Ahan and asked if he could handle the task. Ahan, wiping away his tears, nodded with determination and set off to carry out the orders. Ayan, her worry evident, approached Vakir. She asked if he truly believed he could save Huel. Vakir affirmed his intent, but emphasized that he would need her help. Ayan, resolute, asked what she could do. Meeting her gaze, Vakir revealed his plan. He needed to leave the deep forest and acquire medicine to treat the infection. He requested her guidance to navigate their way out. Ayan was visibly shocked. She voiced her concerns, reminding him that even though he had been accepted as a member of the Balac, there were strict conditions for leaving their land. She doubted that the principal matriarch, her mother, would permit such an action. Vakir acknowledged that the matriarch might indeed give up on Huel, but he proposed a discreet solution. If those present kept his departure a secret, he could leave and return before anyone realized he was gone. Locking eyes with Ayan, he asked if she would allow him to go. Caught off guard, Ayan hesitated. She struggled to respond, but the words wouldn't come. The rain continued to pour, flooding the forest and washing over everything in its path. Vakir pressed on, leaping over makeshift planks floating in the rising water. Suddenly, he stopped and glanced back. Ayan was following him. With a determined tone, Vakir questioned her. "Why are you following me? You agreed to let me go." Ayan, undeterred, suggested they go together. Vakir voiced his concern that she might hinder his progress, but Ayan persisted, asking at least to know his destination. He refused to answer. Frustrated, she then asked why he was taking Pomerian with him. This question silenced him. Ayan lowered her gaze, confessing what she had kept buried. She had noticed Vakir's unique abilities, like the sword emerging from his arm and his knowledge of the Red Death, but she had never dared to ask about them. Reflecting on their time together, she realized she had always felt drawn to him. She admitted that her silence stemmed from fear. Fear that if she pressed for answers, Vakir would vanish from her life. Avoiding his gaze, she whispered one question, her voice trembling. "You'll come back, right?" Closing her eyes, she braced herself for the possibility of an answer she didn't want to hear. Instead, Vakir's calm voice reassured her. "I will come back." Opening her eyes, she saw he had already disappeared into the night. Softly, she muttered, "You'd better keep your promise." In the deputy consul's office of Underdog City, General Secretary Chihuahua sat at his desk, buried under endless piles of paperwork. His frustration grew as he muttered about how the numbers never seemed to decrease, no matter how much work he finished. Walking to the window, he allowed himself a moment of nostalgia, reminiscing about the days when the deputy consul was still alive. Back then, the work had been exhausting, but somehow it had felt fulfilling. The memory of his late superior brought a twinge of sadness to his face as he murmured how much he missed him. Suddenly, a face appeared outside the window, hanging upside down. It was Vakir. Calmly, he asked, "Did you call for me?" Startled, Chihuahua stumbled back, his mind struggling to process the surreal sight. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as panic set in, but he managed to stay silent. Vakir gracefully landed at the window and stepped inside with a faint smile. "How have you been, General Secretary Chihuahua?" he asked, sipping tea as if nothing was amiss. Chihuahua, still reeling, began to stammer. His mind raced with questions. Had Vakir encountered a monstrous entity in the deep forest? Had he suffered severe injuries? Or had he been in the company of barbarians? Yet, as Vakir sat there calmly, his composed demeanor only deepened Chihuahua's confusion. Vakir calmly confirmed the details, maintaining his composure as the conversation shifted. Chihuahua, still processing the situation, hesitated before asking with a mix of disbelief and relief if Vakir was truly alive and not some ghost. Vakir chuckled, teasing him for being so shocked for so long. He reassured Chihuahua, commenting that he was still the same Secretary General. Chihuahua, however, couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. Tears welled up in his eyes as he expressed immense relief that Vakir had survived. But his attention soon shifted to Pomerian, the child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Vakir. With a puzzled tone, he wondered aloud if she might be Vakir's daughter with a barbarian. Vakir, anticipating the misunderstanding, clarified that their similarities stemmed from their shared bloodline, but firmly denied Chihuahua's assumptions. With his emotions settling, Chihuahua wiped his tears and focused on the task at hand, his curiosity about the situation now heightened. Recognizing the need to ensure Pomerian's safety, Vakir entrusted her care to Chihuahua during his absence. He emphasized the importance of providing her with a basic education. Chihuahua accepted the responsibility eagerly, remarking that it had been a while since he'd received a direct order from Vakir. He assured him that the task would be handled with utmost care. However, Vakir expressed concern about Chihuahua managing Underdog City's affairs alone. He suggested seeking assistance from Cindy Wendy, Messam, or Mag Juno if necessary. Chihuahua recalled Cindy Wendy, a criminal Vakir had released 2 years ago in a plea deal, but admitted he had no idea how to locate her. He asked for guidance. Vakir reminded him of the time he'd given 10 billion to a flower girl named Judy. He explained that since no one else had been supporting her, she would likely still be accessible, and Cindy Wendy might have stayed with her. If Cindy refused to cooperate, Vakir instructed Chihuahua to tell her he was alive, confident that her sense of debt to him would secure her help. Chihuahua smiled, acknowledging the plan, and promised to carry out the mission. Before parting, he asked Vakir when he would return. Vakir gave a faint smile, replying that he would come back once his mission was complete. As he gazed out the window, he reflected on a promise he still needed to fulfill. He considered how quickly the Red Death could be cured with a single drop of holy water from a particular clan. Meanwhile, Pomerian woke up, her childish curiosity leading her to tug at Chihuahua's beard, much to his surprise. Vakir, standing near the window, solidified his resolve. His next destination was the religious and holy city of the Quo Vadis clan. At the city gate, 2 guards stood watch, their spears crossed as a precaution. Suddenly, a carriage approached. The guards moved to inspect the vehicle, addressing the driver, Sir Joseph, manager of the oil shop on the first floor. They asked about the contents of the carriage, prompting Joseph to produce a document stating it carried oil, as permitted. One of the guards approached the barrels, requesting an inspection. Frustrated by the formalities despite his frequent visits, Joseph argued that such checks were unnecessary. But the guard, following orders from higher-ups, ignored his complaints and began selecting a barrel to open. As the guard inspected, Joseph grew visibly anxious, silently hoping they wouldn't choose a particular barrel. The guard chose to inspect the very barrel Joseph had hoped he wouldn't. Joseph's anxiety was palpable as the guard opened it. Inside, however, there was nothing but oil. Declaring everything in order, the guard returned to his post and allowed Joseph to pass. As Joseph entered the city, the guards welcomed him to Saint Mecca. He made his way to a quiet, deserted street, glancing nervously at the barrels in the back of his carriage. Once sure the coast was clear, he spoke softly to them, signaling that it was safe to come out. Suddenly, a metallic clink rang out as the dented lid of the very barrel the guard had inspected earlier popped open. Joseph's face broke into a cold sweat as he watched the lid fall to the ground. Emerging from the barrel, covered in oil and wearing a crow mask, was a mysterious figure. Joseph hesitated before speaking, his voice trembling. He asked if he could leave now, believing his task of smuggling the figure into St. Mecca was complete. The crow-masked figure responded with a single, chilling word, "Wait." Joseph froze as the figure handed him a bag, stating it contained the ox, bear, and canine tokens he had promised. Relieved, Joseph stammered his thanks, but remained rooted in place as the figure disappeared into a dark alley. After a moment, Joseph muttered to himself, amazed that the figure had stayed submerged in oil for 2 hours. His suspicions grew. Was this crow-masked man even human? Meanwhile, the crowman ascended a tall tower, gazing down at the bustling city below. Removing the mask, he revealed himself to be none other than Vakir. Taking a deep breath, he mused on his unusual infiltration method. Submerging in oil for hours had reminded him of his encounter with the river Styx, though this experience was far more tolerable. His mission had succeeded. He was now inside the Quo Vadis clan's territory. St. Mecca, the heart of the Quo Vadis clan, was home to a population of 160,000. Its society operated under strict religious principles, suppressing both greed and desire. Even if gold were scattered on the streets, the citizens would walk past it without a second glance. These devout inhabitants adhered to rigid rules, prioritizing order and public peace above all else. Suddenly, a bell rang out, interrupting Vakir's thoughts. He glanced upward at the bell tower, recognizing the ritual it signaled. At once, the citizens froze in place, closing their eyes and bowing their heads in prayer. Streets filled with people clad in white garments became eerily still, their devotion palpable. Navigating through the motionless crowd unnoticed, Vakir couldn't help but wonder how they endured such suffocating lives. As night fell, Vakir approached a well in a quiet part of the city. From his jacket, he retrieved a glass vial. Carefully, he poured its contents into the water below. The vial contained the highly infectious bacteria responsible for the Red Death, a devastating plague capable of spreading with terrifying speed. It was a drastic and dangerous move, but Vakir knew time was of the essence. In a religious city like St. Mecca, the authorities would act swiftly to contain the disease, preventing mass casualties. Just as he finished, Vakir sensed movement behind him. He turned to find 3 curious children watching him by the well. One of them whispered that the man seemed suspicious, while another urged them to leave, sensing danger. When Vakir finally faced them, his piercing gaze froze them in place, fear written across their faces. In a low, firm voice, Vakir cautioned them about the well. He declared it cursed, warning that anyone who drank from it would not escape death's grasp. His words hung heavy in the air as he implored the children to heed his warning and stay away. The terrified children bolted, screaming as they fled. Convinced that Vakir was a ghost who had cursed the well, they vowed never to drink from it. Watching them vanish into the night, Vakir felt satisfied, confident they wouldn't return. To further solidify his deception, he threw a dagger near the well, claiming it was a weapon left behind by the Leviathan clan, notorious for their expertise in poisons. Piecing things together, Vakir surmised that the Leviathan clan was likely behind the spread of the Red Death in the deep forests. The clan's long-standing animosity with the Quo Vadis clan made this a perfect storm. With tensions already high, he anticipated a significant clash between the two factions over this incident. A sly grin spread across his face as he declared his preparations complete. Vakir then turned his attention to the next step of his plan. It was almost time for the holy water to be poured, and his destination was clear. He would visit Saintess Dolores. Under the pale moonlight, a grand mansion stood aglow, its ethereal brilliance drawing a crowd outside its gates. The gathered masses were abuzz with hopeful murmurs, desperate for an audience, with the saintess rumored to reside within. Voices merged into a chorus of pleas, each seeking her miraculous healing. Their cries echoed against the mansion's doors, where the saintess was said to be. Suddenly, a calm, authoritative voice emerged from beyond the doors, questioning the late-hour visit. The crowd recognized it instantly as the saintess herself, and excitement rippled through them. Nobles and wealthy merchants stepped forward, each eager to showcase their influence and riches, hoping to gain her favor. One young man, the lord of the Dortsmile region and eldest son of the Jonathan clan, highlighted his family's military contributions and his connection to the prominent Alphonse clan. Another individual boasted of his role as the overseer of the Ipsen Guild Association, managing the bourgeois family's exports. He also proudly revealed his service as a knight under Count Boston La Baskerville. An older man, desperate for healing, made the grandest offer of all: a productive granary, a beachfront villa on the southern shore, and even exclusive carriages. Despite their impressive credentials and lavish offers, the Saintess remained unmoved. Her voice, steady and firm, dismissed the crowd, stating that wealth and status alone did not justify disturbing her at such an hour. Respecting her decision, the crowd slowly dispersed into the night. But one figure lingered, standing apart from the others. It was Vakir, his crow mask gleaming under the moonlight. He remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Memories of the Saintess flooded his mind. He had seen her before his regression, tending to the wounded on the battlefield. Her once pristine white garments had been soaked in blood, yet her divine powers glowed unwaveringly as she worked tirelessly. He remembered her disdain for wealth and power, traits that separated her from others. Just then, the Saintess's voice interrupted his thoughts. From behind the door, she asked about his identity and purpose. Vakir knelt, his voice steady yet humble, and replied, "I am but a lost lamb seeking guidance." Silence followed his words, but he held his position. After a moment, the door creaked open, and a radiant golden light spilled out, bathing the area in its brilliance. The Saintess's voice, calm yet commanding, invited him inside. As Vakir stepped into the grand hall, he was greeted by a dazzling sight. The space was illuminated with warm, golden light. At its center stood an elegant indoor fountain adorned with an angelic statue. The Saintess's voice emanated from the fountain itself, inquiring how he had lost his way. For a brief moment, Vakir wondered if she would refuse to meet him in person. Given his suspicious attire, he realized it made sense. Remaining calm, he placed a leather pouch on the edge of the fountain. Explaining his purpose, he reported the epidemic spreading through the slums and presented water from their well, which was contaminated with a wicked, dark energy. Vakir placed the pouch of contaminated water by the fountain, confident that if the Saintess truly possessed divine powers, she would sense the malevolent energy within. However, the statue remained silent until the Saintess's voice suddenly rang out, accusing him of lying. The echo of footsteps quickly filled the chamber as knights poured into the room, positioning themselves on an upper level overlooking Vakir. The air grew tense, the leader of the knights stepping forward to address him. With a cold, commanding tone, he noted that Vakir's words were far too assertive for someone claiming to be a lost lamb. He demanded to know Vakir's true identity. Vakir stayed silent, but in his mind, he recognized the knight immediately. It was Pietro Quo Vadis, an old comrade from his previous life. Pietro was infamous for his unyielding commitment to justice, often employing methods more ruthless than those of demons. Vakir himself had learned many interrogation techniques from Pietro, methods brutal enough to break the 7 young masters of Underdog City. Finally, Vakir spoke, expressing mild surprise at seeing Pietro here. Pietro, however, seemed confused by the comment. Acknowledging the epidemic report Vakir had delivered, Pietro questioned his suspicious attire. He ordered Vakir to remove his mask, stating that showing one's face was a matter of respect when meeting the Saintess. Unwilling to comply, Vakir turned to leave, declaring that his task of reporting was complete. But just as he moved toward the exit, an object flew past him, narrowly grazing his mask. Vakir glanced back to see Pietro standing firm, holding an open book. With a stern voice, Pietro declared that he could not allow someone so suspicious to leave. Vakir realized that Pietro had attacked using a page from the book infused with divine energy. Intrigued, Vakir marveled at the creativity of using Holy Scripture as a weapon. Before he could dwell on it further, Pietro leapt from the upper floor, landing in front of him. He accused Vakir of carrying pouches of water tainted with wicked energy, insinuating that he might be the one spreading the epidemic. Vakir defended himself, arguing that it made no sense for the culprit to report their own crime. But Pietro remained skeptical, suggesting that it could all be a ploy to lure the Saintess out. Inwardly, Vakir couldn't deny the accuracy of Pietro's words. Without further warning, Pietro launched an attack, using the divine-infused pages as projectiles. Vakir dodged with precision, leaping from one spot to another, evading the relentless assault. He contemplated activating his aura to gain the upper hand, but hesitated. Doing so would risk exposing his identity as a member of the Baskerville clan. Instead, Vakir capitalized on an opening, propelling himself off the wall to deliver a powerful kick aimed at Pietro. The knight swiftly raised his arm guard, topped with his book, to block the blow. The impact was so forceful that the ground beneath Pietro cracked. Staggered, he looked at Vakir in astonishment, unable to comprehend how such immense strength could come from Vakir's seemingly small frame. Wasting no time, Vakir used his other leg to push off Pietro, propelling himself away. As he landed, he reflected on a technique he had developed 2 years ago after defeating the oxbear, a method called 600 kilogram stability. This was his first time testing it in combat, and he was impressed by its effectiveness. Seizing the momentum, Vakir charged forward, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. Pietro used his book as a shield, deflecting the blows. But the relentless assault began to turn the tide against him. For the first time in the encounter, Pietro realized that the so-called lost lamb was anything but weak. Vakir, no longer holding back, unleashed the Cerberus flame, sending a torrent of fire straight at Pietro. The flames engulfed his book and spread to his hands, forcing him to throw the burning tome aside. With a pained cry, Pietro plunged his hands into the fountain's flowing water, desperate to soothe the searing agony. Calm and composed, Vakir asked if Pietro wanted to continue. Pietro, though visibly shaken, remained defiant. Without warning, he charged at Vakir, accusing him of irreligion for using sorcery. In response, Vakir swiftly kicked the burning book, sending it flying straight at Pietro's face. Momentarily blinded, Pietro staggered, giving Vakir the perfect opening. Seizing the opportunity, Vakir delivered a devastating punch to Pietro's chest. The impact reverberated through the room, shattering Pietro's armor and sending him hurtling backward. He crashed into the fountain statue, breaking it apart before slamming into the wall with a sickening thud, coughing up blood. Above, the knights were frozen in shock, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. One murmured in disbelief, wondering aloud if this was all a dream. Another insisted it was impossible. Pietro Quo Vadis, the unyielding warrior, had been defeated. As Pietro lay crumpled and dazed, several knights rallied to his side, forming a defensive line with their shields and swords raised, ready to confront Vakir. Vakir, not wanting to escalate matters further, addressed them, stating he was prepared to continue if necessary. Before he could finish, however, a commanding voice cut through the tension. Enough! The Saintess had arrived. Her presence silenced the room as she took a moment to survey the scene. Turning her gaze to Vakir, she addressed him directly, asking if he was the lost young lamb. Recognizing her as Saintess Dolores, Vakir confirmed his identity. The Saintess regarded him thoughtfully, then remarked with a wry smile, "You look more like a puppy than a lamb." A small puppy, covered in injuries. A knight bristled at the comment, declaring, "He's no puppy. He's a blood-crazed wolf." But the Saintess dismissed the remark, ordering the knight to fetch tea. Confused but obedient, the knight departed, while the Saintess began walking away, her gaze lingering on Vakir as she expressed her intention to speak with him. Moments later, Vakir and the Saintess sat across from each other at a tea table. Pietro stood behind her, his watchful eyes fixed on Vakir, who couldn't help but silently observe the Saintess. She appeared no older than 16, yet her reputation was far-reaching. Vakir recalled her full name, Saintess Dolores Quo Vadis. During the war against demons, she had worked tirelessly on the front lines, saving countless lives. She was revered by warriors and marshals alike, including Vakir himself, as a symbol of compassion and virtue during the bleakest days. Breaking the silence, the Saintess sighed and admitted she'd been feeling stressed. Her casual remark caught Vakir off guard. With a questioning gaze, he listened as she explained. She revealed that she had been attending the Imperial Academy of Colosso and was currently on break, handling family matters during the holidays. The shift in tone left Vakir momentarily bewildered. Why were they discussing such mundane topics? The Saintess continued, gazing out the window as she described the constant demands placed upon her by nobles and merchants. She lamented how they sought her help at all hours, often for trivial matters. Most cases, she said, revolved around the consequences of narcotics or sexually transmitted infections, with few truly serious illnesses among them. Taking a sip of tea, she mused aloud about the irony of it all. People rarely see the broader principles of justice, righteousness, benevolence, and equality. Instead, they fixate on their immediate needs. Her words hung in the air, their weight subtly challenging Vakir to reflect. In response to the saintess's musings, Vakir calmly remarked, "Theology is essentially the process of understanding humans, so such things are inevitable." The saintess's gaze sharpened as she identified the source of his words, the Old Testament of Asmos, chapter 6, verse 9. Her surprise was evident as she marveled that someone familiar with such an ancient passage still existed. Vakir remained silent for a moment before redirecting the conversation to a more pressing matter. He revealed the outbreak of a deadly epidemic in the slums of St. Mecca. When the saintess asked if his information was reliable, he presented the pouch of contaminated water he had collected from the slum's well. Her expression turned serious as she studied him. She questioned whether he had any involvement in spreading the disease. Vakir, exuding calm confidence, countered with a rhetorical question. Why would he have come forward if he were the culprit? He acknowledged, however, that suspicion was natural in such circumstances and began contemplating his next move. As Vakir raised his hand, Pietro immediately sprang into action, placing himself protectively in front of the saintess. Urging her to take cover, he prepared for what he expected to be an attack. But instead of aggression, Vakir extended his hand, which began to glow with a radiant golden light. "I dislike harming innocent people," he stated firmly, "especially since this place is my hometown." Both the saintess and Pietro were visibly stunned. The saintess, in particular, couldn't hide her astonishment as she recognized the divine power emanating from Vakir. "Are you a believer of Lun?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Maintaining his composure, Vakir calmly replied, "Now, will you hear me out?" He proceeded to recount his observations, revealing that he had seen suspicious individuals pouring liquid from glass bottles into the slum's water supply. He identified these individuals as the true culprits behind the epidemic. The saintess, taken aback by the gravity of his revelation, asked what motive these perpetrators could have. Vakir laid a map on the table, pointing to two key locations as he explained his deductions. His reasoning implicated the deadly and poison-wielding Leviathan clan and the powerful bourgeois family conglomerate. He elaborated further, explaining how the Leviathan clan stood to gain by using the epidemic to collect samples for their research, advancing their nefarious pursuits. Moreover, with the potential collapse of the Quo Vadis family, their longtime rivals, the Leviathan clan would secure a strategic advantage. Turning his attention to the bourgeois family, Vakir detailed how their gains would come in the form of financial opportunities. During an epidemic, laborers perish, leaving landowners bankrupt. Fields, factories, and stores become vacant, creating the perfect conditions for the bourgeois family to expand their real estate empire and diversify into new ventures. He concluded that the Leviathan clan was likely the orchestrator of the outbreak, with the bourgeois family acting as opportunistic accomplices. To further mask their schemes, the native people of the deep forest were being framed as scapegoats. This insidious plan allowed both factions to reap immense benefits at the expense of others. As he finished his explanation, Vakir noticed the stunned expressions on both Pietro and the saintess. They were clearly grappling with the sheer magnitude of what he had just laid out. The saintess's mind raced with questions, marveling at the plausibility of his deductions. She couldn't help but wonder how someone could so accurately predict the motivations and actions of others. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she finally asked, "Just who on earth are you?" Vakir responded to the saintess's question with a cryptic reply, suggesting they call him Night Bloodhound. The saintess found the name foreboding, while Pietro dismissed it as blasphemous, remarking that it suited Vakir's dark attire all too well. Despite the ominous tone, the saintess acknowledged that everything Night Bloodhound had said was plausible. She decisively told Pietro they needed to investigate the epidemic in the slums and report their findings to her father. Pietro readily agreed, impressed by her resolve. Vakir, observing her determination, silently reflected that meeting the saintess was fortunate. He was confident that with her involvement, progress would now be swift. Meanwhile, the saintess studied Vakir closely, finding his small and battered appearance incongruent with the power he had displayed in defeating Pietro and the Holy Knights. She sensed something primal emanating from him, a mix of blood, oil, steel, violence, and anger. Yet beneath this storm of emotions, she detected a profound sadness. Lost in her thoughts, she found herself questioning the true nature of this enigmatic figure. When they arrived at a church in the slum area, the sisters greeted the saintess with visible relief. One of them, tears streaming down her face, pleaded for her to save their community from the devastating epidemic. The saintess was visibly shaken as she saw the afflicted, individuals lying in anguish, bearing the unmistakable marks of the disease. She couldn't help but acknowledge the accuracy of Night Bloodhound's information. Vakir observed the infected with a heavy heart. He regretted involving civilians in his plans, but given the urgency, there had been no other choice. He was relieved, however, to see no children among the afflicted and mused that his earlier scare at the well may have protected them. Recognizing that the disease was still in its early stages, Vakir knew it was now up to the saintess to help these people. With compassion radiating from her, the saintess addressed the suffering patients. She assured them that God's sublime love would heal them. Bowing her head, she began to pray, her voice trembling with emotion as she called upon the light of her life and the fire of her soul to bear witness to the suffering before her. A tear slipped down her cheek, and as it touched the ground, a golden radiance burst forth. The light filled the room, seeping through the windows and doors of the church, blanketing everything in its glow. The miracle unfolded before their eyes. An elderly man, gasping for breath and covered in red marks, suddenly stabilized. His labored breathing eased, and the red marks faded from his skin. Around the room, others experienced similar recoveries, their pain lifting as their conditions improved. The sisters were overjoyed, showering the saintess with gratitude for her divine intervention. Vakir watched in silence, his gaze steady and thoughtful. He recognized the incredible power she possessed and realized that her holy water could bring life-saving miracles to the deep forest. Later, Saintess Dolores sat at her study table, the soft glow of a candle illuminating her focused expression. Before her lay a map, where she meticulously marked key areas with precision. Her thoughts were consumed by the situation. While her divine power had temporarily healed the afflicted, she knew it wasn't a permanent solution. New cases would continue to emerge unless the root cause of the epidemic was addressed. Her attention shifted to a glass tube containing bodily fluid extracted from an infected individual. Examining it, she noted its frightening properties, a short incubation period and a slow, agonizing death for its victims. Its malignancy caused prolonged suffering, and she understood that the infection would only grow worse unless the source was eradicated. Determined, the saintess concluded that purifying the deepest well in the slums was the key to stopping the outbreak. She envisioned concentrating her divine power into a single drop, enough to cleanse the contamination and end the spread of the disease once and for all. A sudden wave of realization broke through the saintess's thoughts. She exhaled deeply, rising from her seat with a renewed sense of purpose. It wasn't the time to lose herself in contemplation, she reminded herself. There were more people to help, more pain to heal. But as she prepared to leave, a sharp headache struck her, forcing her to clutch the edge of the table for support. Concern flickered across her mind. Was it anemia? Perhaps the toll of overusing her divine powers was catching up to her. Despite the strain, she steadied herself, summoning every ounce of resolve. Her commitment to alleviating the suffering of others was unshaken. Emerging from her room, Saintess Dolores was greeted by a trio of noblemen. One of them, brimming with enthusiasm, joyfully called out her arrival. Addressing her with reverence, he assured her they were ready to accompany her. Intrigued, Dolores inquired about their presence. Eagerly, one of the men explained their purpose. They had come to offer assistance, concerned for her well-being. They couldn't possibly allow someone as noble as her to face the low and dirty conditions of the slums alone. With pride, they announced they'd brought 3 wagons filled with donations and emergency relief supplies, joking that the recipients had hit the jackpot that day. But beneath their grandiose display of generosity, subtle tones of mockery seeped into their words. Were these men truly here to help? Or was it merely a performance to boost their own image? Dolores saw through their well-intentioned facade and discerned their true motives. With a serene smile, she walked past them as the trio pledged their loyalty, declaring it a gentleman's duty to protect a lady. They swore to assist her in every way possible, their hearts racing as her presence seemed to captivate them. The saintess, ever composed, gently assured them that she trusted the task to their capable hands. Their excitement was short-lived. As they ventured deeper into the relief area, the pungent stench of illness and decay assaulted their senses. The nobles' faces twisted in disgust, and they struggled to suppress their gag reflexes. One of them lamented the risk of tarnishing his expensive, limited-edition shoes, while another fretted about catching the disease himself. The third demanded that the clutter and filth be cleared immediately, urging the priest to treat him first. Dolores observed their reactions without surprise. Their discomfort was inevitable, as their ulterior motives had no place in such a sacred endeavor. She pondered if they understood what true empathy meant, the kind that transcended self-interest. For her, the essence of grace, godliness, and love lay in selfless altruism, unwavering kindness, and voluntary sacrifice. Her gaze shifted to another tent emanating an ominous aura of dark energy. Inside, she knew, were the most critical patients, those battling both the disease and the despair that came with it. The clergy and the afflicted within would all be enduring unimaginable pain. Resolutely, Dolores approached the tent. Silently, she sought forgiveness for not being there sooner. Drawing back the curtain, she stepped inside and declared, "I am here now. Let me help." As Saint as Dolores entered the critical care tent, she was met with a scene that stopped her in her tracks. A commanding voice rang out, urgently requesting more saline. Behind the doctor tending to a patient, a priest stood frozen in astonishment, witnessing something he thought impossible. The doctor, whom the priest soon realized was Night Bloodhound in disguise, had been tirelessly treating patients for hours. But what shocked the priest most was the method Vakir employed. Using a small clinical knife, Vakir made an incision in the infected area, then touched the wound with 2 fingers, channeling divine power directly into it. Miraculously, the infection vanished before their eyes. The priest marveled at this unconventional approach. Unlike typical blessings that remained on the skin's surface, Vakir's method seemed to channel divine power straight into the afflicted area. This revelation stirred something within the priest, a realization that he, too, might be capable of focusing and utilizing divine power in a similar way. Saintess Dolores, observing from a distance, immediately recognized the doctor's true identity. It was indeed Vakir. His exceptional skill in both medicine and divine power left her awestruck. After curing the infection, Vakir administered medicine to aid the patient's recovery. His actions carried a solemn determination, a sign of his deep commitment to saving lives. Vakir placed both hands on the patient's chest and channeled divine power into their body. He understood that divine power was typically drawn through a cleric's prayers to a god. The god would then transform the prayer into a corresponding amount of divine energy, proportional to the cleric's devotion. Usually, 1 unit of divine power equated to 1 miracle, and 10 units could generate 10 miracles. But Vakir knew of an extraordinary method that allowed 10 miracles to be performed with only 1 unit of divine power, and 100 miracles with 10. His mind drifted back to the time of the Great Fall, a turbulent era when waves of monstrous enemies and countless wounded overwhelmed the clerics. Faced with an insurmountable crisis, the clerics realized their divine power reserves were woefully inadequate. Out of desperation, a divine decree altered the rules of miracles. Instead of strict calculations, clerics adopted a philosophy of miracles first, consequences later. They could now draw divine power with no apparent limit, though the excess came with an invisible interest. This phenomenon, dubbed advanced divine power, allowed even non-clerics to harness divine energy if they vanquished monsters in acts of faith. Vakir, with a soul steeped in karmic energy from his past, could tap into advanced divine power within this holy region. It was this remarkable ability that allowed him to accomplish feats others deemed impossible. Just then, a distressed little girl sobbed near her ailing mother, crying out for her to wake up. Having completed his previous treatment, Vakir approached the child with calm reassurance. He promised her that her mother would recover soon. Handing the girl a gold coin, he advised her to use it to buy food, firewood, and anything else her mother might need. A priest who had been observing intervened, cautioning Vakir. Material assistance, he said, was not permitted, as monetary demands were endless. If Vakir continued, he risked giving away all his resources. Vakir, unshaken, posed a philosophical question in response. If demands are endless, then what defines their limit? What truly is limitless? The priest was left speechless, struggling to grasp the depth of Vakir's words. As silence fell between them, the sound of the little girl's sobs softened, replaced by a flicker of hope as she clutched the coin tightly. Vakir stood calmly, explaining that while he could give all the money he had in his pocket to the needy, there was a limit to how much he carried. His words carried weight, but it was his next action that left an impression. He paused, looking at a sick mother before him, and then softly apologized. The Saintess Dolores, observing this, felt a flicker of curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder, why was he apologizing? What could make someone as composed as Vakir say sorry? Reflecting on his earlier words about theology being a pursuit of understanding, she began piecing together the reasoning behind his apology. Perhaps she thought it was similar to her own feelings, a deep regret for not being able to do more to help those in need. Her thoughts raced, and her heartbeat followed suit, thundering in her chest. Saintess Dolores, though only 16 and still inexperienced in many ways, found herself overwhelmed by the presence of the mysterious man before her. After tirelessly aiding the victims of the epidemic, Vakir stepped outside for a brief respite. Sitting down, he let out a tired sigh, lifting his mask momentarily to take a sip of water. However, his break was interrupted as he noticed Saintess Dolores approaching. Quickly lowering his mask, he greeted her and asked if she was all right. She settled beside him, requesting a moment to talk. Vakir agreed without hesitation, and she used the moment to thank him. With his help, they had managed to treat all the epidemic's casualties. Ever modest, Vakir dismissed her praise, saying he had simply done what needed to be done. The Saintess smiled, almost as if expecting that answer. Yet, an awkward silence soon followed. Breaking the stillness, she clutched her clothes tightly, a sign of the inner turmoil she was about to confess. She admitted her doubts, lamenting that someone as strong as Vakir should have been born with divine power. She spoke of her own fortunes, how she was blessed with divine power, but burdened with a frail body, weak faith, and an uncertain mind. She questioned why a higher power had chosen her, a flawed person, to carry the weighty title of a saintess, especially when so many others, with greater faith, were overlooked. Vakir's response startled her. With a calm smile, he explained that her anguish and guilt were exactly why she was chosen. He said the world didn't need unshakable perfection. It needed a light capable of piercing even the darkest and fiercest places. His words moved her deeply, and tears welled in her eyes as she sought reassurance, asking if she could truly become the person he described. Vakir's answer was steady and full of confidence. She could. Later, as the clergy of the Quo Vadis family gathered to pray, the culmination of their efforts bore fruit. A divine essence, distilled into 3 concentrated drops of holy water, was produced. Each drop carried the power to purify all those infected in the slums. These precious drops, stored in small glass bottles, were named Plany de la Verge, commonly referred to as the Saintess's Tear. In a grand hall, Saintess Dolores sat before a podium holding the box containing the 3 sacred bottles. As she began her prayer, a radiant divine light filled the space. Her voice resonated with conviction as she spoke of the woman chosen to nurture the only son of a higher power. She recounted sleepless nights of anguish, the heartache that outpaced her endurance, and the immeasurable sorrow carried in silence. Declaring the day as one of profound suffering, she channeled all her emotions into her prayer. As she concluded, the divine light descended upon the podium, enveloping it in a luminous glow. Not long after, holy knights entered the hall, reverently carrying the box containing the 3 saintesses' tears, a testament to her strength and unwavering resolve. The holy knight carefully closed the box containing the saintesses' tears, expressing gratitude for her dedication and reassuring her that the sacred items would be securely stored in the basement safe. Saintess Dolores entrusted them with this solemn responsibility, watching as they departed. Alone, she began contemplating her next steps. Nearby, a priest knelt in solemn prayer before a statue of the goddess, his focus unwavering. Saintess approached him quietly, addressing him with respect as father and indicating her need to report something regarding the epidemic known as the Red Death. The priest, Cardinal Humbert Lon Quo Vadis of the Loon Church, turned to her with a warm expression, affectionately calling her his fairy and his daughter. He invited her to come closer, placing a firm but gentle hand on her shoulder. With a smile, he commended her for the remarkable offering she had made this time, noting it as fitting for someone of her stature. Humbly, the saintess accepted his praise and acknowledged his boundless generosity. The cardinal urged her to share the details of her findings, and the saintess began outlining their plan. She explained that they intended to use the newly created saintess's tear to purify the contaminated water flowing beneath the holy city of St. Mecca. At this, the cardinal leaned in, asking if the source of the infection had been identified. Saintess confirmed that it had. She reported that the contamination originated from an unregistered well in the slums, adding that children in the area had claimed a spirit had cursed the well. Their investigation revealed the well to be severely infected, and they had uncovered evidence, a glass bottle used by the perpetrator to store and spread the infection. Presenting a cloth bundle, she revealed suspicious objects discovered near the well, including a dagger and an emblem. The cardinal's expression darkened as he examined the items, his gaze freezing on the engraved emblems of Leviathan and Bourgeois. This confirmed his worst fears. The two factions had collaborated to create an artificial virus. A surge of holy aura erupted from the cardinal, his voice echoing with righteous fury as he denounced the audacity of those who dared to insult divinity. With a burning resolve, he declared a holy war against the perpetrators, referring to them with scorn as poison addicts and misers. Throughout his outburst, the saintess maintained a calm and composed demeanor. However, her expression shifted dramatically when the cardinal mentioned the night hound, suggesting he was a prime suspect. In a commanding tone, he demanded that the night hound be captured and interrogated to extract every detail of his involvement. To the cardinal's shock, Saintess Dolores abruptly interjected, raising her voice to defend the night hound. The room fell silent as she passionately argued for his innocence. She emphasized that the night hound had worked tirelessly to treat the infected, and his actions had prevented countless casualties. Resolute and unwavering, she declared that someone who had dedicated himself to saving lives could not possibly be evil. The cardinal regarded her with a mix of surprise and displeasure. After a moment, he remarked cryptically that he knew what was truly happening. His words left the saintess confused and uneasy. He then raised his hand toward the heavens, declaring that the night hound was ultimately to blame for the situation. The saintess's defiance, the first time she had ever gone against him, only solidified his conviction. With a determined gleam in his eye, the cardinal declared that he would personally interrogate the night hound to uncover the truth. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Cardinal Humbert, causing Saintess Dolores to cry out in alarm. A radiant beam of divine light shot skyward from his raised hand, illuminating the entire city with an awe-inspiring glow. With a tone of finality, the cardinal informed the saintess that her opposition was futile. He had already dispatched the paladins to capture the night hound. At an inn where Vakir had been staying for the past few days, a group of holy knights surrounded his room. Communicating through precise hand signals, they meticulously planned their next move. With determined resolve, one knight kicked the door open, accusing the night hound of being the prime suspect in the Red Death outbreak. However, their accusations echoed through an empty room. Vakir was nowhere to be found. They stood in stunned silence, realizing that their target had eluded them. Back at the cathedral, a priest rushed toward Cardinal Humbert and Saintess Dolores, his voice filled with urgency. The cardinal, remaining calm, questioned the nature of the disturbance. After a moment of hesitation, the priest delivered the distressing news. One of the saintess's tears had vanished from the basement safe. A bead of sweat trickled down the saintess's face as she processed the revelation. She wondered if this disappearance was the true reason for the night hound's presence in the city. Meanwhile, Vakir stood atop a watchtower overlooking the city, holding the missing saintess's tear in his hand. With a faint smile, he secured the bottle in a pouch and whispered a quiet thank you for the gift. Moments later, his figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving no trace behind. Elsewhere, Ian stood at the edge of a cliff, bow in hand, confronted by a fearsome Cerberus. The monstrous beast, its hide riddled with arrows, growled ominously, its three heads focused on her every move. A barbarian behind the creature tried to divert its attention with a shout, but the Cerberus pressed forward, forcing Ian to retreat. Step by step, she edged backward until the ground beneath her gave way. Losing her footing, she tumbled over the cliff, crashing through tree branches on her descent. None of the branches slowed her fall, and she finally landed hard on the ground below. Groaning as she regained consciousness, Ian heard voices, but couldn't make out their meaning. Slowly, she managed to open her eyes, her blurred vision settling on two men standing nearby. One of them observed her condition with a neutral expression, while the other wore a greedy smile. It quickly became clear that these men were merchants transporting supplies, their journey interrupted by the discovery of Ian lying injured on the ground. Sometime later, Ian found herself thrust into a dire situation. Visibly nervous, she gripped a sword tightly in her hands. Behind her stood a confining wooden wall, offering no escape. Surrounding her was a raucous, massed crowd cheering loudly, their energy feeding the tension in the air. Facing her was a hulking opponent, a battle-scarred man with a sinister grin. He clacked his fingers menacingly, signaling the start of their confrontation. The battle commenced with the man charging at Ian, a thunderous shout accompanying his movement. His confidence in his victory was palpable, but despite her fear, Ian moved with agility. She dodged his attack with a quick leap and retaliated with a swift slash of her sword, leaving a shallow wound on his shoulder. To her dismay, her opponent barely flinched. With brute strength, he grabbed her midair by the leg and hurled her violently against the wooden barrier, the crowd erupting into cheers as the fight escalated. Ian's body collided harshly with the wooden wall, the impact forcing blood to spray from her mouth as waves of pain surged through her battered form. Tears welled in her eyes, not only from the agony, but from the humiliation of her defeat. The masked onlookers erupted into boisterous laughter, their cruel amusement echoing through the arena. To them, her suffering was nothing more than entertainment, a brutal spectacle they relished. Lying on the cold ground, her tears streamed freely, mingling with the dirt beneath her. Defeated and broken, Ian's spirit seemed on the verge of shattering. Her opponent, basking in his triumph, let out a victorious shout, his voice reverberating through the arena as the crowd roared its approval. In this moment of despair, a flicker of hope emerged. Images of her mother and family materialized in her mind, like a beacon cutting through the suffocating darkness. Summoning every ounce of strength, Ian resolved to rise. She clawed her way to her feet, ignoring the burning pain in her body. The crowd, once indifferent, now took notice of her defiance. The murmurs grew louder as the masked observers speculated about her determination and what it could mean for the unfolding battle. Finally standing tall, Ian smeared lines of dirt mixed with her blood across her face, a symbol of her inner fire. Her gaze locked onto her opponent, fearless and unyielding. The arena buzzed with anticipation, the spectators licking their lips in excitement at the prospect of a second round. Ian's unwavering resolve made it clear. She was ready to face her adversary again, no matter the odds. Years later, Ian's life had taken a grim turn. She now sat imprisoned behind cold steel bars, her once fiery spirit seemingly extinguished. Her eyes, once a reflection of defiance, now carried the weight of hopelessness. Even the cherished memories of her family, which had once given her strength, had faded into a distant blur. Overwhelmed by despair, Ian closed her eyes, surrendering to the crushing emptiness that consumed her. Amid the suffocating silence of her cell, a sudden noise jolted her back to awareness. Her eyes snapped open to find a glass tube with remnants of elixir lying before her. She recoiled instinctively, fear gripping her as she noticed a figure standing just beyond the bars. The shadowy figure stepped closer. It was none other than Vakir. Without a word, he opened her cell door and, in the rough, guttural language of the barbarians, instructed her to leave. Reality abruptly shifted. Ian awoke, gasping for breath, her face wet with tears. The torment she had experienced wasn't reality, but a vivid, haunting dream. As she lay on her mother's lap, the matriarch gently inquired if Ian had been dreaming. She mentioned that even in her sleep, Ian had called out for Vakir. The dream wasn't the only source of pain, however. With a trembling voice, Ian confided in her mother about the agony that consumed her. Her chest ached, her body burned, and a strange, suffocating dryness had taken hold of her heart. She feared she might be afflicted with the Red Death and, through tears of anguish, admitted that the pain was so overwhelming it made her regret being born into this world. The matriarch, seeing her daughter's despair, sought to comfort her. Placing a gentle hand on Ian's trembling form, she began to recount a tale, her voice soft and soothing, like a balm for Ian's wounded spirit. The matriarch's voice softened as she recounted a story from long ago. She and Ian's father had planted a small seed together. He buried it in the soil while she faithfully watered it every day. Before long, the seed sprouted and grew into a healthy, beautiful flower. When the time came, they harvested the flowers, extracted their sap, and smoked it. What followed was a euphoria that brought them joy, and it was during this time of happiness that Ian came into their lives. However, the story took a somber turn. Due to a grave misdeed, Ian's father was executed by her grandfather. The matriarch paused, observing her daughter's pained expression. Ayan, grappling with her worsening health, expressed her despair. The matriarch, with a gentle smile, reminded her that life is unpredictable, filled with both trials and triumphs. She urged Ayan to endure these hardships and hold on to hope, assuring her that Vakir would return with a cure. But Ayan, lost in her despondency, rejected her mother's comfort, voicing her doubt that Vakir would ever come back. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden shout from outside shattered the quiet atmosphere. The exclamation was clear. Vakir had returned, and he had brought the much-needed medicine. The matriarch's face lit up with a smile as she reassured Ayan, affirming that her faith in Vakir had been right. However, when she turned to share her joy with her daughter, Ayan was already gone, having bolted outside. The matriarch, slightly annoyed, muttered to herself, wondering if Ayan truly had the Red Death after all. Meanwhile, Ayan raced through the settlement, her heart pounding with both hope and desperation. Her thoughts flashed back to when Vakir had helped her escape a life of slavery. She recalled his fearless stance against Madame Eight Legs and the lesson he had imparted through his actions, the power of facing one's fears head-on. It was Vakir's example that had given her the strength to rise above her own pain and fear. Finally, Ayn arrived at the gathering of barbarians, her eyes locking onto Vakir. There he stood, resolute and calm. Vakir expressed surprise at seeing her, remarking that he had heard she was afflicted with the Red Death. Ayn didn't answer with words. Overcome with emotion, she ran straight at him and leaped into a powerful hug, sending both of them crashing to the ground. As she held onto him tightly, Vakir groaned in mock protest, joking that her first hug might have broken his back had he not reinforced himself with mana. He then asked how someone supposedly afflicted with the Red Death could muster such strength. Ayan, still clinging to him, confessed that as soon as she heard he had returned, her body felt lighter. Confused but relieved, Vakir inquired if she was truly fine. Ayan reassured him with a smile, admitting she might be pretending to feel better, but her joy was genuine. She then welcomed him back, her face glowing with happiness. Vakir smiled warmly and replied, "I'm back." Inside a nearby tent, Ahul lay gravely ill on a bed, her breaths labored and her condition dire. Vakir sat beside her, surrounded by concerned barbarians. Their faces were tense, the air thick with anxiety. Determined to act, Vakir opened a pouch, revealing the Sanus's tear. A brilliant golden radiance spilled from the vial as he held it up, bathing the room in a warm, healing light. The golden aura cascaded over Ahul, and the group watched in astonishment as the red spots on her body began to vanish. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the barbarians as they witnessed the seemingly miraculous cure. The Sanus's tear had eradicated the Red Death from Ahul, leaving her breathing easier, her color returning to normal. The barbarians, their gratitude palpable, began to praise Vakir, hailing him as the bringer of the cure. Vakir, however, remained focused. He asked Ayan about the number of patients in their tribe, and she reported that including Ahul, there were around 30 infected. Vakir's expression grew grim as he inquired about the situation in other tribes. Ayan admitted that it was dire. Many tribes were on the brink of annihilation. Vakir estimated that there could be as many as 10,000 infected individuals. Resolutely, he urged her to send word to the other tribes, instructing them to gather their sick in preparation for treatment. The battle against the Red Death had only just begun. Ayan, concerned about the magnitude of the crisis, hesitantly asked Vakir if there was truly enough of the cure to go around. Vakir reassured her with calm confidence, stating that there was more than enough. He added that this was a perfect opportunity to showcase their tribe's strength and capabilities to others. His words inspired awe among the barbarians, who couldn't contain their admiration. They hailed him as nothing short of amazing. Remaining focused on practical matters, Vakir shifted the conversation to another pressing issue, a swamp monster named Ka. He revealed that he had defeated it during his journey and instructed the barbarians to retrieve the creature for sustenance. Once again, murmurs of amazement rippled through the crowd, as the barbarians marveled at his feats, realizing how far beyond their abilities Vakir truly was. Refocusing the group, Vakir urged the tribes to gather near the river catchment area for the next phase of the plan, emphasizing the need for swift action. After some time, the various barbarian tribes assembled by the riverbank, their leaders and members alike watching intently. Vakir stood at the forefront, holding the Sanus's tear in his hand. With deliberate motion, he poured the contents into the river. From the point of contact, a radiant golden light surged outward, illuminating the entire river as it flowed, casting the forest in a resplendent glow. Turning to address the gathered leaders, Vakir explained that the water had been purified and all the infected needed to do was drink it. The afflicted, with the help of others, began to partake in the blessed water. Laughter and joy soon filled the air. Cries of amazement echoed as individuals exclaimed that the Red Death had vanished. The weight of sickness lifted, replaced by a sense of newfound life. The tribes celebrated together, their cheers resonating through the forest. Vakir turned to the matriarch, explaining that the purification process was spreading throughout the river's catchment area, ensuring that the bacteria would soon be eradicated entirely. The matriarch, deeply impressed, suggested that Vakir be named the tribe shaman. However, just as Vakir began to decline, the ground trembled. A resounding thud shook the earth as one of the tribe leaders stomped his foot, creating a visible crack in the ground. All eyes turned to the source of the commotion. With a thunderous voice, the leader called out, asking the people of the deep forest, "What is the name of the hero who purified our land?" In unison, the barbarians pounded their feet rhythmically and chanted, "Vakir." Another tribe member stepped forward, asking, "Who saved our families from the Red Death?" Again, the crowd answered with a resounding, "Vakir." The leader of a third tribe posed the final question, "Who has brought hope and a bright tomorrow to the deep forest?" The reply was the same, Vakir's name. Spoken in unison, a thunderous chorus of gratitude and acknowledgement. The forest resonated with the chants of Vakir's name. The tribes united in celebrating the man who had brought healing and hope to their home. Amid the jubilant atmosphere, Vakir's mind was already calculating his next steps. The actions of the Poison Clan, while destructive, had inadvertently created an advantageous situation. Winning over the Deep Forest tribes was not just a victory. It was a strategic blow to the Baskerville clan. As a member of the Baskerville clan himself, Vakir recognized the opportunity to outmaneuver them, particularly Hugo, who had long stood as a rival. A sinister smile tugged at his lips as he plotted his next move, knowing the loyalty of the mountain natives might just turn the tide in his favor. The matriarch joyfully announced the commencement of a festival to celebrate their newfound hope and victory over the Red Death. However, before the excitement could build, Vakir interjected, his voice steady but firm. He explained that there was still one critical task to address. Both the matriarch and Ayin turned to him with questioning looks. Vakir clarified his intent, finding and exposing the individual responsible for spreading poison in the forest. Elsewhere, deep within a shadowy cave, a man named a human indulged in his sinister thoughts. He chuckled darkly, confident that his plan was unfolding perfectly. In his mind, enough time had passed for everyone to succumb to the poison. He sneered, blaming an imperial brat for forcing him into a deal with imperial smugglers. Still, his lips curled into a self-satisfied smirk as he envisioned the next phase of his plan, posing as the savior of his tribe by offering the antidote at just the right moment. The crowning touch, as he saw it, was his decision to infect even his own granddaughter, a Huel, as part of this elaborate deception. To him, it was a masterstroke. However, as a human emerged from the cave and returned to the village, he was met with an unsettling sight. Contrary to his expectations, the villagers were bustling about happily, full of life and energy. His brows furrowed in confusion. Just days earlier, he had seen them gasping for air and on the brink of collapse. His bewilderment deepened further when he saw a Huel, his supposed victim, cheerfully cooking food. Stunned and unable to reconcile the scene before him, a human rushed to the riverbank, hoping to make sense of the inexplicable turn of events. As he reached the water's edge, he was met with an even greater shock. The river was pristine, its crystal-clear waters reflecting his own astonished face. He stared, slack-jawed, wondering how the water had become so pure and how the fish in the river were alive. Despair etched itself across his face as the weight of the realization began to settle in. Before he could process his thoughts, a voice broke through his daze. "Clear water, isn't it?" The casual remark came from Vakir, who had materialized behind him. Startled, a human recoiled, hissing in frustration as he referred to Vakir as an imperial bastard. Internally, he scrambled, wondering when Vakir had arrived and what he knew. But his unease deepened further as he noticed Vakir wasn't alone. A group of barbarians stood behind him, their expressions grim and their stance firm. Vakir's sharp gaze locked onto a human, confirming what he had long suspected. A human was the culprit behind the spread of the Red Death. Memories of his past life flooded Vakir's mind. Before his regression, there had been stories of an old man in the forest who had orchestrated a horrible tragedy. The man had poisoned his own tribe in a twisted bid for heroism, but failed to cure them, resulting in the deaths of most of his people. Now, standing before a human, Vakir realized he was face to face with that same man. Meanwhile, a human's mind raced, trying to comprehend how his plan had unraveled so quickly. He clung to disbelief, refusing to accept that Vakir could be aware of his devious scheme. Desperately attempting to divert attention, he addressed the gathering sarcastically, his voice dripping with mockery. "Ah, has everyone come to greet the old shamans?" But the barbarians were not amused. Their stony faces and tense silence spoke volumes, as a human's facade began to crack under the weight of the undeniable truth. Vakir, calm yet menacing, stood unshaken, his presence a looming reminder that the game was over for the old man. The matriarch stepped forward, her piercing gaze fixed on a human as she questioned him about the completion of the supposed ceremony. Struggling to maintain his composure, a human feigned confidence, asserting that the infection would soon disappear. However, the matriarch pressed further, sharing troubling news about a war brewing in the empire. The conflict stemmed from the discovery that the Red Death had been artificially created and intentionally spread. Yet, she found it perplexing. The deep forest had no connection to the imperial clan. So how could the infection have reached their isolated home? A human hesitated, his voice wavering as he claimed ignorance, insisting that he had only come to perform the rites for the tribe's recovery. The matriarch's sharp instincts picked up on his evasiveness. Her tone grew more pointed as she questioned why a human had been at the catchment area instead of staying in the village. Her eyes briefly met Vakir's, silently acknowledging the truth of his earlier observations about a human's suspicious movements. Meanwhile, a human, still clueless about the conversation's subtext, began to sweat under the scrutiny. Turning back to a human, the matriarch stated to Vakir, "Let's see if the rest of his claims hold true." A human, now visibly trembling, nervously asked what she meant. The matriarch didn't mince words. She recounted Vakir's earlier assertion that a human planned to exploit the Red Death crisis to portray himself as the tribe's hero, ensuring he had the cure in his possession to gain unquestionable influence. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from the matriarch, her authority palpable. A human tensed, his body betraying his fear. The matriarch's voice cut through the tension like a blade as she demanded to see the contents of his pouch. As the scene unfolded, Vakir's mind drifted to a conversation he'd once had with Ayan, where she shared fragments of a human's mysterious past. A human wasn't a native of the Balac tribe. His origins were cloaked in secrecy. Long ago, he had arrived as a slave under the control of the previous shaman. But fate took a dark turn. A human orchestrated a coup, killing the shaman and stealing his sorcerous powers. For his role in the rebellion, he was elevated from a lowly slave to the tribe shaman. Despite his new title, a human's journey within the tribe wasn't easy. To integrate himself into the community, he undertook the dirtiest of tasks, including cleaning excrement and serving as bait for dangerous prey during hunts. Years of menial labor and humiliations followed before he finally earned respect in his old age. Now, as Vakir observed a human, he wondered if the aging shaman's hunger for power stemmed from those years of denial and suffering. Perhaps a human's ambition had led him to overstep the matriarch's authority in a bid to seize control of the entire forest. The matriarch's sharp tone broke Vakir's thoughts as she once again demanded a human's pouch. The old man, trembling, stammered an excuse. He claimed the pouch contained nothing more than flour he had saved for consumption after the ceremony. But as he reached for the pouch to prove his innocence, it slipped from his shaky grasp and tumbled into the river. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the pouch dissolved into the water. A human's eyes widened in horror, and he immediately tried to cover up his blunder, blaming his old man's tremors for the accidental loss. But the damage was done, and suspicion now hung heavy in the air. The truth that he had fought so hard to conceal seemed perilously close to being revealed. The matriarch turned to a human, her expression cold and measured, and acknowledged Vakir's earlier suspicions. She remarked on the suspicious nature of the pouch's disappearance, stating her disbelief that a human would throw it into the river. Vakir, unfazed, observed that with the pouch gone, its contents could no longer be verified using conventional means. A human, visibly rattled, erupted in anger. He loudly denied possessing any antidote and accused Vakir of framing him. With a theatrical flourish, he pointed an accusatory finger at Vakir, demanding that the matriarch punish him for disrespecting an honorable shaman. The matriarch responded with deliberate calm, agreeing that accusations without evidence could not be acted upon. Since a human believed himself innocent, she promised to uphold his honor and pride. A human smirked, feeling untouchable, confident that his manipulations had put him beyond reproach. But his confidence faltered when the matriarch ordered an Iliad. An Iliad was a long-standing Balac tradition, a trial by combat used to resolve disputes when arguments reached an impasse. The victor of the trial was deemed competent and righteous, while the loser faced the consequences of their incompetence or guilt. The matriarch emphasized the importance of tradition, calling on a human to honor it. Ayin, her voice laced with quiet mockery, pointed out that a human had always stressed the value of tradition, so now was the perfect opportunity for him to uphold it. Internally, a human cursed his misfortune, but had no choice but to agree. He proposed the Iliad be held in 4 days, on the night of the full moon, likely hoping to buy time to prepare. However, Vakir interjected with a cunning smile, reminding everyone that tradition dictated the challenger had the right to set the date. In a bold move, Vakir declared the Iliad would begin immediately. His plan had worked flawlessly. Cornering a human into a trial was part of his strategy from the start. Near the summit of the mountain, the Balac tribe gathered under the watchful gaze of their ancestors. The matriarch presided over the trial, her presence commanding respect. She announced the commencement of the Iliad within the warriors' circle, warning that any attempt to flee would result in execution by the warriors stationed nearby. Behind her loomed the warriors' mountain, where the graves of the tribe's ancestors rested. She invoked the ancestors' judgment, urging the participants to fight with honor and prove their righteousness. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the tribe cheered for Vakir. Ayin, smiling brightly, shouted encouragement, urging Vakir to secure victory with a single strike. Her enthusiasm was echoed by others in the tribe, who chanted his name with fervor. A human, standing on the opposite side of the circle, clenched his jaw in frustration. The lack of support stung deeply. He bit his finger, letting drops of blood fall to the ground, summoning 3 skeletal warriors to assist him. He ordered them to guard his blind spots and notify him of Vakir's movements. Armed with a bow and arrow, a human smirked confidently. He believed his years in the forest gave him an insurmountable advantage over Vakir, who had only lived there for 2 years. To a human, the terrain was his ally, and all he needed to do was wait for Vakir to reveal himself. The moment Vakir stepped into view, a human was ready to take him down with a single, well-aimed arrow. Unbeknownst to a human, however, Vakir had no intention of fighting on his terms. A cunning plan was already in motion, and the shaman's overconfidence would soon lead to his downfall. Hanging silently upside down from a tree branch, Vakir observed a human from a concealed position. His mind briefly reflected on the usefulness of the silent heal skill he had acquired after defeating the master of the swamp. It was a Mashu technique that allowed him to approach targets without making a sound, a perfect ability for assassins. By eliminating even the faintest noise, it gave him a distinct advantage in stalking prey and striking with precision. As he watched a human summoning skeletons with necromancy, Vakir speculated about the shaman's origins. He considered the possibility that a human hailed from Loco, a tribe known for its shamanistic practices, but he dismissed it as irrelevant to his current strategy. His focus remained unwavering. With calculated precision, Vakir descended from the tree into the midst of the skeletal warriors. His hand moved with astonishing speed, his strikes clean and deliberate. Red slashes trailed through the air as the skeletons crumbled into heaps of shattered bone, disassembled before they could react. A human, unaware of this swift dismantling of his summoned forces, maintained his smirk, still believing Vakir was paralyzed with fear. In an instant, Vakir materialized behind a human. With no warning, he thrust Beelzebub, his blade, into the shaman's chest. A human's smirk vanished, replaced by confusion and pain as he gasped and coughed, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. He hadn't even heard a single footstep on the fallen leaves. With a powerful shove, Vakir sent a human sprawling to the ground. The shaman's vacant eyes stared upward as he writhed in agony. Vakir retracted Beelzebub with calm precision, his victory decisive and swift. Ayan rushed toward him, her face alight with joy at the outcome. The surrounding barbarians, still reeling from the confrontation's brevity, began murmuring in awe. One elder remarked that the ancestors had deemed a human's words unworthy of consideration. The Iliad had concluded in a manner so swift and resolute that the silence of the mountain summit was broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. A human lay on the ground, writhing in pain, the burning sensation of his wound consuming him. Fearful of death, his thoughts spiraled into the bitterness of his past. Memories of humiliation and survival in the Balac tribe flooded his mind. The injustice of his life overwhelmed him as he fixated on his resentment toward Vakir, the Balac tribe, Loco, and everyone who had scorned him. In his anguished perspective, they all bore the blame for his downfall. Vakir, observing a human's suffering, turned to Ayan and suggested that ending the shaman's pain might be the more merciful course of action. Ayan, however, refused. His face hardened as he declared that a human, despite being his grandfather, didn't deserve pity. The near loss of a Huel, because of the Red Death, still weighed heavily on him, and in his eyes, a coward like a human deserved to endure his pain. Unbeknownst to everyone, a human, clinging to the last vestiges of his life, was scrawling something on the ground with his own blood. As his drawing neared completion, a foreboding purple aura began to emanate from the ancestral graves. The oppressive energy made the coffins creak open, sending chills through those present. Simultaneously, the sky darkened, and the ground pulsed with eerie, malevolent energy. The barbarians froze, their celebratory mood evaporating in an instant. Alarm rippled through the crowd as the ominous power radiated outward, its source undeniable. The matriarch's gaze snapped toward the graves, her expression shifting to one of deep concern. Among the witnesses, Ayan appeared particularly shocked, his face paling as he observed his grandfather's cryptic actions. "What is he doing?" Ayan shouted, his voice trembling as the unnatural energy from the graves intensified. The ancestral mountain, once a place of reverence and pride, now loomed under an ominous, otherworldly shadow. The barbarian's triumph turned to dread as the consequences of a human's final act began to unfold. Vakir, noticing the shock on Ayan's face, turned his attention to a human who lay on the ground. To his surprise, a human was still moving, despite Vakir being certain he had pierced the shaman's lungs. The barbarians nearby erupted in anger, accusing a human of desecrating the sacred graves and invoking the wrath of their ancestors. A human, now with glowing purple eyes and an ominous aura surrounding him, let out a chilling laugh. He mockingly questioned if he was truly the one who should fear the ancestors. Sensing something was gravely wrong, Vakir sprinted toward a human, urgently shouting that he needed to be killed immediately. But just as he reached him, an explosion of dark energy erupted, throwing him backward. Vakir landed with a grim expression, questioning himself if he had acted too late. Ayan arrived behind him, wide-eyed and horrified by the source of the blast. An arrow cloaked in dark energy had struck the ground near a human. The shaman gazed toward the mountain summit, his voice filled with malicious glee as he declared, "Since you wished for the ancestors' judgment, the time has come." Atop the mountain stood a figure, shrouded in a deathly aura, wielding a bow. The oppressive energy radiating from the figure sent chills through the air. A message reverberated among the onlookers, unveiling the identity of the figure, a Death Knight. Its risk rating ranged from A to S, a testament to the immense danger it posed. Death Knights were individuals who had reached the pinnacle of their lives only to be corrupted and transformed into powerful undead beings. Their souls and physical bodies were used to harness dark mana, which coursed through their veins and muscles, granting them devastating strength. Ayan's voice trembled as she questioned if the Death Knight was truly one of their ancestors. Meanwhile, Vakir analyzed the situation with grim focus. The thought of resurrection sorcery being used on a Balac ancestor seemed far beyond a human's abilities. His mind raced, pondering the horrifying possibility. Had a human turned himself into an undead being to gain such power? A human, his aura pulsating with dark energy, summoned a wave of skeletons to his side. With a mocking tone, he taunted the barbarians, asking if they truly believed he had lived among the Balacs without preparing countermeasures. He sneered as he revealed that their shock was premature, for there was not just one grave on Warriors Mountain. Moments later, numerous Death Knights began emerging from the surrounding graves, each emanating a chilling presence that sapped the resolve of those watching. Amid the chaos, a human climbed into a skeletal carriage, a grotesque creation of bone and dark mana. Laughing maniacally, he fled the scene, mockingly urging the barbarians to do their best in the fight against their resurrected ancestors. Ian, now seething with anger, drew his bow and aimed at his fleeing grandfather. "How low can you sink?" he shouted before releasing an arrow. But just before it could reach a human, another arrow shattered at mid-flight. Startled, Ian turned to find the source. It was the undead ancestor, the Death Knight, who had intervened. Before the situation could escalate further, an arrow streaked in from the forest, its speed and power obliterating the Death Knight's head in a single, decisive strike. The undead crumpled to the ground as all eyes turned toward the forest, searching for the mysterious archer responsible for the sudden intervention. The air buzzed with tension, the threat of both a human and the undead still looming over the tribe. As the undead fell one after another, the matriarch, standing tall amidst the chaos, commanded the warriors of the Balac tribe to prepare for battle. With unwavering authority, she reminded them that the undead were nothing more than a human's puppets. "Do not hesitate," she ordered. "Prioritize your survival and destroy these abominations." Her words galvanized the warriors, but the gruesome battle against their resurrected ancestors raged on. The Balac tribe struggled to hold their ground. The undead ancestors, powerful and relentless, seemed almost invincible, their strength surpassing anything the tribe had ever faced. Casualties mounted rapidly, the sight of fallen comrades weighing heavily on the morale of the tribe. Amid the chaos, an undead screamed defiantly, only to have its head obliterated by a precise arrow. Moments later, two more undead met the same fate, their heads pierced by the same deadly accuracy. Vakir's sharp eyes observed the matriarch herself as she dispatched the Death Knights one by one with single, well-placed arrows. Her skill was extraordinary. Each strike was a display of mastery. The Death Knights, beings on par with high-ranking warriors, fell like leaves under the might of the Night Fox, Aquila. Realization dawned on Vakir. This was the reason behind the legendary tales of Aquila, the warrior who had once protected the forest from the Empire's aggression. Turning to Ian, Vakir remarked with confidence that the matriarch's presence ensured the tribe's survival. He then urged Ian to follow him, explaining their true objective, locating a human and ending his schemes. Meanwhile, a human fled from the battlefield, his laugh echoing in the distance as he retreated. His mind twisted with resentment. He muttered to himself that the tribe would one day regret casting him out. Along the way, he issued instructions to a skeleton, tasking it with a mysterious errand. Though he had successfully resurrected the ancestors, he knew Aquila's strength posed a significant threat. "She's a genius," he admitted to himself, the strongest leader in the tribe's history. Still, a devious smirk spread across his face as he formulated a plan. Despite her brilliance, a human believed even Aquila wouldn't be able to handle the trap he was about to set. Vakir and Ian tracked a human to a hidden location deep in the forest. They discovered him sitting in the center of an elaborate magic circle, chanting an incantation. The area was marked by ancient stone pillars that exuded an ominous energy. Vakir, surveying the site, turned to Ian and asked if she knew its significance. Ian admitted she wasn't familiar with the specifics of the location, but was certain they couldn't allow a human to continue his ritual. Without hesitation, Ian knocked an arrow infused with aura and took aim. "I'll kill him here and now," she declared, releasing the arrow. It streaked toward a human, its energy slicing through the air. But just before the arrow could reach its target, a human shouted triumphantly, "I'm done." In a startling twist, a hand shot up from the ground, catching Ian's arrow between its fingers. A human, now jubilant, rose to his feet and announced the success of his summoning. According to legend, deep within the forest slept a figure of unparalleled might, one that only a human had discovered and dared to awaken. Turning to face his summoning, he welcomed his new ally with a sinister grin. "Behold," he said, his voice dripping with triumph. "The divine archer, Adonai." Ian's heart sank as she stared at the undead figure before her. The legends of Adonai, a mythical archer of unmatched skill, filled her mind. She couldn't believe her eyes. The warrior she revered in tales now stood corrupted and undead, summoned by a human to serve as his ally. Vakir stood in shock, grappling with the implications of Adonai's summoning. The legendary archer of the Balac, now reduced to an undead puppet, was an overwhelming threat. His thoughts were interrupted as Adonai released an arrow, the projectile speeding toward them with deadly precision. Reacting instantly, Vakir summoned Beelzebub and managed to deflect the arrow, altering its trajectory. However, when the arrow struck a nearby tree, it erupted in a massive explosion, sending debris flying and shaking the battlefield. Vakir was momentarily stunned by the unexpected aftermath. The arrow was imbued with aura, its power devastating even in deflection. As he processed the situation, a sharp cry of pain drew his attention. Ian had been injured. She clutched her thigh, where a cut was already causing her visible agony. "It burns," she groaned, her voice tinged with panic. Vakir's gaze hardened as he examined her wound, suspecting that Adonai's arrow carried poison. Realization dawned on Vakir as he recalled the legends of Adonai's battle with Madame Eight Legs, a monstrous arachnid of infamy. He now understood that the bow Adonai wielded had been crafted from the remains of that fearsome creature, its venomous essence imbued into the weapon. Before he could fully absorb this revelation, Adonai launched another relentless barrage of aura-infused arrows. Vakir gritted his teeth and raised Beelzebub once more, deflecting the arrows with skillful precision. Each strike sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, explosions scarring the earth wherever the arrows landed. The terrain was soon left split and smoking, a battlefield marred by destruction. Despite his best efforts, Vakir began to falter. His movements slowed, his breathing labored, and even Beelzebub emitted strained, grating sounds under the intense strain. Ian, noticing Vakir's exhaustion, cried out, "Stop protecting me! Run away and save yourself!" Her plea was desperate, but Vakir stood firm, refusing to leave her side. Amidst the chaos, a human's laughter rang out, his voice dripping with malice. "Fools," he sneered. "Your resistance is meaningless. Adonai, finish them!" Obeying the command, Adonai drew another arrow, its aura radiating death. The sheer weight of its energy threatened to extinguish everything in its path. Vakir, battered but determined, braced himself for the impending strike, preparing to deflect the deadly projectile with what strength he had left. But before the arrow could reach them, an unforeseen twist halted its trajectory. A figure appeared between them and the arrow, catching the projectile with a bare hand. The battlefield fell silent as everyone, a human, Vakir, Ian, and even Adonai, watched in stunned disbelief. From the shadows emerged the matriarch, Aquila, holding the deadly arrow with ease. Her presence exuded an unshakable aura of strength, and with a single motion, she crushed the arrow in her grasp. The shards disintegrated into harmless fragments, her gaze fixed on Adonai. Her voice carried across the battlefield, calm but commanding. "This ends now." As matriarch Aquila squeezed the arrow in her hand, the deadly aura dissipated instantly, leaving a human with a chill running down his spine. Her piercing gaze locked onto him, and she said with a tone that froze the air around them, "Let's have a talk." Ian, overwhelmed by her mother's sudden arrival, called out to her with a mix of relief and shock. Aquila explained calmly that she had sensed the powerful aura emanating from the battlefield and had decided to intervene. Now, standing amidst the chaos, she knew it was the right call. A human, still reeling from her presence, stammered out her name in disbelief, the confidence he once exuded now replaced by fear. Ian urgently informed her mother about the poisoned arrow, insisting she seek immediate treatment. The matriarch glanced at her hand, now visibly affected by the poison, and nodded. Without hesitation, she extended her hand and clenched her fist tightly. A faint explosion rippled within her aura, and as she opened her hand, the poison dripped away like water. Vakir, watching intently, was stunned. He theorized that she had expelled the poison and contaminated blood by detonating her aura from within, a technique so rare and dangerous that it left him momentarily speechless. Turning her attention back to a human, Akila's voice was cold and commanding. "Answer me." A human, trembling, tried to shift the blame, accusing her of driving him into a corner. But she ignored his excuses, her gaze shifting toward the undead figure. "Is this truly the divine archer, Sir Adonai?" she asked, her tone steady. Summoning a flicker of confidence, a human smirked. "He is indeed the legendary Adonai," he asserted. "Someone even you wouldn't dare to fight." The matriarch's lips curved into a faint smile as she acknowledged his answer. Turning to Vakir and Ayan, she praised their efforts and instructed them to stay back. Then, facing Adonai, she spoke with respect despite the circumstances. "It is an honor to meet you. Even like this," she said. "Let us settle this with a duel, to see who is the superior warrior." The forest grew eerily quiet as the battlefield was set. On one side stood Akila, the night fox, her aura radiating confidence and strength. On the other side was the undead divine archer, Adonai, whose very presence seemed to darken the atmosphere. Without hesitation, Akila took the initiative, releasing 5 aura-infused arrows with astonishing speed. Adonai's response was equally swift. His movements were flawless as he dodged every arrow with ease, his speed almost inhuman. Countering, he knocked a dark aura arrow and fired it at Akila. She twisted her body gracefully, dodging the projectile with remarkable agility. The duel escalated as explosions from the arrows lit up the forest, leaving the ground scorched and splintered. From a distance, Vakir prepared to carry Ayan to safety, knowing the battle between 2 master-grade aura users was an exceedingly rare event, a spectacle seldom witnessed even during the legendary times of the fall. Yet he couldn't shake the mounting danger surrounding them. A human, observing from a concealed position, couldn't hide his twisted delight. He acknowledged Akila's incredible skill, muttering with a begrudging respect, "She truly is the night fox." But his wicked grin returned as he added, "Still, she will never defeat Sir Adonai. He's already dead." His laugh grew louder as he explained that Adonai, as an undead, could infinitely channel Hell's dimensional aura. The boundless power of his arrows, unrestrained by mortal limits, made him an overwhelming force. Despite her incredible prowess, Akila began to sustain injuries as the duel progressed. She was quick to realize her disadvantage in a ranged fight. Adonai's precision, speed, and mobility were unparalleled, his strikes relentless and devastating. Her analytical mind raced as she assessed the situation, acknowledging that his perfection as a warrior would require more than skill to overcome. As their arrows clashed, triggering a massive explosion that sent a dense dust cloud billowing through the battlefield, Akila seized the opportunity to close the distance between herself and Adonai. Emerging from the obscurity, she launched a powerful kick aimed at his neck. Adonai, demonstrating his exceptional reflexes, skillfully evaded her strike and conjured a dark, ominous sword in his hand. With one swing, the weapon cleaved through the surrounding trees, its sheer force leaving destruction in its wake. Akila narrowly avoided the strike, her movements precise and calculated. Recognizing an opening, Akila hurled her dagger at Adonai, the blade striking his hand and causing the dark sword to clatter to the ground. Capitalizing on his momentary imbalance, she delivered a swift kick to his knee, disrupting his stability further. Without hesitation, she followed up by firing an aura-infused arrow with devastating force. The projectile tore through the forest, striking Adonai with explosive impact. As the dust settled, the gruesome aftermath was revealed. Adonai's upper right half had been obliterated by the arrow. Akila addressed him with respect, calling him Great Ancestor, and questioning whether his reluctance to fight stemmed from his undead state or a desire to spare his descendant. Regardless of his intentions, she declared her resolve to free him from his corrupted form. She knocked another arrow and fired it, aiming to end his suffering. However, just as the arrow neared his face, a dark, aura-infused arm materialized, catching it mid-flight. Adonai let out an agonized scream as the dark energy began reconstructing his missing half, merging with his undead form. Meanwhile, a human, now fully in control of Adonai, expressed astonishment at the archer's ability to resist the necromancy spell. "Legends truly are different," he muttered, though his voice dripped with disdain. Frustrated by what he deemed half-hearted resistance, he commanded Adonai to unleash his full power and eliminate every threat. Understanding what was happening, Aquila called out angrily, her voice cutting through the battlefield. But Adonai, now completely engulfed in dark aura, let out a blood-curdling scream as his transformation finalized. His entire form exuded a sinister, forbidding energy. A human, reveling in the chaos, mockingly told Aquila that the being before her was no longer Adonai. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted again. Loud, thunderous noises filled the air as three colossal A-rank monsters emerged from the forest, drawn by the commotion. The beasts, towering and ferocious, seemed ready to wreak havoc, but they didn't stand a chance. In one swift moment, Adonai unleashed 3 arrows, each imbued with immense power. The monsters fell instantly, obliterated before they could make a move. Aquila watched in stunned silence, unable to even see the arrows that had struck the creatures. A human chuckled, both exhilarated and unnerved by Adonai's overwhelming might. Even I didn't expect him to eliminate them so easily, he admitted before turning his attention back to Aquila. With a gleeful sneer, he commanded Adonai to finish her off. Adonai obeyed, launching a relentless barrage of arrows toward Aquila. Each arrow carried a potent, murderous intent, the venomous essence of Madame Eight Legs spreading with every strike. Aquila evaded skillfully, her movements graceful but increasingly sluggish as the poison began to seep into her body, dulling her reflexes. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Aquila decisively turned and fired 2 arrows in quick succession. The first arrow veered off course, seemingly missing its mark, while the second streaked straight for Adonai's face. With a casual motion, Adonai obliterated the frontal arrow, his effortless destruction of the projectile leaving shock evident on Aquila's face. But her expression quickly shifted into a confident smile. The arrow that had initially gone astray suddenly reversed its trajectory, arcing through the air before piercing Adonai's throat from behind. The unexpected maneuver caught everyone off guard, even a human, whose triumphant smirk faltered as the tide of the battle began to turn. Aquila, her voice steady despite the chaos, explained her unique arrow technique to Adonai. It may look like the first arrow missed, she said, but the second one hitting the target is a setup. The moment the opponent blocks the second arrow, the first, which reaches maximum rotation midair, reverses and strikes from behind. She revealed it was a skill she had developed after studying Adonai's legendary fight against the Imperial Knight. However, the satisfaction on her face evaporated as Adonai calmly extracted the arrow from his throat, appearing completely unscathed. His undead body shrugged off the attack as though it were nothing. From his vantage point, a human sneered mockingly. "It doesn't matter how strong-hearted a warrior you are, Aquila," he taunted. "You've never fought a corpse before. Sir Adonai is already dead. Nothing as trivial as an arrow to the throat can defeat him." Some distance away, Ayan anxiously watched the explosions echoing through the forest. Her concern for her mother grew with each tremor that shook the ominous landscape. She wanted desperately to rush to Aquila's aid, but held back, recalling Vakir's instructions to remain hidden. She trusted Vakir to handle the situation, to confront a human and nullify his necromancy. Meanwhile, Vakir sprinted through the forest, piecing together a human strategy. He concluded that a human was terrified of Aquila, and it was almost certain he was hiding behind Adonai, using the undead archer as a shield against her. Finally, Vakir spotted a human crouched behind a tree, his eyes darting nervously toward the battle. Without hesitation, Vakir charged at him, intending to end the shaman's schemes with a single strike. But just before he could reach his target, a death knight materialized before him, launching a devastating kick. The force of the attack shattered the ground, sending debris flying. Vakir, nimble and quick, evaded the strike, retreating to a safe distance to assess the new threat. The commotion caught a human's attention, and he turned toward Vakir, his face twisting with recognition. "Vakir!" he bellowed, cursing him with a triumphant sneer. A human revealed that he had anticipated such interference and had summoned skilled death knights in advance. "These warriors," he bragged, "were so powerful in life that they were buried in the warrior's grave. You'll find them more than a match." Under a human's command, the death knights swarmed Vakir, their movements swift and coordinated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Adonai's next arrow struck true, embedding itself in Aquila's waist. She collapsed to her knees with a cry of pain, her aura flickering as the venom from Madame Eight Legs coursed through her body. A human, witnessing her fall, relished the moment. He taunted her mercilessly, proclaiming his vision of ruling the forest as a reward for enduring the unfair treatment he believed he had suffered throughout his life. "I'll kill every clan member who ever looked down on me," he declared, his voice dripping with malice. But before he could revel further in his imagined triumph, a deadly aura materialized behind him. In an instant, Vakir unleashed the Baskerville clan's sixth technique. His movements were precise and lethal, slicing through the Death Knights with ease. The undead warriors dissipated into nothingness, their defeat absolute. Turning to a human, Vakir remarked, "Your plan has one flaw. The people of the forest aren't just obstacles, they're my support system." A human's mouth fell open in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend what he had just witnessed. The Death Knights he had summoned, warriors surpassing the strength of high-ranking graduates, had been eradicated in moments. "Is this child stronger than a high-ranked graduate?" he muttered, his confidence unraveling in the face of Vakir's overwhelming power. Vakir's cold, unyielding eyes locked onto a human, cutting through the shaman's feeble facade of confidence. His voice was calm, yet piercing as he asked, "Have you truly perceived every desire?" The question struck a human like a blade. Fear gripped him so tightly that he almost lost control of his senses. Desperate, he called out for Adonai, pleading for the undead archer's intervention. Adonai responded to the command, preparing to release a deadly arrow aimed at Vakir. But before the shot could be fired, Aquila intervened. Appearing behind Adonai, she delivered a powerful kick that disrupted the archer's aim. The arrow missed by mere inches, whistling past Vakir's back. Seeing the relentless killing intent in Vakir's eyes, a human's desperation peaked. He cried out once more for Adonai to act. But before another command could escape his lips, Vakir struck with ruthless efficiency. A human's hands were severed in an instant, and before he could even comprehend the agony, his head was sliced cleanly from his shoulders. His face, frozen in death, bore an expression of bewildered confusion, unable to process the rapid and decisive end to his life. Elsewhere, the Balac tribe continued their fierce battle against the relentless Death Knights. The tide of the fight was turning against them, with the undead warriors proving too powerful to overcome. In one dire moment, a Death Knight severed a girl's bow and prepared to hurl it at her as a weapon. Before it could act, however, its body began to crumble into ashes. A chain reaction followed. The entire legion of Death Knights dissolved into nothingness, reduced to smoldering remains. Across the battlefield, Aquila stood over Adonai's fading form, her breaths labored but her presence unwavering. Watching him disintegrate, she placed a gentle hand on the remnants of his shoulder and whispered softly, "Rest in peace." On the other side of the clearing, a human's maniacal laughter rang out, his voice echoing with frustration and despair. He lamented his failure to claim the forest, cursing Vakir for interfering. His accusations carried a venomous edge as he spat. "You child of the Empire, you've ruined everything." Vakir met his gaze with icy calm, his thoughts briefly drifting to a human's wasted potential. For all his twisted ambition, a human had achieved an impressive mastery of necromancy, commanding Death Knights and even controlling Adonai. Vakir couldn't help but wonder how different things might have been if a human had chosen the path of a true shaman instead of descending into corruption. His thoughts were interrupted as a human raised his voice once more, threatening revenge. "This isn't the end," a human snarled. "You'll regret driving me out." Before he could utter another word, an arrow pierced his forehead, silencing him forever. The shaman's dark saga came to a conclusive end. Vakir turned toward the source of the shot and saw Ahan holding a bow, panting heavily. Ahan, his expression a mixture of regret and relief, approached Vakir. "If only I had listened earlier," he admitted, his voice laden with guilt. "This could have been avoided." Vakir placed a reassuring hand on Ahan's shoulder. "It wasn't your fault, Ahan," he said firmly. "You did well." With the main threat finally eliminated, a sense of collective relief swept through the group. Zir suggested returning to the village, and the group began their journey back, eager to put the nightmare behind them. However, upon arrival, they were met with an unexpected and devastating sight. The once thriving village had been reduced to ruins, its remnants scattered like debris across the ground. A stunned silence fell over them as they took in the aftermath of the chaos that had unfolded. Ayan exclaimed in disbelief. her voice trembling as she surveyed the ruins of the village. "What happened here?" she asked, her heart sinking. The matriarch, visibly shaken, recalled that those who hadn't joined the Iliad had stayed behind in the village. With teary eyes, Ahul stepped forward and explained that Madame Eight Legs had arrived. Ian's face paled. "Madam, she came here?" she asked in shock. Her thoughts raced as she rushed to her sister, anxiously checking on her well-being. Meanwhile, Vakir stood apart, puzzled. He questioned why the monster, which had remained passive until now, would suddenly unleash such devastation during their battle with a human. Ahul pointed toward a specific direction, recounting that smoke had emanated from their grandfather's ceremonial tent before Madame's rampage. Vakir followed her gaze and later arrived at the site. Examining the burned leaves and lingering residue, he deduced that a human had burned a plant specifically designed to attract insects, and by extension, Madame Eight Legs herself. The revelation left him astonished. A human's calculated malice extended even beyond the grave. Back in the village, the matriarch struck a boulder in frustration, her blow echoing her anger. "Damn him," she cursed, her voice shaking with rage. One of her subordinates rushed to her side, attempting to calm her as her injury worsened. But the matriarch pushed through the pain, her resolve unbroken. She declared, "We can rebuild the village. We can gather food again." Her focus turned to the survivors as she commanded the uninjured warriors to tend to the fallen and rescue those who could still be saved. Nearby, Ian knelt beside her wolf, Bakira, who trembled in pain. The creature's leg had been rendered useless by Madame's venom. Tears streaming down her face, Ian embraced Bakira tightly, apologizing for leaving him alone in such danger. Madame Eight Legs was no mere monster. Known as the evil goddess of the forest, she was a force of darkness whose existence struck terror into the hearts of all the tribes. To the Balac, she was akin to a natural disaster, unstoppable and merciless. Revenge was not an option, only survival. Yet, as the tribe despaired, Vakir's sharp mind began forming a plan. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, Vakir entered matriarch Aquila's tent. She turned to him, her expression wary but composed. "Why are you here, Vakir?" she asked. With a calm demeanor, Vakir explained his intent. "I need to know about Madame Eight Legs," he said, his tone steady and deliberate. The matriarch's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied him. "Why this interest?" she asked. Vakir produced a document, laying it before her. "I found this in the Loco tribe's village," he explained. "It's a record of Madame Eight Legs. It contains detailed accounts of her poison, witness statements from her battles with other monsters, and even the location of her hideout." Aquila's brows furrowed as she scanned the document. Vakir continued, "But after reading it, I still don't understand why the forest tribes fear her so deeply. Why haven't they united to subjugate her?" The matriarch sighed, her voice heavy with the weight of history. She began recounting the lore passed down through the Balac tribe. Long ago, the archer god Adonai fought Madame Eight Legs. He pierced one of her legs with an arrow, a feat no one else had accomplished. She paused, her tone darkening. But instead of victory, his attack marked the onset of despair. She explained how the destroyed leg regenerated and multiplied, creating even more limbs. The more they destroyed her legs, the stronger she became. Her body was impenetrable, even to Adonai's arrows. And everyone who fought her eventually succumbed to her poison. Aquila gestured toward her own side, where the lingering effects of Adonai's poisoned arrow still throbbed. Her poison infects everything it touches. Even the slightest injury becomes a death sentence if left untreated. Her voice carried both warning and sorrow as she concluded. Madame Eight Legs is no ordinary monster. She is the evil goddess of the forest, a being born from the deaths of countless warriors who tried to destroy her. Vakir, I warn you, do not plot against her. I cannot bear to lose any more of my family. Deep in thought, Vakir weighed her words carefully. He recognized that the odds of defeating Madame Eight Legs, even with warriors like Aquila and Adonai, were astronomically low. Her regenerative power, impenetrable body, and venomous attacks made her a living calamity. Yet, even as her warnings lingered in his mind, Vakir couldn't shake the thought that a path forward, however dangerous, might still exist. Despite the matriarch's warnings, Vakir couldn't dismiss the challenge of Madame Eight Legs. While she was undeniably a rare and powerful monster, his experience during the Fall, a time when demonic monsters invaded the human world, had equipped him with the skills to fight creatures of her caliber. Vakir believed that no matter how fearsome Madame seemed, she was still a monster. Monsters had habits, patterns, and, most importantly, weaknesses. If he could uncover hers, he was confident he could defeat her. Deep within the heart of the forest, a seemingly tranquil mountain suddenly erupted with movement as a flurry of grotesque legs burst from its peak. Madame Eight Legs emerged, her ear-piercing scream echoing across the forest. Vakir, concealed nearby, observed her carefully. The noise accompanying her awakening confirmed something he had already deduced. She followed a pattern. After staking out Madame's lair for several days, Vakir identified a routine. She left her lair at specific times to search for food and typically returned within 2 hours. Using this knowledge, Vakir waited for Madame's departure before moving swiftly toward her lair. Reaching the summit of the mountain, Vakir peered into the cavernous structure that served as her domain. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple, calm stone mountain. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was hollow, its interior covered in intricate spider webs that gleamed faintly in the dim light. Using Beelzebub, he cut through a rock and retrieved a piece of web attached to it. Examining the web's cross-section, he noted its rough and fibrous texture. Even a graduate-level mana user would struggle to cut through it. Recognizing the potential usefulness of the material, he decided to use it to aid in his descent. As Vakir descended deeper into the lair, he studied its dimensions. The entrance was just large enough for Madame Eight Legs to squeeze through, but as he moved further in, the cavern widened. The space was perfectly suited to accommodate the monstrous creature's immense size. Deeper within, he came upon a chilling sight: figures entwined in the spider webs. Victims of Madame Eight Legs, the macabre scene included both humans and monsters. Some bodies were untouched, preserved in horrifying detail, while others were decomposed beyond recognition. Vakir couldn't determine if these were trophies, warnings, or simply brought here for Madame's amusement. Pushing aside his unease, he reminded himself of the urgency of his mission. Continuing his exploration, Vakir's attention was drawn to a cluster of eggs adhered to a wall. He plucked one, studying its translucent shell. It was unmistakably one of Madame's eggs. He realized this was the origin of the spider demons that had plagued the world during its collapse. Determined to analyze it further, he secured the egg, careful not to damage it. Suddenly, Vakir froze. Madame Eight Legs had returned. She emerged at the top of her lair, her massive legs clinging to the walls as she scanned the cavern. Vakir concealed himself behind layers of webbing, holding his breath. For a tense moment, her gaze swept the lair, her movements deliberate and probing. Then, as abruptly as she had appeared, she departed once more. Releasing a silent sigh of relief, Vakir considered the narrow escape. He wondered if Madame had sensed an intruder through sheer instinct. His Mashu skill, which dampened sound, had likely saved him. Without it, the situation could have turned catastrophic. Deciding not to push his luck, Vakir swiftly concluded his investigation and prepared to leave the lair before Madame's routine shifted. Back in the Balac village, the air buzzed with the sounds of construction as the tribe worked tirelessly to rebuild their homes. Amid the activity, someone in the crowd asked, "Any news about Vakir?" A villager replied, "He's been holed up in the lodging he built for himself. Hasn't come out in days." Another chimed in, "Actually, I saw him heading to another tribe at dawn. Wonder what he's up to." The question lingered in the air, but those who had come to know Vakir understood one thing: he always had a plan. A peculiar observation began circulating among the villagers. There was a faint scent of burning emanating from Vakir's lodging. While some expressed curiosity about his activities, others dismissed any concerns, confident in Vakir's meticulous planning and strategic thinking. However, a more pressing issue emerged. Vakir had yet to meet with Commander Ayan. Standing outside Vakir's tent, Ayan called out to him, her voice carrying a mix of concern and determination. She mentioned that her mother had told her about his inquiries regarding Madame Eight Legs. With teary eyes, Ayan cautioned him against attempting to fight the formidable monster, emphasizing that no warrior had ever been able to defeat it. Pausing, Ayan shared heartbreaking news. Vakira, her loyal wolf, had to have his leg amputated due to Madame's poison. "He might not be able to run like before," she said, her voice trembling. "If something happens to you too, I might not be able to bear it." Before she could finish, Vakir called out from inside the tent, inviting her in. He mentioned that he had something important to share. Hesitant but curious, Ayan stepped inside, and was greeted by the sight of numerous documents pinned to a large board. Perplexed, she inquired about their contents. "These are records," Vakir explained, "collected from tribes across the forest. They contain information about Madame Eight Legs, her habits, her weaknesses, and observations gathered from my research on the materials I obtained from her lair." He gestured to samples of the spider web, skin, and even the egg he had brought back. Ian's worry deepened. "Did you go into her cave?" she asked, alarmed. "Are you planning to confront her directly? If so, I'll come with you." Vakir shook his head and pointed to the lingering injury on her side from their battle with Adonai. "You're still recovering," he said firmly. "You'd only be a burden." With determination in his voice, Vakir revealed something that caught Ian off guard. "I'm leaving the forest soon," he said. "There's something I must take care of. I need to return to Baskerville." Ian's expression fell, crestfallen but unsurprised. "I already knew," she admitted softly, sadness lacing her words. Interrupting her sorrow, Vakir reassured her with a gentle tone. "I'll come back here after I've finished what I need to do. This place, it's somewhere I want to protect, somewhere worth returning to." He disclosed that his strategy to hunt Madame Eight Legs was finalized. "I won't let what happened to Bakira be in vain," he vowed. His choice of words struck Ian. The audacity of calling it a hunt made her heart swell with both admiration and worry. She thought back to the challenges Vakir had faced, helping during the poison outbreak, confronting a human, and overcoming countless insurmountable odds. Despite it all, he had always returned with solutions. With a small, hopeful smile, she took his hand. "If you're calling it a hunt," she said, "then I can't help but expect great things. Is it all right for me to look forward to the outcome?" Vakir, his voice soft but resolute, replied, "It's more than all right. You should." As night fell, heavy rain poured over the forest, the rhythmic sound of raindrops filling the air. Amid the storm, Vakir found himself face to face with a giant salamander. The creature lunged at him with its massive jaws, but Vakir remained unfazed. With one precise swing of Beelzebub, he sliced through its arm effortlessly, his focus unshaken by the raging storm or the beast's ferocity. The rain poured harder, the forest alive with tension, as Vakir pressed forward on his path, one calculated step closer to his ultimate goal. To Vakir's surprise, the salamander's severed limb regenerated within moments, its ability to heal confirming what he had suspected. If the creature's head remained intact, its regeneration would continue indefinitely. Fixing his cold gaze on the salamander, Vakir declared, "This is the last thing I need to confront Madam." With unyielding determination, he demanded the salamander bestow its regenerative power upon him. Meanwhile, back in the village, a Hun wiped the sweat from his brow as he admired the completed house he had built. One friend, visibly impressed, expressed shock at a Hun's unexpected skill in construction. Another asked, "Is this for Vakir?" A Hun proudly explained, "Of course. Vakir's like a brother to me. Building this house is just an act of brotherly duty." His sincerity earned laughter from his friends, who teased him, reminiscing about how he initially disliked Vakir. Brushing off their jokes, a Hun highlighted how Vakir's efforts had brought the village back to its original state. Feeling eager to share the news, the group headed toward Vakir's tent, only to find it empty. One friend suggested he might be out, but a Hun, a bit disappointed, confessed he had hoped to see Vakir's reaction. Another friend, more skeptical, chuckled and asked, "Do you think Vakir's even capable of looking touched?" From a distance, Ian observed the scene with a bittersweet smile, fully aware that the day everyone had anticipated had arrived. She knelt in quiet prayer to the god of the forest, seeking blessings for the warrior who was about to confront disaster. Far from the village, Vakir stood near Madame Eight Legs' lair, his eyes scanning the ominous clouds gathering in the sky. Rain was imminent, but Vakir's focus was unwavering. He was certain Madame was asleep, making it the perfect moment to begin his hunt. Having meticulously accounted for dozens of potential variables, he felt confident in his plan. It was time to set everything into motion. Leaping into Madame's lair, Vakir declared, "The hunt begins." Inside, Madame Eight Legs slumbered peacefully, her monstrous form radiating an aura of quiet menace, completely unaware that her doom was fast approaching. Moving with precision, Vakir employed the Baskerville clan's six technique and severed one of her legs in a single, decisive strike. The cavern filled with her agonized scream as her once peaceful slumber was shattered. Landing gracefully, Vakir observed as the severed leg rapidly regenerated, splitting into two new limbs. just as the records from Adonai had described. In retaliation, Madame lashed out with her newly regenerated legs, her movements violent and chaotic. Recognizing the opportunity, Vakir initiated Plan 1. Moving like a streak of lightning, he began systematically severing her legs, one after another. Each strike drew another piercing scream from Madame, who retaliated by spewing venom in every direction. Vakir darted through the lair, skillfully dodging the poisonous clusters. Despite his agility, he couldn't avoid the venom forever. A single drop landed on his arm, sending searing pain coursing through him. A grunt of pain escaped his lips as he realized the poison was spreading rapidly through his body. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that he couldn't afford to take any more hits. Determined to press forward, Vakir gritted his teeth and adjusted his strategy, knowing that this was only the beginning of a fight that would push him to his very limits. Vakir, realizing the poison's rapid spread, made a drastic decision. With unwavering resolve, he severed his own poisoned arm. Moments later, to Madame Eight-Leg's shock, the entire arm regenerated before her eyes. Standing tall, Vakir taunted her calmly. "Don't look so surprised. I'm in the same position as you now." Undeterred, he charged at Madame, initiating a fierce and relentless battle. Using his expert skills, Vakir focused on severing her legs, dodging her ferocious strikes and poisonous onslaught. Despite his agility, he couldn't evade every attack. One of Madame's powerful strikes obliterated his arm and leg. Rolling down onto one of her massive limbs, Vakir managed to slow his fall, giving his body just enough time to regenerate. Without hesitation, he resumed his assault, cutting down her legs one by one. The battle raged on, an unending cycle of destruction and regeneration for both combatants. Madame doubled her legs effortlessly each time they were severed, while Vakir's limbs regenerated repeatedly, albeit at a cost. The constant regeneration drained his stamina, and fatigue began to set in. He had long since lost count of how many times he'd regrown his limbs, each cycle taking a greater toll on his body. As the grueling fight continued, Madame's severed legs piled up around them. Vakir, panting heavily, paused for a moment. Despite his exhaustion, a sudden smile crossed his face. Fueled by determination, he used the spider webs for support and began ascending toward the top of the lair. Madame, noticing his actions, attempted to follow him. However, to her frustration, she found herself unable to move upward effectively. Her countless legs, which had been her strength, were now her greatest hindrance. Vakir glanced back at her with a sly grin. "You see," he said, "this was my plan all along. I never intended to catch up to you in power. I wanted you to keep duplicating your legs." He continued, "Your ability to regenerate and double your legs seems godlike, doesn't it? But it's a curse if you keep duplicating the same limb. Now, you can't even move properly." Madame retaliated with a web attack, sending massive strands flying toward him. But Vakir dodged with ease. "I knew you'd resort to that," he said, recalling his earlier observations of her webs. Summoning Beelzebub, Vakir revealed a critical weakness he had discovered. "Your webs resist normal fire," he explained, "but they burn like dry wood when exposed to purple hellfire from the underworld." He gestured around the lair, pointing out the accumulated gas from the decaying corpses that filled the air. "This place," he said with a chilling smile, "is the perfect condition for a firestorm." Standing atop the massive corpse of a dead bear, Vakir drove Beelzebub into its head. With a sinister grin directed at Madame Eight-Legs, he declared, "You've been drunk on power for too long. You've stacked up too much karma. Now it's time to pay for it." Igniting the hellfire, Vakir triggered a massive explosion. The blast reverberated through the lair, the purple flames spreading rapidly through the gas-filled cavern. The spider webs ignited in an instant, and the firestorm consumed everything in its path. Madame Eight-Legs let out a deafening scream as her domain turned into an inferno of karmic retribution. Days earlier, Vakir stood at his study table, deep in thought, piecing together the complex puzzle of Madame Eight-Legs' actions. During one of his practical assessments, he had encountered a Cerberus that had been driven out of its territory. That encounter had prompted a lingering question. Why did the tribe members go out of their way to chase dangerous monsters from the mountain? Now everything clicked into place. The tribe members had been pushed to the mountain because Madame Eight-Legs had systematically expanded her territory, driving them and the monsters further away. Her strategy became clear. She had been using the barbarians and forest creatures to distance herself from her greatest weakness. hellfire. Vakir realized that her cunning tactics had kept this vulnerability hidden in plain sight. Determined, he thrust Beelzebub into the bear's corpse and unleashed the hellfire, igniting a chain reaction that set the cavern ablaze. The flames spread rapidly, consuming the lair as Madame Eight Legs became engulfed in fire. Watching the inferno, Vakir declared, "It's time for her to take her trophies back." He exited the cave, turning to observe the explosions behind him as his plan unfolded. By exploiting her inability to climb or use her webs, he had ensured that Madame was trapped within her own lair. No matter how powerful she was still a living creature. The superheated air would burn her lungs, and the hellfire would melt her outer shell and carapace. All Vakir needed to do was wait for her to succumb. Once the fire extinguished, he planned to retrieve her unique abilities. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden tremor beneath his feet. The ground shook violently, and his attention snapped back to the lair. The tremors ceased for a moment. Then the entire mountain erupted in a massive explosion. Vakir watched in stunned disbelief as Madame Eight Legs emerged from the wreckage. She had destroyed the mountain itself to escape her fiery demise. Her hiss filled the air, a sound of pain and rage, as she released a torrent of poison into the atmosphere. The poisonous substance scattered in all directions, exploding into fragments that began to dissolve everything they touched. Standing beneath Madame's towering form, Vakir quickly noticed something critical. She couldn't see him. The flames had burned away her eyes and the sensory hairs on her body, rendering her blind and unable to detect his presence. Additionally, the destruction of the mountain had left a crack in her once impenetrable shell. Seizing the opportunity, Vakir leaped into action. With precise movements, he ascended into the air, aiming directly at the crack. As he descended, he aligned Beelzebub with the weakened spot and executed the Baskerville Sixth technique. The blow landed with tremendous force, driving him backward and eliciting a pained, guttural cry from Madame. Landing safely, Vakir examined the damage. The crack had deepened, but was not fully destroyed. A single blow wouldn't be enough. Undeterred, he steeled himself, his resolve unshaken. He prepared for another assault, knowing that this battle would demand every ounce of his strength and determination. Vakir's carefully laid plans came to a grinding halt as the impossible unfolded before his eyes. Madame's charred skin and burned eyes peeled away, only to regenerate moments later. This unexpected development left him stunned, but he had no time to process it. One of Madame's massive legs slammed into him, sending him hurtling through the dense forest. Crashing to the ground, Vakir groaned in pain. His legs had been obliterated, and as he lay there, he noticed his regeneration was slowing. Fatigue clawed at him, each attempt to heal draining more of his dwindling energy. Struggling to rise, he realized his critical mistake. He had underestimated Madame. He hadn't accounted for her ability to regenerate selected parts of her body with such precision and speed. As Madame closed in, her monstrous form looming over him, Vakir panted heavily, his mind racing for a solution. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his head, cutting through the chaos. It was sharp, cold, and laced with contempt. "What are you doing here?" the voice demanded. "Why waste your time fighting this monster? You should have already left the forest to fulfill your true goal." An image of his older self from his past life materialized before him, radiating a chilling aura. This spectral figure cast a disdainful gaze upon the present Vakir. "Your only thoughts," the older Vakir continued, "should be about revenge. Hugo." His throat slit. "The despair you'll inflict upon him. That's your purpose." The past self, steeped in bitterness, admonished the current Vakir, accusing him of losing focus and growing weak. "You've grown sluggish and dull since entering this forest," the older Vakir bellowed. "Do you remember the seething hatred you once harbored for Hugo? Or has that fire been snuffed out?" The older Vakir's words were cutting, relentless. He recounted the singular purpose of their existence, carrying out missions assigned by their master, no matter the cost. The mission was more important than life itself, he spat. "That's what we were taught. That's the only way we felt fulfilled." But as the older Vakir spoke, his expression darkened, reflecting the despair he had endured. "When I was beheaded by Hugo," he admitted, "I realized how futile and vain my life had been. My existence as a tool, a weapon, was meaningless." The ghostly figure's voice rose with fury. "Yet here you are, messing up the plan, ruining everything. You exist for one reason: to to kill Hugo and destroy Baskerville. Nothing else matters. Vakir, still on the ground, grappled with these accusations. He pondered the essence of his existence, questioning whether he had ever defied Hugo's will in his previous life. Searching his memories, he found the answer. There had been one moment, one fleeting instance when he had gazed into the forest and entertained the idea of breaking away from his team. But that moment had passed quickly. He had remained behind his comrades, following orders like the obedient bloodhound Hugo had trained him to be. I was never free, he realized. I simply followed the path dictated by my chains. Yet now, something within Vakir stirred. A spark of defiance ignited, and he made a bold declaration. No more. He resolved to break free from the shackles of Hugo's commands and the consuming thirst for vengeance that had defined his existence. I refused to let them dictate my life any longer. With newfound clarity, Vakir embraced the regret he had carried since his execution by Hugo. He vowed not to repeat his past mistakes. I am not just a hunter chasing prey, he declared to himself. I am my own master. Madame Eight Legs let out an ear-piercing scream, launching an attack with one of her colossal legs aimed directly at Vakir. But this time he was ready. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, Vakir rose to meet the challenge. No longer a mere instrument of vengeance, but a warrior fighting for his own purpose. Vakir's fingers clenched the soil beneath him as he voiced his deepest desire: freedom. With a burst of agility fueled by desperation, he narrowly evaded Madame Eight Legs' devastating strike. Amidst the chaos, his mind wrestled with the duality of his existence, the yearning for revenge against Hugo and the longing to safeguard the home and people he had come to cherish. These aspirations converged into a singular, unyielding desire to live life on his own terms. Steeling his resolve, Vakir focused ahead, determined to take control of his fate. As Madame's colossal leg descended, he rallied himself, screaming internally to rise and fight, refusing to be controlled by anyone or anything ever again. Before Madame's attack could land, an arrow streaked through the air, piercing one of her legs and shattering it. A barrage of arrows followed, raining down with unrelenting precision and drawing agonized screams from the monstrous foe. Vakir, astonished, turned his gaze to a distant hill where two familiar figures stood, their intervention a welcome relief in his dire situation. On the hill, Ayan and the matriarch stood side by side, armed with bows. An's voice rang out fiercely as she declared her intent to defend her chosen husband candidate from Madame's onslaught. She called out to Vakir, declaring their alliance and their readiness to fight alongside him. Her rallying cry ignited a spark among the Balac warriors, who raised their weapons and prepared to support Vakir against the seemingly unstoppable Madame. The air buzzed with determination as they joined forces, united by their resolve to aid the hero of the forest. As arrows continued to pelt Madame, her frustrated hisses filled the air. Meanwhile, Vakir's legs regenerated, restoring his ability to move. Empowered, he climbed on a Madame's massive back, determined to end the battle. Though exasperated by Ayan's disregard for his warnings, he couldn't deny his gratitude for her timely intervention. "You saved me," he muttered, pressing forward with renewed determination. Reaching the cracked spot on Madame's shell, Vakir drove Beelzebub into it with all his strength. The resulting blast reverberated through the lair, but he quickly realized that her armor was far more resilient than anticipated. It would take more than a single strike to destroy her. Undeterred, Vakir refused to let despair take root. With his resolve burning bright, he vowed to persist until he overcame the seemingly indestructible obstacle before him. However, before he could make his next move, Madame went into a frenzied rampage. Her legs stamped the ground with destructive force, causing massive explosions that sent shockwaves through the area. The Balac warriors retreated to a safe distance, warning one another of the impending danger. An, observing Madame's erratic behavior, saw the truth in the chaos. "She's cornered," she shouted, urging her comrades not to falter. "This is our chance. Keep fighting." The matriarch, standing atop the hill, watched the battle with labored breaths. To her, Madame had always been an untouchable disaster, a force of nature that could not be defeated. Yet the young warrior in front of her was proving otherwise, showing her that fear could be overcome and disaster could be defied. Inspired, she resolved to act, even if it meant worsening her injuries or pushing herself to the brink. Channeling her aura, the matriarch's muscular physique shone with energy. With immense focus, she unleashed an arrow imbued with her power. The projectile tore through the air at incredible speed, striking Madame with explosive force. The impact elicited a resounding scream from Madame as she recoiled, momentarily stunned. Vakir seized the opportunity, moving with lightning speed, covering the vast distance in an instant. He reached the cracked spot on Madame's body. Gathering all his strength, he executed the Baskerville first technique, deeply piercing Fong. The ferocious attack triggered a colossal explosion, rupturing Madame's shell and creating a gaping opening. Aghast in shock as she realized what Vakir had done, he had entered Madame's body through the opening. But this was only the beginning of his onslaught. Inside Madame, Vakir unleashed a relentless series of techniques with surgical precision. Transitioning seamlessly, he followed the second technique, biting Fong with the third technique, slicing Fong. His attacks flowed into the fourth technique, tearing Fong before culminating in the devastating fifth technique, shredding Fong. Each strike sent shockwaves through Madame's body, her agonized screams echoing across the battlefield. Blood gushed from her mouth, a grim testament to the internal injuries Vakir inflicted. Despite the overwhelming odds, his power and determination burned brighter than ever as he pressed on, unrelenting in his mission to bring the monstrous Madame Eight Legs to her end. Vakir refused to remain a bloodhound shackled by chains. With every strike he delivered, the bindings that had constrained him for so long began to break. Finally, as he executed the Baskerville Six technique, crushing Fong, the final decisive blow shattered those chains completely. Madame Eight Legs let out a piercing, guttural scream, her massive body convulsing under the relentless onslaught of Vakir's techniques. Her monstrous eyes bulged unnaturally, and in a surreal moment, Vakir burst forth from one of them, emerging from within her body. The Balac warriors stood frozen, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. Ian exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend the sight of Vakir emerging from Madame's eye. As the massive creature collapsed to the ground, a cloud of dust rose, blanketing the battlefield in silence. Vakir lay motionless near Madame's body, his breathing ragged as pain racked his exhausted form. Poison coursed through his veins, burning him from within. Realizing the source of his suffering, he concluded it must have come from Madame's blood during his assault. His thoughts returned to the writhing Madame, who twisted and thrashed in her final moments, clinging desperately to life. Vakir knew he needed to act swiftly to purge the poison from his body. However, before he could make a move, darkness enveloped him, and his vision faded. Amid the black void, his hand involuntarily rose, and Beelzebub emerged from his grip. The cursed blade pierced Madame's body, initiating its gruesome feast. Madame Eight Legs found herself transported to a strange, unfamiliar space. Confused by the sudden shift, she barely had time to process her surroundings before being confronted by Beelzebub and three monstrous entities absorbed by the blade. Among them was Cerberus, whose three heads lunged at Madame with ferocious bites, tearing into her legs. Under Beelzebub's command, Madame's soul was devoured, the weapon's insatiable hunger consuming her completely. Back on the battlefield, Ian's voice cut through the heavy silence as she desperately called out to Vakir. Others warned her to keep her distance, cautioning against the lingering poison, but she pushed forward, her urgency overriding their pleas. She knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded, "Hold on, Vakir." Despite her efforts, Vakir's eyes remained shut, his body lifeless. Moments later, he stirred, his voice weak as he whispered her name. Slowly opening his eyes, he met her tearful gaze with mild annoyance. "Can you keep it down?" he muttered. "You're too loud for me to rest." Ian, overwhelmed with relief, began to scold him gently. "You idiot," she said, tears flowing freely. "Do you have any idea how much you worried me?" As the battle against Madame Eight Legs came to a close, Beelzebub emitted a satisfied, sinister slurp. The blade now possessed three formidable abilities: the deadly poison of Madame Eight Legs, the silent healing of Masasu, and the regeneration of the swamp salamander. Each ability added to its already dangerous repertoire, making it an even deadlier weapon in Vakir's hands. Some days later, the Balac warriors sprawled across the village grounds, intoxicated from days of relentless festivities. The matriarch, along with the chief of another tribe, sat atop Madame's massive head, raising their cups in a celebratory toast. Vakir, watching the revelry unfold, couldn't help but marvel at the villagers' ability to celebrate with such enthusiasm. He wondered how many days had passed since the festival began. Approaching Vakir was greeted by the wolf's cheerful expression despite his missing leg. Vakir knelt beside him and praised his resilience. "You've done well, Vakira," he said, "overpowering another wolf and finding your partner despite losing a leg. That's no small feat." Stroking the wolf's fur, he reassured him, "I've avenged you. Rest easy now. Justice has been served." As Vakir reflected on his growth since defeating Madame Eight Legs, he realized just how much he had changed. Though unskilled, he had managed to wield the Baskerville 7th technique during the battle. He wondered if this was the result of the achievement effect gained from killing Madame, or simply a deeper understanding of martial arts born from his life-or-death experience. Despite his progress, Vakir remained grounded, acknowledging the gap between his technique and Hugo's mastery of the 7th technique. "It's still imperfect," he admitted to himself. But as he stood amidst the echoes of celebration and his own quiet triumph, one thing was clear. Vakir was no longer the same bloodhound shackled by vengeance and obedience. He was carving his own path step by step. Facing Hugo, a master swordsman, head-on was no easy feat yet. Vakir knew he had grown considerably stronger since their last encounter. With newfound determination, he broke the garland around his neck, signaling his readiness to move forward. His purpose in the village was fulfilled, and it was time to return to Baskerville. A few days later, Vakir, now fully prepared, bid farewell to the village. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the matriarch for her understanding and support. In response, she reassured him that his bond with their family would endure, regardless of the distance. As far as she was concerned, he would always be a Balac hunting commander, tied to their legacy. With a smile, Vakir acknowledged her kind words and glanced at the crowd that had gathered to see him off. However, he noticed that Ayan was absent. Realizing she might have chosen not to face his departure, he accepted her decision without resentment. The villagers surrounded him, offering words of encouragement and pledging their support whenever he might need it. They urged him to aim high and to remember them on his journey. Among them, Ahan, his eyes brimming with emotion, assured Vakir he would always be welcome and hoped to see him again. Ahul, ever practical, asked Vakir to keep in touch while he ventured into the wider world. Their voices echoed as Vakir departed, their heartfelt goodbyes carrying him forward. But as he made his way out of the forest, Vakir paused. Ahead, someone stood waiting. It was Ayan, holding something in her hands. She approached him, questioning whether he was truly leaving. Vakir's response was silent, but she pressed on, handing him the item she had been holding. Examining it, Vakir was puzzled by the gift. With a shy expression, Ayan explained that it was Anubis, a bow once wielded by Adonai, which she had painstakingly adjusted for him. Vakir realized this was why she had been absent in recent days. Then, surprising him further, she placed a choker around his neck. Vakir inspected the choker, noticing its broken chain. Ayan revealed she had crafted it, inspired by his delirious talk of bloodhounds during a past collapse. However, she firmly declared that he wasn't a bloodhound. To her, he was a wolf, strong, independent, and free. The choker was her way of rejecting the idea of him being bound like a hound, acknowledging his unique strength instead. Her words touched Vakir deeply, and he smiled warmly at her thoughtful gesture. He began to thank her, but before he could finish, Ayn took hold of the choker's chain and pulled him closer. Their lips met in a tender kiss, a moment heavy with unspoken emotion. When the kiss ended, Ayn stepped back, tears glistening in her eyes. Without looking back, she began walking toward the village, her voice trembling as she said her goodbyes. She remarked on Vakir's growth since their early days, noting how he had once been weaker than her, but was now undeniably strong. She urged him to take care and bid him farewell. Vakir, still smiling, couldn't help but comment on her claim that this was a customary way to say goodbye in the Empire. He promised her that they would meet again, parting with a hopeful next time. Hearing his words, Ayan paused, wiping away her tears. She turned back to him with a soft smile and replied, "See you next time." After leaving the forest behind, Vakir arrived at a bustling city. From a high vantage point, he looked out over the familiar sight of Red AWL Castle. Time hadn't touched its imposing appearance. He noticed the Moor clan's flag fluttering proudly on the city walls, a clear sign they were still present, likely overseeing the ruby mining operations. This confirmed their continued alliance with the Baskerville family. As he took in the view, an image of Camus Morgue flickered in his mind. He wondered if she was still here, and braced himself for the sharp words she might have for him if they met. With a resigned sigh, he leaped down from the city wall, landing gracefully. The late hour prompted him to search for an inn where he could rest. However, his attention was soon captured by something unexpected, a towering gold statue. Intrigued, Vakir studied the massive structure, speculating about its origins. A monument of this scale would have required immense resources and approval from both the Morgue and Baskerville families. Could Hugo have signed off on this? His musings were interrupted by a stern voice. A guard nearby warned him not to approach the statue too closely, cautioning against touching it and advising him to admire it from a distance. Curious, Vakir turned to the guard and asked who the statue depicted. The guard, visibly surprised, asked if Vakir was a foreigner, astonished that anyone within the empire wouldn't know of the figure it honored. The guard's tone turned reverent as he explained, his admiration evident. He spoke of a hero who had slain countless barbarians with a single sword and demonstrated unmatched bravery. This hero had plunged into a deadly situation to save the Morgue family's beloved daughter, buying precious time for allied forces to escape while he single-handedly battled a massive monster. The guard's recounting grew more fervent as he described the Morgue family's gratitude, which had led to the creation of the golden statue. As the pieces fell into place, Vakir's mind raced. The guard's story reached its crescendo as he declared the name of the hero, Vakir van Baskerville. Caught off guard, Vakir worked hard to conceal his reaction, though a bead of sweat formed on his brow. The truth of the story left him momentarily stunned. It was his name etched into the legend. Yet, the tale didn't entirely align with his Morgues, leaving him questioning how much of it was exaggerated or rewritten by time. Elsewhere in the city, in a lively bar, the three Morgue sisters, Hysis, Midsis, and Losis, were reminiscing about their encounters with Sir Vakir. With the help of some strong drinks, Hysis confessed she had been captivated by him from the moment they met. Midsis and Losis agreed, acknowledging the undeniable charm he exuded. Nearby Morgue soldiers chuckled, amused by the sisters' shared infatuation and admiration for the famed figure. Losis openly admitted being drawn to Vakir's magnetic presence, but lamented how difficult it was to get close to him. Midsis fondly recalled their earlier conversations, though she grumbled about the interference of other women from the Baskerville family. In a burst of excitement, Hysis proclaimed that Vakir brought a sense of rejuvenation greater than even the grandeur of the golden statue that now stood nearby. Meanwhile, Vakir sat alone in the shadows, quietly observing the city's lively night. His thoughts drifted between the past and the present. The stark contrast between his own recollections and the city's embellished tales left him pensive. He wondered if the feats credited to him were, in truth, the work of Adolphe Morgue or the combined efforts of many others. Still, he couldn't deny the part he played, particularly his confrontation with the madam at the end. His musings deepened as he listened in on the Morgue sisters' conversation, gleaning valuable insights amidst their chatter. Lost in thought, Vakir found his mind drifting back to events from 2 years earlier. His abrupt disappearance had ignited Hugo La Baskerville's wrath, leading to multiple clashes with the Morgue family. Despite the Morgues offering substantial compensation, it wasn't enough to quell Hugo's fury. Vakir could hardly blame him. He'd been a valuable bloodhound to the family, and the Morgue's payment likely felt more like an insult than reparations. Meanwhile, back in the present, the Morgue sisters were still deep in their liquor-fueled banter at the bar. Plus lamented Vakir's absence, declaring they would have made the perfect couple. Midsis was quick to challenge her, insisting she had the upper hand in winning him over. Losis, trying to play peacemaker, suggested they all date him instead, which only escalated the argument. As their chatter wore on, Vakir's patience frayed. Deciding he'd had enough, he quietly settled his bill and prepared to leave. But before he could slip away, Hysis noticed his movement and loudly accused him of being suspicious. Her sisters, baffled by her outburst, attributed it to her drunken state. Ignoring Hysis' demands to stop, Vakir kept walking, prompting her to angrily protest his blatant disregard. Fueled by frustration, Hysis unleashed a binding spell, causing vines to erupt from the ground in an attempt to ensnare him. But Vakir's reflexes were unmatched. He dodged the vines with such agility and precision that everyone in the room was left in stunned silence. He landed gracefully, only to find himself surrounded by individuals brandishing weapons and spells, all with their attention fixed on him. A Morgue mage stepped forward, demanding Vakir reveal his identity and remove his hood. Annoyed by the escalating situation, but unfazed, Vakir complied. With calm resolve, he lowered his hood, revealing his face to the astonished crowd. The Morg sisters, wide-eyed and flushed, gasped in admiration, their initial awe quickly giving way to confusion. A mage pointed out the differences between Vakir's expression and the heroic visage on the golden statue, noting his striking red eyes and jet-black hair. Realization dawned as the Morg sisters pieced everything together. Incredulously, they uttered his name, Sir Vakir. The next morning, as Vakir prepared to leave the city, the Morg sisters approached him once more. Plus suggested he could have stayed in the fortress's VIP room, but Vakir dismissed the idea, calling it an unnecessary expense. Losis expressed her faith in his survival, while Hysis teased that he had come to visit her first, a claim Midsis immediately contested. Amid the playful bickering, Hysis mentioned they'd already sent valuable information to the Baskerville family, as he had requested. Vakir clarified that he'd only asked them to contact the family, but Hysis defended their actions, insisting they had acted in good faith. Finding the trio increasingly exasperating, Vakir brushed them off and prepared to leave. Hysis, concerned about his departure, offered to escort him, but Vakir declined, reminding them they surely had important duties to attend to. Hysis sheepishly admitted they had no work, spending most of their time lounging. This lack of responsibility annoyed Vakir, prompting him to silently vow to report their laziness upon his return to Baskerville. Before departing, Vakir asked about Camus Morg, curious about her absence. Hysis explained that Camus had retreated into closed-door training. She had abruptly left Uncle Adolph's Hall of Light and entered the Hall of Darkness, devoting herself entirely to magic research. Vakir was startled by the mention of the Hall of Darkness, recalling its grim reputation and Camus' strained relationship with Snake, its head. He wondered if the shift was another ripple caused by his actions in the past. Before parting ways, Vakir instructed the sisters to relay a Midsis sage to Camus. He wanted her to leave the Hall of Darkness and expressed his desire to meet her. The sisters were taken aback that this was all he had to say, especially given his long-standing relationship with Camus and the fact that it had been 2 years since they last saw each other. News of Vakir's return spread like wildfire throughout the Empire. Reactions poured in from every corner. Chihuahua shed tears of joy upon receiving the news, while Wendy couldn't hide her smile. Adolph Morg remained stoic, silently absorbing the information. At the Baskerville estate, an informant burst into the Patriarch's chambers, delivering the urgent update. Hugo's fiery gaze burned with intensity as he interrogated the Midsis sender, demanding confirmation of the news. It wasn't long before the entire Empire was abuzz. Vakir van Baskerville had returned. Chihuahua greeted Vakir with a cheerful smile, noting his uncharacteristic choice of entering through the main door instead of his usual dramatic window approach. Vakir sighed, brushing off the comment, and asked about the commotion outside. Chihuahua explained that news of his return had spread like wildfire across the Empire, drawing a crowd eager to welcome him back. Vakir frowned, already feeling the exhaustion of facing the enthusiastic masses. Before they could discuss further, Pomerian burst into the room, her voice ringing out as she called him Daddy. Vakir gently corrected her, reminding her that he was her uncle. Unfazed, Pomerian proudly held up a dead mouse, beaming as she showed off her latest catch. Amused, Vakir praised her efforts but cautioned her about the dangers of the Black Duh, even if her catch seemed harmless. Turning back to Chihuahua, Vakir inquired about the state of affairs in Underdog City. Chihuahua praised Wendy's exceptional competence, noting how her introduction had resolved many lingering issues. However, there was one case that even she couldn't crack, a troubling string of child disappearances from the slums. Chihuahua handed Vakir a document detailing the alarming trend. The case was disturbing. The children had vanished without a trace, no ransom demands, no links to the black market, and no signs of monster attacks. Chihuahua suspected there was a single perpetrator behind the abductions, but had no evidence to support the theory. As Vakir read through the report, his expression darkened. Chihuahua noticed his furrowed brow and called out to him, puzzled. Vakir, lost in thought, drew parallels to a similar case he had once been framed for. The news stirred unease, though he knew it had occurred years after this timeline. Could there be a connection? He was still piecing together the implications when Pomerian's gleeful exclamation shattered his focus. She pointed excitedly to the dead mouse she had brought earlier. To everyone's shock, it was now alive, scurrying about the room as if nothing had happened. Vakir and Chihuahua exchanged astonished looks before turning to Pomerian. Vakir asked her directly if she had revived the creature. Pomerian admitted she had, her voice brimming with pride. Vakir, intrigued, speculated aloud about the nature of her ability. Could this be voodoo magic? Was she tapping into mana from another dimension? He gently probed further, asking when she had discovered this skill. Pomerian nervously counted on her fingers, explaining that it had happened a few nights ago. She added that she had learned it by watching the tribespeople. Vakir's mind raced. This ability was no small feat, even in the prestigious Baskerville and Morgue families. Genius children couldn't wield magic until they were at least 8 years old. Yet here was Pomerian, just 5 years old, mastering what seemed to be a form of black magic, a skill both dangerous and forbidden. The implications were troubling. Vakir couldn't help but imagine Hugo's reaction if he ever found out. His mind conjured a grim vision of Hugo's fury, of him ordering Pomerian's execution upon discovering her use of black magic in her barbarian lineage. Determined to protect her, Vakir resolved to keep Pomerian far from Hugo's gaze. As if on cue, a pigeon flew to the window, delivering a letter. Chihuahua retrieved it, and his expression quickly shifted to one of shock. "Something bad has happened," he stammered, his voice unsteady. Vakir's eyes narrowed. "What is it? Speak clearly," he urged. Struggling to compose himself, Chihuahua finally blurted out the troubling news. The Baskerville Patriarch was on his way. In the deputy consul's office in Underdog City, a tense silence filled the room. Chihuahua and head butler Rodwell stood at opposite sides, while Vakir and Hugo faced each other directly. The air was heavy with unspoken words until Hugo finally broke the silence, acknowledging Vakir's return. Vakir confirmed his presence, his voice steady. Chihuahua exhaled in relief, grateful that the icy wall of tension had finally been cracked. Mindful of Pomerian's safety, Vakir had hidden her in the adjacent room before Hugo's arrival, hoping to avoid any potential conflict. Hugo, however, wasted no time and immediately pressed Vakir about his activities during the 2 years he had been missing. Vakir explained that he had spent the time recovering with the barbarians in the forest. Pretending to be friendly with them, he had managed to learn about their ways and devised a strategy to deal with them. Intrigued, Hugo urged him to elaborate on his plan. Vakir revealed a cunning scheme to exploit the barbarians' reliance on the Empire's industrial goods. Items such as cheap glass, orbs, woolen products, and basic commodities like vegetables and grains were treasures to the barbarians. By controlling the supply of these goods, Vakir proposed that they could subdue the barbarians indirectly. Hugo, skeptical at first, pointed out that the plan sounded more like trading than suppression. Vakir's expression darkened as he explained further. The barbarians' dependence on these goods would inevitably lead to their downfall. With an eerie edge to his voice, Vakir revealed his intention to demand that the barbarians perform monster subjugations in exchange for the goods. This way, they would exhaust themselves fighting monsters, secure the Empire's territory, and ultimately weaken their own numbers to the brink of extinction. Hugo's lips curled into a sinister smile, impressed by the devious brilliance of the plan. He praised Vakir's cleverness, calling him a true Baskerville. Vakir confirmed that he had already begun laying the groundwork necessary to implement the scheme. Satisfied, Hugo delegated the responsibility entirely to him, placing his trust in his son. Chihuahua, meanwhile, struggled to steady his breath, marveling at how this cold and calculated exchange could pass for a reunion between father and son. The head butler, Barrymore, observed Hugo's rare smile with astonishment and concern. It had been 2 long years since Hugo had shown any sign of warmth, and even now, it was tinged with his trademark intensity. Though outwardly calm, Vakir silently resolved not to let the Balac people suffer unnecessarily. From Baskerville's perspective, the barbarians would appear to be dying as they cleared out the monsters. But Vakir knew the truth. The natives were simply retreating to the location of the madam, using the lull in conflict to regroup and strengthen their forces. Hugo, unaware of the madam's existence, believed the barbarians would agree to the plan without resistance. Vakir, however, understood that this temporary truce was a chance for the Balac to grow more powerful, a hidden game of strategy unfolding beneath Hugo's radar. Just then, Hugo's voice cut through the room, commanding everyone's attention. All eyes shifted to his teacup, where the liquid had begun to boil under the sheer force of his killing intent. With a voice laced with menace, Hugo declared that they would not trade with the Loco tribe. Instead, He ordered their complete annihilation. The intensity of Hugo's presence was overwhelming. Chihuahua felt as though his soul might leave his body under the crushing weight of Hugo's fury. Vakir, however, remained composed, acknowledging the command with a calm nod. Internally, he reflected on Hugo's apparent grudge against the Loco tribe, another reason why Pomerian needed to remain far away from him. Hugo eventually calmed himself and sighed, expressing a rare moment of regret. Meeting his son for the first time in years, all he had done was talk about destruction and warfare. He urged Vakir not to overextend himself on the front lines again. Hugo acknowledged the significant diplomatic benefits they had gained after Vakir saved Morg's daughter and subsequently went missing. The imperial family had heard the tale of heroism, bolstering the reputation of the Baskerville Knights in their eyes. For all his imposing strength and cunning, Hugo's next words revealed a rare vulnerability. He admitted that no amount of diplomatic gains or material success could make up for the loss of a child. Advising Vakir not to overextend himself, he spoke with a tone that seemed almost fatherly. But Vakir wasn't convinced. To him, Hugo's concern felt hollow, a mere pretense. His mind wandered to the night before his regression, the night he was framed. He vividly recalled the cold betrayal, the sharp pain of being stabbed in the back, and the icy stares of the bloodhounds he had once called comrades. That night, Vakir had learned the hard truth. He had been abandoned by his master. The bitterness of that Morgie churned within him, a constant reminder not to be swayed by Hugo's facade. As lightning cracked across the stormy sky, Vakir maintained his composure. He thanked his father for his supposed concern, his words polite but devoid of warmth. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open, and a small voice cried out, "Uncle!" Startled, both Chihuahua and Vakir turned toward the sound. Pomerian, frightened by the thunder and rain, ran into the room, clinging to Vakir and sobbing uncontrollably. Vakir froze, his mind racing. He had taken great care to hide Pomerian to avoid this exact situation. Now, not only was she exposed, but Hugo's reaction sent an even deeper shock through him. Hugo's face, usually a mask of stoicism, was filled with uncharacteristic emotion as he locked eyes on Pomerian. Recognition flickered in his gaze, followed by a torrent of questions that seemed to swirl in his mind. Hugo le Baskerville, the Empire's strongest sword saint, the master of the iron-blooded Baskerville family, and a man who had driven the barbarians far beyond the Empire's borders, was visibly shaken. This was a man known for his unwavering decisions and iron will, a legend who had slain hundreds of monsters without hesitation. And yet, here he was, his composure faltering as he studied the face of a frightened child. Pomerian clung tighter to Vakir, her sobs growing louder as she glanced at Hugo and exclaimed tearfully about his frightening mustache. Hugo, for a moment, seemed lost in thought, as though the child's presence had unearthed memories he had long buried. He hesitated, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is she Penelope?" Vakir quickly intervened, urging Hugo to calm down. He explained that he had initially mistaken Pomerian for one of their own because of her red eyes. However, upon further investigation, he discovered that she hailed from one of the border tribes and was not, in fact, a member of their family. Hugo listened, his composure slowly returning. He admitted his mistake, reasoning that if Penelope were alive, she wouldn't be so young. Weariness crept into his voice as he acknowledged this and decided to leave. Vakir bid him a safe return, still processing the surreal scene that had just unfolded. He couldn't help but note how deeply shaken Hugo had been. A man who possessed the soul of a swordmaster was not easily unnerved. This moment only solidified Vakir's growing suspicion that something larger was at play. As Hugo prepared to depart, he turned back one final time. His voice regained its authority as he instructed Vakir to attend the upcoming grand banquet. With that, Hugo left, his imposing presence lingering even in his absence. The following day, Chihuahua was left speechless by the news. Vakir had been invited to an exclusive dinner, a privilege reserved for only the closest descendants of the Baskerville family. For most members, attending this banquet was nothing short of a lifelong dream. Vakir, unfazed by the weight of the invitation, assured Chihuahua he would be present as per Hugo's command. However, as Hugo left the room, he cast one last lingering glance at Pomerian, his expression unreadable. That night, Vakir lay on the floor near his bed, staring at the ceiling. Though he now had the comforts of a hot shower and a soft mattress, sleep evaded him. His body, hardened by 2 years among the Balac warriors, seemed unwilling to adjust to such luxury. His thoughts wandered back to Hugo's unexpected reaction earlier that day. Should he report Pomerian's presence independent to his father? After careful reflection, Vakir decided to wait until after the grand banquet to gauge Hugo's state of mind. While Pomerian could potentially serve as a powerful trump card against Hugo, Vakir's priority was to shield her from any harm. As he mulled over his options, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, stirring the curtains. An assassin silently slipped inside, her movements so quiet that an ordinary person would have remained unaware. But Vakir was far from ordinary. Alert to her presence, he lay in wait. The assassin approached his bed, blade in hand, preparing to strike. However, she froze in shock when Vakir's calm voice broke the silence. "Not even a day has passed, and word of my return has already spread," he remarked. Before she could react, Vakir sprang into action. Using the bed as leverage, he launched a powerful kick toward her. Though she narrowly dodged a fatal blow, the strike hit her hand, sending her weapon flying. Without hesitation, Vakir moved to end the confrontation, but the assassin suddenly pleaded for him to stop, claiming it was all just a joke. Fixing her with a cold stare, Vakir immediately recognized her. He warned her that if she had not spoken up, he might have killed her on the spot. The assassin chuckled, commenting on his peculiar habit of disguising his pillow as himself and sleeping on the floor, a trait he hadn't shaken even after his return from the dead. Removing her mask, she revealed her identity, Cindy Wendy. Cindy addressed Vakir by name, noting how long it had been since they last saw each other. Ignoring his exasperation and insistence not to make a scene, she pressed on. She brought up how Vakir had sent Secretary Chihuahua to track her down, accusing him of knowing she would never take the 10 billion. Vakir responded flatly, pointing out how she had an uncanny knack for using her financial planning skills to generate wealth for capitalists, build trust, and then squander it all through reckless decisions. Cindy bristled at the accusation, calling his remark rude. She defended herself as a financial planner who earned solely through commissions, proudly claiming credit for preventing Judy from losing the 10 billion he had entrusted to her. Vakir, unimpressed, clarified that he had already assigned bodyguards to Judy to protect the funds. Among them was a finance expert tasked with handling any potential problems. Cindy's confidence faltered. She demanded to know why the bodyguards hadn't interfered with her plans. Vakir calmly explained that he had instructed them to stay out of her way, letting her work without obstruction. Stunned, Cindy finally realized the truth. From the very beginning, she had been dancing in the palm of his hand. Vakir shifted the conversation, asking Cindy Wendy about the information he had requested. With a mischievous smile, she produced a stack of mid-cis SY, disorganized documents and handed them over. Vakir raised an eyebrow at the chaotic state of the papers, barely concealing his disbelief. Noticing how her personality had changed slightly since their last meeting 2 years ago, he advised her to present her documents in a folder next time. True to his word, Vakir granted her participation in the trade negotiations with the natives. Cindy, grinning, cheekily agreed to call him boss from now on. Vakir knew the documents contained information about the attendees of the grand banquet scheduled for tomorrow, a prestigious event to which he had already been invited, thanks to his significant contributions. He began by skimming through the first document, which provided details about Hugo Le Baskerville. As the family patriarch, a marquis, and a renowned swordmaster, there was nothing new for Vakir to learn here, so he moved on without much thought. The second document contained a list of notable attendees. Among them were 2 unexpected names, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville and Great Dane Le Baskerville. Both were commanders. Boster led the Pitbull Order, and Great Dane led the Mastiff Order. They were also senators, holding the title of Count, and were highly regarded as graduates of unparalleled military skill. Most notably, the 2 were Hugo's half-brothers. Though they shared a reputation for military brilliance, their temperaments were vastly different. Vakir was surprised to see their name listed, as neither typically attended internal family events. Their sudden participation raised questions about their motives. Cindy Wendy offered a possible explanation. Perhaps they were eager to meet the so-called young legend of the Baskerville family, who had returned from the dead. They might even attempt to recruit Vakir into their respective orders. Reflecting on this, Vakir braced himself for what promised to be a taxing day. He turned to the next document, which detailed Osiris Le Baskerville, Hugo's eldest son and first in line for succession. Osiris, a viscount, was known for his striking resemblance to Hugo and his exceptional swordsmanship, said to rival the seven counts of the Empire. Cindy Wendy pointed out that Osiris was on the verge of being elevated to the rank of swordmaster. Vakir recalled Osiris from his past observations. The man had always been aloof, distant, and indifferent, even toward his own subordinates. He showed little care for his younger siblings of the direct bloodline, making him a rather cold and detached figure. Cindy speculated that, apart from the Patriarch and the Seven Counts, Osiris might be the strongest individual within the Baskerville clan. She couldn't resist asking Vakir who he thought was stronger, himself or Osiris. Vakir dismissed the question with a warning not to try measuring their combat abilities. The comparison was unnecessary and irrelevant, as far as he was concerned. Next, Vakir came across an entry that surprised him. Setlub Baskerville, Hugo's second son and second in line for succession. Reportedly in isolation for training, Settle's inclusion on the list was unexpected. Unlike his older brother, Settle lacked talent in swordsmanship and had always been physically weak. His personality, too, set him apart from the typical Baskerville mold. He was gentle and kind, traits that earned him scorn within the family. Vakir remembered how Set had been persecuted by Hugo for his perceived frailty. While most Baskervilles viewed the dying bloodhounds with disdain, Settle had been the only one to cry for them. He was also the only member of the Baskerville family that Vakir respected, a rare figure of genuine compassion amidst a clan of cold pragmatists. As Vakir continued flipping through the documents, something caught his attention. Suddenly, he slammed the papers down on the table, startling Cindy Wendy. She frowned, clearly offended, and demanded to know why he was barely glancing at the information when she had worked hard to gather it. Vakir responded to Cindy Wendy's questions with cryptic calm, mentioning that he was already well acquainted with the individuals she had detailed. A sly smile spread across his face as he anticipated the intriguing events that awaited him at the grand banquet. The following evening, Vakir stood outside the banquet hall, pausing momentarily before pushing open the grand doors. Inside, all the attendees were already seated at the long dining table. Breaking the silence, Vakir announced himself. Vakir Van Baskerville, attending the grand banquet as per the Patriarch's orders. All eyes turned toward him, his voice commanding the room's attention. After a brief acknowledgement of his presence, Vakir bowed and expressed gratitude for the invitation. Hugo, his piercing gaze fixed on his son, welcomed him warmly and gestured for him to take a seat. As the banquet began, the room was soon filled with the sound of utensils and soft murmurs as the guests dined. The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted when Boston Terrier Luke Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Order, cleared his throat. His sharp remark about undercooked meat broke through the silence. Hugo raised an eyebrow and inquired if the meat didn't suit his brother's taste. Boston Terrier clarified that he wasn't referring to his own plate, but rather the meal on the plate beside him. Great Dane Le Baskerville, commander of the Mastiff Order, appeared puzzled and asked if there was a problem. Boston Terrier dismissed the concern, stating that he was simply worried about the undercooked state of the meat on his lovable nephew's plate. Great Dane nodded in agreement, chiming in with his own affectionate view of Vakir. "He's a lovable young man," he said warmly, adding that he wanted Vakir to tread the right path. Boston Terrier, however, challenged the notion, questioning why the Mastiff Order was deemed the right path for Vakir. Great Dane fired back, suggesting that it was certainly better than the Pitbull Order, which he mockingly described as slow and foolish. Vakir silently observed the exchange, pondering whether the real purpose of their attendance was to recruit him. Both orders, the Pitbull and the Mastiff, were among the prestigious 7 orders that represented Baskerville. If this were before his regression, Vakir might have considered it a great honor, a golden opportunity that guaranteed success. Now, however, his perspective had shifted. To him, these orders were nothing more than squabbling mutts. The tension was briefly broken as Hugo raised his wine glass, signaling the head butler to pour. The butler, ever the optimist, remarked that the Patriarch must be in a good mood, given that his normally aloof brothers were showing such affection toward the young master. Vakir smirked slightly, noting how the butler always framed things positively, while Hugo likely found amusement in the bickering between his brothers. Turning back to Vakir, Boston Terrier pressed him about his exploits over the past 2 years. He expressed eagerness to hear tales of battles with barbarians and monsters in the Laret Lenore Mountains. Great Dane chimed in, voicing both concern for Vakir's safety and curiosity about his growth during his time in the perilous forest. Before the questioning could escalate, Hugo intervened. With a firm tone, he reminded his brothers to let Vakir eat in peace. However, both Boston Terrier and Great Dane insisted, now directing their inquiries toward Hugo himself. They wanted to know about Vakir's growth and accomplishments, pestering him with relentless curiosity. Hugo's patience snapped. Rising to his feet, he addressed them coldly, his voice sharp and authoritative. "I do not repeat myself," he warned, silencing the room. Boston Terrier quickly apologized, while Great Dane fell quiet with a grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Vakir rose confidently. In a steady voice, he assured everyone that proving his achievements would not be difficult. Hugo, his expression softening slightly, acknowledged Vakir's long and arduous journey. However, he expressed concern that his son might be too fatigued to visit the drill hall after such travels. Vakir calmly reassured Hugo, stating that he was fine. Resting a finger lightly on the table, he remarked that one's skills could be displayed anywhere, at any time. Daily life itself was an extension of training. As if to prove his point, Vakir noted Boston Terrier's overflowing wine glass and Great Dane's slightly undercooked steak. Without hesitation, he channeled his aura through the table. In a swift display of precision, the steak was perfectly cooked and the excess wine evaporated in an instant. Great Dane stared in amazement at his now perfectly seared meat, while Boston Terrier chuckled, amused by the sight of his now balanced wine glass. Boston Terrier commented on Vakir's impressive use of mana, marveling at his ability to perform such a feat at the mere age of 17, a level of skill typically attained by those in their 30s. Turning their attention to Hugo, the brothers praised him for having such an accomplished son, suggesting he must feel immense pride. But Hugo remained silent, quietly sipping his wine, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Vakir found the situation perplexing. 2 years ago, he had already displayed his mid-ranked graduate abilities during his confrontation with Madame. Yet it seemed no one here was aware of his accomplishments. He couldn't help but wonder why the triplets, who had witnessed his capabilities firsthand, hadn't reported his status. The silence was broken by Osiris Baskerville, the first in line for succession and Hugo's eldest son. With a composed demeanor, Osiris commended Vakir's hard work and achievements, encouraging him to continue on this path. Vakir responded respectfully, thanking his elder brother, though internally, he was taken aback. As Hugo's mirror in both appearance and manner, Osiris's praise carried significant weight. Vakir couldn't shake the feeling that his brother's sudden commendation had a deeper purpose, perhaps an evaluation. Before Vakir could dwell further, Baskerville, Hugo's second son and the second in line for succession, joined the conversation. With a rare warmth, Set remarked on how unusual it was to see Osiris praise someone so openly. He compared their shared poker faces, but when Vakir didn't immediately respond, Set asked if he didn't recognize him. Vakir quickly assured Set that he knew exactly who he was. Set smiled, explaining his frequent absences due to his weak constitution, which kept him either in the medical wing or the isolation training hall. He mentioned that his training hall was near Underdog City, where Vakir had served as deputy consul, and expressed an eagerness to visit soon to hear about Vakir's experiences in the forest. Despite Set's frailty, his attitude remained bright and kind, traits uncharacteristic of the typically cold Baskerville family. Vakir reflected on their shared past. During the fall, he had served under Set amidst chaos and bloodshed. While others turned their backs, Set had been the one to comfort the dying bloodhounds, offering solace even in the darkest moments. When Vakir himself had been wrongly accused and drenched in blood on the battlefield, it was Set who stood by him and defended him until the bitter end. For Vakir, Set was the only person in the Baskerville family he truly respected. Seeing Set again brought him an unexpected sense of relief, and Vakir realized he had subconsciously hoped to meet him at this banquet. But the moment was short-lived. Vakir's expression suddenly darkened as a familiar, revolting stench wafted through the hall. A stench only he could recognize, one that no one else here would notice. It was the horrific, unmistakable scent of demons. Tension gripped Vakir as he realized the truth. There was a demon hiding among them. Vakir's mind raced as he scanned the banquet hall, his senses attuned to the disgusting stench of demonic presence. His sharp gaze darted from one attendee to another, searching for its source. Closing his eyes momentarily, he steadied his thoughts before locking onto Set Baskerville. To Vakir's alarm, Set seemed to be shrouded in an ominous aura of demonic energy. Noticing Vakir's stare, Set smiled warmly and inquired if there was something he needed. His demeanor was friendly and familiar, marked by light-hearted conversation and a cheerful engagement with the servants. Despite these efforts, Vakir couldn't shake the unsettling feeling radiating from him. Set casually remarked on Vakir's recent appointment as deputy consul of Underdog City, even mentioning how some citizens admired him so much that they protested for him to remain in charge permanently. He expressed eagerness to collaborate with Vakir when he returned as consul. Vakir, masking his suspicions, raised his wine glass in acknowledgement. Set cheered, emphasizing his reliance on Vakir's support. But then, Vakir noticed something chilling. Set's reflection was absent from the glass. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could Set already be dead? His body now a vessel for a demon? Despite his growing unease, Vakir refrained from exposing his suspicions. Accusing Set without solid evidence would invite scrutiny and weaken his position. Resolving to investigate further, Vakir chose to remain silent for now. Set, seemingly unaware of Vakir's inner turmoil, continued speaking. He reminisced about his childhood admiration for the Doberman Order's uniform and asked Vakir which order he intended to join. Meanwhile, Vakir struggled to endure the suffocating stench emanating from Set. Before the conversation could continue, Osiris intervened, cutting off Set mid-sentence. With a cold tone, Osiris urged Set to focus on finishing his meal rather than indulging in idle chatter. Set, taken aback, stared at his older brother in confusion. Vakir, however, felt a wave of relief, silently thanking Osiris for breaking the interaction and providing him a reprieve from the unsettling aura. Hugo then turned the conversation toward Vakir, asking if he was satisfied with the meal and inviting him to the main house for a private discussion. Though surprised by the abrupt invitation, Vakir agreed. After the banquet, Vakir strolled beneath the moonlight, releasing a sigh of relief. The 5-hour ordeal had been mentally taxing, especially with such peculiar company. As he walked, he reflected on the banquet and Hugo's invitation, speculating that it might be related to the official papers for his academy entrance, which had recently arrived. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind him atop the castle wall, launching a surprise attack. Vakir recognized the move immediately. It was the Baskerville clan's sixth technique. He considered overpowering the attacker, but reminded himself that he was maintaining the guise of a mid-ranked skill level. Revealing too much power would be unwise. Using the Baskerville fourth technique, Vakir intercepted the strike, intending to absorb the force with the blessing of the river Styx and his own aura. To his astonishment, his counterattack not only stopped the assault, but completely overpowered it, dispersing the energy in a display of force that surprised even him. From atop the wall, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville chuckled as he leapt down. Impressed by Vakir's resilience, he complimented his nephew's growth, marveling at his ability to handle such an attack despite the two-tier difference in their techniques. Before Vakir could respond, Great Dane Le Baskerville emerged from the shadows behind him, rebuking Boston Terrier for drawing his sword within the main house. Dane condemned the act as reckless and warned that Hugo would not take such behavior lightly, hinting that Terrier could face probation if the patriarch found out. Boston Terrier defended his actions, claiming it was merely an expression of uncle-like concern for his nephew's safety. He insisted that he had adjusted the strength of the attack to ensure Vakir wouldn't be harmed. Boston Terrier scoffed at Great Dane, telling him to mind his own business and stop meddling in Pitbull Order affairs. Great Dane, unfazed, shot back, questioning when Vakir had ever belonged to the Pitbulls. He insisted that Vakir was clearly better suited for the Mastiff Order, and he couldn't possibly let his precious nephew associate with punks like them. Their playful banter quickly escalated, with Boston Terrier mocking Great Dane for crying over minor injuries, calling him soft. In return, Great Dane jabbed at Terrier for his stocky build, sarcastically suggesting that he probably didn't have enough flesh to cut in the first place. The exchange turned competitive as both commanders openly declared their intent to recruit Vakir, each claiming it was for his well-being. Feeling annoyed by the childish squabbling, Vakir decided he'd had enough. He left the two uncles to their argument, finding their bickering tiresome. As he walked, his mind returned to the earlier attack. Reflecting on Boston Terrier's attempt, Vakir felt it hadn't been particularly strong, even though it was a demonstration of the 7th count's strongest technique, the highest-grade graduate Baskerville 6th technique. Confident in his abilities, Vakir reminded himself that he, too, was a highest-grade graduate. Coupled with the river Styx's blessing and the demonic sword Beelzebub, he mused that he could easily hold his own against at least one count. After reconsidering, he allowed himself a slight smirk, thinking he might even be able to contend with two. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he came face to face with the Baskerville triplets. Their hands rested on the hilts of their swords, ready to draw at a moment's notice. A surge of anger flared within Vakir. The audacity of these three, he thought, still daring to challenge him despite knowing the vast difference in their power. A part of him wanted to teach them their place. However, Vakir's fury quickly turned to confusion as the triplets suddenly knelt before him, placing the tips of their swords at their feet. Vakir immediately recognized the gesture, the pledge, a symbol of absolute submission. In this vulnerable position, a single press of their swords would pierce their own feet, signifying their willingness to place their lives in his hands. Perplexed, Vakir demanded an explanation. In unison, the triplets expressed their desire to repay him for past debts. Highborough recounted his childhood fear of Vakir after witnessing his strength in an attack when he was 9. Middleborough spoke of Vakir's prowess during the hunt for Cerberus. Lowborough, meanwhile, admired Vakir's feat of slaying the troll. The triplets continued, recalling their awe during the giant forest monster battle. Barely escaping with their lives, they had decided that day to dedicate themselves to Vakir. From that moment, they swore to become the three spears of Vakir van Baskerville, offering their loyalty forever. Vakir's memories of the triplets before his regression were less flattering. They had been instrumental in capturing him when he fled after being framed, loyal bloodhounds who acted solely on Hugo's orders. Even now, Vakir regarded them as nothing more than tools. But despite his cold pragmatism, he couldn't entirely ignore their sincerity. Walking past them, Vakir dismissed their pledges. He declared he had no need for such oaths, adding that he was tired and would postpone this discussion for another time. The triplets remained kneeling, their expressions a mix of disappointment and hope. Secretly, Vakir resolved to exploit their newfound loyalty to his advantage. Before departing, he emphasized the importance of discretion regarding their association and any future plans. The triplets eagerly agreed, their faces lighting up with smiles of anticipation. Vakir's thoughts churned as he considered the unsettling possibility that Set Luke Baskerville's body had been overtaken by a demon. This was a variable he hadn't anticipated, and he resolved to act swiftly. Enlisting Cindy Wendy's help for a thorough investigation was his next priority, but before he could set his plans in motion, a more immediate matter demanded his attention: a meeting with Hugo in the Patriarch's office. The tension in the room was palpable. The head butler stood frozen, his face drenched in cold sweat, while Hugo's sharp voice sliced through the air. "Repeat what you just said," Hugo demanded icily, his gaze locked on Vakir. Remaining composed, Vakir reiterated his question, deliberately invoking the name of Roxana, Hugo's late first wife, and Penelope, the daughter they had together. At the mention of Penelope, Hugo's anger flared. His voice rose as he demanded to know how Vakir had learned about their existence. Unfazed by Hugo's wrath, Vakir maintained his calm. This was just the opening act in a calculated plan, a step toward uncovering the truth and laying the groundwork for revenge. A few minutes earlier, Hugo had summoned Vakir to discuss his upcoming enrollment at Academy Colosso. Handing Vakir a document, Hugo reminded him of their agreement regarding his attendance. Glancing at the notice, Vakir realized his earlier suspicions were correct. Academy Colosso, the largest educational institution in the Grand Rock Empire, was a gateway to elite positions within the Imperial Palace and beyond. Before his regression, Vakir had also attended Academy Colosso, though his experience had been vastly different. Scarred, limping, and relegated to the role of a servant to the triplets, he had endured scorn and ridicule from noble peers. But those bitter memories no longer held power over him. Hugo interrupted Vakir's thoughts with a question, asking if the triplets, whom he had requested to accompany him, would suffice or if there were others Vakir wished to take along. Instead of addressing the question immediately, Vakir seized the opportunity to clarify something that had lingered in his mind: a letter Hugo had received 2 years ago regarding his disappearance. The letter had promised significant benefits from the Morgue family and a reward for Vakir's safe return. Confirming the letter's existence, Hugo asked what Vakir wanted as his reward. To Hugo's surprise, Vakir requested a story rather than material compensation. Puzzled, Hugo asked what kind of story he meant. Vakir took this as permission and, after a brief pause, stated his desire to learn about Miss Roxana and Miss Penelope. The atmosphere in the room shifted sharply. The head butler gasped in shock, while Hugo's fists clenched. His fury boiled over as he demanded to know how Vakir had come to know those names. Despite the rising tension, Vakir held his ground. He assured Hugo that his inquiry wasn't born out of idle curiosity, but out of necessity. He requested Hugo's trust, insisting that he needed answers before he could explain his reasons. Hugo, though still visibly enraged, struggled to rein in his emotions. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with pain. "Roxana was my only darling," he began, "and Penelope, my most precious treasure." Vakir's composure faltered for a moment. The word darling, spoken by Hugo, a man known for his iron-blooded demeanor, left him bewildered. Hugo continued, his tone softening as he revealed a side of himself few had ever seen. Roxana, he explained, was not part of an arranged marriage. She had been a commoner with nothing to her name. Hugo recounted the day they first met. It was love at first sight. Vakir listened intently, recognizing the weight of Hugo's words. The patriarch's voice grew heavier as he described how difficult their love had been. Roxana, conscious of her humble background, had tried to distance herself from him. But Hugo, driven by his devotion, had abandoned everything to be with her. For Roxana, he had been willing to sacrifice not just his status and possessions, but his very soul. Vakir expressed his gratitude for Hugo's openness, attempting to steer the conversation toward the next topic. However, Hugo, lost in the depths of his memories, continued his tale. He recounted how his love for Roxana was tested when the Baskerville family sent pursuers after them. On the run, Hugo fought fiercely to protect her, enduring unimaginable trials. Their love was neither blessed nor welcomed by anyone, but their mutual devotion carried them through the thorny path. Eventually, they overcame the objections of the Baskerville family and married, marking the start of a challenging yet fulfilling journey together. From their love, Penelope was born, bringing a happiness Hugo had fought hard to protect. But their joy was short-lived. Roxana's health deteriorated rapidly after Penelope's birth, and she passed away, leaving Hugo to raise their young daughter alone. Despite the loss, Penelope grew into a bright and charming child, inheriting her father's sharp mind and her mother's loving heart. She became the light of the Baskerville family, receiving affection from everyone. But Hugo's expression darkened as he recounted the tragedy that would forever alter his life: Penelope's abduction by the Loco tribe. While on a simple walk, Penelope vanished without a trace. To this day, Hugo could not fathom how the barbarians had infiltrated the heart of Baskerville territory to kidnap his daughter. That single event ignited Hugo's relentless campaign to expand the Empire's reach. Under the guise of seeking the Empire's glory, Hugo sought to both locate Penelope and crush the barbarians who had stolen her. To bolster his efforts, Hugo arranged multiple marriages and produced numerous offspring to grow the Baskerville family into a formidable force. He stationed himself at the border and created the iron-blooded Baskerville family, a powerhouse no one could overlook. To the world, Hugo seemed a cold and calculating man who sought only power. But beneath his ruthless actions lay a deep and unyielding pain, the grief of losing the family he had cherished above all else. Vakir listened, unmoved by Hugo's tragic backstory. To him, every villain had their sob story, but it was the consequences of their actions that defined them. In Vakir's eyes, Hugo was a heartless man who mass-produced offspring and sent them to the battlefield as pawns in his schemes. Still, Vakir could not ignore just how much Roxana and Penelope had meant to Hugo. Hugo's cold gaze bore into Vakir as he concluded his story. "Now it's your turn," he said sharply. "Why did you ask about them?" Vakir silently reached into his pocket and retrieved a pendant, placing it on the table before Hugo. "Take a look," Vakir said, his tone measured. Hugo's expression shifted as he picked up the pendant. He immediately recognized it. It was the one he had crafted for Roxana and Penelope. His hands trembled as he opened the locket, revealing a picture of himself, Roxana, and Penelope inside. Vakir's next words struck Hugo like a thunderbolt. If Penelope's successor was alive, what would you do? Hugo froze, his mind reeling. "What are you talking about?" he demanded, his voice laced with confusion. Vakir turned toward the door, delivering the bombshell. "Miss Penelope's daughter, your granddaughter, is alive." Before Hugo could fully process the revelation, the door burst open, and Pomerian entered the room, clutching Vakir's hand. "Uncle," she called out, her voice bright. Hugo stared at the child in shock. The recognition hit him instantly. She was the girl he had seen in Underdog City. The room fell silent as Hugo's emotions churned, the reality of her identity slowly dawning on him. Vakir, his voice calm, yet deliberate, confessed to Hugo that he had lied. While in the forest, he had encountered a child deep within the Loco tribe's territory. That child, he revealed, referred to the person who gave her the pendant as Mommy. Hugo, visibly shaken, stared at the pendant in his hand and then at Pomerian. His hand trembled with emotion as he struggled to process the implications. Vakir watched Hugo intently, hoping to see him consumed by confusion and despair. Pomerian, this innocent child, was a living mix of the bloodline of someone Hugo loved and something he despised. As Hugo approached Pomerian, his demeanor turned cold. His voice was harsh and trembling as he asked, "Does this mean she was born from my daughter and a barbarian?" Vakir met Hugo's gaze steadily, confirming his suspicions. As Hugo extended a trembling hand toward Pomerian, Vakir silently willed him to be overcome with rage and anguish. This, Vakir thought, was the moment to shatter Hugo's stoic composure, a step toward his ultimate revenge. The next day, laughter echoed through the garden, drawing the attention of Vakir, Osiris, and the head butler. The three stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the unexpected sight before them. There, in the garden, Pomerian sat comfortably on Hugo's lap, giggling as she tugged playfully at his beard. Hugo chuckled heartily, his laughter ringing through the air as he asked her if his beard was really so fascinating. With the innocence of a child, Pomerian declared, "Grandpa's beard is dirty." Hugo's eyes widened in surprise. "Did you just call me Grandpa?" he asked, his voice trembling with joy. His expression softened, and a tear of happiness slid down his cheek. Osiris, watching the scene unfold, shook his head in disbelief. "In all my years," he admitted, "this is the most surprising thing I've ever seen." The head butler, equally astonished, echoed Osiris's sentiment, admitting that even in his long life, this was a moment unlike any other. Vakir, however, remained silent. His eyes were wide with disbelief, his mind struggling to reconcile the image before him with the Hugo he had always known. The Hugo in his memories was a cold, unyielding man, a stoic patriarch defined by power and authority. But the Hugo before him now was laughing, smiling, and brimming with joy. The image of the Hugo he thought he knew crumbled to pieces. Tears of joy welled in Hugo's eyes as he fully embraced his new role as a grandfather. For the first time in years, he looked vulnerable, even human. Vakir's gaze lowered, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and confusion. This was not how it was supposed to go. His plan, meticulously crafted, was unraveling before his very eyes. Why? He thought bitterly. Why does Hugo Le Baskerville have that expression on his face? 15-year-old Vakir Van Baskerville, after regressing, had spent years planning for this pivotal moment. As he stood before Hugo now, he grappled with a daunting question that had haunted him. Could he assassinate Hugo? But he knew the resolute answer. Impossible. Sword masters like Hugo had minds that were unshakable and nearly impenetrable. Even in his daily life, Hugo left no openings, making any assassination attempt a near-impossible feat. Resigned to this reality, Vakir had abandoned the notion of killing Hugo directly. Then, fate had led him to discover Pomerian, Penelope's daughter, and the key to unraveling Hugo's stoic exterior. He had known that the mere presence of Pomerian could stir emotions in Hugo, potentially exposing the cracks in the swordmaster's unyielding resolve. With the assistance of Beelzebub, the demonic sword, and the Madam's poison, Vakir believed he could finally exploit these vulnerabilities. Today, he thought, was meant to be the moment everything changed, the day Hugo Le Baskerville would fall. But now, as Hugo laughed with Pomerian in the garden, Vakir's carefully laid plans seemed to falter. His carefully nurtured hatred clashed with the unexpected scene before him. A wave of uncertainty washed over him, leaving Vakir to ponder if his revenge was still within reach. As Vakir gazed at Hugo's face, now glowing with joy, a wave of confusion overtook him. Why was Hugo laughing as though he were truly happy? He couldn't comprehend it. Why hadn't Hugo been bewildered or enraged the previous day when Vakir revealed Pomerian's identity? Hugo's reaction played in Vakir's mind. He had approached Pomerian with a hesitant hand, asking if she was truly Penelope's child. Pomerian, seeing his outstretched hand, caught his finger in her small grasp. "Mommy's name was Penelope," she said in her innocent voice. "She always said she missed her daddy and kept looking at her necklace. Then, meeting Hugo's eyes, she asked, "Are you my grandpa?" Hugo froze at her words. Memories of Penelope's cheerful face flooded his mind, overwhelming him. Tears poured down his face as he collapsed to his knees, letting out a raw, anguished scream of grief. Back in the present, the head butler glanced at Vakir, his expression one of gratitude. Vakir, perplexed, asked what he meant by this acknowledgement. The butler explained, his voice thick with emotion. It had always been a far-fetched dream of mine to see the patriarch smile like that. But now, it's finally happened. Thanks to you. Vakir said nothing, his gaze fixed on Hugo's cheerful demeanor. He couldn't shake the feeling of helplessness growing within him. There Hugo stood, seemingly vulnerable, with numerous openings. Openings Vakir had waited years to exploit. Yet for reasons he couldn't understand, Vakir felt paralyzed. Later that night, Vakir lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling with wide, sleepless eyes. His thoughts drifted back to memories of the Hugo he once knew, the man who had condemned him. He remembered kneeling before Hugo, begging for his innocence, pleading for the patriarch to listen. "Why won't you hear me out?" he had asked. "Are you really going to put the blame for Baskerville's sins on me?" Hugo, however, remained cold and indifferent. His gaze was like ice as he accused Vakir of crimes he hadn't committed, consorting with demons in secret, kidnapping innocent children, and offering them to demonic forces. Vakir had desperately denied these accusations, but his protests were silenced by Hugo's swift, unforgiving blade. With a single stroke, Hugo severed Vakir's tongue. As Vakir writhed in agony, Hugo's expression didn't waver. "You have no right to speak with that filthy tongue," he had said, branding Vakir as trash, a sinner unworthy of redemption. Those memories, seared into Vakir's mind, swirled in a storm of conflicting emotions. This man, the one who had executed him and condemned him to a life of disgrace, was now laughing and crying with joy. For years, Vakir had dreamed of revenge. Yet now he hesitated. Vakir's thoughts were interrupted as Cindy Wendy entered the room through the window, her presence as casual as always. She glanced at him and quipped, "It's rare to see such a lethargic expression on your face." Crossing her arms, she added, "Why are you lying in bed? Weren't you the one who called me here?" Vakir stayed silent for a moment, lost in thought, before finally asking, "Why are you here?" Cindy Wendy stormed into the room and unceremoniously tossed a stack of documents onto Vakir's face. "Here," she snapped, "the results of my investigation into Set Le Baskerville." She began detailing her findings. Under a false identity, Set had sponsored numerous orphanages and taken charge of their adoption processes. However, there was no trace of the adopted children, nor any information about their supposed adoptive families. Cindy grimly speculated that if Set truly was a demon, as Vakir suspected, the implications were dire. The missing children were likely being used for demonic purposes, either as sacrifices or as food. Cindy linked Set's activities to the recent disappearances of children in Underdog City. The connection was chilling. Vakir, scanning the documents, suddenly clenched them tightly. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. If the current Set was a demon, then the Set he had served before his regression had also been one. Memories of his past life flooded his mind. It had been Set who first informed him that Hugo planned to frame and kill him. Set, who had visited him in prison, feigning sympathy while orchestrating his downfall from the shadows. Vakir's body shook with rage. The comforting figure he had once trusted had been nothing more than a puppet master, using Vakir as a scapegoat. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dark forest, a man carrying a lantern led a confused child toward a foreboding destination. The child, uncertain, asked where they were going. The man's response was cryptic. "Your new home?" The child hesitated, mentioning that the headmaster had promised he'd been adopted into a good family. But instead of a warm house, they stood before a cold, empty cave. The man, revealing himself as Set, smiled, amusement gleaming in his eyes. "There seems to be a misunderstanding," he said. His body twisted and contorted, shedding its human guise to reveal his true form. A demon of the 10 elite corps, Andromalius. The cave wasn't the child's new home. It was his grave. Terror gripped the child as he screamed for his mother, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Set devoured the child in one swift motion, a sickening smile spreading across his face. "Children are the tastiest," he remarked, his voice dripping with malice. Deep within the dimly lit cave, Andromalius, Set's demonic form, sat upon a makeshift throne, illuminated by moonlight filtering through cracks in the ceiling. A crow perched on a nearby table as Set mulled over his plans. He spoke aloud, lamenting the dwindling supply of humans and pondering the idea of cultivating humans as livestock. Such an organization, he mused, could sustain their needs. The crow, addressed as 8, was another member of the 10 elite corps. 8 voiced his dissatisfaction with Set's reckless ideas, cautioning against drawing too much attention. If humans discover our existence, 8 warned, it could ruin everything. He also criticized Set's penchant for consuming children, emphasizing the need to leave no traces that might alert Baskerville's hounds. Set dismissed the concerns with a wave of his hand, assuring 8 that traps had been laid to prevent intrusion into the cave. However, he acknowledged that at their current pace, it would take another 12.5 years of consuming human blood to gather the magic power needed to open the gate to the demonic realm. Changing the topic, 8 inquired about developments within Baskerville. Set assured him that everything was proceeding smoothly and reminded 8 to handle the Mord family's affairs. Confident, 8 assured Set that he would fulfill his duties, emphasizing that the 10 elite corps needed to remain focused on opening the gates to bridge the human and demonic realms. After 8 departed, Set sat alone in the cave, brooding. His thoughts turned back to Baskerville. Unspoken to 8 was the unsettling reality of Hugo's transformation. The patriarch had become an emotional fool for his granddaughter. Set scowled, frustrated. For their plan to succeed, the Baskervilles needed to remain cold and ruthless. If Hugo continued to treat the young Baskervilles as expendable, they could quietly take them without causing suspicion. But with Pomerian in the picture, Set's confidence wavered. The once perfect plan now seemed fragile. Set's eyes gleamed with malice as his thoughts settled on one name, Vakir van Baskerville. To Set, Vakir was the root of many setbacks. His hatred burned as he resolved to crush Vakir and the obstacles he represented. In the depths of the dark forest, Set seethed with frustration. His thoughts churned as he recalled Vakir surviving the venomous snake attack in his childhood, an event that should have claimed his life. Worse still, when Set had believed Vakir to be dead after disappearing into the forest, he returned, with Hugo's granddaughter in tow, no less. Set's plans to destroy Hugo were unraveling before his eyes, and his frustration was palpable. With hostility etched on his face, he vowed to eliminate every obstacle in his path, starting with Vakir. The persistent nuisance posed by Vakir and others who dared to thwart his ambitions would soon meet their end. The following morning, Vakir walked alongside Hugo through a quiet hallway. His mind raced with suspicion. Although Hugo had invited him, their walk had been silent for over 5 minutes, and Vakir couldn't help but wonder why he had been summoned. He observed Hugo's demeanor carefully, noting that the patriarch seemed full of openings, an exceptionally rare occurrence. This would be the perfect moment to kill him, Vakir thought fleetingly, but he quickly suppressed the notion. Assassinating Hugo wasn't feasible, not even now. Just then, Hugo broke the silence, admitting, "I know you hate me." Vakir was taken aback, wondering if Hugo had somehow sensed his murderous intent. But Hugo continued, his tone solemn. He acknowledged that he had referred to his sons as bloodhounds and repeatedly placed them in dangerous situations. "I've always thought my sons despised me for it," he admitted. He confessed that he had been especially cruel to Vakir, despite Vakir excelling in every task given to him. This cruelty, he explained, stemmed from his unrelenting hatred of the barbarians and his inability to channel his emotions in a healthier way. Vakir's caution deepened. Why would Hugo speak ill of himself? It had to be a test, Vakir reasoned. But the next moment, Hugo did something Vakir never expected. He bowed. Hugo apologized and thanked Vakir sincerely. "Pomerian told me that Penelope was happy until the end," he said. Learning that his daughter had not been unhappy in her final moments lifted a heavy weight from his heart. Hugo admitted that he felt as though Vakir had saved him and expressed his gratitude, not as a reward for a bloodhound service, but as a genuine gesture of thanks. Vakir was left speechless, his mind swirling with conflicting emotions. Memories resurfaced of moments when Hugo had shown him unexpected kindness or trust. For the first time, Vakir questioned whether this Hugo was different from the one he had known. Could the cold, calculating Hugo of his past truly be gone? Had something shifted after his regression? For the first time in 17 years, Vakir felt the faint stirrings of forgiveness. Still, Vakir reminded himself that Hugo had been the one to order his execution. The man who branded him a sinner was still Hugo. Torn between revenge and forgiveness, Vakir pushed his emotions aside. There was still a task to complete. Urging Hugo to lift his head, Vakir confirmed that he could ask for anything. Hugo agreed without hesitation. Internally, Vakir resolved to deal with Hugo's fate once his objectives were achieved. In a serene garden, Pomerian chatted happily with a man who tied her hair. She remarked on how wonderful Baskerville was, especially with Uncle Vakir, Grandpa Hugo, and Uncle Osiris all present. The man, Setla Baskerville, gently asked if she had forgotten another uncle. After a brief moment of thought, Pomerian smiled brightly and pointed at him. Uncle Set, she declared. Their exchange was interrupted by a maid, who reminded Set that he hadn't begun his isolation training as instructed by the patriarch. Set admitted he couldn't resist seeing his niece one last time, but asked the maid to keep his visit a secret. Pomerian eagerly promised to do the same. Set, noticing Pomerian's hair, remarked that it resembled her mother's, Penelope's. The maid, startled, questioned how Set would know this since, to her knowledge, he hadn't even been born when Penelope was alive. Set froze for a moment, processing the implication of the maid's words. Then, with chilling precision, his demeanor shifted. His head transformed into a demonic visage as he leaned toward the maid, informing her that Hugo was looking for her and urging her to hurry to him. The maid, overwhelmed by fear, froze in place, unable to speak or move as tears of terror streamed down her face. Pomerian, noticing the maid's absence, asked where Grandma had gone. Set quickly changed the subject, attributing the maid's departure to an urgent matter. He then asked Pomerian if she liked Grandpa Hugo. When she replied with a smile that she did, Set's eyes gleamed maliciously. Grandpa likes you very much, too, he said, his voice dripping with sinister intent. You remind him of his wife and daughter. Extending his claws, Set reached for Pomerian, savoring the thought of the devastation her demise would bring Hugo. Before he could act, Osiris Luke Baskerville arrived, his voice sharp as he questioned Set's presence in the garden and the whereabouts of the maid. Set, realizing his plan had been foiled, grunted in annoyance and withdrew, his sinister intent momentarily thwarted. Upon hearing Osiris's voice, Pomerian turned with a bright smile and greeted him. Uncle Osiris. Set, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained the situation. He claimed the nanny hadn't been present when he arrived, so he decided to watch over Pomerian himself. Osiris frowned, expressing concern over their father's potential fury if he found out about the incident. He suggested they keep it a secret. Set nodded in agreement, promising to resume his isolation training the following week. Internally, however, his thoughts burned with resentment. One day, I'll exact revenge on Osiris. Osiris, unaware of Set's inner turmoil, patted him on the shoulder and expressed worry that he might be overexerting himself. If you ever need help, just ask, he offered sincerely. Set froze for a moment, taken aback. Was Osiris worried about me? He wondered, but his hatred quickly bubbled to the surface. Set despised Osiris, resenting the constant comparisons between them. To Set, Osiris was the golden child, a genius who embodied their father's expectations. If Osiris didn't exist, Set thought bitterly, his life would have been far better. Osiris's voice snapped Set out of his spiraling thoughts. Realizing his emotions had nearly slipped out of control, Set quickly masked his face with a composed expression. Excusing himself, he cited Osiris's presence as the reason for his departure. After Set left, Osiris sighed deeply. This is the first time I've ever admitted I'm worried about him, he realized. As the vice-patriarch, Osiris had always felt compelled to mirror Hugo's cold demeanor. That was how he was taught, following in his father's stoic footsteps. But witnessing Hugo's newfound emotional openness made him wonder, could I ever express these awkward feelings too? Patting Pomerian on the head, Osiris smiled warmly. This is all because you came to Baskerville, he said, grateful to his niece for bringing change to their family. Meanwhile, back in his cave, Set vented his frustration, slamming his foot in anger. Hugo's constant presence by Pomerian's side had thwarted his plans, and Osiris's interference had robbed him of a golden opportunity. Set cursed Osiris under his breath, but reassured himself. There's still plenty of time before the gate opens, he thought. He realized it might be more impactful to kill Pomerian when she was even more valuable to Hugo. Sinister thoughts swirled in his mind as he considered how best to execute her when the time came. Should I poison her as I did with Roxana, making it appear like an illness? Or should I use the barbarians, just as I did with Penelope? A wicked smile crept across Set's face as he imagined inflicting an even crueler fate upon Pomerian. Outside the cave, Vakir stood, summoning Bup, the demonic sword. With a single, powerful slash, he struck at the cave's entrance, causing a crack to form in the trap Set had carefully laid. Inside, the sound of shattering echoed through the lair, jolting Set out of his thoughts. Rising in alarm, he realized someone had breached his defenses. Panic surged through him as he wondered who had managed to enter. Moments later, a figure emerged from the darkness of the passageway, Vakir. With calm confidence, Vakir announced his presence. As promised, I've come to visit, he said evenly. Set was stunned. How did you get here? He demanded, trying to mask his growing unease. Vakir smiled faintly. I followed you, he replied. You didn't notice because you were so lost in thought. Set's mind raced. How had a mere mid-grade graduate managed to crack my traps? More troublingly, does he know the truth about my identity? Vakir, his gaze sweeping the cave, noted the bones scattered around. With a mocking tone, he asked, What have you been doing in such a chaotic place, Set? Looks to me like you're the demon behind the missing children in Underdog City. Set froze for a moment before letting out an evil laugh. So, you knew everything from the start, he sneered. Tell me, how did you figure it out? Vakir fixed Set with a cold, unyielding gaze, silently acknowledging that the demon had no intention of hiding his true nature any longer. Set, undeterred, advanced toward him, drawing his sword with malicious intent. There's no reason to hide now, Set declared with a manic laugh, his voice echoing through the cave. You came here alone and empty-handed? How foolish. With a swing of his blade, Set launched a powerful attack, the sword cutting through the air with deadly precision. Laughing triumphantly, Set was confident in his victory and Vakir's inevitable demise. But his laughter faltered as Vakir's calm voice broke through the tension. Why are you laughing? Confusion clouded Set's mind until his eyes followed Vakir's gaze toward his own severed arm. Horror dawned on Set as he realized his hand was missing. The blade he had been wielding now lay useless on the ground some distance away. Set collapsed to his knees, clutching his severed arm in agony. A guttural scream tore from his throat as the pain seared through him, feeling as though his very soul had been ripped apart. His eyes darted to Vakir, his thoughts racing. When did he even draw a weapon? It was then that Set noticed the gleaming blade in Vakir's hand. Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony. Set's shock deepened. How do you have that? He demanded. That's the relic of the Grand King of Flies, the holy constellation of the ancient devil. Vakir smirked coldly. You demons seem to know yourselves well, he said, his voice cutting like ice. But tell me, should I call you Setla Baskerville? Or should I refer to you as one of the 10 elite corpses sent to this world to open the gate to the demon realm? Set's composure crumbled further. The revelation shook him to his core. How do you know about that? He shouted, his voice tinged with panic. But then his gaze fixed on Vakir, and his eyes widened in terror. What is your soul? Set stammered. Why does it smell like the blood of our kind? Have you been to hell before? Vakir's gaze burned with fury, his hatred radiating from him like a storm. He had pieced it all together. Set was the one who had framed him in his past life. The same Set who had feigned sympathy, who had manipulated him into thinking he was an ally, had orchestrated his downfall and execution. Vakir's lips curled into a sinister smile as he spoke, his voice dripping with malice. Wake up, demon. I won't let you die comfortably. Memories of the fall surged through Vakir's mind. Before his regression, the world had been thrown into chaos when the gate, a portal connecting the demon realm to the human world, appeared in the sky. The demons had poured through, marking the beginning of an apocalyptic invasion. The gate had been opened by the 10 elite corpses, high-ranking demons who first descended to Earth. Vakir remembered the prolonged war that followed, a desperate battle for survival. In one such battle, Vakir had faced one of these formidable beings. The result had been catastrophic. Of the 671 warriors who stood against the demon, 666 perished. Only 5 survivors remained, and 4 of them were left unconscious. In truth, there had been only one practical survivor, Vakir himself. The demons had spared him not out of mercy, but because they wanted to match the symbolic number of 666 victims. The overwhelming power of the elite corpses was destruction incarnate. These beings were calamities in themselves, their mere presence bringing devastation. Yet here Vakir stood, face to face with one of them once more. Vakir stood face to face with Set, now fully revealed as one of the 10 elite corpses, demons of immense power who had once brought ruin to the world. What unsettled him most was the timing. He hadn't expected to confront such a being a decade earlier than anticipated. His gaze swept across the cave, falling on the skeletons scattered around, the remains of children Set had devoured. Fury surged within him, but Set sneered, sensing his emotions. Why so upset? Set mocked. Don't worry. The children are still alive in my stomach, he added with a wicked grin, extending his hand. Haunting cries of children echoed through the cave, their voices calling for their mothers. Without hesitation, Vakir swung Bup, the sword of gluttony, severing Set's arm before the demon could continue his taunts. Set howled in agony, but Vakir's voice was cold and unyielding. Shut up. The dead can't return, Vakir declared, his glare piercing through Set's pained expression. Clutching the stump of his arm, Set wailed in grief, but his cries quickly turned to laughter. His sly grin returned as he raised his now regrown arm. My regeneration's complete, Set announced, standing tall once more. He then shifted his tone, eyeing Vakir with curiosity. You and I, Set said, both harbor many secrets. He reflected on Vakir's unusual growth. Even Osiris, hailed as a genius, had reached mid-rank graduate at 30. Yet Vakir had achieved the same at 17, a feat unheard of. Set's gaze flickered to Bup, the devil's holy constellation. You're an irregular, he mused. A wild card. Someone like you could be a significant threat in the future. With a sly grin, Set declared, I'll eliminate you now. Vakir, unshaken, returned Set's gaze with icy resolve. No, he said. You'll die here today. Set lunged, his attack swift and deadly. But Vakir deftly blocked the strike, their swords clashing in a flurry of sparks. As their duel intensified, Set smirked, believing he held the upper hand. His confidence stemmed from a Baskerville rule. Collateral and illegitimate members of the family were only taught up to the 4th technique. Set, a master of the 6th technique, believed it was impossible for Vakir to match him. He unleashed the Baskerville 6th technique, aiming to overwhelm his opponent. But to Set's shock, Vakir countered with the exact same advanced move. The realization struck Set like a thunderbolt. Vakir knew the 6th technique. Set stumbled backward, his disbelief palpable. How could you know that? He stammered. Vakir gave no answer, only pressing the attack. But Set recovered quickly, his twisted grin returning. You've still got secrets, don't you? He muttered. Feigning a frontal clash, Set launched a hidden strike, aiming for Vakir's blind spot. Just as Set's blade was about to hit, Bup erupted with a surge of aura, stunning the demon. Taking advantage of the moment, Vakir executed the Baskerville 7th technique, sending Set flying. The demon crashed into the cave wall, coughing up blood. The 7th Fong? Set gasped, clutching his chest. How? That's a technique reserved for the Patriarch. Vakir didn't hesitate. Charging forward, he drove Beelzebub into Set's chest, pinning him against the wall. With a cold sneer, Vakir mocked the demon. You demons think you're above humans, don't you? Look down on us with your big heads. Fooling you lot is easier than I thought. As Set writhed in pain, Vakir reflected on the coming fall, the cataclysm that had devastated the world before his regression. Back then, the 10 elite corpses had already amassed overwhelming power, and even the heroes who closed the gate couldn't hunt them all down. But now, the fall hadn't begun. The 10 elite corpses were scattered, weakened, and in hiding. This time, things were different. Leaning in close, Vakir whispered into Set's ear. His murderous intent was palpable as he spoke. You demons plan to bridge the human realm and the demon realm. You want to bring about the fall? His voice dropped to a chilling tone. Maybe killing you and your companions now would bring me some relief. Set's entire body shuddered, fear gripping him for the first time. How could a human, just a human, make him feel such terror? Grinding his teeth, Set roared in fury, his voice trembling with anger. Damn you, human, he spat. Vakir sensed the shift in the air, a palpable danger looming. He dashed backward just in time to see Set's form begin to change, his body now covered in a red, thorny substance. Vakir's eyes narrowed as he questioned whether the thorns were made of blood. Set's voice boomed as he shed his human guise, revealing his true form. I am Andromalius, he declared, his tone dripping with malice. Acknowledging Vakir's unexpected strength, the demon announced that their confrontation would now come to an end. Extending his hand, Andromalius unleashed a swarm of serpents that surged forward, their fangs poised to strike. Vakir moved the advancing creatures. The demon's laughter echoed through the cave as he taunted Vakir, urging him to keep slicing. Despite his best efforts, a serpent managed to sneak behind Vakir, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. Reacting swiftly, Vakir cut the serpent apart. Andromalius's laughter grew louder as he declared, "You're finished." Unfazed, Vakir dismissed the bite as insignificant. But the demon's confidence didn't waver. With a smirk, Andromalius activated his endless blood absorption ability. Blood began to flow from Vakir's shoulder, streaming into the demon's outstretched hand. "This is my power," Andromalius boasted, his voice thick with pride. "I control blood. Against any living creature, my ability is undefeated. Your blood will drain until there's nothing left. You'll wither and die a slow, painful death." The demon reveled in his strength, which granted him near immortality. But Vakir remained calm, his sharp eyes fixed on the flowing blood. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped him. Andromalius's expression darkened. "Are you insane?" he growled. "What's so funny?" With a cold smile, Vakir replied, "It's amusing to watch a demon enjoy himself so much without realizing what he's absorbing." At that moment, Andromalius staggered. His smirk vanished, replaced by a look of confusion as he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Panic flickered in his eyes as he struggled to understand what was happening. Vakir stepped forward, his voice calm but laced with malice. "Would you like to see something impressive?" he asked, cutting his wrist. Blood dripped onto the ground, and as Andromalius watched, realization struck him. "This blood, it's poisoned." Andromalius gasped, his voice trembling. Vakir's smirk widened. "Not just poisoned," he revealed, holding out his wrist. In an instant, the wound healed completely. Andromalius's disbelief grew. How could a human possess such advanced regeneration? And the poison, it wasn't just any toxin. Andromalius recognized its potency, rivaling that of the cunning spider of Lenore Mountain, the nine-headed snake from the land of Titans, or the massive jellyfish from the Black Sea. Such toxins were thought to be the stuff of legends, far beyond the grasp of mere humans. Vakir dropped more blood onto the demon, watching as Andromalius howled in pain. "The madam's poison works well, even on the 10 elite corpses," Vakir remarked, satisfied. Bup emitted a faint sound, and Vakir understood its midsis sage. The madam herself must have been furious that her poison alone hadn't killed Andromalius outright. Vakir's realization confirmed his belief. With the Baskerville 7th technique and Bup's power, even the 10 elite corpses could be defeated. Seizing the moment, Vakir slashed Andromalius with his sword. The demon reeled, coughing blood and bewildered by Vakir's monstrous strength. How had this human become so powerful? But Andromalius's thoughts quickly shifted to survival. His instinct screamed at him to escape and warn the other corpses. He needed to reclaim his scattered mana. Desperate, he dispersed the barrier protecting the cave. Vakir noticed the shift immediately. He watched as Andromalius raised his hand, commanding the water in the cave to transform. The liquid floated into the air, swirling before turning blood red. "This ability," Vakir muttered, his eyes narrowing. He recognized it as Andromalius's power to turn water into blood. Even weakened and incomplete, the demon's strength as a high-ranking elite corpse was formidable. The battle was far from over. Despite Andromalius's display of power, Vakir remained calm and confident. He believed that even with the ability to turn water into blood, Andromalius wouldn't be able to absorb it. Andromalius, however, sneered. "You misunderstand," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "This isn't for absorption." With a command, Andromalius summoned blood knights. From the pools of blood on the ground, armored figures began to form, each one radiating a menacing aura. Within moments, the cave was filled with these knights, their swords gleaming as they encircled Vakir. "These blood knights," Andromalius explained, "can wield the Baskerville 6th technique, which I've mastered myself. Even if you know the 7th technique, you won't be able to contend with all of them." Andromalius's voice darkened as he vowed to not only kill Vakir, but also to hunt down everyone he loved, making him regret ever challenging the 10 elite corpses. Vakir, seemingly unfazed, reached into his pocket. With a calm voice, he remarked, "If all these knights can use the 6th technique, I suppose the situation looks dangerous. He paused, pulling out a black whistle and holding it up. But you didn't think I came unprepared, did you? The sight of the whistle made Andromalius pause. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as recognition dawned. Vakir smirked, placing the whistle in his mouth. Since you know the Baskervilles, you should recognize what this is. Before Andromalius could respond, Vakir blew the whistle. The sharp, resonating sound echoed through the vast cave, traveling far beyond its entrance and into the surrounding wilderness. On a distant cliff, a man with long white hair listened intently to the whistle's call. As the sound faded, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing to act. Back in the cave, Andromalius, realizing the gravity of the situation, barked an order to his blood knights. Kill him now! Vakir, however, stood motionless, unbothered by the advancing knights. This whistle does more than issue orders, he said. It grants the authority of Baskerville, and with it, I can summon the entire Baskerville force. Suddenly, a streak of red light slashed through the cave. The force of the attack was so immense that it cleaved the mountain in two, causing the cave to erupt in a violent explosion. The Blood Knights disintegrated instantly, their forms vanishing into thin air as debris rained down. Andromalius, shielding himself from the falling rubble, looked up in disbelief. The entire upper half of the mountain had been obliterated, leaving the cave an open field. From the nearby cliff, Hugo Le Baskerville stood, surveying the destruction with a cold, calculated gaze. I see now, Hugo said, his voice carrying over the silence. Your request to control the full power of Baskerville wasn't reckless. It was to hunt a demon. Vakir bowed in respect, silently acknowledging his father's praise. Andromalius, however, took a wary step back, realizing the dire situation he now faced. It wasn't just Hugo standing above him. The commanders, the Vice-Patriarch Osiris, and many other Baskerville elites were all present. The entire force of Baskerville had arrived. Hugo's voice rang out with authority. For the next 6 hours, Vakir van Baskerville, the possessor of the whistle, will command our forces. Vakir's cold gaze swept over the demon. Without hesitation, he gave his command. Bloodhounds, rip the demon to shreds. The Baskerville hounds, fearless and relentless, surged forward to confront Andromalius. Their swords sliced through the air from all directions, striking the demon repeatedly. Andromalius let out a piercing scream as blades impaled his body, yet his regeneration kept him standing. Vakir, commanding from the center, warned the hounds about the demon's ability to drain blood and regenerate using magical power. His voice was firm as he ordered, if you're injured, leap into the poisonous river immediately. Don't let a single drop of your blood feed him. Not one scratch. The bloodhounds roared their acknowledgement and renewed their assault with fierce determination. On a nearby cliff, Boston Terrier laughed as he observed the escalating battle. Look at their killing intent, he remarked. Beside him, Great Dan watched in awe, surprised by his nephew's commanding skill and leadership. Hugo, however, stood with a solemn expression, his gaze fixed on the battlefield below. The sight of his son, Set, corrupted and used as a vessel for a demon, weighed heavily on him. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the grim reality of the Baskerville bloodline. Amid the chaos, Andromalius lashed out at the bloodhounds with his snake-like arms, cursing their persistence. Despite his regeneration, their relentless attacks were depleting his magic power faster than he could recover. Each severed limb drained his strength. These Baskerville mutts are more skilled than I expected, Andromalius admitted through gritted teeth, realizing he needed an escape. His cunning eyes landed on Osiris, standing a short distance away. A plan began to form. Andromalius shouted out a proposal ****. I'll leave Set's body in exchange for my life. He appealed to their familial bonds, emphasizing that Set was the Baskerville family's second son. Surely, they wouldn't abandon him so easily. Vakir's cold voice cut through the demon's plea. You really think we'd take that deal? Frustration flared in Andromalius, but he smirked inwardly. I only need to sway one. Turning to Osiris, Andromalius changed his approach, his voice softening. Osiris, he called out, Set was your younger brother. He always admired you. Are you really going to let him die like this? Andromalius knew Osiris's reputation as the kindest Baskerville. If he could manipulate Osiris, there was a chance to survive. Set's soul is still here. Andromalius cried. This is your last chance to save him. Osiris hesitated for a moment before beginning to approach the demon. Vakir's voice rang out sharply. Don't fall for his lies, Osiris. But Osiris pressed forward, stopping just in front of Andromalius. His expression was grave. Is Set's soul really here? He asked. Can he still be saved? Andromalius smirked, sensing victory. He allowed Set's face to emerge, the youthful features distorted with sorrow. In Set's voice, he called out to his brother. Osiris, I'm still alive? Tears streamed down his face as he continued, his voice heavy with regret. I was weak. I couldn't bear being compared to you or judged by Father. That's why I sold my soul to this demon. Everything that's happened is my fault. Please give me a chance to atone. The cave fell silent as Osiris raised his sword. With unwavering resolve, he swung, severing the demon's head in one swift motion. As the severed head fell to the ground, Osiris spoke softly, his voice filled with sorrow. This was the only thing I could do for you, Set. Vakir approached his elder brother and placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't blame yourself, he said. Set's soul passed on long ago. The demon was just playing a cruel trick. Osiris's jaw tightened as guilt flooded him. If I'd been there for him as a brother, he lamented, maybe this wouldn't have happened. I failed Set, and I failed our bloodline. He looked to the battlefield, a heavy weight in his chest. As Vice Patriarch, I should have seen this coming. I should have stopped it before it reached this point. Suddenly, one of the bloodhounds shouted, Look! All eyes turned to the sky. The severed head of Andromalius was flying away, cackling maniacally. You fools! Andromalius jeered. You've delayed the gate, but you'll never stop it. My brothers will finish what I started. I'll return, and when I do, I'll kill every last one of you. Vakir watched in panic as the demon's head disappeared into the distance. He realized there was no way to strike at such a range. Just then, Hugo's cold voice cut through the tension. Vakir, he said, his tone sharp. What is the first rule of a swordsman? Vakir hesitated before replying. A swordsman must never show his back. Hugo's gaze burned with intensity. Then prove it. As Andromalius's severed head soared through the sky, a shiver of dread coursed through him, a primal fear he hadn't felt in centuries. The terror that Set had harbored toward Hugo seemed to linger in the demon's form, refusing to fade. Then the truth struck him. This fear was real, and it was his own. It was the overwhelming dread of a truly powerful being. Hugo unsheathed his sword with deliberate precision, and every eye turned toward him. Andromalius, still struggling to escape, laughed nervously, mocking Hugo's attempt. What do you plan to do? Even as a sword master, you can't reach me from here. But his laughter stopped abruptly. Hugo swung his blade, and at first, nothing seemed to happen. Andromalius's confidence surged, but then a series of precise, impossibly fast slashes tore through the air, striking his head. Bloody lines appeared across his form as his body disintegrated into pieces. In his final moments, Andromalius uttered in disbelief, defeated by a mere human, impossible. Days later, notices were posted across the Baskerville-controlled territories, announcing a full investigation into the missing children and related serial incidents. A process for compensation was also outlined, formally titled under the Vakir law. While the involvement of a king-ranked demon wasn't disclosed, the public was shocked to learn that the atrocities were tied to the second son of the Baskerville family, Set Le Baskerville. Set's mother was swiftly brought to trial, facing charges of poisoning children, attempting to kill the first wife, kidnapping the patriarch's eldest daughter, and aiding Set's abductions. She was convicted on 1,642 charges and sentenced to immediate execution. The most shocking revelation was that she hadn't been brainwashed by the demon. To her final breath, she cried for one last chance to see her son. Following her execution, Set's remaining henchmen were also purged. The vice patriarch, Osiris, took charge of the case but temporarily transferred authority to Vakir van Baskerville, whose decisive actions were pivotal in resolving the incident. Rumors spread about Vakir's involvement in the war against the barbarians and his role in unraveling the mystery of the demon's influence. While initial public sentiment was filled with distrust, it quickly shifted. Within days, Vakir's reputation transformed, and whispers of his rising influence began to circulate. The execution of a high-ranking Baskerville family member left many citizens shocked, but also reaffirmed the rule of law within the Baskerville system. No one, not even the family's elite, was above its reach. At the villa, Hugo turned to Pomerian and asked, "What's different about me now?" Pomerian tilted her head in thought before replying, "Grandpa's beard is gone." Hugo chuckled and asked her opinion on his new look. Pomerian innocently remarked, "It looks so empty." Vakir observed the playful scene, momentarily feeling as if the chaos of recent events had never happened. He realized that, with everyone and everything connected to Set purged, the traces of the demon had vanished from Baskerville territory. Now, Vakir turned his focus to the future. He had tasked Cindy Wendy with gathering information on other demons and awaited her results. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by Osiris's voice. "You've done well, Vakir," Osiris said, praising his efforts. Vakir returned the compliment, but Osiris quickly reminded him that his entry into the academy had been delayed due to the recent events. "It's time to prepare," Osiris urged. Vakir expressed concern about leaving amidst the ongoing turmoil in the family, but Osiris reassured him. "Father has made this decision," he explained. "Despite how he appears, he cares for you deeply." Osiris's understanding of Hugo, as someone who resembled him closely, left Vakir pondering. His gaze shifted to Hugo, who was struggling to braid Pomerian's hair under the head butler's guidance. After much effort, Hugo finally succeeded, earning a delighted laugh from Pomerian. Watching the scene, Vakir realized something profound. In his previous life, he had only seen Hugo from behind, as if tethered to him by a collar. But now, he noticed that Hugo, too, had been shackled by his burdens. The Hugo he once sought revenge against no longer existed. With newfound clarity, Vakir informed Osiris of his decision to attend the academy. Osiris nodded in approval, satisfied with his brother's choice. Later that night, under the moonlit sky, Vakir reflected on his journey. His past, once a constant weight, now felt lighter. Yet, as his thoughts settled, his gaze turned toward the chains that had once bound him. On the other end of those chains were demons. Vakir clenched his fists, his expression resolute. "My true revenge begins now," he declared. Under the stillness of the night, the clock tower stood bathed in moonlight. The silence was shattered as a monstrous figure burst forth, landing on the ground with a roar. The creature demanded to know its opponent's identity and how they had uncovered its contract with demons. The monster lunged at Vakir, spewing curses. But Vakir remained unfazed. Summoning Beelzebub, his blade moved with deadly precision, slicing the creature's body with a series of swift strikes. The monster staggered, its body marred with deep wounds, before Vakir leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick to its chest. The creature crashed to the ground, its body still and silent. As the moonlight illuminated his figure, Vakir turned and walked away, his silhouette fading into the night. His voice echoed as he spoke. "I am the Night Hound, the Avenger of Demons." On the bustling day of Venetia City's grand celebrations, the capital of the mighty Empire Rock, the prestigious Colosseo Academy welcomed its newest students. Known as the world's most elite university, it was the dream destination for many, including our protagonist, Vakir. The Academy's entrance ceremony marked the beginning of a lively and chaotic day, with the school grounds buzzing as senior students set up recruitment stalls for various clubs. Seniors eagerly approached every freshman who passed by, persuading them to join their ranks. They handed out surveys and cleverly encouraged students to stamp their fingerprints to seal their membership. This year, the competition for recruits was fiercer than ever. A senior explained that this was due to the exceptional caliber of the incoming freshmen, particularly those in the Fire Corps and Ice Corps, the Academy's two primary divisions. The Ice Corps was renowned for its mastery of physical combat with weapons like swords, bows, and spears. Meanwhile, the Fire Corps specialized in the art of magic. Which would you choose to join? Beyond their core specialties, students spent their 4 years mastering a range of general knowledge, making them well-rounded and formidable. Among this year's freshmen, a few stood out and quickly became the talk of the seniors. First on the list was Tudor, a blonde prodigy from the Don Quixote family, famed for their unmatched spear techniques. Tying with him was Bianca, a purple-haired archer from the illustrious Usher family. Not the singer, mind you, but a legendary family of expert bowmen. Both had taken first place in the Ice Corps practical exam, making them the most sought-after recruits. Trailing close behind were the Baskerville triplets, taking third, fourth, and fifth place in the rankings. Hailing from the feared Iron Blood Swordsman family, their reputation alone was enough to draw attention. No introductions were needed. Their names said it all. Over in the Fire Corps, another rising star had captured everyone's attention. Sinclair, a freshman with striking ash-gray hair, had dominated the practical exam and placed second in the theory exam. Her exceptional skills made her an undeniable force. Finally, we come to the name everyone had been waiting for, Vakir. He topped the theory exam, solidifying his place as the Academy's brightest mind. His nerdy glasses gave him a fresh new look, though opinions on his appearance are still up for debate. As Vakir walked through the lively stalls, he overheard seniors dismissively talking about him. They were confident the nerd who aced the theory exam would ruin their club's vibe and decided not to bother recruiting him. Adding to their dismissal was the fact that more than 10 freshmen shared his name, making it a hassle to identify him. Vakir couldn't help but sweat nervously. He had deliberately abandoned his Baskerville surname, enrolling as a commoner to avoid unnecessary attention. Yet here he was, still the subject of whispers and scrutiny. Clearly, escaping the spotlight at Colosseo Academy was going to be harder than he thought. Vakir had always heard that entering Colosseo Academy as a commoner was significantly harder. Excelling in the theory exam rather than the practical seemed to have backfired on him, as it only drew more unwanted attention. Determined to avoid the spotlight, he decided to move as discreetly as possible. But walking through the lively club stalls proved challenging, especially with the Baskerville triplets, his ever-loyal hounds, following close behind, ready to guard their master at all costs. As Vakir wandered, a commotion broke out nearby, capturing his attention. Students were shouting and clamoring for someone's notice, their voices filled with excitement. Amidst the chaos, a familiar blonde-haired figure stood at the center of the crowd. The students around her declared themselves fans, some even claiming they had joined the academy just to meet her. They couldn't believe her radiant beauty and spoke as if she were otherworldly. It was none other than Dolores Luan Quavadis, the priestess Vakir had crossed paths with during his assassin days. Now the Academy's revered school president and vice president of the newspaper club, Dolores looked visibly flustered as she tried to calm the crowd. Gently, she asked if any of them were interested in joining her club, but the students admitted they were more interested in her than anything else. Watching from the back of the crowd, Vakir recognized her immediately and groaned internally. He had hoped to avoid her altogether, knowing she was someone he couldn't afford to attract attention from. But despite his efforts to blend into the background, Dolores somehow sensed his presence. Her sharp gaze turned just in time to catch a glimpse of him quietly slipping away. The scene shifted to the Academy's dorms, where Vakir stood in front of what was supposed to be his room. He hesitated, staring at the door, when someone approached him, a boy with a bold haircut and youthful energy. The boy excitedly asked if Vakir was his new roommate. This exuberant stranger introduced himself as PG, and Vakir was momentarily stunned. He immediately recognized PG from his previous life, recalling how kind-hearted he had been back then. PG had always gone out of his way to help Vakir, even sharing what little he had. But Vakir also remembered the dark events that unfolded in that timeline. PG had suffered greatly at the hands of a cruel roommate, a series of misfortunes that spiraled into tragedy. The thought of those events made Vakir silently vow to protect PG this time around. As they entered the dorm room, PG's enthusiasm remained infectious. He cheerfully told Vakir he could pick any bunk bed he wanted and then eagerly brought up the freshman welcome party happening after dinner. PG explained that, while the party wasn't mandatory, nearly all freshmen would be attending. He emphasized that connecting with peers and seniors was crucial to surviving the next 4 years. Vakir, however, gave a curt reply. "Nope, I'm not going." PG seemed momentarily surprised, but quickly shrugged it off. While his excitement was contagious, Vakir had no interest in the freshman social scene. He had other priorities, and drawing attention to himself wasn't one of them. PG was utterly shocked by Vakir's cold refusal to attend the freshman welcome party. Determined to change his mind, he tried every argument in the book. He warned Vakir that skipping the party would make him a target for seniors and risk isolating him from his peers. He even hyped up the event by mentioning the impressive guest list. Tudor, the eldest son of the Don Quixote family, Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Usher family, and of course, the famous Baskerville triplets. PG didn't stop there. He brought up Sancho from the North Mercenary Guild, who had turned down the top spot at Varangian to join Colosio Academy. Lastly, he mentioned Sinclair, the Fire Corps prodigy, who ranked first in the Magic Tower exam. Vakir, however, remained unmoved. Overwhelmed by PG's relentless information bomb, he recalled how his roommate had a knack for collecting and analyzing details in their previous life. Yet even after all this, Vakir's reply was as icy as ever. A simple nope. PG was horrified. His eyes widened as he struggled to understand why Vakir would still refuse to go, knowing the potential consequences. But Vakir couldn't care less. With a calm wave and a casual goodbye, he turned to leave, telling PG to enjoy the party. Stunned yet oddly impressed, PG vowed to one day match Vakir's cool composure. As the moon rose high in the night sky, casting a pale glow over the academy, a figure stood silently on a rooftop, bathed in moonlight. Below him, in the narrow alleyways, a group of thugs huddled around a fire barrel. One thug, slouched on a bench, complained loudly to his companions. He expressed relief at no longer hearing the cries of children, revealing that their storerooms had recently been filled with them. The others wondered aloud why so many children had been brought in, with one mentioning a carriage that arrived at dawn to take them all away. Rumor had it the children were headed to an orphanage in Quo Vadis, but the thug on the bench quickly silenced him. Warning, curiosity kills the cat. As the group continued their chatter, a menacing figure approached them. A man with scars slashing across his eyes and a wicked sneer strode forward, twin blades strapped to his back. He barked at the thugs, ordering them to stop their idle gossip and focus on standing guard if they wanted to get paid for their pathetic existence. This intimidating figure was Ron Battizon, better known by his gruesome nickname, the Flesh Grinder. The thugs trembled in fear as he walked past, his sharp tongue slicing at their egos as he called them useless trash without an ounce of fighting spirit. A proud graduate of the academy, Ron knew these low-rank mercenaries were no match for him. Their lack of mana made them pitiful in his eyes. As he stalked past, he muttered to himself, lamenting the absence of a worthy opponent to test his blades against. But his internal monologue was interrupted by a voice from the shadows. Someone coolly asked, "Are you Ron Battizon?" Assuming it was one of the mercenaries daring to speak his name, Ron's hand flew to his sword, ready to punish the fool. But when he turned around, he froze in shock. The three thugs he had just berated were lying unconscious around the fire barrel, their bodies slumped without making so much as a sound. The voice spoke again, revealing Ron's full name, Ron Humbert Battizon. The speaker began recounting Ron's dark past, describing how, for years ago, he had murdered a neighboring family and used them as sacrifices to form a contract with a demon. The shadowy figure continued, exposing Ron's crimes with chilling precision. After his heinous act, Ron had joined the Northern Guild Association and passed along intelligence to his demonic master. As the accusations piled up, fear began to creep into Ron's heart, his confidence shaken by this mysterious assailant who seemed to know everything about him. The mysterious voice revealed more of Ron's heinous acts. During his time as a guard for the Mankind Allied Forces, Ron had betrayed his own by secretly extracting information. Using a simple hand mirror, he exposed the location of the platoon's camp to the enemy, leading to their massacre. Despite the damning accusations, Ron dismissed them as useless chatter and demanded the voice show itself. Agreeing to his request, Vakir stepped out of the shadows, clad in his Assassin Creed outfit, and stood right behind Ron. He coldly stated that it was because of Ron's betrayal that the Allied platoon was slaughtered. Realizing too late that someone was behind him, Ron reacted instinctively, swinging his twin swords with all his might. For a brief moment, he thought he'd struck something. It felt too easy. Confusion dawned as he realized why. In the blink of an eye, both of his arms were severed cleanly at the shoulders. Ron screamed in agony, falling to the ground as blood poured from his wounds. Vakir, calm and efficient, stood behind him, his weapon, Beelzebub, already sheathed in his hand. Ignoring Ron's cries for mercy, Vakir grabbed him by the hair and forced him to face his gaze. Ron begged, claiming he didn't know anything about the Mankind Allied Forces. But Vakir's chilling reply froze him. "You don't know because it hasn't happened yet." Vakir demanded information about Ron's contract with the demon. But before Ron could fully respond, his face began to distort grotesquely. In an instant, Ron's head swelled and exploded, leaving a bloody mess behind. Vakir sighed, muttering that this made yet another demon worshipper whose head had exploded before revealing any useful information. Pulling out a worn notebook, Vakir opened its pages. Some names were crossed out with thick black strokes, others with blood. He added Ron's name to the list, marking him as the third in a row. This notebook, known as the Blacklist, was something Vakir had created using memories from his previous life, alongside investigations led by Cindy. The Blacklist documented every known demon worshipper who had betrayed mankind before the fall. Vakir had made it his mission to eliminate each one, ensuring their betrayal wouldn't repeat in this timeline. However, every demon worshipper he'd encountered so far had died the same way, with their heads exploding before divulging anything. Vakir concluded that this was a skill tied to the demon's contracts, likely triggered by one of the 10 elite demons hiding in the capital. Later that night, as the bell of a distant church chimed solemnly, the sound of slashing filled the darkness. In a nondescript building, Vakir stood on a balcony, blood dripping from his blades. Behind him, the remains of 29 demon worshippers littered the floor. Blood painted the walls and ceiling, evidence of his relentless battle. Absorbing Beelzebub back into his hand, Vakir reflected on his progress. Despite the sheer number of demon worshippers he'd slain tonight, he still hadn't uncovered any leads on the elite demon's whereabouts. The fight, he realized, was going to be long and arduous. Crossing out the names on his blacklist with a pen this time, he noted the lack of progress with frustration. He hadn't expected much on his first day, but the slow pace was disheartening. Still, he knew he had no choice but to persist. As the night wore on, Vakir leaped across the city's rooftops, returning to the academy. Landing gracefully on the branch of a tree overlooking the well-lit hall, he saw the freshman welcome party still in full swing. Dusting himself off, Vakir donned his nerdy disguise once again. With a quiet sigh, he decided it might be a good idea to stop by the party just in case. Inside the lively freshman welcome party, the atmosphere was buzzing. Students mingled, laughter echoed, and the buffet table was under siege as everyone helped themselves to the feast. Even the Baskerville triplets were in their element, chugging massive mugs of beer one after the other, leaving the crowd around them in awe of their drinking prowess. Dolores was, as usual, at the center of a loud fan frenzy. Her admirers were practically falling over themselves to proclaim their undying love for her. Meanwhile, Tudor, the blonde playboy, had no shortage of admirers as he was surrounded by swooning ladies. Bianca, ever composed, was busy pouring glasses of wine for her seniors, offering her respect with graceful precision. Standing quietly in the back, Vakir observed the scene with a keen eye. Among the crowd, he spotted Tudor and Bianca, two individuals he hadn't expected to see here. In his previous life, these two were among the great heroes who had led humanity to victory during the fall. Tudor, from the illustrious Azure Spearman family, had commanded the front lines of the battlefield with unparalleled courage and skill. Bianca, from the mystical Archer family, was an unparalleled markswoman who had slain countless demons. Yet, here they were, casual, carefree, and completely unaware of the grand destinies that awaited them. As Vakir scanned the room further, he recognized other familiar faces from the battlefield. A small smile tugged at his lips as he took it all in. It felt surreal seeing these future heroes in such a lighthearted setting. He briefly wondered if another key figure, Camus Morgue, was also among them. While Vakir mused, an uneasy situation was unfolding across the room. PG, his roommate, was trembling as a group of seniors circled around him, pressuring him into singing. The timid boy tried to refuse, but the seniors weren't having it. A female senior approached, carrying an enormous jug of alcohol, and sneered at him. If PG didn't want to sing, she said he'd have to drink the entire jug in one go. Tears welled up in PG's eyes as he stared at the daunting task before him. He tried to plead, questioning how he could possibly finish such a massive drink. But his protests were met with cold laughter. The seniors pushed him, repeating their demand with no sympathy for his distress. Realizing he couldn't back down, PG reluctantly lifted the jug and began chugging, determined to do as they said. The seniors laughed louder, mocking him as he struggled to down the heavy liquid. Their taunts grew sharper as PG tried his best, but it wasn't enough. Halfway through, he lost control and vomited all over the floor. Rather than show concern, the seniors roared with laughter, pointing at PG and calling him disgusting. They quickly coined a cruel nickname for him, the Vomit Pig. Tears streamed down PG's cheeks as he tried to catch his breath, humiliated and defeated. Vakir appeared from the shadows, his calm demeanor unshaken. Without a word, he swept his cape across the floor, covering the vomit and shielding PG from further humiliation. The seniors froze, stunned by the sudden intervention of this nerdy-looking boy. "Who is this guy?" one of them muttered, disbelief etched on their faces. Vakir didn't bother to answer. Standing tall, his presence radiated a quiet authority that silenced the jeering crowd. For PG, it was as though a lifeline had been thrown his way. His hero had arrived. Vakir glanced at PG, his expression unreadable but his thoughts heavy. Memories of his previous life surfaced, where PG's time at the academy had been cut short. Unable to endure relentless bullying, PG had dropped out, taking on a tough life as a low-ranking government official while caring for his parents. Despite his struggles, PG had shown incredible courage when the fall began, volunteering to fight on the front lines. His brilliant strategies and analytical mind had saved countless lives, including Vakir's. This little man was one of the few people Vakir had truly respected as a friend. Watching him suffer now ignited something within Vakir, who couldn't stand idly by. He calmly told PG to head back to the dorm, promising to handle things here. As PG hesitated, a senior placed a hand on Vakir's shoulder, demanding to know if he was crazy for interrupting them. The senior took it further, repeatedly slapping Vakir across the face until his cheek turned red, mocking him for stepping in so confidently. The situation escalated when the Baskerville triplets arrived. Their eyes burned with a bloodhound-like intensity as they witnessed their master being struck. Their anger filled the air, but before they could act, Vakir's calm, icy demeanor held them in check. Pushing his glasses up, his own bloodhound eyes lit up with a cold fire, silencing the triplets. They instantly remembered his warning. Revealing his true identity at the academy would result in their deaths. A female senior intervened, telling her friend they shouldn't be so rough on the freshmen. Instead, she suggested a fair way to settle things. Giggling, she proposed that if Vakir could drink an entire jug of alcohol, they would let both him and PG go. PG quickly protested, not wanting Vakir to get dragged into his problems. But Vakir ignored him, grabbing the jug without hesitation. To the shock of everyone, he began drinking, gulping down the potent mix of vodka and rum as if it were water. The female senior smirked, confident that no ordinary human could handle such a concoction. Yet, as Vakir continued to chug without stopping, her smirk faded, replaced by disbelief. The other seniors were equally stunned, their expressions frozen in awe. Finally, Vakir slammed the now empty jug onto a nearby table, wiped his mouth, and calmly grabbed PG by the arm. Without giving the stunned crowd a second glance, he said a single word, "Bye." The pair turned to leave, but the same senior who had slapped Vakir earlier grabbed his shoulder once again. That was a mistake. The moment he touched Vakir, a wave of crushing pressure filled the air. It was overwhelming and icy, freezing everyone in their tracks. Tudor and Bianca, who were nearby, were the first to feel the chilling aura. Their knees nearly buckled under its weight as their instincts screamed at them to retreat. Vakir turned his cold, glowing gaze toward the senior, his voice sharp and cutting. "Do you want something else?" he asked. The senior's confidence crumbled. He stood there, shaking from head to toe, his mouth hanging open, unable to form a single word. Before the tension could escalate further, Dolores made her entrance, her commanding presence drawing all eyes to her. "What's going on here?" she asked, her tone laced with authority. The chaotic scene froze as everyone turned toward her, the aura dissipating in an instant. The seniors scrambled to cover their tracks when Dolores questioned the chaos. One quickly claimed that a freshman had vomited and assured her they were handling it. However, Dolores wasn't convinced. Her sharp gaze lingered as she reminded them that freshmen were to be treated with respect, as the academy's reputation was at stake. Seeing that Dolores was taking control, Vakir wasted no time. He hurried out of the party with PG in his arms, leaving behind the commotion. The Baskerville triplets, having witnessed their master's actions, couldn't contain their admiration. They each gave him a thumbs up, calling him cool in unison. Meanwhile, Tudor and Bianca stood silently, staring in the direction Vakir had gone. Both were confused, second-guessing the intense aura they had felt earlier. Was it a mistake? Before they could dwell further, another figure with striking white hair stood between them, Sinclair. Her sparkling eyes and flushed cheeks betrayed her thoughts. The freshman fire court prodigy, who ranked first in the practical exam and second in the theory exam, watched Vakir leave with PG. She smiled softly, thinking to herself that she had found someone interesting. The next day, life at the academy returned to its usual routine. Students from both the Ice and Fire Corps attended their shared classes, fostering a competitive environment that pushed them to excel. This setup, designed for the elite, was a cornerstone of the academy's philosophy. In one such class, a man was wrapping up his lecture. This was Vinci Morgue, the combat theory professor and a member of the Morgue family. Closing his book with a definitive thud, he marked the end of his lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribes. As the students sat tensely, Professor Morgue's sharp eyes scanned the room. He posed a question about the hypothesized location of the barbarian stronghold. The class collectively avoided eye contact, not wanting to draw his attention. Even Tudor, Ice Corp's top practical exam scorer, was stumped. Flipping through his notes, he thought of the clashes between the Empire and the barbarians in the South Region's Highland One in 1875, but he struggled to narrow down a specific stronghold location. Bianca, who had tied Tudor in the Ice Corps practical exam rankings, also struggled. She knew the clashes had occurred in low-altitude regions, likely in troughs, but she couldn't pinpoint an exact answer. Before either of them could speak, Sinclair, seated among the Fire Corps students, shot her hand into the air. Radiating an energetic aura, she beamed with confidence, catching the entire class's attention. "I'll answer," she shouted enthusiastically, her voice filling the room. Professor Morgue, recognizing her as the Fire Corps' top practical scorer and second-rank theory student, allowed her to proceed. Sinclair's response was detailed and precise. She explained that, according to military academia, the key clashes with the barbarian tribe had occurred in Highlands 1 for 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. She went on to note that, except for Highland 8, which was located on a mountain peak, all the other battle sites were in troughs. Using this data, she confidently deduced that the barbarian stronghold must also be in a low-altitude region. While the class absorbed Sinclair's thorough answer, one student seemed entirely unfazed. Vakir, sitting one row behind her, he sat with his eyes closed, deep in thought. PG glanced at him, wondering if Vakir was asleep, but he couldn't have been more wrong. Vakir's mind was consumed with last night's events. The 29 demon worshippers he had slain had all shared two horrifying traits: a demonic stench and a gruesome end where their faces exploded before death. Piecing together the pattern, Vakir concluded this was likely tied to the skills of the elite demon corps hiding in the capital. His thoughts narrowed to one potential location where the demon could be lurking. Determined to confirm his theory, Vakir resolved to contact Cindy for help investigating the area. As Vakir sat lost in thought, PG tapped him on the shoulder, whispering his name to grab his attention. Opening his eyes, Vakir realized the entire class was staring at him. Professor Morgue, furious, wasted no time calling him out. With a voice dripping in disdain, the professor declared that the Ice Corp was clearly inferior to the Fire Corp, as no respectable student would dare sleep during the first lecture of the semester. Fixing his glasses calmly, Vakir responded, "I wasn't sleeping." The unexpected reply shocked PG and left the professor visibly annoyed. "What's your name?" the professor demanded, his frustration boiling over. After learning Vakir's name, Professor Moore continued, "Everyone in the class saw your eyes were closed." But Vakir was quick to counter, his voice calm and confident. "My eyes were closed, but that doesn't mean I was sleeping." The sheer audacity of the reply silenced the room. The professor, though fuming, admitted grudgingly that he had been mistaken. Vakir nodded, casually adding, "It's understandable," a comment that only fueled the professor's growing irritation. Realizing he couldn't crack Vakir's composure, the professor chose to redirect the situation. Announcing to the class that Sinclair's correct answer had earned the Fire Corp 1 point, he then turned his attention back to Vakir. "I have a proposition," the professor said with a sharp tone. "If you can answer my next question correctly, I'll award a point to the Ice Corporation. However," he added with a smirk, "if your answer is wrong, the Ice Corp will lose points instead." Vakir's voice cut through the room. "That's unfair," he retorted, but the professor brushed off his complaint and proceeded to ask the question. He wanted Vakir to name the location of the Empire's military clash with the Balac tribe, and from that, deduce the likely location of the tribe's stronghold. Sinclair, seated nearby, was stunned. She knew the Balac tribe was an elusive group, and reliable information about them was scarce. The question was designed to be nearly impossible. Bianca, however, was seething. Silently cursing Vakir, she thought his arrogance would doom the Ice Corp, labeling him an idiot for bringing this mess upon them. Unbothered by the rising tension, Vakir closed his eyes briefly, recalling a vivid memory. He pictured the Balac tribe dancing around a campfire, laughter echoing through the night as they held meat in their hands. They were more than just a distant tribe to him. They were family in another time, people who had shared precious moments with him. A small, nostalgic smile crept onto his face before he opened his eyes and confidently delivered his answer. He detailed the precise locations of the battles between the Empire and the Balac tribe and identified the most likely location of their stronghold. His explanation was thorough, and every piece of information he provided aligned perfectly with military records and logical deduction. The classroom fell silent. Students exchanged stunned looks, unable to comprehend how Vakir could deliver such an incredible answer so effortlessly. Even PG sat frozen, his jaw practically on the floor. Professor Morg, who had been prepared to dismiss Vakir, found himself impressed despite his best efforts. The answer was flawless, matching a thesis that had yet to be verified by academic authorities. How? The professor muttered, his curiosity piqued. He couldn't fathom how a student could possess knowledge so precise, as if he had seen it all firsthand. Unbeknownst to the rest, Vakir's seemingly miraculous answer had been carefully calculated. He knew that the Balac tribe had moved their stronghold after the Alman incident, so revealing their previous location wouldn't jeopardize current events. To the class, though, it was nothing short of extraordinary. As Professor Morg mulled over Vakir's astonishingly accurate answer, he suddenly remembered that a student with the same name had recently placed first in the theory exam. Intrigued, and perhaps a little irritated, the professor decided to award Vakir 10 points for his answer, as well as 1 additional point to the rest of the Ice Corp. However, not one to let things slide, the professor decided to humble Vakir. With a smug expression, he deducted 10 points from Vakir for closing his eyes during the lecture, stating that such behavior couldn't be overlooked, no matter how brilliant the answer. Meanwhile, Sinclair continued to gaze at Vakir. Despite his nerdy disguise, his aura couldn't be hidden. She realized she hadn't noticed him earlier simply because of how common the name Vakir was. Now, though, as he stood tall in the sunlight streaming into the classroom, he seemed anything but ordinary. Tutor, too, found his attention drawn to Vakir. From across the room, he smirked. So, this was the top theory student? He acknowledged the intellect, but wondered if Vakir's skills would amount to anything during the practical lessons. The rest of the class began murmuring amongst themselves. Some were impressed by Vakir's brilliance, but others dismissed him as a mere bookworm, frustrated that he'd almost caused the Ice Corp to lose points. A few students even felt the urge to put the nerd in his place. The scene shifted to a sprawling field where the students were playing run flat, a fast-paced sport resembling football, but with a unique twist. Using a special type of ball and gloves, the game involved 20 players on each team, with the goal being to get the ball into the opposing team's goal area. Mana and weapons were strictly prohibited, but anything else was fair game. As the match began, Tudor immediately took the spotlight. Stomping the ground with immense force, he smashed through the opposing team's defensive line like a freight train, carrying the ball with ease. His explosive movements and strength left everyone in awe. Declaring loudly that he was the best at run flat, Tudor sprinted toward the enemy goal, basking in the cheers of the girls in the stands. "He's so strong and so hot," they squealed. In contrast, Bianca, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes. "Barbaric," she muttered under her breath, clearly unimpressed. Just as Tudor approached the goalpost, a familiar trio stepped in his way. The Baskerville triplets, the infamous troublemakers from the Iron Blood Swordsman family, stood firm, daring him to try breaking through. "Arrogant bastard," they taunted, their confidence evident as they prepared to stop him. To their surprise, Tudor didn't seem fazed. In fact, he looked downright excited. Instead of charging straight at them, he skillfully weaved past the first 2 triplets with ease, leaving them stunned. But as he neared the goal, the last triplet stepped in, blocking his way and demanding the ball. Tudor didn't bother replying. With a smirk, he activated his left hand, summoning a bright blue light that radiated powerfully. In one swift move, he slammed his glowing fist into the triplet's stomach, unleashing what resembled a Renin attack. The force sent the triplet flying, leaving him crumpled on the ground. "Face you head on? I'd lose it all," Tudor muttered, brushing off the encounter as he sprinted toward the goal. The students watching from the sidelines were stunned. Not only had Tudor effortlessly dismantled the triplet's defense, but he had done so without mana or weapons. Whispers of his prowess spread like wildfire. He was a run-flat prodigy, and his skill was exactly what one would expect from the Ice Corp. Charging toward the goal, Tudor's mind wandered. To him, theory and memorization were pointless. A true fighter, he believed, only needed strength to win. But as he neared victory, a figure appeared in his path. Standing alone, the last obstacle between Tudor and the goal was none other than Vakir. The crowd held their breath. Tudor narrowed his eyes, assessing the lone defender. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, a mix of annoyance and amusement. Yet, something about Vakir's calm stance made even Tudor pause. The game had just taken an unexpected turn. Tudor immediately recognized Vakir as the bold student who had talked back to Professor Morg earlier that morning. Annoyed by the whole situation, Vakir had initially decided to step aside and let Tudor score, figuring it wasn't worth the effort to stop him. However, Tudor had other plans. Instead of heading for the goalpost, Tudor veered toward Vakir. A mischievous smirk spread across his face as he thought to himself that this little nerd needed to train his body more than his brain. A good body slam, he figured, would knock some sense into him. As Tudor charged at full speed, Vakir remained completely still, showing no reaction to the incoming attack. In an instant, Tudor crashed into him like a car smashing into a wall. The result was shocking. Vakir stood his ground effortlessly, while the sheer force of impact sent Tudor flying backward through the air. The crowd gasped. Tudor's body hit the ground with a heavy thud, and he lay motionless, his face pale and covered in sweat. Even Bianca and Sinclair, watching from the stands, were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Turning to look behind him, Vakir saw Tudor sprawled out on the field. He furrowed his brows, wondering why this blonde kid had decided to ram into him in the first place. For a brief moment, Vakir considered dodging the attack, but ultimately decided to stand his ground. Still, he couldn't help but question Tudor's thought process. Realizing the situation, Vakir decided to add a bit of theatrics. Letting out a loud moan, he dramatically fell to the ground, clutching his side as if injured. The crowd watched, confused, as Vakir pretended to be hurt while Tudor remained flat on his back, completely unconscious. Moments later, Tudor's eyes snapped open. He was surrounded by concerned teammates asking if he was okay, but their words barely registered. Dazed and confused, he tried to piece together what had happened. He remembered charging at Vakir during the match, but the moment of impact was a complete blank. Sitting up, Tudor's eyes locked onto Vakir, who was calmly dusting himself off. Tudor couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could a nerd like Vakir knock out him? Tudor Don Quixote, the so-called run-flat prodigy. To make matters worse, Vakir didn't even have a scratch on him. Determined to figure out what had gone wrong, Tudor vowed to test his theory. The game resumed, and once again, the ball found its way into Tudor's hands. This time, though, he had only one goal in mind, not scoring but going straight for Vakir. The Baskerville triplets immediately moved into position, acting as a shield for their master. Vakir, meanwhile, remained at the back of the field, casually observing the game. From the stands, Bianca and Sinclair were puzzled by Tudor's behavior. Instead of heading for the goal, he charged directly toward the triplets and Vakir. Ignoring the frantic shouts of his teammates, Tudor confidently barreled toward the defense line. The triplets, sensing a challenge, eagerly stepped up. "You're not getting past us this time, Tudor," they shouted, ready to block him. But Tudor's strength and agility proved too much. With ease, he weaved past two of the triplets, leaving them stunned. Holding the ball tightly, he powered forward, his sights set squarely on Vakir once again. The crowd held its breath. Was history about to repeat itself? As Tudor charged toward Vakir for a second time, his focus was sharper than ever. This wasn't just a game anymore. This was personal. His eyes burned with determination as he activated the Azure Spearman family's secret run-flat technique, Saint Spear Tackle. An ethereal knight with a gleaming lance materialized behind Tudor, his body radiating with power as his eyes glowed a piercing blue. The intensity of the moment captivated the spectators, who could feel the sheer force of the technique aimed directly at Vakir. Vakir, on the other hand, remained calm and unfazed, his glasses glinting in the sunlight. He quietly observed Tudor's reckless charge, his demeanor as composed as if he were in a library rather than the middle of a battlefield-like game. The moment of impact came, and the scene cut to black. When the screen returned, Tudor was sprawled on the ground once again, in the same lifeless T-pose as before. A familiar scar-faced, gray-haired student stood above him, shaking his head in disbelief. "Awake again?" the student asked dryly. Tutor jolted upright, his confusion evident. What just happened? Did I faint again? As he tried to make sense of his second failure, the muscular student next to him, Sancho Barataria, calmly explained. You used your family's killer technique, slammed straight into Vakir at full speed, and got bounced off. Again, the students watching were in stunned silence, realizing that even Tutor's most powerful move couldn't faze Vakir. Sancho, tightening his headband, looked at Tutor with newfound determination. I get it now. This guy, Vakir, he's hiding something, and I can't just sit back and watch a friend get knocked out twice in a row. Sancho, a transfer student from the North's Mercenary Guild Association, wasn't your average player. His towering physique and raw strength were so overwhelming that he wasn't even allowed to compete in his age group back home. This run-flat match was supposed to be beneath him, but after seeing Vakir casually neutralize Tutor's attacks, he couldn't resist joining the fray. With the sun shining dramatically on his broad shoulders, Sancho stepped onto the field, gripping the ball with one hand. He spoke as if narrating his own legend. In the frozen lands of the North, even newborns and the elderly fight for survival. It's in our blood. We're all warriors. Hearing this, the Baskerville triplets knew they had a problem on their hands. For the third time, they stood guard, prepared to protect their master. This time, they were determined to succeed. Third time's the charm, they muttered to each other, bracing themselves. But Sancho wasn't interested in dodging or weaving. As if straight out of a wrestling match, he stormed toward the triplets like an unstoppable freight train, extending his massive arm for a clothesline. In one powerful motion, he took out all three triplets at once, sending them flying through the air like ragdolls. The triplets soared past Vakir, apologizing profusely mid-flight. "Master, we're sorry. Please don't kill us," they cried, tears streaming as they tumbled through the sky. Vakir's calm demeanor cracked as his eyes glowed red behind his glasses, a quiet but deadly whisper escaping his lips. "Do you want to die?" The triplets could only continue crying as they landed with a loud thud. Sancho, however, wasn't done. Having sent the triplets flying, he charged at Vakir like a raging bull. His face was filled with the same fierce determination Tutor had shown, and his goal was clear. He was going to reveal the secret Vakir was hiding, no matter what it took. The tension reached its peak as the crowd watched, holding their breath for the clash between the immovable Vakir and the unstoppable Sancho. What would happen next? As Sancho charged full speed toward Vakir, the field seemed to hold its breath. Inches away, the giant mercenary raised his hand high, announcing his intent to unleash his full power on Vakir. With a thunderous blow, Sancho slammed his fist into Vakir's stomach, causing a loud bang that echoed across the field. But instead of sending Vakir flying, all Sancho felt was an immovable, unyielding force, a mountain of stone disguised as a human body. The sheer density of Vakir's frame left his arm trembling from the impact. Known for his overwhelming strength, Sancho was utterly shocked. No matter how much force he applied, Vakir didn't budge an inch. Unfazed, Vakir decided to play along. Thinking it might ease the tension, he leaped backward with deliberate effort, creating dramatic skid marks on the ground and crashing to the earth just as the Baskerville triplets had before. The crowd erupted in awe, marveling at Sancho's apparent strength. Many assumed Vakir had been knocked out cold, while others wondered if he was even alive after such a hit. Sancho, however, knew better. His hand continued to shake as he stared at it, trying to process what had just happened. "What is he?" Sancho muttered under his breath, now questioning if Vakir was even human. Distracted by his thoughts, Sancho failed to notice one of the Baskerville triplets sneaking up behind him. Within seconds, the sneaky triplet had swiped the ball and sprinted toward the goalpost. The crowd erupted in cheers as the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Class B had won. As the team celebrated, congratulating the triplets on their clever maneuver, Vakir slowly stood up, dusting himself off from his theatrical fall. Before he could finish, a cold splash of water hit him. He looked up to see Sancho standing there, holding an empty water bottle. "You're the real reason Class B won," Sancho said with a grin, acknowledging Vakir's silent contribution to their victory. Even Tutor approached, offering a rare moment of humility. I was jealous," he admitted. "I thought I could teach you a lesson in the practicals, but I realize now how petty that was. I'm sorry for my actions earlier." Sancho, still intrigued by Vakir, asked him outright, "What's your secret? What kind of training do you do to build a body like that? Or were you using mana during the match?" Vakir casually removed his headgear, shaking his head. "I'm just a commoner. I don't have an ounce of mana. Tudor's expression fell, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. What a shame. With proper training and mana combined with your physique, you could have been an expert like me. The three chatted briefly, their camaraderie growing, when Tudor's cheerleading squad arrived on cue. They rushed over, waving towels and fawning over him, much to his delight. The self-proclaimed ladies' man basked in their attention as Sancho handed Vakir a towel of his own. Tudor and Sancho, future heroes who would one day hunt down countless demons and save humanity during the fall, had no idea how their fates would intertwine with Vakir's. Meanwhile, as Vakir wiped the water from his face, he decided to remove his glasses to clean them. The moment he did, the sunlight caught his features, and time seemed to stop. Every gaze in the crowd, guys and girls alike, was drawn to him. Even Sinclair and Bianca, watching from the stands, felt their cheeks flush as they stared. The nerd they had dismissed earlier was now a striking figure. The sunlight highlighted his toned, lean frame, every line and curve etched perfectly, while his face, free of glasses, radiated a charisma that left everyone stunned. Vakir, oblivious to the commotion, simply smiled to himself. Seeing Tudor and Sancho like this, before their rise as heroes, felt strange and nostalgic. But little did he know, from this moment on, his quiet days at the academy were over. Things were about to get much more troublesome. The scene shifted to the dead of night, where the camera panned to a grand, yet eerily quiet mansion. Inside, chaos had erupted. Lloyd Dockseller, a man with a distinct purple goatee, stood trembling, his face etched with terror. Before him stood Vakir, clad in his Assassin Creed uniform, his voice low and cutting as he revealed Lloyd's sins. Lloyd Dockseller, 52 years old, leader of the information house and headmaster of the orphanage, Vakir stated coldly, his piercing eyes locked on the cowering man. The floor was drenched in blood, the remnants of Lloyd's guards and accomplices lying lifeless around them. Pieces of flesh and bone were scattered across the room like grotesque confetti. Vakir had cornered Lloyd against a statue, his weapon, Beelzebub, gleaming ominously in the dim light. You conspired with a demon. You sold children from high-ranking families. Did you think your crimes would go unnoticed? Vakir's voice carried an edge that sent shivers down Lloyd's spine. The older man stared at Vakir in horror, his eyes wide as he muttered, "Why your aura? It's solid. You're a sword master?" Vakir tilted his head slightly, amused. "Almost," he replied, his tone laced with quiet menace. His aura was indeed nearing a solid state, though it remained on the edge of liquid, an indicator that he had reached the pinnacle of a graduate's power. Instead of immediately ending Lloyd's life, Vakir offered a chilling alternative. "I'll give you a chance at redemption," he said, his voice steady. "Work with me to catch the demon you've been aiding. Help me, and I'll compensate you accordingly." Even as death loomed over him, Lloyd hesitated. Beads of sweat dripped down his face as he grappled with the weight of his decision. Before he could respond, a deafening sound split the air. Vakir's senses went on high alert as a massive chunk of a building hurtled toward them from above. Acting swiftly, he leaped out of the way, narrowly avoiding the catastrophic impact. The rubble crashed down, obliterating the room they had been standing in moments before. Dust and debris clouded the air, but Vakir's sharp eyes immediately locked onto a shadowy figure illuminated by the moonlight. The figure stood atop the ruins of the demolished building, an unsettling presence radiating around him. A sickly green aura twisted and swirled in the air, thick with malice. Vakir recognized the overwhelming energy instantly. This was the same presence he had sensed earlier, the unmistakable mark of a demon. The figure wore a grotesque mask and wielded a hammer forged from what appeared to be human faces, their expressions frozen in agony. Vakir's voice was calm, yet razor-sharp as he addressed the being. "Are you the elite corpse?" The air grew heavy, anticipation thickening as the two stared each other down under the cold light of the moon. The hunt was far from over. The mysterious figure remained silent, offering no answer to Vakir's question. Instead, it leapt gracefully from the crumbling building, soaring through the air with inhuman precision. Its massive hammer, grotesquely forged from the faces of humans, came crashing down toward Vakir. Vakir moved effortlessly to the side, dodging the brutal strike as the hammer obliterated the ground where he had just stood. Without hesitation, the figure shifted its stance, gripping the hammer closer to its head for tighter, faster swings. It lunged at Vakir with a ferocious, close-range attack. Once again, Vakir dodged with practiced ease, leaning back so far he could have tied Beckham's shoes in midair. The hammer whooshed past his face by mere inches, but Vakir remained calm. He took note of his opponent's stance, observing the figure's technique, a corrupted version of the Holy Quo Vadis bludgeoning style. This revelation, combined with the figure's high-ranked graduate-level aura, made Vakir pause. He quickly concluded that this was not one of the elite corps he had been hunting, but likely a servant under their command. So, a demon has infiltrated the holy nation, he mused. But knowing their history, he wasn't surprised. Even the most pious factions had their hidden rot. Unsummoning Beelzebub from his hand, Vakir addressed the figure. If killing you gets me closer to meeting the 10 elite corps, I won't complain. You made my job easier. The masked figure responded with action, leaping into the air once more and bringing its hammer down with tremendous force. This time, Vakir chose not to evade. The ground shook as the massive hammer met resistance, not with Vakir's blade, but with his leg. In a move straight out of an action movie, Vakir executed a flawless horizontal leg split, stopping the hammer's devastating blow with nothing but his foot. The masked figure grunted in shock, clearly unprepared for such a feat of strength. Vakir wasted no time. His arm ignited with a blood-red glow of basal power, and within a second, he delivered a flurry of 5 precise strikes to the figure's torso. Each blow mimicked the deadly Renan technique, sending waves of force through the figure's body. He finished the onslaught with a powerful right hook to its ribs, launching it into a nearby abandoned building. Not allowing his opponent any respite, Vakir followed close behind. The figure tried to prepare another hammer strike, but Vakir was faster. In an instant, he snapped the figure's left arm with a single, decisive motion. As the hammer fell to its remaining hand, Vakir teleported behind the figure, delivering a brutal combination of elbows and knees that shattered its other arm. Both limbs now rendered useless, the figure crumpled to the floor. But Vakir wasn't done. With a flick of his wrist, he flipped the figure by its shirt and hurled it across the room. The final throw had a purpose, as the figure's back was impaled on a sharp iron pipe hidden in the wall. Pinned and unable to move, the figure let out guttural grunts, the only sounds it could muster. Vakir approached slowly, his sharp eyes scanning the figure's exposed chest. Deep scars marred its flesh, with the word Ephibo crudely carved into its skin. "So, that's your name?" Vakir muttered. Realizing Ephibo could no longer escape, Vakir's voice turned cold and commanding. "Who is your master? Who made you this way?" Ephibo groaned in response, unable to form words. Vakir's eyes narrowed. He could sense that the figure's master had put restrictions on it, preventing it from speaking freely. Gripping the iron pipe impaling Ephibo, Vakir twisted it mercilessly. "Interrogation doesn't have to rely on words," he said with chilling precision. "Your blood, your mana, your bones. Everything in your body will give me the answers I need." Ephibo writhed in agony as Vakir prepared to extract the truth by any means necessary. The night was far from over, and Vakir was just getting started. Vakir continued his interrogation of the impaled figure, Ephibo. "Who is your master?" he demanded, his voice cold and steady. "Who made you into this thing?" Ephibo groaned in pain, his mutilated body twitching as if trying to respond. But no words escaped his mouth, only guttural, pained noises. Vakir narrowed his eyes, quickly deducing that the one who controlled Ephibo had placed restrictions on his ability to speak. Unfazed, Vakir tightened his grip on the steel rod embedded in Ephibo and twisted it slowly. Ephibo's muffled cries filled the air, but Vakir's tone remained calm and methodical. "Words aren't the only way to get answers. Your blood, your mana concentration, even the breaks in your bones. They'll tell me what I need to know." With a chilling resolve, Vakir leaned closer. "Your interrogation starts now." As the moonlight illuminated the grim scene, Vakir began his grisly work, extracting every detail he could from Ephibo's physical state. Sometime later, faint cries for help broke Vakir's focus. Turning toward the source of the sound, he moved quickly to investigate. The cries led him to the rubble of the earlier destruction, where he found a familiar face buried beneath the debris. Lloyd Dockseller, alive but barely conscious. Pulling the trembling man free, Vakir glared at him. "If you want to live, you know what to do. Tell me everything." Lloyd, visibly shaken and desperate, nodded. "I'll tell you. Anything. Just spare me." Vakir's tone was icy. "That depends on the quality of your information." As Lloyd began to speak, a sudden tension filled the air. High above, a mysterious figure appeared, standing on a nearby rooftop, watching them closely. Vakir's sharp senses locked onto the figure. It wore a familiar academy uniform, its presence exuding an ominous aura. Distracted for a moment, Vakir turned his attention to the rooftop, but the figure vanished before he could fully assess it. There was something unsettlingly familiar about that presence. Returning his focus to Lloyd, Vakir realized something was wrong. Lloyd's body convulsed violently, his mouth opening unnaturally wide. To Vakir's disgust, Lloyd began regurgitating 3 severed heads, their lifeless expressions frozen in horror. "Ew," Vakir muttered, his voice tinged with both irritation and disgust. Before he could intervene, a bright green light emanated from Lloyd's body. The light intensified rapidly until, in an instant, a massive explosion erupted, leveling everything in its path. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the city, causing bells from a nearby church to ring. Panicked citizens poured into the streets, shouting in alarm. Smoke rose into the sky as a battalion of soldiers rushed toward the scene of the destruction. Among the soldiers was Dolores Linquovadis. Arriving at the crater left by the explosion, she immediately began questioning her men. "What happened here? Were there any casualties?" One soldier stepped forward. "We're still investigating, Saintus, but the blast was so powerful that there's almost no evidence left behind." Dolores, unfazed, started meticulously exploring the area. The destruction, while extraordinary, didn't distract her from the smaller details. The traces of a battle etched into the remains of the orphanage. Her mind raced with questions. What kind of evil had been fought here? As she scoured the area, her eyes caught something on the ground. It was a small, broken piece of a mask. Recognizing it immediately, Dolores quickly knelt down and covered it with her skirt, ensuring no one else saw it. A nearby soldier noticed her strange behavior. "Saintus, are you all right? You look unwell." Dolores, still kneeling, replied shakily, "I'm fine. Just feeling a bit sick. Don't worry about me." The soldier nodded, adding that there were no reported casualties. "You shouldn't push yourself, Saintus." Dolores nodded absently, but was internally in turmoil. The piece of the mask belonged to the Night Bloodhound. She had no doubt about it. Her mind raced with conflicting emotions. The man she had once seen as a savior to the poor, the one who had treated the slum dwellers with devotion during the Red Death outbreak, was somehow involved in this incident. Had the Night Bloodhound really committed such atrocities? Or was there another truth hidden in the shadows? Covering the masked fragment further, Dolores resolved to find answers. But for now, she was forced to maintain her composure, hiding her growing fears and doubts from the soldiers around her. The scene opened back in the classroom, where Professor Morg, perpetually irritated, stood next to a massive, scorpion-like creature known as a Venampian. Its sheer size, enough to take up half the table, made it a chilling sight. The professor's sharp eyes scanned the class as he held up a report, demanding to know which student had written it. When it was revealed to be none other than his least favorite student, Vakir, the professor's irritation turned to disdain. The report claimed that the Venampian had a second venomous fang hidden in its abdominal exoskeleton, an assertion the professor dismissed as absurd and likely fabricated. Deciding to make an example of Vakir, he declared that if this claim turned out to be false, he would deduct 10 points from every ICE core student. Hearing this, Vakir felt a flicker of panic. He realized that while his report was correct, the information hadn't been discovered in this timeline. He watched tensely as the professor grabbed a scalpel, determined to prove the claim false. The professor approached the Venampian with theatrical precision, the scalpel gleaming in the classroom light. With exaggerated care, he made an incision in the creature's exoskeleton. At first, only a trickle of blood seeped out. Then, in a flash, a needle-like fang shot out from the creature's body, covered in purple venom and aimed straight for the professor's head. The classroom erupted into gasps as the projectile zipped through the air. For a moment, it seemed like the professor's life was over, until the venomous fang stopped mere inches from his face. The professor stumbled back and fell to the floor with a high-pitched scream, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Vakir stood calmly in front of him, his book raised like a shield. He had intercepted the fang just in time. Lowering the book, he looked at the professor with a calm expression. "Is that enough proof for you?" he asked dryly. The room fell silent as the professor processed what had just happened. Not only was the second venomous fang real, but its existence explained the mysterious deaths that had baffled researchers for years. The professor's shock quickly gave way to an awkward attempt at salvaging his dignity. Clearing his throat, he announced that all Ice Corps students would receive an additional point for Vakir's groundbreaking discovery. He then invited Vakir to his research lab after class to provide more details on his report. Vakir nodded nonchalantly and returned to his seat at the back of the classroom. As Vakir walked past, whispers erupted among the students. "Did you see that? He saved the professor. And he was right about the Fong. How did he even know that?" For the first time, Vakir's classmates began to see him in a new light. Many who had dismissed him as a nerd now viewed him with a mix of awe and respect. "He's good at academics and sports," someone murmured, recalling his performance during the run-flat match against Tudor and Sancho. Reaching his seat, Vakir was greeted by PG, who whispered, "Nice work." Vakir ignored the praise, closing his eyes and retreating into his thoughts. The explosion from the previous night replayed vividly in his mind. The orphanage had been obliterated, and Vakir had suffered severe injuries. The blast had burned away his skin, leaving raw muscle exposed, and even blown off his hand. Though his abilities allowed him to regenerate almost instantly, the pain had been unbearable. The only thing he had salvaged was a ledger from the headmaster's safe. Its contents listed the locations of children used as food for demons, but the locations were scattered and seemingly unconnected. This raised a chilling possibility. There could be multiple elite corps hiding in the capital. Yet what troubled Vakir most was the shadowy figure he had seen on the rooftops during the chaos. Wearing the same academy uniform as him, the figure had watched with an unsettling grin before vanishing. The thought lingered in Vakir's mind. Could one of the 10 elite corps be sitting in this very classroom? Within the walls of the academy, a certain club had an influence far beyond its modest appearance. The Lyceum Newspaper Club, renowned across the capital, published a daily paper that sold out like hotcakes. Its reputation for uncovering stories of intrigue and excitement was thanks to the efforts of its meticulous leader, Dolores Luan Quo Vadis. Dolores, a third-year academy student with her signature blonde hair and wing-like head accessory, was welcoming the newest members of the club with her usual enthusiasm. Joining Lyceum wasn't easy. It demanded persistence and skill. So every new recruit represented untapped potential. With a smile that carried equal parts excitement and authority, Dolores called for introductions to begin. The first to step forward was Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, a first-year Ice Corps student. His introduction was ambitious as he declared his intention to become an elite, not just in his class, but also within the club. Next was Sancho Barataria, the towering figure from the Fire Corps. Sancho's voice boomed as he expressed his frustration with being perceived as nothing more than a brute. He had joined the club to prove his intellectual side, a statement that earned a few chuckles from the group. Sinclair, a fire-haired prodigy and Fire Corps' top freshman, confidently explained her reason for joining. "Money and information are power," she said, her tone pragmatic. However, she clarified that her true focus was on the importance of gathering and managing information. The fourth recruit, Bianca Pa Usher, gave a much simpler introduction. Coming from the illustrious Usher family, she stated matter-of-factly, "I chose the club with the clearest vision. I'll do my best." Her concise approach drew nods of approval. Fifth in line was PG, a nervous first year who stuttered through his introduction. Despite his nerves, he managed to shout enthusiastically that his love for gathering and analyzing information made the Lyceum Club a perfect fit for him. Finally, Vakir stepped up, though his introduction lacked the excitement of the others. With a tone bordering on disinterest, he said, "It's a school rule to join a club. I just followed PG." While his words seemed dismissive, Vakir's real motivation for joining Lyceum was strategic. The club's influence and access to information made it an ideal place for him to gather intel for his own goals. The only complication was Dolores' presence. Having the Saintess in the same room made things slightly uncomfortable. Dolores wasted no time singling out Vakir. "With that attitude, you can't be a Lyceum reporter," she scolded, her sharp gaze locking onto him. Before the tension could escalate, a voice from behind interrupted. "Wait a second." A third-year student stepped forward, shoving Dolores aside with excitement. The girl, introduced as Anna, was the club's vice president. She held up a newspaper article, her eyes gleaming. "Is this you?" she asked Vakir, waving the article in his face. "I thought you looked familiar." The article in question had the headline, "Exclusive. Who was the Ice Corps freshman who dominated the run-flat match?" It featured a clear photo of Vakir during the intense game. Vakir remained silent, his expression unreadable, as Tudor burst into laughter. "That's definitely him," he exclaimed. Even Dolores looked surprised. She hadn't seen the article and turned to Anna with suspicion. "When did this get released?" Anna grinned unapologetically. "Oh, last night? I heard rumors about a handsome freshman, and I couldn't let that scoop go to waste. What kind of reporter would I be if I didn't publish it?" Dolores sighed, momentarily defeated. "Unbelievable," she muttered. Unfazed, Anna turned her attention back to the first years. "Well, now that we're all introduced, let's get started on our first activity," she announced, her energy as contagious as ever. After hearing such an unexpected response, Dolores was left speechless and took a step back. With her momentary silence, Anna seized control of the situation, formally introducing the activity to the first-year members. She revealed that while the second-year students were already out gathering news, the first years would start their task immediately with everyone present. 2 articles were presented to the group. The dates had been redacted, but the content was chilling. A suspicious, unidentified assailant had burned an orphanage to the ground during the early hours of the previous night. Everyone in the club gathered around a table, scanning the grim details. PG, ever sharp-eyed, was the first to connect the dots, questioning if this article was related to the explosion in the capital the previous day. Anna confirmed his suspicion, revealing that she'd learned about the incident while outside the academy. She further explained that the club suspected the same person might be behind both the orphanage fire and a recent high-profile murder in the capital. The most horrifying part? Most of the children from the orphanage had been identified among the deceased. Hearing this, PG leaned in to whisper to Vakir, asking if he thought their mysterious target was responsible for this tragedy. Vakir didn't respond aloud but silently reflected, suspecting the demon he was hunting might be behind it. With the information laid out, Anna announced it was time to craft a headline for the article they would publish. The brainstorming began. Ideas ranged from the birth of a terrible villain to the appearance of a monster outside the academy and what are the Imperial Guards doing? But despite the flurry of suggestions, none of them felt impactful enough. Bianca voiced her dissatisfaction, agreeing with Tudor, who speculated that the lack of a villain's name was the issue. He brought up infamous criminals like Jack the Ripper and Bluebeard, emphasizing how memorable names made headlines more striking. Anna agreed it was a good idea to give the villain a nickname, which prompted Tudor to enthusiastically suggest Deathside Shadow Master. Anna rejected it instantly, sending Tudor into a spiral of self-pity. The group continued tossing out nicknames. Ideas like the explosion demon that brings misfortune, too long, and the orphanage killer, striking but too direct, were thrown around. Someone even joked about Mr. Terrorist, sparking a heated debate. Meanwhile, Dolores remained eerily silent, observing the discussion without a word. Finally, she broke her silence, murmuring a name, the Night Bloodhound. Her quiet utterance caught everyone's attention. She explained that the name came to mind after recalling a mask she had picked up at the crime scene, one that undoubtedly belonged to the elusive figure. Dolores remembered seeing this mysterious individual before, a selfless figure who had once helped the poor in the slums, even risking exposure to the Red Death to treat the sick. She had believed this person's motives were noble, but now their presence at the crime scene made her question everything. Could this same person have killed the orphanage's children? Could they really be a cold-blooded murderer? Before Dolores could process her thoughts, Anna seized on the nickname. The group was captivated by the name's raw, barbaric edge. They quickly agreed that the Night Bloodhound was perfect, gloomy, violent, and intimidating. Embarrassed by her slip, Dolores covered her mouth, but the decision had already been made. Anna proposed the headline. Who is the Night Bloodhound, the terror of the capitals? But Dolores immediately objected, reminding Anna that their articles must be rooted in truth. They couldn't label someone a criminal without confirmation. As the two leaders debated, Tudor turned to Vakir, asking for his opinion. Did he think the Night Bloodhound was evil? Vakir gave a curt reply. He didn't care. Not satisfied, Tudor pushed further, demanding an answer. Reluctantly, Vakir relented, admitting, what I know for certain is that they're not virtuous. So, they're evil. Just as Tudor was about to agree, Dolores slammed her hand on the table, startling everyone. Standing upright, she demanded to know how Vakir could be so sure. Her intense gaze locked on him, and Vakir, caught off guard, was utterly confused. Even Tudor's hand, still resting on Vakir's shoulder, began to sweat from the sudden tension. It was clear they were treading dangerous waters. This chapter opens with Dolores confronting Vakir pressing him to explain why he believes the Nightblood Hound isn't a good person. Her relentless questioning made everyone on Vakir's side visibly uneasy, their nervousness betrayed by beads of sweat. Dolores's sharp gaze bore down on Vakir, her eyes almost cross-shaped in intensity, as she demanded an answer. Despite her persistence, Vakir remained silent, leaving Tudor to wonder if he'd unintentionally caused this tense situation. Frustrated by the lack of a reply, Dolores turned her attention to the entire club. She criticized them for basing their assumptions on nothing more than speculation, warning them that as reporters, their words carried weight. Publishing unfounded claims, she reminded them, could ruin innocent lives. Tudor interjected, pointing out that the city's guards had testified that the Nightblood Hound was responsible for the orphanage fire and the headmaster's death. But Dolores wasn't buying it. She dismissed the guards' testimonies as mere deductions with no concrete evidence. She also highlighted unresolved questions surrounding the children's corpses found in the orphanage basement, emphasizing the many inconsistencies in the case. Her determination to uncover the truth left the girls and the club stunned. They couldn't believe how impartial Dolores was being, especially since the orphanage was connected to her own family. Seeing no further objections, Dolores directed Anna to revise the article to ensure it remained objective and unbiased. Anna, frustrated, complained that such a rewrite would leave them with little to report. However, Dolores stood firm. She insisted that while it wasn't too late to release a critical report, they couldn't accuse the Nightblood Hound of anything without solid evidence. Her voice softened, and sadness flickered in her eyes as she added that if the Nightblood Hound did turn out to be evil, they could condemn him openly and justifiably. Vakir, hearing this, couldn't help but glance at Dolores through his thick glasses. Her unwavering commitment to the truth seemed to resonate with the room. Just as the group was absorbing Dolores's words, a club member burst into the room, interrupting the discussion. The member informed Dolores that the club advisor had requested to see her, demanding that she edit the report to explicitly label the Nightblood Hound as a villain. The news visibly stressed Dolores, but she didn't waver. She told the member that she would speak to the advisor herself, remarking with frustration about his tendency to sensationalize headlines. Leaving the room with the member, Dolores set off to handle the matter directly. As she exited, Tudor, clearly impressed, called her a girl boss. Vakir, unexpectedly, chimed in, saying Dolores had always been that way. Tudor was left puzzled by the remark, but in Vakir's mind, he was recalling a version of Dolores from his past life. In his memories, Dolores was a commanding figure leading the Holy Knights on the battlefield during the fall. Clad in mighty armor, she radiated an almost divine brilliance. She directed troops with unwavering confidence, blessing them with holy light and urging them to press forward. Dolores often scolded the soldiers for their lack of faith and didn't hesitate to reprimand those who slacked off during breaks. She reminded them of her generation's unshakable resolve, where facing demons head-on was a given. Lost in these memories, Vakir couldn't help but smile to himself. He had expected Dolores to judge his actions harshly in this life, deeming them wicked. But in this moment, he felt a strange comfort. Knowing that someone was committed to uncovering the truth about him didn't feel so bad after all. Silently, Vakir thanked the saintess for her effort to defend justice. The argument between Dolores and the club advisor heated up. The advisor, who turned out to be none other than Professor Vinci, was adamant about his request. But as the morning light broke, the scene shifted, and a loud siren blared through the academy grounds. PG groggily woke up to the sound, still half asleep and rubbing his eyes. Sitting upright, he was greeted by Vakir, who was already dressed in his school's exercise uniform and doing his morning stretches. PG muttered a sleepy good morning back, clearly still in a daze. At this academy, everyone was required to wake up at 6 a.m. sharp when the alarm rang. Like clockwork, the students headed to the training area in front of the dorms, where they began their day with a light jog under the instructor's guidance. After morning exercises, students usually split into different routines. Some caught up on lost sleep, others took refreshing baths, and a few headed straight for the cafeteria. PG, however, was not a fan of these morning routines. His body already aching from the workout, he complained to Vakir, insisting that skipping exercise and sleeping in would make his brain sharper. But Vakir, ever logical, reminded him that physical activity helped activate the brain. Of course, this wasn't what PG wanted to hear. Being proven wrong wasn't exactly his favorite part of the day. Tudor soon joined the conversation, teasing Vakir for being too logical and suggesting he try a more empathetic approach, starting with PG. PG, however, immediately nixed the idea, wanting no part in Vakir's practice session. Switching gears, Tutor came up with a new plan, a trip to the city over the weekend. PG lit up at the suggestion, mentioning that there was a book he needed to buy. Even Sancho chimed in, excitedly sharing that he'd heard of a restaurant in the city he'd been dying to try. With everyone on board, Tutor turned to Vakir for his thoughts. After a brief pause, Vakir declined. He explained that he had volunteering duties that weekend, much to the group's surprise. PG revealed the reason. Vakir had too many deductions to his name. Realizing this, Tutor guessed it was Professor Vinci's doing, as the professor had a habit of unfairly targeting Vakir, even when he wasn't at fault. Vakir remained silent through the discussion, eventually excusing himself and urging the group to enjoy the city without him. But as he walked away, his friends quickly decided they couldn't leave him to volunteer alone. PG called after him, declaring that they'd all join in. Sancho added, "The more the merrier." The group trailed closely behind Vakir, who didn't seem to protest their sudden change of plans. As they walked, Tutor noticed something peculiar. Turning to Sancho, he pointed it out. Vakir had an air about him, like a natural older brother figure. Sancho nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Despite Vakir's quiet demeanor, he had what Sancho called Sigma Riz, a quiet charisma that commanded respect. Sancho went on to explain that, during his time as a mercenary, he'd often seen people like Vakir become natural leaders. Even PG couldn't help but smile at the truth in their words. Deep down, he admired Vakir too. After all, there was just something about their friend that made him extraordinary. Vakir often found himself surrounded by remarkable people. Tutor from the prestigious and physically gifted Don Quixote family, and Sancho, a skilled transfer student from the Northern Mercenary Guild, were among the first to approach him. And then there was PG, who admired Vakir deeply. After all, Vakir had been the one to help him through a tough time at the entrance party. Beyond that, he was flawless in both academics and training. PG couldn't shake the feeling that, as long as Vakir was by his side, anything in life was possible. But as they walked along the academy's corridors, something unsettling happened. Vakir's bloodthirst, the aura of a hunter, leaked out. His eyes glowed a menacing red, his presence suffused with murderous intent. Standing right beside him, PG froze in fear, his body stiffening as he sensed the shift in Vakir's demeanor. Ignoring the growing tension among his friends, Vakir focused on the disgusting aura wafting through the hallway. It was unmistakable, the stench of demons. His attention locked onto a group of 3 students walking ahead, one guy flanked by 2 girls. As the group moved away, Vakir turned to PG, knowing his friend's encyclopedic knowledge of their peers might hold the answer. "Do you know that guy?" Vakir asked, his voice low. PG jolted at the sudden question, but quickly realized who Vakir was referring to. The boy walking between the 2 girls. "That's sophomore Bane Kaudzak," PG explained. "He's the most handsome guy in school." Vakir's jaw tightened, his teeth gritting in frustration. He couldn't believe it. Right in front of him was a member of the infamous 10 elite corpses. Demons like this shouldn't have been blending into society so easily. As sophomore's group moved further away, Vakir debated his options. He could attack now, but with so many students around, the collateral damage would be too great. And he wouldn't risk endangering his friends, future heroes who had yet to realize their potential. Sensing something was off, Tutor and the others asked Vakir if he was okay. Vakir, masking his thoughts, claimed he wasn't feeling well and needed some rest. But in truth, he decided to gather more information before engaging. Once out of sight, Vakir activated a skill from his second slot, Silent Heal Mashutsu, to move undetected. Removing his glasses to change identities, Vakir made his transformation seamless. His plan? Shadow sophomore closely and uncover his movements. But as he focused on his task, his thoughts distracted him, and he didn't notice Dolores descending the nearby staircase. The result? A full-on collision between the 2. Dolores's loud scream echoed through the hallway, snapping everyone's attention to the scene. Dolores had fallen hard, waving her hand in pain while Vakir stood there, stunned by what had just happened. Tutor and the boys rushed over to check on her. Tutor, always quick to act, demanded that Vakir apologize to the club president. Without hesitation, Vakir bowed deeply and offered his apology. To everyone's surprise, Dolores brushed it off, saying it was unnecessary. She admitted she had also been careless. As Sancho helped her up, she couldn't help but notice something odd. Vakir felt like a solid wall when she bumped into him. As Vakir adjusted his glasses, Dolores's curiosity deepened. Not only was he ridiculously strong, but she also realized she couldn't sense his presence at all, as if he could vanish into thin air. The more she thought about it, the more she wondered, who was Vakir? With so many eyes on him now, Vakir decided to delay his plans to trail Sophomore. For now, his cover remained intact, but he was certain of one thing. Sophomore was no ordinary student. He was one of the 10 elite corpses, and Vakir would eventually have to confront him. Deep beneath the academy, far down its shadowy staircases, Sophomore led the two girls into the growing darkness. The eerie atmosphere unsettled the pair, and they couldn't help but ask why he'd brought them to such a desolate place. Instead of addressing their concerns, Sophomore's tone turned somber. He told them he had sad news, instantly drawing their attention. The girls leaned in, worried about what he was about to say. Sophomore spun a tale of woe, claiming that a certain guy had recently shown up at the academy and started messing with him. Because of this mystery man, Sophomore lamented, he hadn't been able to eat properly or find peace. The girl to his left was quick to jump to his defense, vowing not to forgive anyone who dared to bully him. Encouraged, Sophomore continued his story, explaining how he'd once tried to confront this person. But in his haste, he'd worn his school uniform by mistake and had to flee before being identified. He suspected, however, that the guy now knew he was a student at the academy. The girl on his right, even more determined, reassured Sophomore that if this man dared to set foot on campus, they'd stop him together. Both girls were unwavering in their loyalty, showering Sophomore with support. Moved, or so it seemed, by their words, Sophomore smiled and thanked them. He complimented their kind hearts and radiant beauty, promising that they would always be together from now on. But as soon as those words left his lips, Sophomore's hands shot out, grabbing the girls' faces with a vice-like grip. In that chilling moment, Sophomore's expression darkened. His mind drifted to a memory, a figure in a plague doctor's mask. This masked individual, Sophomore realized, was highly skilled and likely a high-rank graduate. That meant he had no doubt that Vakir had survived the explosion from before. Sophomore pieced everything together. He'd noticed that Vakir had been targeting locations tied to places where Sophomore had eaten before. This meant one thing. Vakir wasn't an ordinary human. He could sense the presence of demons. As Sophomore muttered this realization, the two girls began to scream. Their faces twisted and contorted in agony as they begged him for mercy. But Sophomore showed no compassion. His hands, still clutching their faces, absorbed their essence, and their features began to vanish. The truth was now clear. Sophomore wasn't just an ordinary student. He was the very demon Vakir had been hunting. His true nature emerged as his demonic side began to take form, revealing his monstrous identity. While absorbing the girls' faces, Sophomore continued to think aloud. He suspected Vakir might even be tied to the death of Andromalius. As he spoke, one of the girls' faces horrifyingly reappeared, on the side of his own, her eye and mouth pleading for someone to save her. It was then that Sophomore's true identity was unveiled. He wasn't just a demon in hiding. He was Dantalion, the 9th corpse of the Demon 10 elite corpses. After piecing together the identities of potential members of the 10 elite corpses, we find Vakir back in the Lyceum newspaper clubroom. His focus was intense, his gaze fixed on something, even as the chatter of the club buzzed in the background. Anna was addressing the first years. Her tone exasperated as she spoke about the string of troubling incidents in town. She revealed that she and Dolores had compiled a summary of all the cases happening within the academy itself. With their limited manpower, Anna urged the first years to step up and take on the responsibility of investigating these cases. Bianca and Tudor, meanwhile, were absorbed by the pile of reports on the table in front of them. Their worried expressions mirrored the tension in the room. Even Dolores, usually composed, seemed uneasy as she reviewed the information in her hands. Anna continued giving instructions, telling the new recruits to pick a case from the table, gather information, and write an article to bring back to the club. As the first years sifted through the papers, PG felt his nerves spike. This would be his first article since joining Lyceum, and the pressure was getting to him. Bianca, flipping through several reports, was overwhelmed by the sheer number of cases. She couldn't help but wonder what was happening in the capital to cause such chaos. The stack of reports detailed a variety of unsettling incidents. The terrorist forewarning. A warning that the river in Venetia, the capital city of rock, would be poisoned. Missing handsome theater actor. Mr. B, a famous actor, had disappeared after his latest play, with suspicions pointing to a stalker fan. A mysterious murder case. The head of a family had vanished under strange circumstances. The murder that shall not be named. A person set to be executed for attacking multiple people in the streets claimed innocence, insisting their face had been mysteriously altered. A rapid increase in missing people. Venetia was facing an alarming rise in disappearances, with no suspects in sight. Some speculated that the Nightblood Hound might be involved. Vakir, silent as ever, scanned the reports before finally selecting one. The report he chose detailed a missing person case within the academy. According to it, 3 students who were always seen together had vanished. Witnesses suggested they might have run away for love. But as Vakir read the report more closely, his demeanor changed. His bloodhound aura began to rupture, filling the room with an oppressive tension. His eyes glowed with fury as he fixated on the name of one of the missing students. He recognized him. This student was the very person he had been tracking the day before, a potential member of the 10 elite corpses. The scene shifts to the dead of night. Inside an unassuming building, a husband and wife lay in bed, the wife soundly asleep. But the husband was wide awake. Quietly, he rose from the bed, careful not to disturb her, and moved to sit in a chair by the window. It was here we saw the truth. His eyes weren't normal. They glowed green, a telltale sign of his connection to the Demon 10 elite corpses. Looking across the dimly lit room, he spoke, revealing that he wasn't alone. 4 figures stood before him, each one a subordinate of his. The man asked them if they had discovered anything about the masked vigilante who had been interfering with their plans. One of the subordinates, Ephibo, the same demon Vakir had fought in the previous nights, muttered his report. Another, Geronto, with fiery red hair, gave his own update. The third, HEV, clutched an enormous scissor-like weapon as he quietly relayed his findings. The last subordinate, Fido, stood silently, offering no words. It was then that the truth was revealed. The man wasn't just any member of the Demon 10 elite corpses, he was Dantalion, the 9th corpse. As Dantalion processed their reports, it became clear that none of them had seen the pandemic mask-wearing vigilante since their last encounter. This made one thing evident. The masked man was being far more cautious now. With a grim resolve, Dantalion transformed his hand into something truly grotesque. Eyes and noses sprouted from the flesh of his palm, an unsettling display of his demonic powers. He muttered that there was no other choice. They would need to widen their scope. In an instant, something shot out from Dantalion's mutated hand, striking each of his subordinates in the face simultaneously. Their features began to twist and morph, shifting into new identities that he had chosen for them. Once the transformation was complete, Dantalion issued his next command. He instructed his team to venture into brighter, more populated areas to find the masked vigilante. His tone was cold and calculating as he outlined the expanded plan. But just as he finished speaking, the door to the room creaked open. Standing there was his wife, now awake and visibly confused. She asked him what he was doing up so early and who the 4 strangers in the room were. For a moment, Dantalion said nothing, simply staring at her in silence before closing his eyes. When he finally spoke, his words were chilling. He admitted that he had wanted to admire her face, alive and untouched, for just a little longer. But now, with her discovering this scene, he had no choice. He gave a single command. In the blink of an eye, Fido appeared behind the wife, a blade pressed against her neck. She froze, the cold steel against her skin rendering her powerless. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized there was no escape. A sickening sound broke the silence, the unmistakable slice of flesh being cut. Blood pooled on the floor as she collapsed, unable to cry out. Silent tears streamed down her face, her life slipping away. Dantalion didn't even flinch. As though nothing had happened, he turned back to his subordinates and continued discussing their plans. He spoke of the ongoing delay in opening the gate, all caused by Andromalius's death. For Dantalion, the loss of his wife was just another necessary sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. Dantalion, still seated in his chair, began to change his face, his features twisting and morphing into something new. Frustration clear in his voice. He called the current situation annoying and ordered Ephibo to follow him. They had someone special to meet. As his transformation completed, Dantalion scratched his chin, his mind drifting to the thought of relieving some of his pent-up stress. The scene shifts to a new location, a place with an air of holiness. Dantalion, now dressed as a priest and wearing a cross around his neck, appeared with a sly smile on his demonic face. Standing before him was none other than Dolores, who eyed him warily. She wasn't in the mood for jokes, but Dantalion couldn't resist teasing her, calling her beauty captivating. Unamused, Dolores cut him off, addressing him as Sir Quilty. She reminded him that she hadn't come to chat or exchange pleasantries. Dantalion, or Quilty Luan Indulgentia, as he was known in this guise, brushed aside her sharp tone. With feigned concern, he remarked that her visits had grown scarce, saying he'd worried about her. Dolores explained she'd been busy, as recent murders and disappearances in the area demanded her attention. Dantalion smiled knowingly, fully aware that he was the one responsible for the chaos. But Dolores felt uneasy, her instincts warning her about the man before her. Quilty was the head of the Indulgentia family, a collateral bloodline of the powerful Quo Vadis family. The Indulgentia family managed critical resources like orphanages, monasteries, and hospitals. They also supported the controversial exemption system, which allowed the rich to erase their sins through hefty donations. To Dolores, this man reeked of deception. Leaning in closer, Dantalion asked why she'd come to see him. Dolores didn't hesitate. She wanted the exemption system abolished. Allowing sins to be pardoned through wealth alone, she argued, was unjust. Dantalion refuted her, claiming the system was a long-standing part of the church's doctrine. He even suggested that donating large sums of money was already a significant punishment. But Dolores stood her ground, arguing that true repentance required exposing one's sins and receiving appropriate punishment. Her words carried the weight of her conviction, bolstered by the holy light radiating behind her. Her final remarks struck a chord. The people affected by the exemption system cannot be saved. For a moment, Dantalion was speechless, his mouth slightly agape. But he quickly regained his composure, turning his back to her and suggesting she take her argument directly to her father, the church's cardinal. He then advised her to return to the academy, reminding her that students were volunteering here today and that it wouldn't be wise for them to see a dispute within the Quo Vadis family. Dolores reluctantly agreed, but promised to return to discuss the matter further. As she left, Dantalion's carefully maintained facade began to slip. His transformation leaked through, his face sprouting grotesque, multi-eyed features. A wicked grin spread across his face as his demonic instincts took over. He clenched his teeth so hard they bled, trying to resist the overwhelming urge to collect her face. To him, Dolores, the saintess, was the most exquisite prize he had ever seen. He resolved to wait until the world descended into chaos, where he could claim her face in its most despairing state. Trembling with anticipation, Dantalion prayed for his brethren to hasten the descent of darkness. The scene changes again, this time to Vakir standing before a large gate belonging to a grand building. Based on the report Cindy Wendy had given him, this orphanage was connected to the 10 elite corpses. By analyzing Andromalius's ledgers, they deduced this place held ties to the demons. Vakir's sharp eyes spotted the flag flying above the orphanage, marking it as Quo Vadis' family property. If demons had infiltrated the Iron Blood family and the Holy Divine family, it stood to reason they might be hiding among the Quo Vadis as well. The Night Bloodhound's recent activity had garnered much attention, so Vakir decided to use volunteering as an excuse to investigate further. But just as he was preparing himself, 3 familiar faces appeared at his side: PG, Tudor, and Sancho. Tudor threw an arm around Vakir, grinning as he declared how lucky Vakir was to have such loyal friends willing to volunteer with him. But Vakir wasn't feeling quite so lucky. Letting out a deep sigh, he muttered that he hadn't asked them to follow him. As a nervous sweat drop formed on his forehead, Vakir realized something. This day was about to get a lot more complicated. As the Academy's 10-day-long golden holiday kicks off, the holiday, created to celebrate the school's anniversary and the Easter of the Loon Church, offers students a chance to visit their families, spend time in the imperial capital, or simply relax and enjoy themselves. However, not everyone shares in the festivities. We return to the boys as they enter the orphanage for their volunteering assignment. Tudor's voice rang out loudly, teasing Vakir about how lucky he was to have friends like them tagging along, unlike the other students who were enjoying a well-deserved break. But their motives varied. Sancho thought it was smart to knock out his volunteer hours early. PG genuinely enjoyed helping out, and Tudor? Well, Tudor was just along for the ride. For Vakir, however, their presence felt like more of a burden than a blessing. As the group looked around, Tudor remarked on the sheer scale of the place. guessing it must be the Indulgentia orphanage. PG confirmed this, explaining that it was the largest orphanage in the imperial capital. He went on to share that its headmaster, Quilty Luan Indulgentia, was not only the founder of the Orphan Foundation, but also an external lecturer at the academy. Sancho, surprised, asked who this headmaster was. PG pointed to a nearby painting showing the man's portrait. He explained that Quilty was from the maternal side of the Quavades family and was a highly influential figure in the Loon Church. However, PG also revealed a key detail. There was notable tension between Quilty and the Saintess, Dolores, due to their opposing religious views. Hearing all this, Tudor groaned, not thrilled at the idea of getting dragged into any family feuds. Meanwhile, Vakir lingered at the back, deep in thought. The mention of the popular headmaster piqued his curiosity, and he decided to observe Quilty more closely during their stay. Soon, the group found themselves face-to-face with the church staff. A nun stood before them, children peeking nervously from behind her. With a warm smile, she welcomed the student volunteers and explained their task. For the next 10 days, the duration of the Golden Holiday, they would act as teachers to the orphanage's children. The nun encouraged them to care for the children with the heart of a parent, saying their kindness would leave an everlasting impression on the young ones. But as she spoke, the boys became visibly distracted, their attention fixed on something, or rather, someone nearby. Tudor broke the silence, asking why Bianca and Sinclair were also at the orphanage. The two girls approached, and Bianca was quick to take offense at Tudor's tone, responding with an annoyed grunt. She fired back, saying they were here to volunteer, just like them, and added that she should be the one questioning why they were there. Unfazed, Tudor gave her a smug reply. A hero doesn't need a reason to do good deeds. His response visibly irritated Bianca, who couldn't stand his hero complex, a classic trait of the Don Quixote family. While the two traded barbs, Vakir and PG were focused on someone else. Sinclair, the gray-haired girl, stood in front of them, her radiant smile and bright aura unmistakable. Sinclair, clearly happy to see Vakir, nervously approached him. With a slight stammer, she extended her hand, expressing her excitement at their unexpected reunion. She admitted it was a shame they hadn't spoken much before, but hoped they could get along over the next 10 days. Vakir hesitated at first, but eventually shook Sinclair's hand, echoing her sentiment that they'd get along over the next 10 days. Sinclair, however, reacted far more dramatically. She clutched her hand like a prized possession and vowed never to wash it again, basking in her newfound treasure. Meanwhile, PG leaned in close to Vakir and whispered some intriguing information. He revealed that he'd seen Sinclair earlier, speaking with the person in charge of assigning volunteers. According to PG, she had specifically requested to be placed at the same orphanage as Vakir. The supposed coincidence of her appearance here? Not so coincidental after all. Vakir mulled over PG's words, deciding that he should stay wary of Sinclair. Shifting his attention, he scanned the room, noticing something strange. The headmaster of the orphanage, Quilty Indulgentia, was notably absent. His suspicion grew, but before he could dwell on it, the nun announced it was time for the children to pick their teachers. At her words, the children burst forward with boundless energy. Tudor immediately scooped up 2 kids, overjoyed by their enthusiasm. Sancho was already giving piggyback rides to a group of giggling kids, while Bianca marveled at how cute they were. Even Sinclair was surrounded by children, captivating them with a funny story from a book. Vakir, however, was a stark contrast. Giving off what could only be described as Ohio skibbity riz, he stood in front of 3 children, asking for their names in his usual gruff tone. His stern demeanor left the kids trembling in fear, their eyes brimming with tears. Without a word, they turned tail and ran to PG for comfort. PG gently consoled the kids, then turned to Vakir with some advice. Try smiling a little. Stunned, Vakir realized how difficult talking to children could be. PG, Marin, and other sweet-natured individuals had always responded well to him, but this was a whole new challenge. As he mulled over the advice, something caught his eye, a small blonde-haired girl darting out of the venue. Vakir followed her and found her sitting alone by a pillar, her face marked by sadness and worry. He approached quietly, startling her with his sudden presence. Gently, he told her he also found crowded places overwhelming, adding that if he wasn't careful, people might misunderstand him. Then, he asked why she'd left the group, but the little girl turned her head away, refusing to answer. Vakir sighed, realizing his usual direct approach wasn't working. He remembered Ian's advice. Kids won't reply if you question them too bluntly. Smile and make it easier for them. Looking closer, Vakir noticed the name tag on the girl's chest. Kneeling down to her level, he softened his expression, smiled, and called her by name. Perry, right? The change in his demeanor caught her completely off guard. Her wide eyes and flushed cheeks hinted at her surprise. But instead of responding, she turned and ran off again. Vakir watched her go, wondering if he somehow looked scary even when smiling. As he contemplated this, a familiar voice spoke up beside him. It was Dolores, the saintess. She had seen everything and approached him with a knowing smile. Dolores reassured Vakir, saying the little girl didn't run because she disliked him. Then, with a hint of surprise in her voice, she admitted she hadn't realized he had such a kind side beneath his usual gruff exterior. Dolores explained to Vakir that Perry had suffered a deep emotional wound in the past, which led her to develop aphasia, a condition that affected her ability to speak. As a result, Perry had lost her voice entirely. Curious, Vakir asked what had happened to the little girl. Dolores admitted she didn't know all the details. Perry had been born in the orphanage and had spent all 13 years of her life there. Over time, countless volunteers had come and gone, initially approaching her with kindness. However, many quickly disappeared, their schedules pulling them away, leaving Perry behind. Dolores suspected that Perry had grown tired of forming attachments only to grieve when those people left, causing her to shut her heart off entirely. As Vakir reflected on Perry's heartbreaking story, a shiver suddenly ran down his spine. His body tensed, and sweat began to drip down his face. From the shadows, a third presence emerged, setting his instincts on high alert. Before Dolores could continue her request for Vakir to care for Perry, he moved swiftly, covering her mouth to silence her. In a flash, the two vanished from the hallway as two men entered the scene. One of the men, dressed in green, complained loudly to Quilty Indulgentia about how long it had been since they'd last met. Quilty, calm as ever, excused himself by explaining that the recent surge in face-to-face confessions had kept him busy. Standing beside him was Fido, a menacing presence who stood silently at his side. The man in green had a different purpose for being there. He stated his intention to purchase an exemption. Quilty, unfazed, asked how much time he needed pardoned. The man answered boldly, 1 billion gold's worth. The man revealed his crime. He had killed a barbarian slave he'd purchased after capturing them. While attempting to discipline the slave, he accidentally killed them. Quilty's curiosity was piqued. Even for a man of wealth, purchasing such a large exemption for the death of a single slave seemed excessive. But the man in green continued, revealing a darker truth. After killing the slave, he had been overcome with rage and, on his way back, burned down an entire village of slash-and-burn farmers. Unbeknownst to the two men, Vakir and Dolores were hiding nearby, with Vakir still covering her mouth. He quietly urged her to stay silent as his bloodhound senses activated. He focused intensely, his instincts recognizing something all too familiar. As his gaze locked onto Quilty and the man in green, Vakir caught the scent, the same one he had detected back at the academy. His mind raced, piecing the puzzle together. Meanwhile, the conversation between the two men continued, their tone casual as they discussed the atrocity. The man in green assured Quilty that 500 million of the gold was to justify his actions, while the other half was a gift to the god who would pardon him for his sins. Vakir's eyes narrowed. He now understood the depth of the darkness lurking in the shadows of this place. As Vakir focused on Quilty, his senses heightened. The distinct scent of an elite corpse was unmistakable, emanating strongly from the man standing before him. His suspicions were confirmed. Quilty wasn't just a powerful figure in the church. He was one of the 10 elite corpses. Quilty, maintaining his serene facade, reassured the man in green. As long as you make generous offerings, God will forgive your wrongdoings. His words were spoken with conviction, but to Vakir, they reeked of manipulation and deception. Meanwhile, Dolores grew increasingly uncomfortable with Vakir's sudden and forceful actions. She struggled against his grip, trying to free herself from his hold. Vakir, desperate to keep her quiet, silently begged her to stop moving. They were far too close to the enemy, and any noise could expose them. But Dolores wasn't one to sit idly by. Shifting her weight, she pushed back against Vakir, her frustration clear. She whispered sharply, demanding he let her go. Their silent struggle created a commotion, one subtle enough to draw attention, but impossible to contain. A shadow loomed over them. Ephibo, the silent and menacing subordinate at Quilty's side, appeared before them, his expression deadly serious. Vakir and Dolores froze as Ephibo appeared, spotting them hiding and listening to Quilty's conversation. The realization hit Vakir instantly. There was no escaping this. But as his mind raced, he noticed something peculiar. The smell coming from Ephibo was one he recognized immediately, the distinct presence of an elite corpse. Quilty, now aware of their presence, stepped out from the shadows with a smile. His tone was deceptively friendly as he greeted them, expressing delight at seeing the saintess herself. He teased Dolores, suggesting she might have a habit of hiding and eavesdropping. Then, with a sly grin, he implied something more scandalous. Or perhaps you were just enjoying some alone time with your fellow peer? Dolores' shock was evident. Being caught in such a compromising situation was bad enough, but hearing Quilty's playful accusations only added to her frustration. As she grappled with the implications, Quilty's attention turned to Vakir. Noticing Vakir's school uniform, Quilty deduced that he was one of the volunteers at the orphanage. His demonic eyes gleamed with a sickly green glow as he studied the young man more closely. At first, Vakir's glasses obscured his features, but when Quilty leaned in, he saw what he desired, a face of striking handsomeness. In his mind, the elite corpse's thoughts spiraled. Quilty coveted Vakir's face, considering it a high-grade addition to his grotesque collection. He imagined how perfectly it would fit into his prized category. But before he could indulge further in his twisted fantasies, his brother interrupted with a persistent cough, reminding Quilty that business awaited. Quilty, momentarily snapping out of his reverie, bid Dolores and Vakir farewell with an unsettling smile before leaving with his group. As they departed, Vakir stayed silent, his focus lingering on Ephibo. Dolores, however, was fuming. Her emotions boiled over as she thought about everything that had just happened. Not only had she witnessed Quilty and his brother openly discussing the purchase of exemptions, but she'd also been forced to endure their casual insults toward the god she devoted her life to, all while powerless to act. Finally, unable to contain her frustration, Dolores turned on Vakir. She shouted, demanding to know why he had dragged her behind the pillar, making it look like they were spying on Quilty and his brother. But as her anger rose, she stopped abruptly, alarmed by Vakir's demeanor. Despite everything that had just happened, Vakir was unervingly calm. With a soft tone, Vakir apologized for his sudden actions. His unexpected humility caught Dolores off guard. He assured her he would be more cautious in the future, his words calm and sincere. For a moment, Dolores was left speechless, unsure how to react to the composed apology from the usually gruff Vakir. As Vakir turned to leave, he told Dolores he'd spent too much time here and needed to return to his volunteer duties. Dolores, however, stood motionless, stunned. For the first time, she had seen a flash of anger in Vakir, something she didn't expect from his usually composed demeanor. From Vakir's meticulous research and observations, he had pieced together crucial details about Quilty Luan Indulgentia. Quilty stayed at the orphanage for 2 hours daily, during which he conducted his grim business, selling exemptions to nobles and merchants. Occasionally, he sent reports on investments and ledgers of sold exemptions to the Quo Vadis family. These were addressed to the head of the family, Cardinal Humbert Luan Quo Vadis, who also happened to be Dolores' father. Additionally, Quilty always traveled with an escort of 4 guards. Vakir had confirmed through his investigation that one of these guards was the masked figure he encountered during the orphanage explosion. The distinct smell they carried matched perfectly. This led Vakir to a chilling realization. The other 3 guards were likely just as dangerous as the masked man, with power comparable to high-ranking graduates. Vakir knew his next steps. To eliminate Quilty, he would first need to neutralize these 4 guards. The odds were heavily stacked against him, and attacking an elite corps and their powerful escorts simultaneously was out of the question. For now, he focused on formulating his plan. With the investigation and strategy settled in his mind, the scene shifted back to Vakir's friends, who watched him from a distance. PG, Tutor, and Sancho were baffled by what they saw. Vakir, quietly and diligently cleaning a massive pile of laundry by hand. There wasn't a washing machine in sight. Whispering among themselves, they wondered if Vakir had been pushing himself too hard. Seeing Vakir working so tirelessly, Sancho felt a pang of embarrassment. He had been planning to take it easy and only do the bare minimum to complete his volunteer hours. Tutor, on the other hand, was inspired. Watching Vakir's selflessness ignited something within him. The blonde-haired boy clenched his fist, vowing to work harder to become a true hero, just like Vakir. The three of them raised their fists in unison, shouting, "Everyone, follow Vakir." Their enthusiasm was infectious. Vakir, wiping sweat from his brow, couldn't help but think to himself how caught up he'd been in his thoughts. Since it was difficult for him to move freely during the day, he resolved to make the most of his time by completing all the orphanage's tasks with full effort. A few hours later, the children were gathered in the courtyard, playing an energetic game called Run Flat. While most kids laughed and cheered as they played on their teams, one girl sat alone, observing them from afar. It was Perry, who kept to herself, as always. Perry's gaze shifted as the sound of a ball hitting the ground caught her attention. A black ball bounced repeatedly next to her, and sitting there, with a faint smile on his face, was Vakir. He playfully spun the black ball in his hand, knowing it would capture Perry's curiosity. After all, even the most reserved children couldn't resist the allure of a bouncing ball. But this was no ordinary ball. It was the madam's egg, still unhatched. Vakir chuckled quietly to himself as he toyed with it. The egg's texture felt oddly pleasant in his hand, yet it remained as mysterious as ever. For a brief moment, Perry's eyes lit up, her attention fully drawn to Vakir and his black ball. Vakir had kept the madam's egg with him for emergencies, but he hadn't expected to use it like this. As he bounced the mysterious black orb in front of Perry, he noticed her becoming completely entranced by it. Soon enough, Perry was playing with the egg, a bright smile lighting up her face for the first time. Vakir silently celebrated. His plan had worked perfectly. As he watched Perry play, Sinclair approached from behind. Her voice broke the moment, calling out to Vakir and commenting on how kind he was. Sinclair made her intentions clear as she walked closer. She told Vakir that at first she thought he was a no-nonsense, stoic type of guy. But as she leaned in with a smile, she admitted she wanted to get closer to him. Despite being a year younger, she asked if it would be okay for her to speak more casually with him. Though Vakir gave her the bombastic side-eye, he eventually relented, telling her she could do as she wished. Sinclair's face lit up with joy at his approval. She enthusiastically declared that she would start calling him brother, but Vakir quickly shut that idea down, saying he found it uncomfortable. Undeterred, Sinclair giggled and promised to come up with a new nickname for him the next time they met. Vakir, keeping it short, simply nodded. As the two spoke, Perry continued playing with the madam's egg. But then, something unexpected happened. The egg began moving on its own, slipping out of Perry's grasp. It bounced away, heading straight for freedom. And before anyone could stop it, the egg escaped through a hole in the fence, landing in the dark and murky waters of the estuary. Perry stared in shock, her mouth wide open. Sinclair and Vakir rushed over, seeing where the egg had gone. Sinclair tried to comfort Perry, telling her it was impossible to retrieve it now that it had fallen into the estuary. Tears welled up in Perry's eyes as she looked to Vakir in a panic. Seeing her distress, Vakir knelt down and gently reassured her, telling her not to worry about the ball. But her trembling efforts to hold back her tears left Vakir conflicted. He hesitated for a moment, then began unbuckling his uniform. He had no choice now. He couldn't leave her like this. Meanwhile, Dolores was nearby, deeply sighing as she reflected on everything that had happened earlier. Her thoughts wandered to Vakir. At first, she hadn't thought highly of him. She viewed him as someone quick to judge the Nightblood Hound, and someone reckless enough to rack up so many demerits that he needed to do volunteer work to make up for it. But her perspective had started to shift after speaking with others. Tudor had excitedly told her that when the kitchen staff needed help, Vakir was the first to volunteer. Sancho, still wearing his cook's uniform, chimed in, saying that Vakir had not only been distributing food earlier, but had also gone out to fix the pipes when there was no hot water, despite not having eaten himself. PG mentioned that Vakir helped with the laundry, even fixing the pipes so they could boil water for cleaning. Bianca added that Vakir had spent time hanging clothes with her before heading off to prepare the gym for the children when they asked him to play. Hearing these accounts left Dolores confused. Everyone seemed to think so highly of Vakir, and it made her question her own judgment. She realized she had been entirely wrong about him. The prejudices she assumed Vakir held were, in fact, her own. It became clear to Dolores that Vakir had been considerate of her earlier, hiding her because he noticed Quilty approaching. With newfound clarity, Dolores decided it was time to find Vakir and apologize to him for her misguided view of him. Not long after, Dolores spotted Vakir standing near the fence with Sinclair and Perry. The three of them were peering into the murky waters of the estuary, searching for the lost ball. But then something unexpected happened. Dolores's confusion grew, and Sinclair's face turned a deep shade of red as she frantically tried to cover her eyes. Vakir had neatly placed his uniform and shoes beside the fence, leaving them perfectly arranged. With a single leap, he vaulted over the barrier and plunged into the dark, murky waters below. All three girls stood frozen, their expressions stunned as they watched him disappear into the estuary. Moments later, Vakir resurfaced, the ball clutched triumphantly in his hand. Covered head to toe in black water, he looked every bit like someone who had just conquered a daunting quest. As if on cue, the sun broke through the clouds, its golden rays shining down on Vakir. The light bathed him, amplifying his aura and making him seem almost otherworldly. A true main character moment. Turning toward the trio, Vakir held out the ball and spoke gently to Perry. Now, you don't need to feel sorry for losing it. His kind gesture left all three girls staring at him in disbelief. The sheer effort and care he showed in retrieving the ball had clearly struck a chord with each of them. But for Perry, the moment was especially significant. She gazed at Vakir, her eyes wide and locked onto him. Something inside her stirred. The sound of her heartbeat, silent for so long, began to echo once more. This chapter begins with the boys playing with the kids in the open field, passing around a ball like they were playing football. The laughter and energy were infectious as everyone ran and cheered under the warm sun. After a long, fun-filled session, the boys were left sweaty and exhausted. Tudor wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling as he commented on how unbelievable it was that today marked the final day of their volunteering. Sancho nodded in agreement, saying, "Time really flies when you're having fun." Realizing this was their last chance to spend time with the kids, the trio decided to go all out. They vowed to play until they had nothing left in the tank. Pumped up, they charged back into the field with renewed energy, determined to make the most of their final moments. Meanwhile, Vakir was seated beneath a tree, his usual spot, with Perry sitting quietly beside him. Her flushed face betrayed her nervousness as she peeked at him, holding a small bouquet of flowers in her hands. Perry's gaze lingered on Vakir, who seemed lost in thought, staring blankly into the distance. Gathering her courage, Perry moved closer to him. With a light toss, she placed a handmade flower crown on Vakir's head, catching him by surprise. He touched the crown, tilting his head in confusion as he wondered if it really was a flower crown. Before he could say anything, Perry shook her arms in the air, flustered but determined. Then, she took one of his hands in hers and began writing on his palm. Her silent message revealed her gratitude. Through her careful movements, Perry thanked Vakir for staying by her side throughout his time at the orphanage and for retrieving the ball she had lost in the estuary. Feeling the sincerity in her words, Vakir reassured her that it was nothing. He simply enjoyed sitting with her under the tree. Perry paused for a moment, her fingers hovering as she hesitated. Her expression turned shy and curious, but she continued writing on his palm. This time, her message was a question. "Can we meet again?" Vakir's mind flashed back to what Dolores had told him about Perry's past. Everyone who had grown close to her eventually stopped visiting, leaving her alone once again. He understood that her silence wasn't just a result of her condition. It was a defense mechanism, a way to shield herself from the pain of abandonment. Looking at her hopeful face, Vakir felt a pang of guilt. As someone constantly hunting demons, he lived with the reality that death could come for him at any moment. Making promises wasn't something he could do lightly. But as he gazed at this precious child, Vakir made a decision. He told Perry, "We'll meet again." Her eyes lit up with joy, her face brightening with the widest smile he had ever seen. Vakir then sincerely promised, "If there's a tomorrow for me, I'll come back." Those words filled Perry with hope. She carefully wrote her final message on his palm, calling him her older brother. Feeling the message, Vakir couldn't help but chuckle softly. With a gentle correction, he told her to call him Uncle instead. The scene shifts to the great hall of the Indulgentia orphanage, where Quilty stood before the gathered crowd. His words carried a heartfelt tone, and many of the attendees were moved to tears. He spoke of the children who had been separated from their parents and now called the orphanage home. Quilty praised the volunteers, saying that the time they had spent with the children was nothing short of priceless. Through their efforts, the children had experienced what it felt like to have a parent, helping to fill the void in their hearts. Continuing his speech, Quilty expressed his hope that the children would grow up to be great people, attributing their success to the care they had received. Wrapping up his address, he mentioned the love the children had given to the volunteers over the past 10 days and urged them to share that love with others. As he concluded, a staff member rolled out a massive donation box on wheels. PG, already emotional, burst into loud wails. Meanwhile, Vakir quietly observed the scene, noticing that Quilty had finally decided to show up on the very last day. Listening to Quilty's words, Vakir was appalled. Watching the demon speak about kindness with his twisted, demonic mouth left him seething inside. Quilty skillfully tugged at the volunteers' heartstrings, stirring feelings of gratitude and responsibility toward the children, all while angling for donations. Vakir's sharp eyes quickly noted the presence of all 4 bodyguards standing near Quilty. Ambushing him now would be far more complicated than he'd hoped. His slight grin betrayed the glow of his eyes as they briefly flickered red. The odds were against him, but Vakir couldn't let the demon continue his manipulations. The preparations were complete. Today, he would hunt the elite corpse. Volunteers lined up to donate, each offering generous amounts of gold coins. As the queue moved forward, Vakir stood apart from the group. Sinclair noticed and approached him, curious. "Why aren't you donating?" she asked. Vakir responded bluntly, "I don't have any money." Sinclair was surprised. An academy student without money? But Vakir's real reason was far more resolute. He had no intention of giving gold to a demon. Her attention shifted as she reminded him of something else. She had finally come up with a way to address him. She called him brother, which Vakir simply waved off, telling her to do as she pleased. Undeterred, Sinclair pressed him further, saying that as wealthy individuals, they should help the children. But Vakir's reply was cold and direct. Parents are unnecessary. He explained that while children might need help from their parents in their early years, ultimately, personal strength determines how they face the world. His words left Sinclair momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed on him with a mix of sadness and understanding. In response to his somber perspective, Sinclair took his hand. "Your life must have been hard," she said softly. She then offered him an open invitation. During the next break or public holiday, he was welcome to come to her house to eat and spend time with her family. Before leaving to rejoin the children, Sinclair urged Vakir to free up some time once their volunteering was done. As she walked away, Vakir stared at his hand, thinking about how strange Sinclair was. Her actions were unexpected, her kindness confusing. But what unsettled him more was her identity. Before his regression, Sinclair was the name she used as her academy disguise. In truth, she was the most extraordinary member of the Ice Corp, a name synonymous with excellence. She had ranked first in both theory and practicals for 4 consecutive years. Yet she vanished completely after graduation, never showing herself again. Vakir's gaze lingered where Sinclair had left, his thoughts swirling. After the donations were complete, Quilty addressed the volunteers again, announcing that it was now time for the children of the orphanage to give thanks to their parents for the love and care shown to them over the past 10 days. Tutor, tears streaming down his face, hugged the child he had cared for and made a heartfelt promise. "Until I become a great hero, I'll come here every week, and even after I do, I'll still visit you." Sancho knelt down before another child, his voice steady yet emotional. He reminded the boy of the northern belief that children are the future, telling him, "The Empire's future rests on your shoulders. Do well in life." PG, unable to hold back his emotions, wailed loudly. Surrounded by children, he promised them he would return, this time bringing plenty of delicious food to share. Even Bianca, who had maintained her composure all this time, felt tears prick her eyes as she gently held a little girl close. Reflecting on the past 10 days, she admitted to herself that the time felt both long and short. She couldn't believe how attached she had grown to the children. As the volunteers shared their farewells, Vakir stood apart from the group, silently observing. Glancing to his right, then his left, he spotted Dolores comforting the children by patting their heads. Quietly, Vakir approached her from behind, calling her name. Startled, Dolores spun around to face him, her cheeks instantly flushing red. The memory of him shirtless and drenched in dirty water after retrieving the ball from the estuary flashed through her mind. She wondered why that moment kept replaying in her head. Breaking the silence, Vakir told her he had a question about Perry. He asked if she had seen the girl lately. Thinking carefully, Dolores glanced around, realizing she hadn't noticed Perry among the group. She mentioned that the last time she'd seen her was earlier that morning. A wave of dread swept over Vakir as he pieced the situation together. Without wasting another second, He turned and hurried away, his urgency prompting Dolores to follow. As he rushed, Vakir's bloodhound senses activated. His gaze locked on a Quilty in the distance, who wore a sinister, demonic grin. That sight alone was enough to fully awaken the bloodhound within Vakir. His bloodlust burned in his glowing red eyes as he stared back at the demon. The city fell under the cover of night, with most of the volunteers fast asleep, their tearful goodbyes to the children leaving them emotionally drained. Vakir's bed, however, was empty. The scene shifts to another part of the orphanage, the fourth building of the children's dormitory. Inside, Quilty's 4 bodyguards were patrolling, their weapons at the ready. As they reached a specific area, they split up, each taking a separate path. The focus turns to Ephibo, who walked alone through a dimly lit hallway. Shadows seemed to stretch endlessly behind him, but soon, something emerged from the darkness, a bloodhound. Its glowing red eyes pierced the gloom, barely concealed beneath a mask. Sensing something amiss, Ephibo spun around, his weapon ready, but found nothing but the empty hallway behind him. As he stood still, trying to locate the disturbance, a voice spoke from the shadows ahead. "I have a question," the bloodhound growled. Before Ephibo could process the situation, Vakir appeared directly in front of him without a sound. His presence was suffocating. Vakir's question was sharp and direct. Where are the children locked up as food for the elite corpses? Ephibo didn't answer with words. Instead, he swung his massive mace in a deadly arc toward Vakir. But the attack never landed. In a split second, Vakir separated Ephibo's head from his body, the movement so fast it was almost imperceptible. Holding the severed head, Vakir muttered to himself, amused, asking questions to someone who can't talk. How funny. With that, Vakir unleashed his demonic sword, Belub. Its ominous energy radiated in the darkness. His voice, cold and resolute, echoed in the empty hall. "I don't have time to play. It's hunting time for the bloodhound." This chapter begins with Vakir holding the severed head of Ephibo, the undead bodyguard he defeated in the previous episode. But something strange was happening. Smoke began to seep from the head, billowing out of its mouth, ears, and every opening. Without warning, the head dropped from Vakir's grip and hit the ground. All that remained in his hand was the face mask Ephibo had worn during their first fight. Examining the mask closely, Vakir wondered if it was what allowed the undead to change their appearance and adopt fake faces. As the smoke cleared, Vakir bent down to inspect the head. He froze as recognition struck. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Pedro, the holy knight bodyguard of Dolores, whom Vakir had once fought alongside during the battle against the Red Death. But upon closer inspection, Vakir noticed a small mole near the corner of the face's eye, a detail that didn't match the Pedro he knew. Piecing it together, Vakir remembered a campfire conversation he'd shared with Pedro before his regression. Pedro had often spoken about his younger brother, who had vanished during isolation training. Now, looking at the lifeless form before him, Vakir realized the truth. Pedro's younger brother hadn't disappeared because of training. A demon had hunted him down and turned him into an undead. This revelation ignited a fire within Vakir. His eyes glowed crimson beneath his mask, burning with rage and determination. But before he could dwell on his thoughts, 2 more bodyguards stepped out of the darkness. One had long blonde hair, and the other was a short-haired boy. Both wielded dual blades, their stances sharp and battle-ready. Vakir couldn't help but wonder if these two were people he once knew. Without hesitation, Vakir lunged forward, his demonic blade, Beelzebub, radiating a crimson aura as he swung it toward them. The air trembled with his bloodhound aura, but the undead bodyguards vanished in an instant, evading his attack. Reappearing at his side, they retaliated with swift slashes, managing to land a grazing hit. Blood spilled into the air as the 3 clashed, their battle fierce and unrelenting. Explosions shook the area, and dust clouds engulfed the scene, making it impossible to see what was happening. The focus shifts to a quiet, sacred space. Dolores stood before a statue of a goddess, her hands clasped in prayer. Her voice, soft and reverent, recited, "Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us for our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Let us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." But speaking of temptation, Dolores's concentration wavered, unbidden. Her mind filled with images of a shirtless Vakir, drenched in water and illuminated by the sun's rays as he rescued Perry's ball from the estuary. Her cheeks flushed as the memory replayed itself, leaving her both flustered and confused. Dolores snapped out of her prayer, embarrassed and frustrated by her inability to focus. She scolded herself, trying to brush it off. "He's just a good junior," she muttered, attempting to convince herself. But the thought of Vakir and the enigmatic night bloodhound only left her more perplexed, her emotions a tangle she couldn't quite unravel. Her introspection was interrupted by a distant noise. Looking up, she spotted movement through the dust cloud lingering in the air. A figure emerged, shrouded in smoke and shadow. As the figure drew closer, her eyes widened. The pandemic mask was unmistakable. It was him, the Night Bloodhound. Dolores had been searching for the Night Bloodhound, but seeing him here in the orphanage left her utterly confused. What was he doing here? And why was he fighting against Quilty's bodyguards, who were storming at him with relentless fury? In the heat of the battle, Dolores couldn't help but shout his name. Her words caught Vakir's attention, and he turned to see her standing behind him. That split-second distraction proved costly. One of the bodyguards seized the moment to land a devastating blow, stabbing Vakir through the stomach. The impact sent him flying past Dolores, crashing to the ground unconscious. As the bodyguards approached to finish him off, Dolores made a bold choice. She stepped in front of Vakir, spreading her arms wide to shield him. Her voice, firm and commanding, told them to stop. Though she didn't fully understand the situation, Dolores wanted to speak to them, to resolve the conflict without more bloodshed. But the bodyguards ignored her completely. Instead, they raised their weapons, preparing to strike her down. Dolores didn't run. She stood her ground, confident in her decision to protect the Night Bloodhound. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for the incoming attack. But then, she heard his voice. "Move aside," the Night Bloodhound growled. In an instant, Vakir was back on his feet. Somehow, he had already healed from his wound. In a blur, he blocked the incoming strikes, using Beelzebub to parry one weapon while using his arm as a shield against another. Dolores opened her eyes to see Vakir standing in front of her, taking the hits and saving her life. Relief washed over her, but it quickly turned to panic as she noticed a blade embedded in his arm. Beneath his pandemic mask, Vakir's eyes glowed blood red, signaling his killer mode. In a chillingly calm tone, he reassured Dolores. "Everything will be all right." Fueled by bloodlust and pain, Vakir retaliated with a furious barrage of strikes. His attack shattered the blade of the long-haired bodyguard, splintering it into pieces right before the undead's face. Before the bodyguard could react, Vakir plunged Beelzebub deep into his throat, slicing and tearing it apart as blood poured out like a flood. The remaining bodyguard wasted no time, attempting to strike Vakir while believing his only weapon was stuck in his companion's lifeless body. But that assumption was a fatal mistake. With a surge of bloodhound aura, Vakir charged Beelzebub, effortlessly slicing through the second bodyguard's neck in a single swing. Turning with terrifying precision, he decapitated the final attacker in one swift motion. "Get wrecked, son!" Blood splattered everywhere as the lifeless bodies of the undead guards collapsed at Vakir's feet. Dolores stood frozen, her body trembling at what she had just witnessed. The precision, brutality, and sheer force of the Night Bloodhound left her shaken. Vakir, now covered in blood, stared at the corpses before him, his breathing steady as if unfazed. Dolores snapped back to reality, shouting at him in concern. "Are you all right? We need to treat your arm." But Vakir brushed off her worries. "Don't concern yourself," he replied calmly. Beneath his mask, he glanced at her, quietly surprised. Why was the Sanus here so late at night? Sensing the brief lull in the chaos, Dolores questioned him, her voice tinged with confusion. "Why do the bodyguards attack me? They should know who I am." Instead of answering directly, Vakir pointed to one of the bodyguards' heads. Dolores' stomach churned as she watched the head begin to melt, smoke billowing from every opening. The sight was grotesque, and she covered her mouth to keep herself from retching. Vakir spoke coldly, explaining that Quilty's bodyguards were undead, their faces stolen from other people. Dolores was stunned by this revelation. The thought that people associated with the Quavati's family could be turned into monsters was almost too much to bear. "Why is this happening?" she asked, her voice trembling. The Night Bloodhound's reply was pointed and unsettling. "You should know the truth more than anyone else in the world." Those words hit Dolores like a bolt of lightning. The Sanus began piecing together the horrifying truth about Quilty. As the melting faces of the bodyguards revealed their true forms, the masks they wore transformed into the same type as Ephebos. Vakir examined the masks closely, his eyes narrowing as he recognized one of the stolen faces. It belonged to Staffordshire Baskerville, a member of the Pitbull Order. Staffordshire had once followed Vakir during his visit to the Moor clan. Memories began flooding back. Vakir recalled that Staffordshire had disappeared in the forest during his isolation training, but had managed to avoid expulsion thanks to Adolf Morg's defense. Instead, Staffordshire had voluntarily continued his isolation training. The realization infuriated Vakir. A pattern was forming, a disturbing connection between the undead and their stolen faces. Turning to the other bodyguard, Vakir noticed a tattoo near its collarbone. The symbol suggested this one was originally from the Don Quixote family. His thoughts drifted to Set, another individual who had vanished under the guise of isolation training. It finally clicked. Prestigious families, isolation training, and the mysterious disappearances all pointed to a chilling possibility. Vakir recalled the triplets from the Morg clan, who had told him they were preparing for their own isolation training. He also remembered Camus, who had left isolation to join the Hall of Darkness and devote herself to magic research. The pieces fell into place. The key to these disappearances was isolation training, a cover for something far more sinister. But before Vakir could fully process his theory, an ominous figure emerged. Fire magic danced in their wrapped hand, glowing ominously in the night. Before he could react, a massive explosion erupted in front of Vakir and Dolores, consuming everything in its path with roaring flames. More explosions followed, tearing through the area and leaving destruction in their wake. Amidst the chaos, Vakir acted on instinct. Using his cape as a shield, he protected Dolores from the fiery blasts. When the flames subsided enough to see, both Vakir and Dolores froze in alarm. A figure walked slowly through the blazing inferno, a red-haired woman. The last of Quilty's bodyguards had finally revealed herself, and she was someone Vakir recognized all too well. The sight of her hair stirred memories in Vakir's mind. It was Camus, the woman who had once wanted to marry him. But now, she stood before him with cold, focused eyes and a deadly intent. Raising her hand, Camus began casting another fire spell, the heat from her magic distorting the air around her. Her target was clear, Vakir. The aftermath of the fiery battle set the stage for another tense confrontation. Flames crackled and surrounded the area, casting a haunting glow on the undead woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Camus. She pointed her hand at Vakir, her fire magic still swirling with lethal intensity. Despite the heat radiating from the inferno, it couldn't compare to the warmth spreading across Dolores's flushed face. She stared at Vakir, her heart racing as she realized the night bloodhound had protected her yet again. Shaking herself free from her thoughts, she snapped back to reality. Looking ahead, Dolores focused on the battle. She noted something strange. The attacks weren't only aimed at Vakir, but at her as well. Sensing the malice behind the strikes, she turned to the night bloodhound and asked if the red-haired woman was an undead, like the other bodyguards. Vakir's response was careful, but blunt. There's a chance she might be. Dolores's thoughts raced as she tried to recall more details about the woman's connection to Quilty. When Vakir asked when the Camus look-alike had joined, Dolores revealed that it had been a recent addition to Quilty's circle. Taking a moment to process everything, Dolores clasped her hands in a prayer stance. She declared her resolve to help, stating that as a servant of God, she couldn't stand idly by if their opponent truly was an undead. Offering her support, she pledged to stand alongside Vakir in the fight. But the Night Bloodhound wasn't one to rely on others. Turning down her offer, Vakir told Dolores to stand back. This fight was his. Hoping to provide at least some assistance, Dolores offered to cast healing magic on him. But Vakir declined once more, cutting off her protest before she could argue further. Their attention snapped back to the enemy as the undead woman began casting another spell. Sparks ignited in her palm, and soon, multiple fire lances materialized, hovering in the air like deadly projectiles. Without hesitation, she launched them toward Vakir. Walking straight into the barrage, Vakir showed no fear. With swift, precise movements, he slashed the incoming lances apart, sending their remnants flying into the air where they exploded harmlessly. Yet he didn't falter. His focus remained locked on the undead woman. Even as fire magic erupted around him, Vakir's mind was elsewhere. All he could see was a young woman with long, straight red hair, casting magic that resembled 6th class level, a combination of steel and fire magic. It was rare for someone so young to wield this level of power, even among prestigious families like the Moore clan. The undead woman summoned another wave of steel lances, each glinting ominously in the firelight. She aimed and fired them with lethal precision. But this time, Vakir didn't cut them down. Instead, he allowed the attacks to strike him directly. A fiery explosion engulfed him. But when the flames cleared, Vakir emerged unscathed. His movements were deliberate and unyielding. Catching one of the lances in his hand, he continued his slow march toward her. Ignoring the attacks, Vakir allowed the lances to hit him. Some slashed his shoulders, while one tore pieces from his left side. Yet he pressed forward, unfazed, his determination burning brighter than the fire surrounding him. Watching from a distance, Dolores was both horrified and bewildered. She noticed that the night bloodhound was deliberately taking the hits. Why? She wondered. Was it because he recognized the undead woman? Did he know her true identity? And more importantly, what kind of relationship did the night bloodhound have with his fiery opponent? Even in the face of death, Vakir didn't stop. Vakir continued his slow march toward the undead woman, making no effort to defend himself. Each step brought him closer, but it also pulled his thoughts into the past. Flashes of memory filled his mind. Before he regressed, Vakir recalled the close bond Camus Morgue shared with her uncle, Adolphe Morgue. She wouldn't have left the family registry and joined the Hall of Darkness for isolation training so easily. As more memories of their childhood surfaced, regret began to weigh heavily on him. He thought of their conversations, their shared moments, and the trust they'd built. Vakir deeply regretted involving her in his plans after his regression. Camus' once bright future as a hero was now in question, and the guilt of his actions clawed at him. Finally, standing face to face with the undead version of Camus, Vakir's mind reeled. He asked himself, "What have I done to cause this?" Sensing an opportunity while Vakir appeared distracted, the undead woman began casting another flame spell in her hand. But Vakir was faster. He grabbed her wrist, forcing her arm down to stop the spell from reaching him. In one swift motion, his other hand reached for her face. He ripped the mask away, determined to confirm the truth behind his worst fear. From a distance, Dolores gasped, her mouth hanging open in shock as the mask was torn from the undead's face. Even beneath his pandemic mask, Vakir's reaction was visibly shaken. Whatever he saw had rattled him to his core. The undead woman, however, wasn't finished. Even without her mask, she began casting another flame spell, aiming to unleash it point-blank at Vakir. Without hesitation, Vakir drew Beelzebub and swung with precision, severing her head in one clean strike. The flames surrounding them flickered and died as the undead's head fell to the ground with a sickening thud. The battle was over. The lifeless body of the undead woman crumpled to the ground, no longer a threat. As the tension lifted, Vakir finally dropped to his knees, the pain from his injuries overwhelming him. His body trembled under the weight of the attacks he had endured without defending himself. Seeing his condition, Dolores rushed to his side. Blood seeped from his wounds, his body battered and broken from the relentless assault. She quickly cast her holy healing magic, the radiant light enveloping him as his injuries slowly began to mend. As the two of them stared at the lifeless body of the undead, Dolores broke the silence. Her voice was soft, but filled with curiosity. "Do you know who she was?" Vakir remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the ground. Beneath his mask, he carefully considered his answer. Finally, he spoke, his voice steady. "No, I don't know who this undead was." Dolores sighed in relief. "Thank the goddess." With most of his injuries healed, Vakir stood up slowly, wincing as he steadied himself. He turned to Dolores and assured her, "You've done enough. I'm fine now." But Dolores wasn't convinced. She tried to argue, pointing out that he hadn't fully healed yet. Her concern was clear, but seeing his determination, she chose not to push further. Instead, her expression grew serious as she asked, "Why? Why do you fight to the point of putting yourself in this state? Are you willing to tell me the truth?" Vakir paused briefly before answering Dolores' question. With calm resolve, he revealed the truth. "I'm demon hunting." Dolores stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock as Vakir admitted this was his personal vendetta. Moving past her reaction, he walked over to pick up the mask worn by the undead woman. Holding it in his hand, Vakir inspected it closely, sensing the strong demonic energy emanating from it. It became clear The masks the guards had been wearing were the source of the dark energy. Now that he had collected all 4 masks, Vakir prepared to deal with them. But before he could act, a strange voice interrupted. "Hey, give me the relic," it snarled. Vakir and Dolores both turned sharply, searching for the source of the voice. To their horror, a grotesque mouth had appeared on the stomach of the undead corpse Vakir had just slain. The mouth spoke with an unnerving calm, mentioning names: Ibua, Hebua, and Geronto, the guards Vakir had recently defeated. The voice claimed to have borrowed them from a certain woman who was likely furious about their demise. Dolores, still in shock, could barely process the sight of the mouth on the undead corpse. Meanwhile, it continued talking, questioning Vakir. "Are you the one attacking the branches under my jurisdiction lately?" Vakir didn't flinch. "You already know the answer to that," he replied coldly. He then took it a step further, exposing the voice's true identity. "You're Quilty," he declared. Hearing this, Dolores gasped as the pieces finally clicked into place. The voice belonged to Quilty Lewin Indulgentia, the very man who had been hiding in plain sight as the orphanage headmaster. Quilty chuckled, seemingly unfazed by his exposure. Instead of fear, he exuded amusement. "Caught by the saintess herself? Huh," he said mockingly. "No matter. This just makes things more exciting." Quilty revealed that now that his true nature had been exposed, he would abandon his identity as Quilty. However, since Dolores knew the truth, she had made herself his next target. With her newfound awareness, he no longer had a reason to avoid laying his hands on her. Dolores began trembling as the realization sank in. Quilty was a demon. Her fear and disbelief only fueled Quilty's amusement. He grinned wickedly, hoping her expression would turn into one of despair when he claimed her face for his collection. But then, the atmosphere shifted. A golden aura began to glow around Dolores as she clasped her hands in prayer. Her trembling stopped, replaced by unyielding courage. Her voice rang out strong and clear. "The light of my life, the fire of my existence, and my sin in my soul, I will make those who are wicked feel the weight of their karma twofold." With a final cry of holy light, a massive pillar of divine energy descended from the heavens, engulfing Quilty in blinding brilliance. Quilty's screams of agony echoed through the air as the holy power burned him away. His cries grew weaker until the light faded, leaving only a pile of blackened ash where the undead corpse had once stood. Dolores stood tall, her voice filled with righteous defiance. "Reflect in the afterlife, you demon." But as she uttered those words, a sinister image flickered in the shadows, a figure licking his lips with dark delight. Before Vakir or Dolores could react, a powerful green energy blast tore through Vakir's body, sending him reeling. The attack was so swift that even Vakir couldn't defend himself in time. As Vakir collapsed, Dolores knelt beside him, trying to help. Her eyes darted up to see the attacker emerge from the shadows. It was Quilty, this time in his true demonic form. Quilty strolled forward with a mocking grin, licking his lips as he taunted Dolores. "Interrupting me with that prayer? Such bad manners, Sanus." Seeing Vakir injured, Dolores positioned herself between him and Quilty, using her body as a shield. Her voice, sharp and unwavering, lashed out at the demon. "How dare you wear the cloak of a saint while committing such wickedness?" Quilty's grin only widened as he faced Dolores's defiance. Quilty's gaze lingered on Dolores, his twisted smile never fading. When she accused him of his wicked actions, he simply shrugged, his tone dripping with mockery. "I did what any demon would do," he said before leaning closer. "But tell me, Sanus, do you really think you can fight me?" Dolores's voice trembled as she stuttered out a reply. "Yes, I'm going to fight you." Her defiance only seemed to amuse Quilty. Laughing darkly, he gestured to her and Vakir. "Do you honestly believe that an inexperienced and immature saintess, paired with a swordsman on the brink of death, could stand a chance against me? I am an elite corpse." Quilty reached out and touched Dolores's face, sending a chill down her spine. His demonic eyes studied her intently, savoring the fear hidden beneath her facade. "You're forcing yourself to act strong," he sneered. "But I can see it, the fear dripping from your expression." With a sickening grin, saliva began to drip from Quilty's mouth as he reveled in her vulnerability. His gaze fixated on her face, the one he had desired for so long. "It's right here in my hands," he murmured, his voice trembling with wicked delight. But in an instant, his fantasy was shattered. From beneath his chin, A blade pierced through his skull with brutal precision. Beelzebub had struck. Quilty's expression froze in confusion as Dolores turned in shock. The voice of the night bloodhound cut through the tension. "You really thought you had me, didn't you?" Vakir stood behind Quilty, his mask hiding a smirk. He revealed that he had been tracking Quilty for some time, carefully observing the demon's behavior. "You taught me a few things, Quilty," Vakir began. "First, you're a coward who sacrifices your subordinates without a second thought. Second, you never fight for yourself. And third," Vakir's voice sharpened, "you wouldn't reveal your true form unless you thought your opponent was too injured to resist." Vakir explained that he had staged everything. The surprise attack that seemed to leave him mortally wounded, it was all an act. He had healed the injury long ago, knowing it would lure Quilty out. The blade embedded in Quilty's head glinted in the firelight as his eyes rolled back, blood seeping from the wound. But even in this state, the demon began to chuckle, his laughter growing louder and more menacing. Quilty's bright green, demonic eyes snapped back into focus, his voice dripping with malice. "Call me Dantalion," he hissed, casting aside his former identity. Mocking Vakir, he added, "You damned method-acting brat." Dolores was frozen in shock, her wide eyes reflecting the horrifying reality in front of her. Even after having Beelzebub driven straight through his skull, Dantalion, the elite corpse, was still speaking as if nothing had happened. Vakir, holding the demon by its head, couldn't hide his surprise either. The strength of an elite corpse was far beyond what he had anticipated. The title wasn't just for show. Dantalion, seemingly unfazed by the blade in his skull, turned his glowing green eyes toward Vakir. Recognizing him, the demon smirked. "So, you're the one who killed Andromalius," he sneered, referring to the elite corpse who had infiltrated the Baskerville family. With his clergyman face damaged, Dantalion decided to reveal another one of his masks. As the flesh on his head twisted and peeled, a new face emerged, a woman's this time. Laughing wickedly, Dantalion explained his macabre ability. "I collect faces," he boasted. "When I take a face, I also gain its memories and life. It lets me play the innocent perfectly." Mocking Vakir, the demon declared, "You didn't kill Quilty Linindulgentia. He was just one of the many faces I own. Unless you destroy every face I've collected, you'll never truly kill me." Vakir's response was immediate. Without hesitation, he leapt toward the demon. "Then I'll kill every last one of them," he growled, plunging Beelzebub into the demon's stomach. But something strange happened as his blade pierced the body. The woman whose body Dantalion had stolen seemed to regain control. Tears streamed down her face as she begged Vakir for help. Blood filled her mouth, her voice desperate. "Please save me. I don't want to die." Her pleading was cut short as the possessed body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Before Dolores or Vakir could react, the sound of ripping flesh filled the air. A new figure emerged, tearing itself free from the dead woman's corpse. This time it was a man. The man looked around, bewildered. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Where am I? The last thing I remember, I was buying meat pies for my daughter." Before he could finish, Vakir ended his confusion and his life with a swift decapitation. The man's head hit the ground with a sickening thud. "You're too arrogant," Vakir said coldly. Another figure appeared almost instantly, this time taking the form of a crying boy. His tear-streaked face reflected in the lenses of Vakir's mask. The child's voice was high-pitched and trembling. "Why are you being so mean? I didn't do anything wrong," he wailed, rubbing his eyes as he staggered closer to Vakir. "Why are you bullying me?" But Vakir didn't flinch. He wasn't swayed by the boy's cries or the innocent act. "Stop pretending," he said flatly. The memories of Andromalius flashed in Vakir's mind, a demon who had once tried similar tricks, changing faces and voices to mimic his victims. But Vakir had long since steeled himself against such deceptions. Seeing that his charade wasn't working, Dantalion finally dropped the act. His true demonic form emerged once more, and he grinned wickedly. "You're a stone-cold killer, aren't you?" he taunted. But the demon wasn't done yet. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Dantalion raised a clawed hand. His finger began to morph, elongating into something sharp. Before Vakir could react, something shot out, striking his wrist. Startled, Vakir looked down. A strange piece of Dantalion had attached itself to him, embedding into his flesh. The demon's voice, now coming from the face of a young boy, was laced with dark amusement. "A little present," he said, smirking. "From me to you." As Dantalion's current body was hurled backward by Vakir's strike, it began to twist and morph midair. The grotesque transformation continued until the demon landed, now inhabiting a new, horrifying form. Dantalion turned toward Vakir, laughter erupting from his grotesque figure, now covered with even more eyes and mouths on his face and hands. But something was wrong. Vakir's vision blurred, and an overwhelming wave of pain and nausea swept over him. Kneeling to the ground, he gritted his teeth, his breathing labored. Dolores watched from behind, concern etched across her face. Dantalion's laugh grew louder. With malicious glee, he revealed the source of Vakir's torment. The demon had planted a cursed face on Vakir's wrist moments ago. That face, Dantalion hissed, belongs to someone who lived a life of paranoia and schizophrenia, someone who killed his own precious family. The demon explained that the face was forcing its memories and emotions into Vakir, merging them with his own. How does it feel? Dantalion taunted. To have your memories clash with trauma so dark that it could tear your mind apart. Dantalion's plan was simple. Overwhelm Vakir's consciousness until it collapsed. But what happened next left even the demon stunned. Dolores gasped, covering her mouth in shock as Vakir, without hesitation, raised his blade and sliced off his own arm. The bloodied limb hit the ground, along with the cursed face that had been tormenting him. Dolores rushed forward, her voice trembling as she called out to Vakir in concern. But before she could say anything, Vakir's arm began to regenerate right before her eyes. The fresh, unblemished limb replaced the severed one as if nothing had happened. I'm fine, Vakir reassured her, his voice calm as he flexed his newly healed arm. Turning to Dantalion, he added, I'm not your average human. The demon's laughter ceased as he narrowed his many eyes, staring intently at Vakir. The realization struck him. This was no ordinary hunter. Dantalion's gaze shifted to the weapon in Vakir's hand, and his demonic grin faltered. The blade exuded dark, ominous energy. Beelzebub, Dantalion muttered. A demonic blade, and you wield it like a graduate of the highest grade. The demon now understood why Andromalius had fallen to Vakir. You're not going to be easy to kill, Dantalion admitted, his twisted mind already concocting another plan. His grotesque hand began to morph once more, transforming into something even more sinister. With a grin, Dantalion pointed a sharpened finger, not at Vakir, but at Dolores. The attack shot out at lightning speed, aimed straight for the Saintess. But Vakir was faster. In a blur, he stepped in front of Dolores, deflecting the attack just in time. Dantalion's smile widened, his plan coming into focus. So predictable, the demon sneered. The Night Bloodhound has a weakness. Realizing the advantage he had, Dantalion began launching a flurry of attacks, all aimed at Dolores. Each time, Vakir stepped in to block or deflect the strikes, his movements precise but strained. Dolores, seeing the effort it took to protect her, pleaded with him. Don't worry about me. Focus on the fight. But Vakir didn't waver. I can't let anything happen to you, he replied, his voice steady. To Vakir, Dolores wasn't just a comrade. She was the hero's pillar, an essential part of the battle against the demons. Losing her wasn't an option. As Dolores watched Vakir fighting alone, she couldn't help but feel a crushing sense of helplessness. In both his previous and future life, the Night Bloodhound had always fought alone, carrying the burden of countless battles. Would he always bear that weight without anyone by his side? Gripping her trembling hands together, Dolores knew she had to solidify her resolve. She was terrified, shaking so badly that it felt impossible to act. But despite her fear, she made the decision to jump into the fight and stand alongside him. Summoning her courage, Dolores began to cast holy light once more. The sacred energy began to illuminate her surroundings. But her concentration was shattered when a grotesque piece of Dantalion's body was hurled right in front of her. The pile of flesh, grotesquely writhing with eyes and mouths, began to speak. Sister, it whispered, its voice a haunting echo of Quilty's. Dolores froze in place as the horrifying image of Quilty's face appeared in her mind. Her hard-fought courage crumbled, replaced by a paralyzing fear. Panic overtook her, leaving her unable to continue her spell or even move. Meanwhile, Dantalion's laughter filled the battlefield as he mocked Vakir. His grotesque form shifted again, his arms transforming into tentacles covered in ghostly, wailing faces. With a sinister grin, the demon taunted, transplanting one human into another body is already agonizing. But what do you think happens when hundreds of humans are forced into one body? The tentacles, filled with the souls and memories of Dantalion's countless victims, slithered toward Vakir like an unending tide. Bracing himself for the onslaught, Vakir stood firm. His voice was cold and resolute. Then I'll cut down every single one of them. And that's exactly what he did. With Beelzebub in hand, Vakir began slicing through the grotesque tentacles, severing them one after another without pause. His blade moved like lightning, cutting down the endless wave of faces that sought to consume him. Dantalion watched in wicked amusement, impressed but still mocking. How long can you keep this up, Nightblood Hound? Thousands of faces. Will you slice them all? But Vakir ignored the taunts, focusing solely on his relentless task. Face after face fell to his blade, each one a reflection of a life stolen by Dantalion's cruelty. But then something stopped Vakir in his tracks. In the midst of the swarm, a face appeared, one that Vakir recognized instantly. Memories flooded his mind of his time volunteering at the orphanage. The precious days he had spent with a young orphan, her shy smile and gentle demeanor. The face he had just cut down belonged to Perry. The realization sent a jolt of fear through him, one of the rare moments where Vakir felt the weight of dread. He hesitated, his movements faltering as the horrific truth settled in. That single moment of doubt was all Dantalion needed. The unending swarm of faces consumed Vakir, their grotesque forms piling on top of him. The light of the night bloodhound was slowly extinguished, buried beneath the crushing horde of Dantalion's victims. After losing focus during the battle, Vakir was consumed by Dantalion's skill, swallowed into the depths of the demon's twisted power. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself alone in a place far removed from the battlefield. The surroundings were dark and eerie, the air heavy with an ominous presence. But despite the overwhelming atmosphere, Vakir's expression wasn't one of despair. Instead, his face radiated confidence, his resolve unshaken. The demon would die by his hand, no matter where he was. Looking ahead, Vakir noticed rows upon rows of people seated neatly on the ground, their heads bowed and their faces obscured. The place resembled a massive sewage system, with dark water flowing endlessly past the seated figures. They didn't move. They didn't flinch. They seemed utterly unbothered by the flowing waters or their surroundings. Taking in the unsettling sight, Vakir began to piece together where he was. Recalling how he had been consumed by Dantalion's power, he realized he must be trapped within the demon's skill, a world constructed from the elite corpse's twisted magic. But as he continued to survey the endless rows of people, a single bead of sweat rolled down the side of Vakir's face. He felt a chill run through him. These weren't just ordinary people. They were the victims Dantalion had devoured. Their silence and stillness were haunting. But before Vakir could take another step, a sharp, agonizing pain surged through his body. His veins bulged, dark and pulsating, as purple mist began to rise from the water surrounding him. The mist clung to his legs, crawling upwards and spreading over his entire body. The water in the sewage system began to rush faster and more violently, reflecting the chaos invading his body. Vakir's breathing grew heavier as he recognized this sickening sensation. It was the same foul feeling he had experienced when Dantalion's cursed face had been planted on his wrist. He gritted his teeth, knowing exactly what the purple mist represented. It was the traumas of the people sitting before him, flooding into his body like an unstoppable tide. From the front row of the seated figures, a young boy's voice broke the silence. "It hurts. Please make it stop." The boy's face was missing, replaced with a hollow void that amplified his sorrow. Hearing the boy's pleas, Vakir knelt down and placed a comforting hand on the boy's head. Despite the endless wave of pain coursing through his body, Vakir's actions were steady, his resolve unbroken. As he comforted the boy, Vakir's mind drifted back to the battle and the horrifying moment when he had seen Perry's face among the horde of Dantalion's victims. If all the people consumed by Dantalion were here, sitting in this endless, nightmarish void, then Perry's body must be here too. The voices of the trapped souls began to rise. "I'm scared. I can't take it anymore. Please, just let me die." Their cries filled the air, a cacophony of despair that bore the weight of their suffering. Some had lost hope entirely, while others begged for release from their torment. Vakir remained steadfast, determined to find Perry among the sea of broken souls. But nearby, Dolores was witnessing the same horrifying scene. She stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. The endless voices of pain overwhelmed her. Each cry pierced her heart, and the sight of the tormented spirits, the vindictive souls consumed by Dantalion, was too much to bear. Her legs gave out beneath her as she collapsed to her knees, trembling. The full weight of Dantalion's evil was now clear to her. This wasn't just a battle against a demon. It was a fight to free countless innocent souls trapped in an endless nightmare. The tension escalated when Dolores spoke Vakir's name, drawing out the elite demon from the shadows. Dantalion appeared right behind her, his twisted voice cutting through the despair-filled air. "What do you think of the scene before you?" he asked mockingly, gesturing toward the endless rows of seated souls. The demon revealed that these people were the collected souls of those he had devoured, each one representing a life consumed by his cruelty. In his true demonic form, Dantalion was a horrifying sight to behold. His body was white, glowing with an unnatural aura, and his face bore 4 tentacle-like extensions adorned with grotesque eyes and mouths split down the middle. His piercing green eyes gleamed with malice as he smiled widely, clearly relishing the terror his presence inspired. "I've been selective," Dantalion declared smugly. "I don't want to eat ugly humans." As the sounds of weeping and despair filled the air, the demon's grin widened. He leaned closer to Dolores, asking if their cries resonated in her heart as they did in his twisted pleasure evident in every word. The scene only grew darker as more information about Dantalion's monstrous nature was revealed. Risk rating, S+. Natural enemy of humans. Invulnerable and immortal. One of the 10 disasters. Discovered deep underground at the Gate of the Fall, Dantalion had long been a nightmare to humanity. Summoning her courage, Dolores finally spoke out, her voice trembling with anger. She confronted the demon, demanding how he could commit such vile sins, especially against the children from the orphanage. But Dantalion shrugged off her accusations with chilling indifference. "Sins," he scoffed. "Why would I justify my need to eat? Food doesn't require an excuse." Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a glowing holy paper, the exemption from sins. Waving it mockingly in front of Dolores, the demon laughed. "See this? It says I have no sins. Humans gave me this." His grin widened as he marveled at the absurdity of humanity's system, where sins could be sold and forgiven for money. Even demons, he said, couldn't have dreamed up such a thrilling concept. He continued, explaining his twisted logic. By using the orphanage as a source for food, he had created a perfect supply and demand system. "If I have a sin," he said with pride, "it's that I learned too well from humans." But his mockery didn't stop there. Leaning close to Dolores, Dantalion whispered venomous words into her ear. He called her weak and useless, accusing her of being a burden to everyone around her. "You're only here because of your divinity," he sneered. "Without it, you're nothing." Then, with sadistic glee, he revealed his true triumph. "It's because of you that I managed to trap the Night Bloodhound here. You're his Achilles' heel, Saintus." Dolores' heart sank as his words pierced her like daggers. The weight of his accusations, her own perceived shortcomings, and the cries of despair around her began to crush her spirit. Dantalion's joy reached its peak as he watched her crumble under the negativity surrounding her. Her face was tainted with despair, and the demon was thrilled. His grotesque mouth stretched wide as saliva dripped from his jagged teeth. He fed on her hopelessness, savoring every moment. But then, Dolores spoke again, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "You're right," she admitted. "Everything you said is true. From the sins humans sell for money, to the way we harm others for our own convenience. Even my own weaknesses. All of it is true." Dantalion's excitement surged as it seemed the Saintus had finally succumbed to despair. But just as the demon's glee reached its climax, a radiant golden light engulfed Dolores' body, illuminating the darkness around her. Through her tears, she continued, "But humans also possess something greater, the strength to believe. Even in despair, we can still choose to walk toward the light." Dantalion froze, his wide grin faltering as the light of Dolores' conviction burned brighter. The moment Dolores spoke Vakir's name, Dantalion appeared behind her, his voice dripping with mockery as he gloated about the horrors before them. He revealed that the countless seated figures were the souls of all the humans he had consumed, trapped in despair for eternity. In his true demonic form, Dantalion was a chilling sight, a pale, twisted figure with glowing green eyes, tentacle-like ears lined with eyes and mouths. He sneered, boasting about his selective diet of only beautiful humans, mocking Dolores further with every word. The Saintess, trembling yet resolute, demanded to know how he could commit such heinous acts, especially against the orphanage children. But the demon dismissed her outrage, laughing as he proudly declared that he had no sins. From his jacket, Dantalion pulled out a glowing exemption from Sin's document. Waving it in her face, he mocked the human concept of exchanging money for forgiveness. To him, it was a thrilling, perverse joke that even demons could exploit. But his taunts didn't stop there. Leaning closer, he whispered venom into her ear, calling her weak, indecisive, and a burden. With sadistic glee, he confessed that he had used her hesitation to trap the night bloodhound. Dolores's face filled with fear and self-doubt, exactly what Dantalion wanted. He reveled in the negativity that surrounded her, his grotesque grin widening as he prepared to break her completely. But then, something changed. A memory surfaced in Dolores's mind, a moment when she and Vakir sat on a wooden fence together. She had asked him why God would choose someone as weak as her to be the Saintess. God chose you because you're troubled and sorrowful, Vakir had replied. The person this world needs shines brightest when they reach the lowest and fiercest places. The flashback ended, and with renewed determination, Dolores clasped her hands together in prayer. She couldn't let the night bloodhound fight this battle alone anymore. Seeing the golden light radiating from her, Dantalion panicked. He tried to manipulate her, claiming that the souls he devoured could still live, but divine power would erase them forever. But this time, Dolores wasn't swayed. As she prayed, a small hand reached out to hers. Opening her eyes, she saw a young boy standing before her, followed by more orphanage children. They smiled and waved at her, covered in her divine light. Recognizing them, Dolores broke down in tears, apologizing for not being able to save them. Their presence gave her the strength she needed as her light surged, illuminating the dark, twisted world of Dantalion's making. Elsewhere, Vakir sat in the midst of the demon's victims. He found Perry among the rows of lifeless figures. Her face was expressionless, her eyes void of any life. Sitting behind her, Vakir gently spoke. "I finally found you," he said, his voice heavy with emotion. He confessed that his only goal had been revenge against demons, and that his visit to the orphanage was to hunt Dantalion. But during his time there, everything had changed. Perry's angelic smile had reminded him of what truly mattered. "If there's one thing that makes this revenge meaningful," he said, "it's creating a world where children like you can smile." As Dolores's divine light reached the area, it began casting away the demonic power. Vakir, his body crumbling under the weight of the trauma, thanked Perry for giving meaning to his mission. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice breaking. "I couldn't protect you." To his surprise, Perry's voice reached him, filled with warmth. "I'm glad you came back to see me," she said, bringing light back to Vakir's eyes. Looking around, he saw the other victims slowly coming back to life, their faces no longer filled with despair. Perry smiled at him through tears, finally able to express how scared she had been. The divine light healed Vakir's body and freed the victims from Dantalion's grasp. Overwhelmed with relief, Vakir pulled Perry into his arms, holding her tightly as he promised her one thing. "I will never forgive the man who made you cry." Perry smiled through her tears. "It's a promise." And with that, the bond between them was sealed, giving Vakir the strength to finish what he started. The divine power of Dolores showed no signs of stopping, her radiance blazing so brightly that it illuminated the world outside the building. Even Dantalion, the elite demon, was visibly alarmed by the sheer strength of her light. "Since when has the Saintess become this powerful?" Dantalion muttered, his confidence shaken as he realized she had fully awakened her divine powers. What shocked him further was that Dolores's light had purified every single soul trapped within his underworld. The cries of despair and anguish were replaced with peace as her power freed them from his clutches. From the blinding light emerged Dolores and the night bloodhound, unscathed and no longer affected by Dantalion's abilities. Dolores's divine aura continued to pour out, engulfing Vakir in its holy brilliance. As he basked in the glow, Vakir began to notice a profound change in his body. His Baskerville aura, the unique power passed down through his bloodline, was overflowing like never before. Dolores's divine energy amplified his own aura exponentially, pushing him beyond his limits. For the first time, Vakir felt that this was it. This was the moment he could finally ascend. Within his core, where 6 spheres of aura had long remained, a 7th sphere began to take form. The gaseous energy that had surrounded him now started to solidify. Dantalion's twisted eyes widened in terror as he watched the transformation unfold. He recognized immediately what was happening to Vakir. No, this cannot be. The aura surrounding Beelzebub, Vakir's weapon, solidified into a form stronger than ever before. Vakir had broken through to the next stage. He was no longer just a powerful warrior. Vakir was now a swordmaster. The weight of this realization filled the air, suffocating even the mighty elite demon. Vakir's eyes glowed with unparalleled fury as his power surged. His once overwhelming anger sharpened into cold, lethal intent. Clutching Beelzebub tightly, Vakir raised his gaze toward Dantalion. With his newfound strength and unshakable resolve, he made the demon a promise. You won't have an easy death. And with that, the stage was set for the ultimate reckoning. Dolores now stood as Vakir's unwavering support. Positioned behind him, the Holy Saint channeled her divine magic, amplifying Vakir's strength to unparalleled levels. Her blessings had propelled him to the Swordmaster stage, allowing him to solidify his aura and wear it like armor, a testament to his newfound supremacy in battle against Dantalion. As the fight raged on, Dolores could feel it. The overwhelming sorrow of countless children sacrificed, their anger and hatred directed toward the demon who had stolen their futures, and even the determination coursing through the night bloodhound. All of these emotions resonated within her. A memory resurfaced, words spoken by the Pope long ago. The Saintess awakens by meeting her true companion. And now, standing beside Vakir, Dolores knew this was the moment. Clasping her hands together, she poured every ounce of divine power into him. The spell she cast was soul resonance, a blessing that allowed the Saintess to transfer her divine energy to the soul companion she acknowledged. It temporarily pushed Vakir's abilities to their absolute limit. As the power coursed through him, Vakir Van Baskerville reached the supreme domain, awakening as the first swordmaster of his generation. Dantalion, the once arrogant elite demon, was now gripped by fear. Sweat dripped down his grotesque face as he stared at Vakir in disbelief. Among humans, only a rare few could ascend to the rank of swordmaster, a level of power feared even by demons. But now, this young human, a mere child by the demon standards, had shattered those expectations. Dantalion's thoughts were interrupted when his view of Vakir suddenly flipped. Confused, he realized too late that his head had been severed. It flew through the air, accompanied by numerous glowing slices of aura that tore his body into pieces. With just a single swing of his blade, Vakir had sent devastating arcs of energy slicing through the air, dismantling Dantalion with precision. As the demon's dismembered form scattered, Vakir appeared in an instant, stomping on the demon's mouth to silence him. Leaning in, Vakir reminded Dantalion of a bitter truth. The souls you collected have been purified. Your tricks? Gone. You're nothing but a faceless monster now. The taunt cut deeper than Vakir's blade. For the first time, Dantalion felt the emotions he had inflicted on so many others. Fear and despair. Panicking, Dantalion realized that this might be his end. He had been tasked with saving mana to open the gate to the demon realm, a plan he believed would secure his domination of the human world. But standing in his way was one relentless human, a single, insurmountable obstacle who refused to let him succeed. Backed into a corner, Dantalion made his decision. If the plan required sacrificing his life, so be it. The demon resolved to kill Vakir, even if it meant his own destruction. The battle wasn't over yet. Vakir noticed something shifting. Dantalion's face began to morph, growing grotesque and enormous. Towering over Vakir, the demon unleashed a chilling laugh, declaring he still had one more face left to play. In this new gigantic form, Dantalion announced his final move. He would self-destruct, taking Vakir, Dolores, and everyone in the orphanage with him. The air grew heavy with Dantalion's dangerous aura. Even Dolores, who stood at a distance, could feel it pricking her skin like needles. Panic took over as she urged Vakir to act quickly to protect the area. But Vakir, ever calm, told her to relax. He had this. Vakir's confidence wasn't baseless. It was a moment he had dreamed of since before his regression. He recalled the sword strike Hugo had once demonstrated, a legendary swing that could rip the sky in half. Now, standing at the pinnacle of his power, Vakir believed this was the moment he could finally reach that level. As Dantalion's body began to glow with the unstable energy of his impending explosion, he bellowed a final message to his fellow demons, urging them to carry out the fall of the human world. But before the explosion could ignite, everything shifted. In one swift motion, Vakir unleashed his strongest strike yet, slicing through Dantalion's massive form. And his bomb-like attack, with a single swing. The force of his strike didn't stop there. A red streak of light blazed into the sky, cutting through the clouds and tearing them apart. Outside, the night sky was now fully visible, painted with stars that had been hidden moments before. The tremors from the strike shook the entire orphanage. Back in their lodging, PG woke up in confusion, rubbing his eyes as he wondered if an earthquake had hit. Meanwhile, Sinclair stared out the window, her face frozen in awe as she took in the beautiful, split night sky. She couldn't comprehend what she was witnessing, unaware it was the result of one man's incredible power. As the dust settled, Dolores opened her eyes, bracing herself for the aftermath. What she saw left her speechless. Instead of destruction, she was greeted with the breathtaking sight of a clear night sky, the clouds forcibly parted by Vakir's sword. Overwhelmed by awe, Dolores's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Vakir had done it. He had followed in Hugo's footsteps and achieved the impossible. The incident at the Indulgentia orphanage sent shockwaves through the imperial capital. Whispers of another terror attack spread like wildfire, this time targeting the Quo Vadis family's orphanage. As with the previous attack, the Night Bloodhound was immediately blamed. Crowds gathered at the scene, fear and confusion gripping the citizens. Bianca, watching the growing mob, couldn't believe the Night Bloodhound had been at the very place they were staying. Sinclair, visibly shaken, found it terrifying that such an event had occurred on their last day. PG voiced disbelief, lamenting that this chaos happened just as they were preparing to leave. Tudor, however, saw it as a missed opportunity. He grumbled about losing his chance to catch the Night Bloodhound and prove himself worthy of being a great hero. Sancho, on the other hand, found it odd that there were no reported casualties, an unusual detail for a supposed terror attack. PG reminded him that the headmaster, Sir Quilty, and all his bodyguards had been missing since yesterday, speculating they might have fallen victim to the Night Bloodhound's rampage. As Dolores walked past the group, her expression unreadable, the student volunteers assumed she must be deeply distressed by the tragedy. Walking alongside her was Pietro, struggling with the shocking truth Dolores had revealed to him. Quilty, the man he thought was merely eccentric with uncomfortable traits, had been a demon in disguise all along. To add to his disbelief, the Night Bloodhound wasn't the cause of the disaster, but the one who resolved it. Pietro stood in silence, grappling with the fallout from the Night Bloodhound's actions. While he considered the ambush of a branch of their family unforgivable, he couldn't deny the personal satisfaction he felt knowing that a rotten section had been cut away. However, Pietro also understood the complexity of the situation. Truth didn't always align with public perception. Breaking the silence, Dolores stepped forward, walking past Pietro with quiet determination. Apologizing to him softly for what she was about to do, she turned to the gathered crowd of reporters. The journalists were stunned as the Saintess took center stage, her voice calm yet commanding. She thanked them for being there and asked them to listen closely. As word spread that the Saintess had something important to say, more reporters gathered in anticipation. From beneath her robes, Dolores pulled out a hidden book. A flashback to the night of the battle revealed Vakir handing Dolores the very same book, telling her it contained the truth about the Quo Vadis family. He had left the choice of what to do with it entirely up to her. Returning to the present, Dolores opened the book and began reading its contents aloud. The sales log of exemptions and indulgences, addressed by Quilty Lewin Indulgentia and countersigned by Cardinal Humbert Lewin Quo Vadis. The crowd was silent, hanging on her every word. Dolores continued, listing sins and their shocking pardons. Viscount Vecoin murdered his parents to take their assets, disguising their deaths as accidents. Forgiven after paying 1.5 billion gold. Baron Legiso killed his maid after committing vile acts, burying her in a sewer. Forgiven after paying 200 million gold. Sir Feeney murdered his business partner to monopolize their investments. Forgiven after paying 800 million gold. The revelations sent shockwaves through the crowd. Many were horrified, unable to believe the depths of corruption. Yet, a few skeptics voiced doubts, defending Cardinal Humbert's character. Undeterred, Dolores pressed on, exposing even more sins. Count Azel evaded 800 billion gold in taxes, but was forgiven after paying just 300 million gold. Her voice grew stronger with every entry, and the saintess made it clear that she would no longer stay silent. Despite her fear of her father, she declared that the buying and selling of sins for money was a blasphemy against God. With tears in her eyes, she swore to the people that such injustices would no longer plague the Quo Vadis family. Far from the commotion, Vakir sat in solitude at the place where he used to spend time with Perry. Even from this distance, he could hear Dolores's words as if they echoed through the heavens. As he gazed at the afternoon sky, he marveled at her courage. Even after his regression, her righteous heart remained unchanged. Despite defeating Dantalion, Vakir's expression carried a tinge of sadness. 9 elite corpses still remained, and his path was far from over. Slowly, he rubbed the seat where Perry used to sit, her memory vivid in his mind. With a resolute voice, he swore that by the end of his journey, he would create a world where children like Perry could live and laugh freely, their hearts filled with joy. As Vakir stood to leave, the camera lingered on a small memorial, a cross bearing Perry's name tag and the flower wreath she had made for him. It was a solemn reminder that a beautiful soul like Perry had once existed in this world, and Vakir hoped, with all his heart, that she could now finally laugh in peace. The scene shifts back to a familiar place, the professor's laboratory under the supervision of Mr. Vinci Morgue. Dolores, clad in her academy uniform, storms in, her face lit with frustration as she confronts the professor. Her voice rings out, questioning why the article she wrote wasn't included in the academy's newspaper. Dolores argues that she had written nothing but the truth. Yet, instead of her piece, the paper had chosen to publish an article that criticized the Night Bloodhound, painting him as a criminal. Facing her anger, Mr. Vinci Morgue coolly responds. He questions whether she truly doesn't know why her article wasn't published. He pulls out the article in question and points to its bold headline. Are the Night Bloodhound's attacks truly unwarranted? The darkness behind the Holy Quo Vadis household. The professor explains that her article was politically charged, directly criticizing a powerful organization, which violated the Academy's neutral stance. Dolores fires back, insisting that everything she wrote was based on facts. But the professor shakes his head, reminding her of an undeniable truth. Her father, Cardinal Humbert, had publicly denied all allegations, and the leaders on the exemption list had also dismissed her claims as false. Feeling cornered, Dolores argues that she has solid evidence, the records of exemptions given to her by the Night Bloodhound. But to the professor, it's simply an unverified list, lacking credibility. Frustrated, Dolores changes her approach. She questions why the professor seems so intent on defending the Quo Vadis family. Is someone pressuring you to do this? She asks pointedly. Her words hit their mark. For a moment, the professor falls silent, his gaze distant. Finally, he rises from his seat and admits there's no need to lie anymore. He reveals that he had been explicitly instructed to focus the paper on portraying the Night Bloodhound in a negative light. Even the Academy's headmaster was bewildered by the unusual request. Dolores feels a chill run through her as she realizes just how far her father's influence might stretch. She voices her thoughts aloud, wondering if Cardinal Humbert is powerful enough to pressure even the Academy's leadership. The professor smirks, cutting her off. If it were only your father, I could handle it myself. Dolores's heart sinks. She understands what he's implying. There's only one person who outranks Cardinal Humbert in the Quo Vadis family. The Pope, the supreme leader of the Church, and the one considered closest to God. For a fleeting moment, Dolores clings to her belief in the Pope's righteousness. But doubts creep in as she recalls the rumors. The Pope's advanced age may have clouded his judgment, leaving him vulnerable to manipulation by Cardinal Humbert. Bringing her back to reality, the professor reminds Dolores that her article is unsuitable for publication. It openly supports the Night Bloodhound, a wanted criminal accused of committing numerous attacks. Swallowing her words, Dolores holds back her rebuttal. She knows the Night Bloodhound isn't evil. In her heart, she's certain of one thing. The real villains are the corrupted members of the Quo Vadis family, and the demons lurking within them. Dolores recalled the words of the Night Bloodhound, who had told her that demons still plagued their world. He had been fighting them alone, a lone warrior, standing against pure evil. Despite the setbacks and opposition, Dolores left the professor's laboratory with renewed determination. If the Night Bloodhound is willing to fight until his dying breath, then I'll do everything I can to help him, she thought, her resolve now unshakable. Meanwhile, we find Tudor stretching his body, grumbling about how exhausting volunteering and studying had been. As the boys made their way back to their rooms, Tudor asked Vakir if he wanted to join them for a game of Run Flat. But our boy declined, saying he needed some time alone. The words, time alone, sent a shiver down Tudor's spine for some odd reason. While Pete cheerfully announced he was heading to his room too. Tudor, in an instant, covered P's mouth, insisting that Vakir's need for solitude was important. Even though the situation seemed odd, Vakir agreed and headed to his room. Alone in his room, Vakir finally had a moment to himself. He hadn't had time to even unpack since his intense battles. Thinking back to the previous night, he reflected on his brief experience as a sword master, achieved with the help of Dolores' blessing. Though his rank had reverted to high-rank graduate, the glimpse of swordmaster power left him motivated. As he rummaged through his bag, Vakir pulled out the leather sacks he'd collected from Dantalion's bodyguards. Putting the 4 sacks together, they merged into a single mask. Human mask of beastly heart picaresque. This mask was legendary, rivaling the power of the demon Sword Beelzebub. Vakir remembered reading about it before his regression. The mask grows stronger as the wearer kills more of their kind. It grants insane resilience and mana regeneration. The more humans slain while wearing it, the more powerful it becomes. Curious and feeling adventurous, Vakir decided to try the mask on, fully aware that it came with mysterious side effects. The moment the mask touched his face, a surge of power coursed through Vakir. His depleted health and aura, drained from the fight with Dantalion, were instantly restored. Unlike Beelzebub's swamp salamander skill, which only healed lost limbs, this mask recovered fatigue as well. However, something strange began to happen. Everything around him appeared bigger, and his vision shifted to black and white. Confused, Vakir tried to speak, but instead of words, a high-pitched woof came out. Vakir glanced down, realizing his horrifying predicament. He had transformed into a small, fluffy puppy. Panic set in as our boy dog ran in frantic circles. He quickly thought about how to remove the mask, and to his relief, it came off with a simple thought. Instantly, Vakir reverted back to his human form, completely naked, standing in the middle of his room. After calming down, Vakir examined the mask on the ground. What he initially thought was a curse might actually be a blessing. The ability to transform into a dog could be useful for sneaking around the academy. Thankfully, there's no rule against keeping pets in the dorm, he mused, already imagining how he could use this perk to his advantage. Back in his room, Vakir noticed a cracking sound coming from his bag. When he checked, the Madame Eight-Legs egg was finally hatching. Remembering the legendary status of Madame Eight-Legs, a high-ranking monster even ancient demons feared, Vakir knew this was no ordinary event. The egg cracked open, and out came a small, fluffy spider, barking like a dog. Vakir stared in disbelief at the little cotton ball, wondering how something this adorable could be related to the monstrous queen of legend. The spider continued barking, wagging its tiny body as if signaling something. Vakir, puzzled, guessed it was hungry. He placed a piece of meat on the table, but the tiny spider refused, shaking its head. Too young for meat, maybe, he thought. Though it couldn't eat just yet, Vakir couldn't help but feel he'd hit the jackpot. Owning the descendant of an S-rank monster was a game-changer. Deciding to search for suitable food, Vakir left his room with the spider in tow. As Vakir roamed the academy halls, a voice caught his attention. Someone was shouting, scolding someone else for mudding the academy's waters. Hiding behind a pillar, Vakir observed a group of bullies surrounding PG. Recognizing the leader, Grenouille de Leviathan, a top student of the Fire Corps and a member of the prestigious Leviathan family, Vakir knew trouble was brewing. PG, ever the human encyclopedia, tried to excuse himself, claiming his friends were waiting for him. But Grenouille's goons blocked his way, sneering that a commoner like PG didn't belong at the academy. Grenouille himself stepped forward, berating PG with disgust, calling him worthless and ordering him to leave the academy. Grenouille then insulted PG's friends, assuming they were just as pathetic. That's when something snapped in PG. His timid demeanor disappeared, replaced by fiery determination. Eyes blazing, PG grabbed Grenouille by the collar, shocking the arrogant bully. With fury in his voice, PG told Grenouille to never insult his friends again. Grenouille, unbothered, ordered his lackeys to attack. One of the bullies threw a punch aimed at PG's face. PG braced himself, shutting his eyes tight, waiting for the blow, but it never came. When he opened his eyes, Tutor was standing in front of him, casually holding the bully's fist in his hand. With a calm tone, Tutor asked PG if he was okay. Then came Sancho, his red demonic eyes glowing as he grabbed another bully by the head. The bully, now sweating profusely, screamed in pain as Sancho tightened his grip. "If it's a fight you want," Sancho growled, "you've chosen the wrong person." PG, stunned, turned around and saw that Vakir had also appeared. Granui, annoyed by the interference, recognized Tutor Lamacha Don Quixote, someone he didn't want to mess with. But it was too late. The Giga Chads, Tutor, Sancho, and Vakir, were now standing together, shielding PG. The three didn't say much, but their sheer presence spoke volumes. PG wasn't just a friend to them, he was family, and anyone who dared to lay a hand on him would face their wrath. With an intense staring match between the two groups, the air was thick with tension. On one side stood Vakir, Tutor, and Sancho radiating main character energy. On the other side, Granui de Leviathan and his gang, practically oozing random NPC energy. Granui smirked, locking eyes with Tutor. "I see your standards now," he sneered, throwing shade at the blonde hero for hanging out with commoners. Remaining calm, Tutor reminded Granui that in the academy, all students were equal, regardless of their backgrounds. But Granui wasn't having it. He dismissed the notion entirely, adding salt to the wound by mocking Tutor for being unable to do anything during the Hound incident. Tutor's face turned red as he tried to defend himself, stammering that he'd been sleeping during the event. Granui laughed it off, calling it a loser's excuse. Then, things escalated. Granui began releasing toxic gas from his body as his gang quickly put on gas masks. The smug bully claimed that if he'd been there during the Hound incident, he would have caught him easily. The group tensed up, seeing the fog of paralytic poison spreading towards them. Tutor instinctively raised his arm to block the gas, questioning Granui's logic and showing off his abilities inside the academy. But not Vakir. Standing calmly at the back, Vakir sniffed the air, analyzing the poison. Even the little cotton ball, Madame Eight Legs' descendant, began sniffing curiously. To Vakir's shock, the tiny spider opened her mouth and began sucking in the poisonous fog like a vacuum cleaner. In mere seconds, the deadly gas was completely gone. Vakir, startled by the spider's appetite for poison, quickly covered her with his hands to keep her hidden. Opening his eyes, Tutor looked around in confusion. The poison was gone, and he assumed Granui had stopped his attack. Even Granui's gang was dumbfounded, whispering among themselves about what just happened. But Granui? He stared directly at Vakir, convinced he saw the fog sucked toward him just now. Shaking it off as an illusion, he decided to play along. With a smug smile, he declared, "I've shown you generosity far beyond what you deserve." As the bully boasted, Tutor decided it was time to turn the tables. Walking towards Granui with a menacing aura, the blonde hero confronted him, declaring, "You've been looking down on us this whole time. Let's settle this once and for all." He challenged Granui to a bet on the upcoming midterms team event, threatening that the losing team would have to run around the academy naked. Granui's eyes lit up at the chance to humiliate them. Turning away with a smug grin, he accepted the bet without hesitation. "This will be fun," he muttered, already envisioning their defeat. Little did he know, the Granui weren't planning to lose. After dealing with the bullies, PG apologized to Tutor, feeling responsible for getting everyone involved in the mess. "It's my fault," he said, his head hung low. But Tutor shrugged it off, assuring him with a grin that it was fine. In fact, Tutor was eager for the chance to crush Granui's ego once and for all. Even so, PG couldn't shake his doubts. "I'm just a low-rank expert," he said, tears brimming in his eyes. But Tutor placed a reassuring hand on PG's shoulder. "You're smart," he said, "and your observation skills are amazing. That's all we need." As the group walked on, Tutor began to lay out their strategy for the midterm team event. The test required a 4-person team. Sancho and Tutor would take the front lines. PG would stay at the Spirit Tower in the middle, and Vakir, our master archer, would handle the vanguard. With this lineup, Tutor was confident they'd dominate the midterms and wipe the smug grin off Granui's face. PG, fired up by Tutor's words, declared he was all in. But just as the group's morale hit its peak, Vakir raised his hand from the back. Guys, I already have a team." The announcement hit them like a thunderbolt. "What?" Tutor, PG, and Sancho froze, staring at Vakir in disbelief. Vakir repeated himself calmly. I've already formed a team with someone else, and I can't break that promise. Promises are important to me. The boys were stunned. In their minds, they silently begged Vakir to read the room, but our clueless protagonist remained oblivious to their despair. The scene shifted to the academy arena, packed with cheering students from all branches. The crowd roared as Dolores' team took the stage. A celebrity among the students, Dolores was greeted with waves of admiration and shouts of the capital's pride. But Dolores wasn't distracted by the noise. Clad in armor, her gaze was focused and unwavering. Here's how the midterms worked. The defense test required students to defend against waves of dummy monsters, which were earth golems created by hologram magic. Teams of 4 had to hold out for 3 rounds, each lasting 20 minutes. Surviving the full hour would earn full marks. Students were protected by a shield spell, represented by a blue symbol. Each hit from a monster would reduce their HP, and the test would end if anyone's HP hit 0. Scores were based on contribution and endurance. Dolores' team was a force to be reckoned with, battling through the waves like seasoned warriors. The crowd gasped as they nearly broke the record, holding out for 58 minutes. Though they fell short of full marks, it was still the best score among the third years. Back in the stands, PG furiously scribbled notes. Since the fourth years aren't participating, Miss Dolores' team just set the bar for the midterms. He explained that most third years reach the third round, while second years usually only make it to the second. If their group held out for just 20 minutes, they'd top their year. But Tutor wasn't satisfied with just surviving 20 minutes. If we're going to crush Grenouille's ego, he declared, we'll have to make it halfway through the second round at least. At that moment, a new voice chimed in. Oh, don't worry, we'll get there. The group turned to see Bianca, their new teammate, standing confidently. It turns out she joined the boys as their archer. Make sure you tank well, she said with a smirk. Keep the monsters off me, and I'll handle the rest. You can thank me later. With their team finalized, the stage was set for the boys to take on the midterms. Would they live up to Tutor's bold promises, or would Grenouille have the last laugh? The tension was palpable as Tutor glared at their new teammate, Bianca. Her confident, almost smug tone didn't sit well with him. Listen, this is a team event, he reminded her firmly. Not a 1 princess and 3 slaves event. My dignity's on the line here, so I need you to act appropriately. Bianca rolled her eyes. Trust me, I don't want to see your naked body either. My eyes would rot. The bickering only escalated until Sancho, ever the peacemaker, stepped in. Hey, save the fighting for the monsters in the arena, not each other. Both of them huffed and stopped, but the annoyance lingered. PG, watching from the sidelines, thought to himself that these two were never going to get along. Staring up at the sky, he wondered why Vakir had chosen to team up with someone else. Cut to Vakir, who stood confidently in a commander-like stance, addressing his team. I don't like being the center of attention, he declared. So, I need you all to go so crazy out there that I don't have to do anything. In unison, 3 familiar voices responded. We will protect you with everything we have, my lord. The camera planned to reveal his team. The triplets of the Baskerville family, his loyal followers. For simplicity, let's call them high, middle, and low. All 3 brothers were brimming with excitement. This was their first mission under their liege, and they were determined to do well. Meanwhile, back with Tutor's group, the boys were stunned. The triplets? They couldn't believe Vakir had teamed up with them. Before they could process the betrayal further, Grenouille de Leviathan arrived, sneering. So, you ditched that commoner Vakir and recruited Bianca from the Usher family, huh? He mocked Tutor. Grenouille was still confident, even after seeing both teams. It doesn't matter, he said smugly. Victory is still ours. Grenouille's smirk widened as he gestured to a new teammate joining his group. A familiar voice called out. Grenouille, stop laughing so wickedly. The bully spun around, flustered. It's Grenouille. How many times do I have to tell you? The newcomer stepped into view. It was Sinclair, Vakir's admirer. Grenouille, still annoyed, tried to act superior. You should be grateful, commoner, that you've been accepted into my group. Sinclair didn't respond to his arrogance, but assured him she'd do her best for their team. But as usual, she messed up his name again, calling him something entirely wrong, further angering him. Despite his irritation, Grenouille remained confident. Group 69 is going to take the number 1 spot, he declared. The first-year midterms were officially underway. Group 108, Vakir and Team Baskerville, the triplets. Group 109, Tutor, Sancho, PG, and Bianca. Group 69, Granui's group, now joined by Sinclair. Tudor was hyped, Bianca was ready to prove herself. And Vakir, well, he had a different plan entirely. The battle was about to begin, and the stakes couldn't be higher. The crowd roared with excitement, their cheers echoing across the arena. At the center stood a large platform, shielded by a glowing blue barrier. Team Baskerville, led by Vakir, watched the spectacle with varying levels of focus. Vakir, however, seemed perplexed. Memories of his past life didn't include any recollection of the Academy's exams. He had assumed students just needed to prove themselves decent fighters. His confused expression didn't go unnoticed by Hai, one of the triplets. "You don't know about the exam, do you?" Hai asked, raising a brow. Without waiting for a response, he broke it down. The exam functioned using virtual reality magic. When students stepped onto the arena platform, the area would transform into a dungeon, and waves of monsters would charge at them. The test ended when a participant's HP, a measurement of their survival ability, dropped to 0. The monsters also excreted a form of poison. Though weaker than the real thing, it could still drain a participant's HP if they weren't careful. While injuries weren't physically real, the poison could be overwhelming. Hearing this, Vakir became curious. Was the poison actually dangerous? Hai reassured him, explaining that if a serious incident occurred, the instructors could deactivate the magic shield and intervene. As the triplets proudly revealed their intense training back at the Baskerville estate, Vakir realized he could rely on them. "All right," he ordered, his voice calm yet commanding. "Go crazy so I don't have to move a muscle." Excited by the command, the three brothers practically saluted him. "We'll protect you with everything we've got, my lord," they declared in unison. Their enthusiasm was almost infectious. Almost. Nearby, Tudor, Sancho, and PG approached Team Baskerville. Tudor immediately made a beeline for Vakir. "You ready for this?" he asked, but his tone shifted to something softer. Leaning closer, Tudor whispered, "You're not in danger, are you? Those triplets, they're not bullying you into teaming up with them, are they?" Vakir, slightly amused, corrected him. "No, we planned this weeks ago. They just really wanted me on their team." Despite Vakir's reassurance, Tudor didn't look convinced. His expression screamed, "Are you sure, though?" Suddenly, the announcer's voice echoed across the arena. Group 68 has finished. Up next, Group 69. It was Grenouille de Leviathan's team, the bullies. The smug grin on Grenouille's face said it all. He was ready to show off. With his two lackeys and Sinclair trailing behind, he declared, "It's time to go wild." As soon as Group 69 stepped onto the platform, the arena transformed into a hive-like dungeon, and a massive wave of ant-like monsters charged toward them. Grenouille spun around, barking at Sinclair. "Are you ready with that spell or not?" For once, Sinclair's usually lighthearted demeanor vanished. With a calm, yet focused expression, she opened her eyes. "It's ready." She unleashed a powerful wave of magic, obliterating the incoming horde of monsters in a dazzling display of skill. The crowd erupted into cheers, captivated by her performance. Vakir couldn't take his eyes off her. Watching Sinclair, he understood why she'd earned the top rank in magic among the first years despite being a commoner. Her control and precision were undeniably impressive. Yet, something didn't sit right with him. If she's this skilled, Vakir wondered to himself, why didn't she do anything during the fall? In the arena, Sinclair continued showcasing her exceptional magic skills, casting one powerful spell after another. Her mastery over her craft was a glimpse into her future, when she would become a renowned mage. The round for Group 69 finally came to an end as the announcer proclaimed their record. 19 minutes and 55 seconds, the best time among the first years. Up in the stands, Tudor and the boy band were fuming. The thought of Gru's smug grin being attached to a victory enraged them, but nothing could top the sight of him taunting them from below. With a cocky wag of his finger, Grenouille made his message clear. He couldn't wait to see Tudor and his team humiliated. The boy band's collective rage boiled over. Their eyes burned with determination and a fiery hatred for Group 69. The next group to enter the arena was Team Baskerville, with the triplets leading the charge. The arena erupted into cheers, with Tudor and the others shouting their support for Vakir from the stands. The triplets, however, paid no attention to the noise. Their focus was unshakable. To them, anything less than first place was unacceptable. It was their mission to secure the top spot for their league. As Bianca and PG watched from the stands, Bianca's curiosity grew. "Can Vakir even use a bow?" she asked PG. PG nodded, rattling off the facts from his endless well of information. He's the Ice Core's ace with a bow and arrow. His skill is legit. Intrigued, Bianca leaned forward, eager to see this for herself. As the monsters manifested, Vakir quickly unleashed a volley of arrows. His speed left Bianca and PG stunned. Even for Bianca, a seasoned archer, Vakir's rapid-fire technique was almost impossible to track. But something was off. The arrows, while fast, were weak and lacked accuracy. Most missed their targets entirely, whizzing past the monsters without much impact. Bianca furrowed her brow, feeling there was more to Vakir's performance than met the eye. She wasn't wrong. Beneath his thick glasses, Vakir's bloodhound eyes were active, carefully observing everything. Drawing another arrow, he infused it with a powerful Baskerville aura, imagining the sheer destructive force it could unleash. In his mind's eye, he saw the arrow exploding a monster into pieces, a devastating demonstration of his true power. But the scene dissolved as Vakir snapped out of his thoughts. He didn't fire it. If I used my full power, he mused to himself, that's exactly what would happen. Smiling to himself, Vakir fought the urge to show off. His body itched to unleash his real skills, but he held back, remembering a promise he'd made in the past. A brief flashback surfaced in Vakir's mind. He remembered Ayan, who had taught him the Balac tribe's archery techniques. "Promise me," she'd said, "that you'll never lose to anyone with a bow." The memory brought a smile to his face. "Sorry, Ayan," Vakir thought, "I'm breaking that promise today." While everyone was distracted by the battle, baby Madam seized her chance. Happily escaping from Vakir's clothes, the little spider scurried over to the nearest monster corpse, her eyes glowing with delight. The corpse exuded poison, and to baby Madam, it was the ultimate treat. Completely oblivious to the chaos around her, she gleefully feasted, her tiny legs tapping excitedly as she devoured the toxins. Vakir glanced at her, shaking his head slightly but allowing her to enjoy herself. Vakir couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride as he watched baby Madam indulge in the poison-filled corpses of the ant monsters. Having heard that the monsters excreted a toxin similar to Renui, he realized the exam arena was essentially an all-you-can-eat buffet for her. Watching her feast so happily confirmed his theory, and Vakir decided to let her enjoy herself. "I'll get her after the exam," he thought, confident nothing would go wrong. The timer sounded, marking the end of Team Baskerville's turn. Unfortunately, the triplets were kneeling on the ground, devastated by their performance. Their record for the exam was 19 minutes and 50 seconds, earning them second place among the first years, just shy of Group 69's 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Meanwhile, Grenouille and his group of bullies were howling with laughter in the stands. The smug bully felt vindicated, convinced that Vakir, a mere commoner, would finally understand the gap in their abilities. As Grenouille and his cronies continued to mock Vakir loudly, Sinclair, standing awkwardly among them, chuckled nervously. She couldn't help but comment, "You look like a third-rate villain right now." Back in the arena, the triplets, consumed by guilt, drew imaginary blades to their necks, dramatically declaring their failure. "League, we couldn't bring you first place. As punishment, we will take our lives." Vakir quickly shut them down. "Stop it. Second place is still good," he told them, exasperated but amused. The announcer called the next group, Group 109, Tudor and the boy band. As the team entered the arena, they discussed Vakir's results. 19 minutes and 50 seconds was impressive, but Tudor's group wasn't aiming for second place. Their goal was to beat Grenouille's record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, and to do that, they needed to clear the first wave entirely. When the exam began, Tudor charged forward, taking out an ant monster with a single blow from his spear. Sancho led the front line, with Tudor providing backup. PG, positioned at the rear, observed the field and directed the group, while Bianca picked off remaining monsters with her bow and arrow. Even Vakir, watching from the stands, was impressed. Their teamwork was seamless. Tudor and Sancho held the front. PG coordinated from the back. Bianca supported with long-range attacks. It was clear that Tudor's group had prepared extensively for this exam. Their cohesion and focus made it seem entirely possible that they could surpass Grenouille's record. As Vakir watched the battle, something began to bother him, a strange sense of emptiness near his collar. Instinctively, he touched it, and his eyes widened in shock. He realized what was wrong. His heart raced as he scanned the arena. Zooming in on one of the nearby monster corpses, he spotted a tiny black shape baby Madam, gleefully feasting on the poisonous remains of an ant monster. Her small body shook with joy as she devoured every last bit of poison she could find, completely oblivious to the chaos around her. Meanwhile, Vakir was in full panic mode. I've lost her to the exam arena. We ended the last chapter with Vakir discovering that baby Madam was still in the arena during the ongoing exam. From the stands, he could see her happily indulging in as much poison as her tiny body could handle. Panic was written all over his face as he realized she must have snuck back out of his jacket to feast on the poisonous corpses. To Vakir's growing concern, he noticed something else. Baby Madam had grown noticeably larger in such a short amount of time, even shedding her exoskeleton once. It was undeniable now. She was indeed the offspring of the legendary Madam Eight Legs. Unable to intervene while the exam was still in progress, Vakir could only hope her presence wouldn't disrupt the event and that Tutor's group would finish without trouble. Back in the arena, Tutor spearheaded the charge, skewering a monster with his spear and shattering it into pieces. Feeling proud of his work, the blonde hero couldn't resist striking a triumphant pose, basking in his moment of glory. Bianca, however, wasn't impressed. "You're wasting energy," she chided, criticizing him for his overkill tactics. Annoyed by her remark, Tutor challenged her, telling her to show her skills if she thought she was better. Confident in her abilities, Bianca aimed her bow, notching an arrow infused with her purple aura. "Watch the master," she said with a smirk, loosing the arrow. The projectile twisted and curved through the air, hitting its target, the skull of an ant monster, with pinpoint precision. Even Tutor had to admit her skill was impressive. But instead of backing down, it only fueled his competitive spirit. Determined not to be outdone, he charged back into the fray, crushing more monsters. Sancho, meanwhile, calmly split an ant monster in half with his axe, watching the bickering pair. He scratched his head, wondering if they were teammates or frenemies. While the team fought, PG observed their chaos with a sharp eye. "You've strayed from your positions," he shouted, snapping them back into focus. In a matter of seconds, PG devised an efficient strategy. He instructed Bianca to aim for the joints in the ant's front legs, disabling them quickly instead of wasting energy on full kills. For Tutor, he suggested smashing attacks to control dispersed monsters. And for Sancho, he emphasized pulling monsters closer instead of stopping the mid-charge. The team eagerly followed his directions, recognizing PG's sound judgment. With their improved coordination, they quickly overwhelmed the remaining monsters. As the group praised PG for his sharp tactics, the young warrior couldn't help but smile, relieved that his hard work wasn't for nothing. With their combined efforts, no monsters remained, and the group caught their breath as the timer sounded. The result: Group 109 tied for first place with a record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. The arena erupted into cheers, but the mood wasn't the same for everyone. Up in the stands, Grenouille was fuming, calling them idiots through gritted teeth. He couldn't believe a group containing commoners had managed to match his score. As Tutor's group reveled in their accomplishment, Grenouille's frustration only deepened, setting the stage for even more tension in the rivalry between these two groups. Despite tying for first place with Gru's group, Tutor's team wasn't entirely thrilled. Bianca shook her head in disbelief, upset that they were unable to secure the top spot outright. Meanwhile, PG's soul seemed to leave his body as he lamented how they were just 1 second short of being the best. Tutor, however, was just relieved. "At least I don't have to run around the academy naked," he joked, lightening the mood. As they exited the arena, Bianca started to reflect on the exam, pointing out that their HP shield, which blocked damage, was the only thing keeping them alive. If this had been a real battle, they might not have made it out at all. Sancho, on the other hand, was inspired. He expressed his desire to one day last a full hour in battle, just like President Dolores' team. From the stands, Dolores observed the group closely, impressed by their performance. She felt a sense of pride, knowing they were part of her club, and wondered just how strong they might become in the future. But before Tutor's team could leave the arena, the announcer's voice boomed, signaling the end of Phase 1 and the start of Phase 2. The entire crowd fell silent. "Second-year exclusive monsters will now appear," the announcer declared. Stronger ants began swarming into the arena. The arena erupted into chaos. The students in the stands, including Vakir and Gru's group, stared in shock. Tutor's group, still inside the arena, was the most panicked. They huddled together, unsure of what was happening. Realizing the danger, Tutor took charge. "Be careful," he barked. "From here on out, any injuries will be real." The group braced themselves, understanding that their chances of meeting God had just skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in the exam control room, the professors overseeing the exam were in a state of complete panic. They realized that Phase 2 had somehow triggered early, even though the students' HP had already hit 0. One professor demanded answers. Who authorized Phase 2 for first years? As they examined the system, they discovered something unusual. Among the students, the system was detecting a strong life force still active in the arena, despite their HP supposedly being depleted. That's impossible, one professor said. Once HP hits 0, all signs of life should vanish. The professor struggled to understand what was happening, but Dolores suddenly barged into the room, demanding immediate action to save the students. The professors, however, dismissed her concerns. We only manage the waves for the exam, one explained. It's not our responsibility to fix the program's errors. Their nonchalant attitude left Dolores fuming as they continued debating among themselves about how to resolve the issue. One suggested breaking the magic wall that sealed the arena, but this required 2 keys. To Dolores's horror, it was revealed that one professor had a key, but the second professor with the additional key had gone to the bathroom and was now completely unreachable. The control room was in complete disarray, with professors scrambling to find a solution while students fought for their lives in the arena. Dolores bit her lower lip in frustration, watching the chaos in the control room. The professors were clearly incapable of doing anything to save Tutor's group, who were now facing certain death in the arena. Meanwhile, Vakir sat quietly near a window, listening closely to the conversation among the professors. He realized that the issue stemmed from an error in the magic equipment used in the exam. The system couldn't properly detect life, which likely tied back to Baby Madam's unique interference after she had consumed the poison. Turning his sharp gaze back to the arena, Vakir noticed the poison fog spreading rapidly, further endangering Tutor's group. If the academy didn't act soon, they would be unsavable. Searching for a solution, Vakir spotted something. The air circulation holes leading into the arena. While too small for a human to fit through, he had a trick up his sleeve. In the stands, the chaos escalated. Students ran around in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Sinclair, still clueless, thought the commotion was due to someone setting a new record in the exam. As she wandered, a small, fast figure barreled into her, making her scream and fall to the ground. Around her, students noticed something unusual moving on the floor. Turning to look, Sinclair froze in disbelief. It was a puppy, carrying a pair of pants. Back in the control room, a professor smacked the magic crystal repeatedly, trying to force it to work. But the others stood frozen, shocked by what they saw. Dolores wielding a sword, relentlessly swinging it toward the magic crystal. 2 professors quickly grabbed her arms, stopping her mid-swing. They yelled at her, explaining that the magic crystal was a priceless ancient artifact and far too valuable to destroy. But Dolores didn't care. She knew the only way to save Tutor's group was to sever the magic connection between the crystal and the arena. Ignoring their warnings about expulsion or even compensation demands from her family, Dolores remained focused on her mission. In the arena, PG was the first to fall. A massive ant monster sent him flying with a single strike, leaving him completely unconscious. The group shouted in panic as their friend lay motionless, but they couldn't wake him. The poison fog thickened, and a massive shadow loomed over the remaining members. A horde of gigantic ant monsters approached, their deadly intent clear. Tutor, realizing he still wasn't the hero he aspired to be, felt the sting of despair. He understood that his dreams might end here in vain. It didn't take long for the horde to overwhelm the group. Both Tutor and Sancho were struck down, leaving only Bianca. Frozen in terror, Bianca couldn't bring herself to act. As the shadow of a massive ant monster loomed over her, she tried to hold back tears. This couldn't be how her life ended. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the poisoned fog, red eyes glowing fiercely. In an instant, a fist engulfed in red aura collided with the ant monster, obliterating it into pieces and sending it straight to hell. Bianca's life was saved, but the force of the attack was so overwhelming, it left her dazed. As she struggled to stay conscious, her mind raced. How was he here? Standing alone amidst the carnage was Vakir, completely shirtless, his body covered in old scars, exuding a calm yet commanding presence. With a determined expression, Vakir assured Tutor's group, "Nothing else is going to happen to you." In the magical control room, Several men restrained Dolores, stopping her from striking the enchanted crystal again. Her eyes blazed with determination. She was willing to destroy it at any cost to save the students. One of the men urgently warned her that if she didn't stop, the crystal would shatter. Overcome with desperation, Dolores demanded they release her, insisting she had to rescue her friends. She braced herself for another attack, but the men tightened their grip, preventing her from moving. Behind them, another man was studying a tablet displaying a map of the stadium. His eyes narrowed as he observed something unusual, and a stunned silence filled the room. Just as the Saint test was about to resume, he made a shocking announcement. An unexpected life signature had been detected inside the stadium. Dolores and the others immediately turned to face him, their eyes widening in disbelief. The revelation stunned everyone. How could someone have infiltrated the stadium despite the impenetrable virtual barrier? The bald man with glasses and the long-haired man with a mustache examined the map closely, their faces frozen in astonishment. The bald man quickly pieced it together. An intruder had breached the arena and killed a mud ant. The man with the mustache, still trying to process the situation, struggled to believe that anyone could bypass the magical barrier. On the tablet screen, a real-time projection of the stadium showed clusters of red and green dots. But beyond these markers, no one truly understood what was unfolding inside. Meanwhile, within the stadium, Piggy and Bianca lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by a thick cloud of poisonous gas. When they had HP left, it hadn't been a problem. But now, the gas was lethal unless the ants were eliminated. Not far from them, Sancho and Tudor were also unconscious. Standing before them all was Vakir. His fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze on the encroaching ants, his expression unwavering. Suddenly, his body tensed. Sensing something behind him, he turned sharply. Hidden beneath the corpse of a fallen ant was a small spider. He had noticed it, yet he made no move to acknowledge it. Instead, his voice rang out, cold and firm. According to his family's creed, an untamable beast had only one fate, death. Though just a baby, the little spider instinctively understood what was coming. Fear crept over her as she realized the mistake she had made by entering the stadium. Vakir's eyes gleamed as he focused on the small spider, but instead of addressing her mistake now, he decided to save the lecture for later. For the moment, he gave her a direct order to consume all the poisonous gas in the area and protect the others. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and began inhaling the toxic air, rapidly clearing the surroundings. Meanwhile, as Vakir remained focused, a massive ant loomed above him, staring him down. But it didn't take long for him to sense its presence. With a calm expression, he clenched his fist and questioned the beast. Did it not have even a shred of shame? The ant responded by baring its fangs, preparing to strike. However, before it could make a move, Vakir acted first. Moving with lightning speed, he activated his mana and, with a swift kick to its neck, severed its head in an instant. Back in the magical control room, the bald man and the others were left speechless. Another observer examined the map closely, confusion creeping in as an unexpected vital reaction appeared. Vakir, standing over the fallen ant, furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected to sense vital energy in this place. At the same time, the small spider continued devouring the remaining poison. Planting his hand firmly on the ground, Vakir shifted into an offensive stance. Though only 18, he was already an intermediate-level sword expert. If anyone discovered his true strength as a graduate, it would cause an uproar. In front of him stood two formidable soldier ants, specialists in combat. One had a risk level of B+, the other AC. Studying them carefully, Vakir realized these creatures weren't just monsters. They'd been designed to perfectly resemble real killer ants. Not far away, Sancho lay unconscious. Vakir approached him, gripping his axe tightly. Then, without hesitation, he gathered the weapons of the others, Bianca's bow, Tudor's spear, and Piggy's sword, securing them on his back. Determination burned in his gaze as he turned toward the enemy. Drawing from his past life's knowledge of killer ants, he formed a strategy. If he executed it correctly, he could fight them as though he were an advanced sword expert. His eyes locked onto their weak point, the narrow dorsal connection between their heads and thoraxes. Just as the ants prepared to strike, Vakir infused Sancho's axe with mana and hurled it with immense force. The weapon spun rapidly through the air before slamming into the dorsal cover of one of the beasts, causing it immense pain. As he observed the battlefield, Vakir recalled a crucial detail. This area contained the biometric compass of the killer ants. Seeing the sheer strength he possessed, the remaining ants trembled, a flicker of fear creeping into their movements. Without hesitation, Vakir surged forward, wielding Sancho's axe once more. With precise, powerful strikes, he targeted the dorsal covers of 3 more ants. The moment their covers cracked, Their movements became erratic. They lost their sense of direction and began stumbling backward. Switching tactics, he grabbed Bianca's bow, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, penetrating aura. He remembered another key weakness these creatures had: their skulls. Unlike the rest of their exoskeletons, their skulls were divided into two sections, connected by a small, fragile link no wider than a finger. Channeling his mana into an arrow, he let it fly. The arrow streaked like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through an ant's skull and shattering it instantly. That part of its body was far more vulnerable than the rest. Without missing a beat, Vakir drew Tudor's spear, leaped high into the air, and positioned himself above the incapacitated ants. As they tilted their heads up to track him, panic flickered in their eyes. Moving at breakneck speed, he struck with precision, first shattering their skulls, then slashing through their necks, and finally severing their legs to ensure they could no longer move. Landing smoothly back on the ground, he planted one hand down and scanned the remaining enemies, preparing to wipe them all out. But then, something unexpected. His eyes widened in surprise as a massive shadow loomed over him, far larger than any of the other ants he had faced. Rising to his feet, he locked onto the towering figure. Despite its imposing size, he remained calm, his curiosity piqued. A colossal red ant emerged, its attention fixed entirely on him. Saliva dripped from its mandibles. It was another killer ant, but this one was different. It was a general ant, classified as a high-risk rank A beast. Vakir's gaze sharpened. He let Tudor's spear drop to the ground, his focus solely on the creature before him. The sight of such a formidable opponent appearing in the exam caught him off guard. But instead of fear, his heart pounded with excitement. A grin spread across his face. Reaching for the hilt of Piggy's sword, he slowly drew the blade, ready to face the challenge head-on. Meanwhile, outside the magical barrier, the poisonous gas had thickened, making it impossible for the spectators to see what was unfolding inside. A heavy silence filled the air. No one knew what was happening. The students murmured anxiously among themselves, but the thick, poisonous fog made it impossible to see anything inside the stadium. Time was running out for the third phase of the exam. Even third-year students struggled to endure all three phases, so there was no way first years could survive this long. In a magical control room, one of the staff monitoring the stadium suddenly froze in shock. His reaction immediately caught the attention of the mustached man, who turned toward him, a mix of curiosity and unease on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked cautiously. The bald man, drenched in sweat, was at a complete loss. He turned toward the others, his voice shaking with panic as he made the shocking announcement. The general ant had been defeated. What's more, the students' vital signs were still stable. Professor Morg stepped forward, his eyes widening in disbelief. No one could process the fact that the powerful general ant had been taken down. A sinking feeling crept over Morg as he recalled just how dangerous that creature was. This wasn't some ordinary golem meant for students to defeat. It was a hidden obstacle, placed to ensure that no one could last the full hour easily. Rubbing his chin, he stared at the screen, trying to piece together what had happened inside the stadium. Just then, a commotion erupted. A man appeared, carrying a woman with striking purple hair over his shoulder. He rushed forward, shouting that he had found Professor Sadie, the one who held the key to the magical barrier. One of the higher-ups immediately demanded to know where she had been. The man hesitated, clearly panicked, before blurting out the truth. She had been found in an alley bar after the owner reported her for causing a scene and disrupting business. Professor Sadie, completely intoxicated, was drooling and unable to stand properly. She was, in short, a mess. Dolores clenched her fists and pointed angrily at the magic barrier. Her voice was sharp and unwavering as she gave a direct order. "Open it." A tense silence followed. Concern flickered in the others' eyes. No one knew if Tudor and the others were even alive. Despite the uncertainty, they used the key. Bit by bit, the magic barrier began to dissolve, allowing the poisonous gas to spill out into the open air. And with that, the Academy's midterm exam incident came to an end. The magical wall had been deactivated after exactly 42 minutes and 13 seconds. As the exhausted instructors rushed down to the stadium, their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Before them, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of the fallen ants. None of them could believe what they were seeing. Somehow, a group of first-year students had taken down every single one of them. Just then, Dolores, overwhelmed with worry, rushed down to the stadium. Her eyes scanned the area anxiously as she called out for Tudor and the others. But as she ran forward, she suddenly froze. Right in front of her, amidst the lifeless bodies of the ants, lay Vakir, unconscious. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape. Her gaze locked onto him, studying his unmoving form in silence. Was he truly unconscious, or was he just pretending? A A question lingered in her mind. What was he even doing here? The truth was, Vakir was faking it. With his eyes shut, he remained perfectly still, making it seem as though he had collapsed during the battle. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it was better than dealing with endless questions. Dolores let out a quiet breath. Though confused, she felt a sense of relief. As complicated as it was to process, she was just glad they hadn't lost a future hero. Just then, her friend appeared, camera in hand, grinning with excitement. She wasted no time, turning on the device and carefully capturing a shot of Vakir lying on the ground. Before long, his story spread across the academy. The boy who had thrown himself into danger to protect his classmates became the headline of Colosseo Academy's midterm exam coverage. A photograph featuring Tudor, Bianca, Piggy, and Sancho was also published. Bianca, having witnessed Vakir's incredible feats before fainting, shared everything she had seen. When Vakir was interviewed, he simply touched his chin, feigning confusion, and humbly stated that this victory was the combined effort of him and his friends. His modesty only added to the admiration he received. Another photo, one of him wiping sweat after a match, circulated widely. His reputation soared, not just for his skill, but also for his striking appearance. Soon, his rank as a swordsman was re-evaluated. He was now officially recognized as a high-level expert. However, not everyone was convinced. The head of the Monster Research Center voiced his doubts, arguing that a swordsman of that level shouldn't have been able to defeat a general ant. Vakir, unbothered, simply explained the secret behind the killer ants. Their weak point lay in their skulls. His knowledge proved invaluable. Even the Crown Prince took notice, predicting that this revelation would significantly reduce the mortality rate of Imperial soldiers. In recognition of his contribution, the prince personally awarded Vakir a certificate of honor. Despite the recognition, Vakir's expression remained indifferent. He had no interest in fame. Before he knew it, he had been named this year's Rising Star. But to him, the title meant little. Far away, someone reading the newspaper clenched their fists, then tore it to shreds. Later that night, under the soft glow of the moon, Vakir sat atop the academy's rooftop, staring down at the ground with a distant expression. He sighed. No one, not even him, could have predicted that his once peaceful student life would spiral into something so troublesome. The baby madam suddenly appeared, her eyes closing as she bounced with excitement. A bright smile spread across her face, but Vakir quickly told her this wasn't something to celebrate. Even though everything had taken a drastic turn, he was relieved that his friends were safe. Just then, an owl swooped down toward them. Vakir tensed instinctively, confusion flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, the baby madam froze in fear and quickly scurried into his clothes, hiding herself. The owl gracefully landed on Vakir's outstretched arm. His gaze shifted to its leg, where a small, rolled-up note was secured. He immediately recognized it. It was a routine report from Cindy Wendy. Unraveling the parchment, he carefully read through the contents. Cindy had successfully acquired the vital training records of the 10 elite corpses, but needed up to a month to fully analyze them. As for the Night Hound imitators, one seemed to be acting for personal glorification, while the motives of the others remained unclear. Osiris of the Baskerville family had left the estate, presumably heading toward the imperial capital. And finally, one of the first-year students at the academy was secretly of royal blood. Once the message was delivered, the owl took flight again. The baby madam cautiously peeked out from Vakir's collar. Her curiosity piqued. Vakir, however, was fixated on the note, his eyes narrowing in thought. Cindy hadn't found concrete clues about the 10 elite corpses yet, but the fact that she needed more time meant she was being thorough. Deciding not to leave any traces, he raised a hand and burned the note, watching as the paper disintegrated into ash. He had no intention of spreading the information. After all, it wasn't something he stood to lose by keeping to himself. The ashes scattered in the wind, drifting off into the night. At that moment, a figure stepped forward, a woman in a skirt. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She had never expected to run into the Academy's hero in a place like this. Hearing her voice, Vakir snapped out of his thoughts, his attention shifting to her. It was none other than Sinclair. Under the star-filled sky, she smiled warmly. Closing her eyes, a soft blush coloring her cheeks, she asked, "So, is this what they call destiny?" Sinclair sat quietly on the rooftop, a hint of nervousness in her posture, but soon relaxed with a smile as she took in the night view. She was well known for her honesty and talent, one of the top performers in the Fire Corps, consistently outshining the rest. Vakir, however, stayed alert, his eyes filled with suspicion as he watched her carefully. He couldn't figure out why she was here so late. Above them, the sky sparkled with stars. Trying to ease the tension, Sinclair broke the silence. She hadn't expected to see Vakir here. It caught her off guard. This rooftop was her personal escape, a place where she came to gaze at the Milky Way whenever her spirits were low. Vakir's expression shifted. Realization hit him. He said he misread the situation completely. Sinclair glanced at him, her eyes softening, cheeks turning bright red. She hoped that maybe, just maybe, she'd run into him again here someday. Vakir felt her gaze and looked down, avoiding her eyes. He knew this rooftop could no longer be where he received messages from Cindy. It was compromised now. Then Sinclair smiled gently and reached out her hand, casually mentioning that people at the academy had been talking about him nonstop lately. Vakir didn't respond. Without lifting his head, he said coldly that he wasn't interested in what others had to say. But Sinclair brushed it off, saying there was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, people were naturally drawn to remarkable individuals. Smirking slightly, she started counting off on her fingers. Being ranked number 1 wasn't all. He had 3 research papers about to shake the academic world. He wasn't just any student. He was an irregular with an aura rivaling a seasoned expert. Vakir's eyes widened slightly, a bead of sweat trailing down his face. Her words hit closer than she realized. She added that many found him intimidating, not just because of his strength, but because of how different he was. Vakir sighed, brushing it all aside. Grades, titles, none of it mattered, he said. He warned her not to put too much value in those things. Sinclair tilted her head, puzzled. How could grades not matter at a place like this? But Vakir knew the truth better than anyone. Money, status, reputation, none of it would hold weight when the era of destruction came. The world's current systems would crumble, and all that would remain was survival. Sinclair chuckled softly, teasing that he sounded like he'd lived for centuries. Like a grumpy old man hiding in a young man's body. That comment piqued Vakir's interest. He glanced over at her, a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that from her. In his mind, she was clever, maybe even more than he gave her credit for. But Sinclair didn't linger on that. She shifted gears and, with a curious look, asked what he planned to do after midterms. Without missing a beat, Vakir held up a finger, smirked, and said he was going to focus on training, especially his back and lower body. She blinked, confused. Did you hit your head or something? She muttered, closing her eyes with a sigh. Meanwhile, Vakir adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. He hadn't forgotten. Sinclair was someone who kept her own secrets, just like him. Before her return, she graduated at the top of her class, never losing that number 1 spot. And then she vanished. Cut off everyone. No contact. No word. She'd simply disappeared from the academy's radar. Bathed in gentle moonlight, Sinclair slowly opened her eyes again. A faint smile played on her lips. It was odd. She was of royal blood origin, yet something about her felt different. Vakir couldn't shake the thought. Could she be royalty hiding in plain sight? Cindy Winnie had mentioned once that someone from the royal line had quietly enrolled in the academy. The next morning, the sun rose over the academy grounds. A tired tutor stretched his arms with a groan, clearly worn out from the long exam stretch. He slung on his backpack and joined the others heading toward campus. With a relieved grin, the tutor reminded everyone that the attack test happening today would mark the end of midterms. Walking beside him, Sancho glanced back with a serious look. He pointed out that the delay in the schedule was due to the injuries from the defense exam incident, dragging the exam period out longer than expected. Up ahead, Vakir and Piggy walked quietly, not saying a word. The tutor's gaze darkened. His eyes burned with frustration as he thought about Granui. It still annoyed him that their little wager ended in a draw. As he rubbed his shoulder, his attention locked onto someone in the group. Then, with a bright and confident grin, he declared that he'd finally figured it out. He now knew who his real rival was. The whole exam had been a revelation. Vakir, walking quietly, raised a brow, confused. He had no idea what the tutor was going on about. Thanks to Vakir's actions, the group had avoided serious injuries, but it still irritated them. He'd been keeping his full strength hidden from his friends all along. In truth, Vakir was a high-level expert, quietly masking the depth of his power. Vakir turned his back to the group, but the 3 of them didn't let it slide. Each of them gave him a light punch, their way of holding him accountable. He glanced over his shoulder, his expression serious. He reminded them that they were forgetting something. He hadn't done it all on his own. Tutor raised both hands and closed his eyes with a sigh. "You're just too humble," he said with a chuckle. Changing the topic, Tutor suddenly asked if they'd heard about the latest act of terror by the night bloodhound. Vakir's eyes shot open, frozen in shock. Piggy calmly unzipped his backpack, pulled out a newspaper, and laid it out. This time, it was the students from the Varangian Training Center who'd been attacked. Vakir and Sancho both leaned in, their full attention on him. Neither said a word. Piggy opened the paper, and his face darkened as he read. The report stated that the attack had happened while the students were trying to track and restrain the night bloodhound. It had ended badly. According to the latest coverage, the night bloodhound had resurfaced once again, leaving destruction in his wake. a name now synonymous with chaos. He was considered the most dangerous villain in recent history. The article said the attack had taken place just the night before. The Varangian students, who were on an excursion into the Yellow Sea, had been ambushed. 10 were lightly injured, and another 10 were in serious condition, including the head of the training center. As they processed the news, the group began murmuring among themselves. Sancho folded his arms, raising a question. Was the Night Bloodhound's territory expanding? Still reading, Piggy noted that there were actually people out there supporting this man, despite everything he'd done. Tudor, thoughtful, placed a hand under his chin. What exactly was this guy's goal? Vakir stared at the ground, his mind spinning. His fist clenched tightly. It was clear now. His imitators had started to move. Anger flared in his eyes. There were 2 of them. One had gone quiet lately, but the other was ramping things up, gaining momentum. The group continued toward the academy. Sancho, Tudor, and Piggy walked on, chatting cheerfully. Vakir, on the other hand, remained tense, his thoughts weighing heavily. Security around the Night Bloodhound had intensified. If things continued like this, even future assassination attempts could be in jeopardy. The day had just begun, and students were already pouring into the academy. Vakir made up his mind. Once the exams were over, he'd track down the imitators and deal with them himself. Elsewhere on campus, the attack exams were underway. Unlike the defense exam, which emphasized teamwork and required groups of 4, this test was all about individual performance. Each student faced off one-on-one against a professor, more precisely, against golems controlled by the professors. The goal? Land clean hits, dodge effectively, block when needed. Every move earned points. Sancho stepped up first. Channeling his mana into his spear, he charged and struck the golem's barrier with force. These golems mirrored the combat style of the professors, all of whom were masters in their field. This wasn't just a test, it was real battle training. Behind the golem stood Professor Morg, arms folded, silently commanding the creature with precision. But the system had its flaws. A single professor could only handle 50 students at a time, which made scaling the exam difficult. Then it was Tudor's turn. Gritting his teeth, he charged with everything he had. His attack connected, the golem shattered. He stared at the result, surprised his power had actually worked. But Professor Morg wasn't impressed. He watched Tudor intently, his gaze sharp. "You've got a long way to go," he said. Suddenly, green roots burst from the ground. Tudor tensed up, but they were just a distraction. While he was focused on them, the golem reappeared, fist cocked back for a strike. Tudor gripped his spear tightly, noticing that the golem's speed had increased. Had the professor reinforced it physically? As the fist closed in, Tudor braced for impact, arms raised to shield himself, but it was a fake out. The real attack came a second later. A devastating kick crashed into his ribs, knocking the wind out of him. Fear flashed across Tudor's face as he crumpled to the ground, screaming in pain. His body twisted in agony. The golem stood over him. Professor Morg's voice cut through the silence. "Just because I'm a mage doesn't mean I can't use fists or feet." The golem reached down and pulled Tudor to his feet. "In battle, winning is everything. Even if you're a mage, use your fists, your legs, even your teeth if you have to." Tudor nodded weakly, grateful. After all participants finished, their scores were tallied. Everyone headed to the stadium, Tudor included, still worn out from the intense fight. From Ice Core Class A, Cadet Tudor, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, scored 12 clean hits, 20 dodges, 3 blocks, and no critical strikes. Final score, 35 points. Bianca sat there in disbelief, her hands slightly raised as if trying to grasp what just happened. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Tudor had actually outscored her. From Ice Core Class A, Cadet Bianca, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, had landed 7 attacks, performed 24 dodges, blocked none, and scored 0 critical hits. Her final score, 31 points. Frustrated, she jumped to her feet and pointed at Tudor, blaming the test format for her loss. One-on-one combat, she argued, was unfair to archers. Still seated, Tudor turned toward her, eyebrows furrowed. "Funny," he said. "I don't remember you talking about fairness when you racked up all the individual points during the defense exam." Their back and forth was cut off by sudden laughter coming from behind them. It was Grenouille, leaning casually with one hand on the seat. He raised the other, smirking. "Well, looks like this proves I'm the best out of us 3. From Ice Core Class A, Cadet Grenouille, also evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, scored 11 attacks, 22 dodges, 2 blocks, and no critical hits. His final score, 35 points. Tudor blinked, confused. "What are you even talking about?" "You, and I got the same score." Grenouille's grin vanished. He jabbed a finger at Tudor, his voice rising. "Yeah, the same score in both the defense and attack exams." Then, his expression twisted into a triumphant grin. "But I still win. My theoretical grades are higher." Tutor's face went pale. That hit him hard. He slumped in his seat, overwhelmed. Losing to Granui had never even crossed his mind. Sitting beside him, Bianca gently rested a hand on his back. Honestly, she said, trying to cheer him up, we're lucky we got Professor Vinci Morg. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. The others got Professor Sadie. That caught Tutor's attention. His eyes widened with curiosity. Bianca, still picturing the scene, muttered that just thinking about Professor Sadie gave her chills. Her smile? Straight up unhinged. She was a notorious drunk who'd once vanished with a key bee of the magic wall. The older students described her as bizarre and totally unprofessional. She was, without question, the professor most students tried to avoid. Tutor stared at Bianca, stunned. How did someone like that even get hired at the academy? Bianca dropped her hand and looked away awkwardly. Well, she's actually insanely skilled. When she's not teaching, she works with law enforcement to catch high-level criminals. She paused for a moment, her mind drifting. She imagined the Night Bloodhound. She's even been involved in trying to capture people like him. Tutor's expression turned serious. His thoughts grew heavy. He knew his friends were strong, but after hearing that, he couldn't help but worry for them. Bianca placed both hands on the bench behind her and stared quietly at the sky. Her voice softened as she admitted this was exactly why she was worried. With a far-off look, she revealed something most didn't know. Professor Sadie was the last surviving relative of a fallen marquis. Rumor had it she resented students from powerful families, especially the talented ones. And that envy? It didn't just simmer. It exploded. Whispers around the academy claimed she had a habit of utterly destroying gifted students. At that same moment, in another part of the academy, chaos had already unfolded. Piggy's bloody body lay sprawled across the floor. A woman in heels coldly pressed her foot against his head. Standing beside her was a golem, identical in appearance, stepping forward, adding to the tension in the room. Across from her stood a group of horrified students. One of their peers had just collapsed, and fear was written all over their faces. This didn't feel like an exam. It felt like a massacre. The door slammed shut behind them. Panic set in. Students rushed to it, pounding desperately, trying to escape. They wanted out. They wanted a different professor. Anyone but her. Professor Sadie, one hand casually on her hip, the other tracing her lips, stood atop Piggy's unconscious form. To her, this year's batch of cadets were nothing but cowards. Cadet Piggy, from Ice Corps Class B, evaluated by Professor Sadie, scored absolutely nothing. 0 attacks, 0 dodges, 0 blocks, 0 critical hits. Final score, 0. Beside her was Sinclair, bloodied and unconscious. Her result? Also 0 in every category. Not far from them was Sancho, his body in the same broken state. He too had failed to register even a single move. Another 0. Sadie let out a breath and slowly drew out a whip, scanning the terrified students. Most had already fled. To her, this was just a waste of time now. But one student remained. One cadet stood up and faced her. Vakir, his eyes locked on hers, sharp and unwavering. Sadie touched her cheek, licked her lips, and smiled darkly, hungry for battle. Then she gave the order. Come. 30 minutes earlier, Vakir and the others sat waiting for their turn. Sancho cracked his fingers, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He couldn't stop grinning. Finally, the attack exam was about to begin. Next to him sat Vakir, arms crossed, silently watching Sancho's energy build. Behind them, Piggy looked puzzled, unsure what to make of it all. Beside him was Sinclair, who reached out slightly, noting how confident Sancho seemed. Sancho raised a finger and, with a cheerful grin, declared that one-on-one combat was the true test of a warrior's strength. He was fired up and eager to jump in a fight. Piggy turned his attention towards Sancho, surprised. Casually, he said his tutor had once mentioned that if they weren't allowed to use aura, Sancho would easily be the strongest among the Ice Corps students in hand-to-hand combat. Vakir glanced down, lost in thought, until something unexpected happened. A voice rang out, asking what Professor Sadie was doing. Piggy's head snapped up, alarmed. In front of them stood a student, eyes narrowed, fists clenched, and Professor Sadie with a bottle of wine in her hand. The boy glared at her, furious. You're drinking during an exam? Students' lives are on the line. Sadie stayed silent, completely unfazed. But the student wasn't done. He said he could smell the alcohol from across the room. She was clearly drunk. Without responding, Sadie raised the bottle and chugged every last drop. Then, with a twisted smirk, she muttered that the boy was just annoying. Suddenly, she placed one hand on her waist and, grinning like a demon, bit into the glass bottle, crunching it down like it was food. The boy's eyes widened in horror. He staggered back, panic setting in. Sadie's mouth dripped with shards of glass. She stuck out her tongue, licking up the wine that trickled down her cheek, then wiped it clean with her hand. Her eyes locked on the student with a dark, malicious stare. Calmly, She said the alcohol content was only 7.6%, so calling it alcohol was a bit dramatic. Watching this unfold, Sinclair gasped and covered her mouth, visibly shaken. Piggy, beside her, stared in disbelief. The rumors were true. Professor Sadie was every bit as terrifying and unhinged as they'd heard. The only one unfazed was Vakir. He remained still, quiet, and composed. People like her? He'd seen them before, many times. This wasn't new to him. Sadie pulled out a sheet, pointed at a student's name with a smile far too eager, and declared it was time to begin. The first name Professor Sadie called was Sancho. Instead of fear, Sancho's face lit up with excitement. He grabbed his weapon, stood tall, and marched forward, ready for battle. Seeing this, Sinclair and Vakir stood up, tense. Piggy cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, warning Sancho to be careful. There were rumors. Students who took Professor Sadie's exam often didn't return to the academy. But Sancho just smiled, confident. Don't worry, he said. I've got this. Professor Sadie summoned her golem. It materialized in front of her, towering and still. Sancho stepped closer, studying it. His grip tightened around his axe as he dropped into an offensive stance. A warrior's will, he said with conviction, can never be broken. His excitement grew. He didn't fear her. He admired her. I'm ready to learn, he said. And with that, the exam began. Sancho launched himself into the air, axe raised, descending fast with full force aimed straight at the golem. Sadie lowered her gaze to the ground. A slow, twisted smile crept across her face. After a moment of stillness, she repeated his words in a mocking tone. The will of a warrior is unbreakable. Then it happened. Sancho's attack connected, but something went wrong. Sinclair gasped, hand over her mouth, eyes wide in disbelief. Piggy staggered backward, stunned. Even Vakir, composed Vakir, was frozen in shock. He had never seen anything like this before. Through the swirling smoke, the outline of the golem became clear. It stood unmoved, gripping Sancho by the neck. His body hung limp, unconscious and drenched in blood. Every student in the room was paralyzed. This wasn't a test. It was a nightmare. Professor Sadie's golem lifted Sancho like a rag doll. She tilted her head, almost disappointed. Looks like my toy broke, she said coldly. Her hands moved in rhythm with two glowing magic circles, controlling the golem with disturbing ease. Her eyes sparkled with Alice energy as she turned to the rest of the students. With a cruel smile, she asked, So, does this mean Sancho's disqualified as a warrior? Vakir's expression hardened. He stared at her, trying to understand what she was really after. The golem dropped Sancho's body, letting it slam against the floor with a sickening thud. Vakir and Piggy rushed forward, lifting him between them, slinging his arms over their shoulders. Piggy begged him to wake up. Sinclair stepped forward, face twisted with anger. She extended her arm protectively, placing herself between the teacher and the others. Her voice trembled with fury. What are you doing? She demanded. How could you hit a student until they passed out? Professor Sadie didn't flinch. Calmly, she replied, The purpose of this exam is to give students a taste of the real world. Professor Sadie raised a finger, her grin unwavering. With smug confidence, she reminded everyone that these were the words of the Academy's very first president. What? Are you going to protest a real fight? She said mockingly. Then, she pointed directly at Sinclair. You're next, she declared. Let's see what the Ice Corps leader can do. Sinclair's fists were clenched, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. She didn't know what Sadie was planning, but it was clear she was being targeted. Before she could respond, a voice behind her broke through the fog in her mind. Refuse the exam. Startled, Sinclair turned around. It was Vakir, supporting Sancho's unconscious body on his shoulder. His gaze was calm, sincere, focused entirely on her. He told her plainly, Sadie's actions weren't just unfair. If she reported this, the Academy might allow her to retake the exam under a different professor. Sinclair looked down, her thoughts spinning. Then, quietly, she thanked him for his concern. But her eyes blazed with resolve. She wouldn't run, not from the person who hurt her friend. A heavy silence settled over the room. Sadie broke it with a mocking laugh. What's with the sweet little expression? She sneered. Think that's going to help you? Sinclair's gaze snapped back up, burning with fury. Her teeth clenched, and a new wave of anger surged through her. Sadie, still smiling, locked eyes with her. Let's fix that pretty face. The exam began. Sinclair stepped forward, dropping into a battle stance, her body pulsing with power. Magic circles began to spin and form all around her. She stretched her hands toward the sky, unleashing a powerful wave of mana. Sadie's eyes widened, genuinely caught off guard. This girl could cast third-class spells at her age? For a moment, she said nothing. But then, a wicked grin returned to her face. As expected, from the next accessit, she whispered. Her eyes glinted with malice. Suddenly, her golem vanished, then reappeared directly beneath Sinclair, winding up for a devastating punch. Sinclair, still focusing her spell, realized too late that the golem was closing in. Her expression shifted to panic. Ever felt a mana backlash? Sadie asked with a smirk. Before Sinclair could even raise her guard, the golem's fist slammed into her stomach. The magical circles around her shattered instantly. The mana she had gathered burst out in reverse, ripping through her body. It surged violently through her mouth, her nose, even her eyes. Blood followed. The pain was instant and overwhelming. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest as her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't stop drooling, the agony stealing her breath. The price of her magic was too high. The golem stepped closer to Sinclair, peering down at her broken, trembling body. Professor Sadie's voice cut through the silence, taunting, sharp. So, she asked, watching Sinclair. Hurts more than you thought, doesn't it? Sinclair could barely lift her head, her body still convulsing from the mana backlash. Sadie's cruel smile widened. If you're unlucky, she said with a laugh, you might not be able to use magic ever again. That thought, Sinclair losing her ability, was a game to her. And wouldn't that be something? She added, mockingly. The next accessit of Ice Core, useless. Without warning, the golem delivered a brutal kick to Sinclair's side, sending her rolling across the floor like a rag doll. Blood stained the ground behind her. She better pray that doesn't happen, Sadie said coldly. All that hard work? And for what? Just another commoner trying to rise too high. Piggy, watching from a distance, couldn't take it anymore. Fear filled his eyes, but worry pushed him forward. He rushed towards Sinclair, desperate to see if she was still conscious. Vakir stood still, staring at her in silence. His expression had hardened. The moment had come. It was Piggy's turn to face the exam. He stepped forward, sword in hand. He wore a confident smile, but his body betrayed him, trembling with fear. Still, he gripped his sword tightly. Sadie scoffed, one hand on her hip, the other lazily pointed at him. And who is this little piece of trash? She sneered. Doesn't even know how to hold a sword. Sweat poured down Piggy's face. But even then, he didn't back down. His eyes held something else, determination. He wasn't going to run. Not today. Sadie's golem began to move toward him. This was his chance. His moment to prove that the strength buried under his timid appearance was real. But before he could even lift his weapon, crack. The golem struck first, shattering Piggy's blade with a single, crushing kick. The broken sword clattered across the floor, its tip embedding itself meters away. Piggy stared, stunned. Then, before he could react, a second blow came. The golem launched a vicious kick under his jaw, lifting him off the ground. His body arced through the air, helpless. As he hung there, dazed, the golem raised its foot again, heel aimed at his head. From below, Sadie laughed. Trash stays trash, no matter how much it fights. Those words made Vakir's fist tighten. A vein pulsed along his temple. Piggy crashed to the ground, unmoving. Blood pooled beneath his head. Sadie walked up and planted her heel on him, just as she had with the others. Another student down. In the crowd, a blonde-haired cadet was frozen in disbelief. Nearby, a black-haired student clutched his head, unable to comprehend what was happening. Was this really a test? The remaining students panicked. They ran to the door, slamming against it, screaming for help. But it wouldn't open. They wanted out. They wanted another professor. Anyone but her. Piggy lay motionless on the floor, blood covering his head. Vakir approached quietly, eyes locked on him, saying nothing. Sancho sat nearby, his eyes swollen and dark. Sinclair was barely upright, her body battered and bruised. Something shifted in Vakir. His calm exterior began to crack. Rage simmered beneath the surface. Professor Sadie stretched out her hand toward the wounded students, then turned away with a twisted grin. Cowards, she sneered. All of you. She turned back to the list to call the next student, but then paused. Something had caught her attention. Vakir stepped forward, with arrows slung across his back. He pulled out his bow and stood before her. His posture said everything. He was ready, eyes fixed on the ground. He quietly stated that he would be the next to take the exam. Sadie's expression shifted. Her brows lifted in surprise, then slowly curved into a grin. This was interesting. A little eager, aren't we? She said, amused. I haven't even finished with the appetizer. And here comes the main course. All eyes in the room turned to him. The students at the door stopped pounding, their attention locked on Vakir. He wasn't just anyone. He was the rumored prodigy of the academy, a supposed high-ranking sword expert. But now he stood with a bow in hand and a vengeance in his eyes. The students whispered among themselves. It was madness to use a bow in close-range combat. No one used them in one-on-one fights. But Vakir didn't flinch. The exam began. Sadie's eyes lit up. Hurting talented students was her favorite sport. She guided her golem forward, fast, aggressive. This was the top student. Breaking him will be delicious. Vakir watched silently, drawing an arrow from his back. The golem charged, arm raised, fingers stretching toward him, ready to grab and crush. She wanted to hear him scream when his bones snapped. But Vakir moved first. He knocked the arrow, eyes burning with hatred. And just as the golem was about to reach him, he let it fly. In an instant, everything changed. The arrow didn't fly straight. It curved. It struck hard, slicing into the golem's shoulder with unnatural force, sending a deep fracture through its thick armor. Sadie's eyes went wide. She stumbled back, the spell disrupted. The golem froze mid-charge, just inches from Vakir. The students at the door turned, stunned. Mouths dropped open in shock. Then they saw it. The arrow hadn't stopped at the golem. It had pierced straight through and lodged itself deep in Professor Sadie's eye. She screamed. She clawed at the arrow, blood pouring down her face. The agony sent her crashing to her knees, wailing in pain. The room fell silent, and Vakir stood still, bow in hand, unmoved. Vakir slowly lowered his bow, releasing the string with practiced calm. He stood still, soaking in the moment, silently savoring the chaos he just unleashed. But to keep up appearances, he quickly shifted his expression, feigning worry. Eyes wide, voice level, he spoke up. "I was aiming for the golem," he said innocently. "I have no idea how it ended up hitting you." His tone was clean, but behind his eyes, something darker stirred. A glint of malice flickered in his gaze. Then came a smile, slow, deliberate, cruel. "Are you okay, Professor Sadie?" he asked, the question dripping with sarcasm. Sadie's hands clutched her wounded eye, blood seeping through her fingers. She grit her teeth, every muscle in her body tensed with pain. And inside her, rage boiled. Her thoughts spiraled into pure hatred. Vakir had humiliated her, and she would never forget it. The arrow slammed into Sadie's right eye. She clutched her face, gritting her teeth as the pain intensified, erupting into a scream. Vinci Morgue, still maintaining control over his golem through a magic circle, heard the cry. Alarmed, he spun around, confusion on his face. He couldn't help but wonder if that lunatic Sadie was tormenting the students again. Back inside the exam room, every student stood frozen, shock and fear painted across their faces. Moments later, Vinci Morgue, clearly uneasy about what was unfolding, showed up and forcefully shoved open the previously sealed door. His eyes were blazing with fury. He raised a hand, seething at the discovery that Professor Sadie had even locked the door. He muttered, questioning whether she was mistreating the students again. Tutor, standing nearby, remained silent, unsure of what to make of the chaos. As Tutor, Bianca Dolores, and Professor Vinci Morgue stepped into the room, they were met with a chilling sight. Sadie, on her knees, an arrow embedded in her eye, trembling in pain and fury. The entire room froze, stunned by the scene. Vinci Morgue's gaze darted to Sadie, wide-eyed. She was bleeding, something he couldn't wrap his head around. Behind him, Tutor's eyes scanned the area and landed on something horrifying. Not far away, the unconscious, bloodied bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy lay crumpled on the ground. Without hesitation, Tutor sprinted toward them to check if they were still alive. Meanwhile, Professor Sadie writhed on the floor in agony. Vakir, calmly holding his bow, began walking toward the group. Vinci Morgue's attention locked on him. "What happened here?" he demanded. Behind them, Sadie's golem stood still. Vakir turned and, with a steady look, explained. During the exam, the golem had suddenly attacked. Acting on instinct, he fired an arrow, which passed through the golem and struck Professor Sadie. Still unsure, Vinci Morgue turned to inspect the golem in silence. Doubt lingered on his face. His eyes returned to Sadie, this time truly surprised. He'd seen students injured before, but never a teacher. Sadie's eyes burned with hatred as she stared daggers at Vakir, her jaw clenched tight. The injured teacher was leaving Vinci Morgue unsure whether to see this as karma or just misfortune. Vakir stood firm in front of her, fists clenched, his face showing no trace of regret. The point tally came in. From Class B of the Ice Corps, Cadet 256, Vakir scored 1 hit, 0 evasions, 0 defenses, and a single critical strike, earning him 11 points. Meanwhile, the unconscious bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy were gently gathered. Dolores knelt beside them, hands outstretched, channeling golden, healing energy that shimmered around their battered forms. She watched in silence, eyes full of concern. As the light enveloped them, their wounds began to slowly mend. Upon closer examination, Dolores noted Sinclair had internal damage from disrupted mana flow. Sancho was covered in bruises, and Piggy's jaw had been completely shattered. With increased focus, she intensified the healing energy, knowing these kinds of injuries had no place in a student exam. Tutor, visibly worried, turned to Dolores and asked if they'd be all right. She met his gaze and gently assured him that thanks to his quick action, they would all make a full recovery without lasting harm. Bianca, standing silently beside Tutor, said nothing. He crouched to take a closer look at the wounded students, and both he and Bianca finally let out a breath of relief. Dolores rose, her hands clenched, her expression distant. Without a word, she turned and walked away. On the nearby stairs, Professor Sadie sat holding her injured eye, slowly removing her hat. Dolores approached, reached out, and calmly asked to examine the wound. Studying her, Dolores said plainly that once she recovered, she intended to report Sadie to the student council for using excessive force during an exam. But instead of reacting with guilt, a wicked grin crept across Sadie's face. She looked up and asked if Dolores was truly the saintess from the prestigious Quo Vadis family. Dolores, troubled, reached out to begin healing the wound, but was suddenly halted. Sadie yanked the arrow from her own eye, causing blood to pour from it. Dolores froze, stunned by what she'd just witnessed. Then, Sadie did the unthinkable. She brought the bloodied arrow to her mouth, her eyes gleaming with twisted excitement. With a malicious smile, she refused Dolores's help. The watching students recoiled in fear and disgust. Across the room, Vincy Moore's glare hardened. His jaw tightened as he stared at her, seething. Professor Sadie rose to her feet, blood still trailing from her eye. Without looking back at Dolores, she began walking away. In a cold tone, she said if Dolores planned to punish her, so be it, but it would be wiser to wait until the day that punishment was lifted. Dolores watched in silence, unsure what to make of her words. A grin crept across Sadie's face. Lately, she found many things amusing, especially the mysterious night bloodhound that had stirred up chaos across the Empire. As she passed Vakir, she tilted her head slightly and asked with a smile, "Your name's Vakir, isn't it?" But he didn't respond. His gaze stayed fixed on the ground, lost in thought. She walked on, her tone turning haughty as she promised to remember his name, confident they would cross paths again. Vakir finally looked up, eyes lit with anticipation. He wasn't afraid. He was eager for that day to come. With that, the curtain closed on the grueling midterm exam. When the results were posted, crowds of curious students gathered around the board. At the top of the rankings was Sinclair. Second place went to Granui, followed by Tudor in third, Hybero Luke Baskerville in fourth, Bianca in fifth, and Middleborough Luke Baskerville in sixth. Sancho claimed seventh, Lowborough Luke Baskerville eighth. Vakir landed at 21st, and Piggy, trailing far behind, sat at 199th. Students who'd lost points during the attack exam, thanks to their unfortunate run-ins with Professor Sadie, were allowed a retake courtesy of the other instructors. Among them were Sancho, Piggy, and Sinclair, who, after his scores were restored, officially became the top first-year student. But despite that, all eyes were on someone else. As a brown-haired student walked through the corridor, one boy placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, pointing ahead in disbelief. "Is that him?" he asked. It was Vakir. Now, every head turned as he passed. Whispers followed him. Girls smiled. He had become the talk of the academy, the only one who'd landed a clean, critical strike on Professor Sadie, the one who'd taken her eye. The terror they once felt toward Demon Sadie was fading. In its place, Vakir had become a symbol of courage. They called him the Ice Slayer, a genuine hero in their eyes. Vakir, gripping his backpack strap with one hand, showed no reaction, no pride. He knew this was the cost of letting emotions get the better of him. Once he distanced himself from the crowd, his demeanor shifted. Serious now, he let his thoughts drift toward the night bloodhound. His daytime life was nothing but a bridge to his true existence after dark. He tried to stay out of things like this. But that day, when he saw those kids being treated like garbage, he'd acted without thinking. While Vakir was lost in thought, a red-haired girl nervously walked up to him. Adjusting her hair, she shut her eyes and shyly held out a love letter. Her voice snapped Vakir back to reality. He blinked, gaze falling to the letter in her hand. Just as she was about to give it to him, a student came dashing toward them. In a flash, Hybero Luke Baskerville appeared, snatching the letter straight from the girl's hand, using his mouth. Both Vakir and the girl froze, utterly confused. Then, like a wild dog, Hybero Luke Baskerville tore the letter apart with his teeth. Middleborough and Lowborough showed up next, stepping in front of the girl. Their eyes locked on her as they coldly demanded to know who she was to get in their way. The girl began to tremble. Vakir stared at the scene, baffled. His eyes widened. What were they doing? The Baskerville triplets had now surrounded him, forming an impromptu escort as they marched him down the hallway, shoving aside anyone who stood in their path. "Move or vanish," they warned. Other students watched from the sidelines, intimidated by the display. Meanwhile, the triplets grinned, convinced they just pulled off something heroic. Vakir, trailing behind them, couldn't help but silently commend them. Odd as they were, they'd handled it well. Later, Vakir made his way to the newspaper club. He stepped inside, slipped off his backpack, and wore a calm, composed look, determined not to let anything ruin his mood. But the moment he looked ahead, his eyes widened. There, bathed in sunlight, sat Dolores, deeply immersed in a newspaper. She didn't even notice him come in. He took a seat nearby, puzzled by her intense expression. "What are you reading to be frowning like that?" he asked. Startled, she snapped out her trance. A bit flustered, her cheeks tinged pink, she looked at him and asked when he'd walked in. "Just now," Vakir replied casually. "Didn't feel me come in?" He glanced at the paper. "Is there anything in there about the Night Hound?" Dolores set the newspaper down and rested her hands on it. Quietly, she explained, the Night Hound had reportedly destroyed the Imperial Capital's monument, the central clock tower, and even damaged the Royal Memorial. Though no solid evidence existed, the authorities blamed all of it on the Night Hound. Her voice softened, and her eyes dimmed with sadness. She admitted that the public's view of the Night Hound was strange, conflicted, confused. Vakir studied her closely, intrigued. The idea that someone might actually believe in him brought him more comfort than he expected. He picked up the newspaper and began reading silently. The article described the clock tower as a powerful symbol of peace and order, something citizens looked at daily. And now, that symbol lay in ruins. Vakir came to a quiet realization. There were deep-rooted grudges festering beneath society's surface. Whoever was behind all this wasn't just following orders. His eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion. His thoughts drifted to Cindy Wendy, imagining her with her hand thoughtfully under her chin. He recalled what she told him yesterday. Contact with their informants had suddenly gone cold. That was too strange to ignore. Resting his head in his hands, Vakir sank into thought. Dolores quietly picked the newspaper back up, eyes scanning the page once more. Meanwhile, Vakir debated his next move. He needed to clean things up, but should he start investigating? Hours passed, and night finally fell. Boots clacked softly on the rooftop. Vakir stood there, disguised as the Night Bloodhound. He had come to the Royal Memorial, where heroes of the Empire were buried. The cemetery, surrounded by stone walls, looked peaceful under the moonlight. He stared at the monument in silence, mind steady. This wasn't just any graveyard. It was a resting place shared by the honored dead. Then a thought struck him. The ninth corpse, Dantalion, was supposedly hidden near the Indulgentia orphanage. Maybe this wasn't a coincidence after all. He stepped toward the cemetery entrance, where a silver cross marked the path. With quiet curiosity, he examined it before sitting down, his back resting against a tombstone. The moon illuminated the grounds. In that moment, it all clicked. He understood why Cindy Wendy's informants had gone missing. The cemetery was crawling with zombies, each of them rated at a Class C threat, about 1.7 meters tall. These creatures, known as the Rotten Ones, had appeared across the continent. They came from mass graves, war zones, abandoned buildings, even sewers. One zombie opened its mouth and let out a low roar. Vakir didn't know what crimes these people had committed in life to end up like this, but he recognized some of them. A few had once worked for Cindy Wendy. Without hesitation, he reached for the weapon slung across his back. His eyes lit up. It had been a while since he'd used Anubis. He began unscrewing its pieces. The weapon was lightweight and easy to carry. He still couldn't believe On had handed him something like this. He drew his bow, his piercing gaze locking on the targets. With precise aim, Vakir loosed mana-charged arrows, striking 3 zombies in the head. They collapsed instantly. As the corpses lay scattered, he stepped forward. "This," he muttered, "is far beyond the training arrows they handed out during exams." People liked to say masters weren't picky about their weapons. That was a lie. Just then, a strange scent drifted through the night air. Vakir stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened. That smell, it was undeniably demonic. But something was off. It wasn't sharp or overwhelming like usual. It was faint, diluted, like it had been mixed with something unnatural. Without hesitation, he launched into a sprint, following the trail. The scent led straight toward Indulgentia Orphanage. Meanwhile, inside the orphanage, a woman wearing a skull-shaped mask stood over a magic circle etched into the floor. She stretched out her hand, summoning a surge of dark energy. The air around her rippled as malicious mana began to swirl. From within the circle, a figure began to rise, a red-haired woman slowly emerging through the arcane glow. The masked woman reached out again, channeling her power into the weakened newcomer. The red-haired girl's eyes were filled with fatigue, her body nearly spent. The masked figure stared at her in disbelief. A mere thief had dared to steal from Dantalion? She wrapped her arms around the girl, rose, and whispered an apology, sincere and soft. She had failed to protect her once again. Her eyes flared with resolve. Holding Rose close, she made a vow under her breath. She would never let them take what she loved again. She would burn through her enemies, human or beast, until none were left standing. She was the 8th corp, on the 3rd floor of the orphanage dormitory, what was left of it after Vakir's brutal clash with Dantalion. The moonlight spilled through the broken walls, casting pale light on the ruins. Sarah stood silently in the dim light, holding the red-haired woman gently by the arms. The woman couldn't speak, worn down, barely conscious. Sarah looked at her with quiet sincerity and said her gift, the ability to find the one she sought, was truly valuable. But Sarah's eyes were heavy with sorrow. She had found Rose, but the other person she longed to find remained lost, no matter how far she searched. Rose's tired eyes flickered, barely able to focus. Sarah reached up, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. If she wanted to fully harness the power granted by her contract with a demon, she would have to do the unthinkable, completely pass through the gates of death. She was already halfway there. There was no time left. She had to master every ounce of this power. Just then, footsteps echoed down the hallway, heavy boots striking the floor. The air grew thick. A suffocating aura filled the space. Vakir stepped from the shadows, his presence overwhelming. His eyes burned with killing intent. "Don't move," he commanded. Sarah froze in place. The pressure from his energy locked her body in fear. Rose didn't move either. Her eyes widened in shock, fear flooding her expression. Sarah quickly stepped in front of Rose, extending an arm to shield her. Whoever this was, he'd gotten this close without her sensing him. He had been watching them, completely unnoticed. From the darkness, Vakir emerged fully, bow in hand. His eyes glowed with focused rage as he charged a mana arrow. "You're going to answer my questions," he said coldly. "If you move, you're dead. If you say anything I didn't ask, you're dead." The mana arrow hummed with energy, aimed straight at her. She smelled of both demon and human. "What are you?" Vakir asked. S stood tall, expression calm. "I'm both," she answered. "Human and demon." Vakir's gaze flicked to Rose. He recognized her, Geronto, one of Dantalion's subordinates. He had killed her. So why was she still alive? Sarah noticed the doubt in his expression. With a serious look, she stated clearly, "Rose isn't Dantalion's subordinate. He took what was mine, without permission." Vakir's eyes darkened. His fury deepened. He tightened his grip on the bowstring and asked one final question. "Was the demon Sarah one of the 10 elite corps you made a contract with?" Sarah's eyes burned with fury to match his. She didn't hesitate. She nodded. "And what are you going to do about it?" she shot back. Before she could finish, the mana arrow was already flying toward her face. Her eyes widened. She barely tilted her head in time. The arrow sliced past her cheek, cutting through her hair. Still in shock, she stared at him, baffled. Who was this guy? And why? Was he this powerful? Vakir gripped his bow so tightly that smoke began rising from his hand. His eyes blazed with rage, pure hatred spilling out as he muttered his resolve. Every last demon had to die. But Sarah wasn't going to stand still and wait for it. She dropped her hand to the ground, summoning her power. Magic circles lit up beneath her, and from them, skeletons began to claw their way out. "If you've got the guts," she dared him, "come on." But then, even more skeletons surfaced, smaller ones. Children. Sarah stared at them, stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Even the corpses of kids had turned into undead. Vakir's expression shifted too. His gaze locked on the skeletons, and something flickered in his eyes. With a cold voice, he apologized to the children as he raised his bow once again. The skeletons charged, but Vakir's mana arrow exploded forward with incredible force. The impact shattered part of the building, blasting it into pieces. The weaker skeletons were instantly turned to ash. Sarah didn't waste the opening. Using the explosion as cover, she grabbed Rose and leapt out of the building. But Vakir wasn't about to let her escape. With a burst of speed, he appeared right behind her midair, another mana arrow already aimed. His tone was merciless as he spoke. "Don't think you'll get to die peacefully." Hearing his voice, Sarah, still in midair, holding Rose by the arm, twisted around, her heart pounding. She clutched Rose's limp body, despair creeping into her eyes. She braced herself, whispering to Rose to hold on tight. The next moment, Vakir struck again. Another mana arrow exploded in the air. Sarah managed to block it, but part of her outfit was torn from the impact. She and Rose hit the ground hard. Moments later, Vakir landed too, creating an invisible wall of pressure in the atmosphere. Facing him, Sarah stood protectively in front of Rose, eyes downcast. She finally spoke. "That archery, what's your connection to the Balac tribe?" Vakir's glowing eyes stayed locked on her for a moment. Then, calm but sharp, he answered, "I'm one of Balac's hunters." Sarah froze. Her jaw clenched tight. Rage filled her eyes. "He should have been there that night," she muttered bitterly. Her hand rose, mana swirling. Her gaze sharpened, venomous now. She called him a barbarian and vowed to kill him. With a burst of force, she hurled a blazing ball of mana toward Vakir. He dropped down, narrowly dodging the strike. It scorched the air past him, burning away part of his cape. Vakir's expression shifted. His eyes narrowed, curiosity rising. How did she know about the Balac tribe? Sarah raised her hands again, readying another attack. Now that he was this close, he could sense her more clearly. Her body gave off the scent of a living human. He recalled what he knew. Members of the 10 Elite Corps were all Demon King class. They inhabited human corpses. Sarah unleashed another flurry of mana bursts. Vakir moved fast, sidestepping the first wave, then flipping into a sudden assault roll, dodging again. The attacks struck the building, triggering small explosions as debris rained down. He landed, but the moment his feet touched the ground, stone spikes erupted beneath him. They speared through his chest before he could react. Sarah stood before him, her face twisted with hate, controlling the spikes with deadly precision. "You're just a filthy barbarian," she spat. Blood poured from Vakir's hands as the spikes held him in place. Sarah extended her arm, eyes gleaming with twisted joy. A smile curved her lips. She wanted to hear him scream before she killed him. But then, the spikes crumbled. Sarah froze. Her eyes widened in shock. The wounds across Vakir's chest began to heal right before her eyes. Slowly, he stood up, his fists clenched, his glare sharpened. Was he even human? Vakir calmly rewound the cord on his bow and stared her down. After clashing a few times, he said coldly, "I've figured it out. You're weaker than the other elite corps." He narrowed his gaze. "You're just a half-demon." He tucked away the bow, eyes locked on her. There was nothing more to say. Sarah stood frozen, speechless. But Vakir's hatred only burned brighter. He made his intent clear. He would kill her. Sarah wouldn't let that happen. She slammed her hand against the ground. A magic circle lit up beneath her, and from it, a monstrous golem began to rise. Massive, groaning, towering at 8 meters. It was the Frankenstein golem, classified A+ in risk level. A creature pulled from the tomb of the otherworld, a disgusting mound of dead flesh pressed together into a humanoid shape. No trace of its original parts remained. It was grotesque, powerful, and alive with fury. The golem let out a deafening roar and charged toward Vakir. Sarah reached out, gathering fire energy in her palm. She smirked with confidence. The golem was just a distraction. She would burn him down with fire magic the moment he was vulnerable. But Vakir wasn't waiting around. He drew the Beelzebub sword. In a flash, just before the golem reached him, he lunged forward in an offensive stance, then unleashed a devastating slash. The golem's body split clean in half, sliced like wet clay. Vakir's eyes locked onto her, bloodlust blazing. Sarah, still channeling her fire magic, froze in disbelief. Her fireball crackled between her hands as she stared at him. His red aura, it was unmistakable. It was just like those from the Baskerville line. Panicking, she prepared to launch her fireball, but Vakir was already moving toward her, slow and deadly. Fear surged through her. "Wait," she shouted. Vakir appeared above her in a flash, eyes glowing as he activated the 7th Baskerville technique. With deadly precision, he brought his sword down in a sweeping arc. Their eyes met. Sarah froze, stunned. That aura, it was unmistakably Baskerville. But why did he have it? Vakir's blade collided with the fireball she had prepared, unleashing a violent explosion that tore through everything in its path. The shockwave shattered the area, engulfing them in smoke and light. When the dust finally began to settle, a massive crater lay carved into the ground. In its center stood Vakir, wounded, his hand pressed tightly over a bleeding arm. His clothes were torn, mask damaged. But he was still standing. Sarah, on the other hand, was on her knees, trembling. She couldn't move. Vakir studied her closely. Being half-human, the mana backlash from her failed spell had hit her hard. Her body couldn't handle it. "You lost focus," Vakir said firmly. "Right at the moment you needed to strike." Sarah looked down, dazed. Her voice trembled as she spoke, barely above a whisper. "Don't leave me." Her words hung in the air. Vakir stayed calm, silent for a moment. Then he asked, "Why did you make a deal with a demon?" The impact of the battle tore a massive crater into the ground, right next to the orphanage dorms. At the center of the wreckage stood Vakir and Sarah, surrounded by thinning smoke. Sarah's on her knees, barely holding on. Vakir locked eyes on her and slowly raised his sword. He clenched his fist, and the blade of the Beelzebub sword began to glow. His eyes gleamed with a deadly light. With a fierce swing, he launched his blade towards Sarah. Too injured to move, Sarah lowered her head, bracing herself for the inevitable. Just then, strands of red hair floated into view. As the sword sped towards Sarah, Rose stepped in, hands extended, eyes fixed on the ground. Vakir froze, his gaze locking onto her in shock and disbelief. The undead were known for their envy, driven to bite and attack the living without reason. But Rose didn't meet Vakir's eyes. Despite being undead, something about her was different, aware, conscious. Sarah remained motionless, her body paralyzed by mana backlash. Vakir didn't understand. Why had the corpse queen and this woman both suddenly stopped fighting? Suddenly, a bright light beamed down on the crater. A guard's voice rang out. They'd located the intruders. Vakir's eyes widened with alarm. He had no idea how they were discovered. Tension spiked. He turned sharply, only to realize it was Sarah's voice that had drawn the guards. While Vakir was distracted, Rose made her move. She scooped up the unconscious Sarah and raised her hand skyward. A spell surged to life, blue energy crackling around them. Vakir's eyes burned with fury. He couldn't afford to let them get away. He turned back to Rose, fire in his gaze, fists tight with rage. This wasn't just about Rose. It was Sarah he was after. He swung the Beelzebub sword again, the glowing blade racing towards Sarah. But just as it was about to hit, Rose shielded Sarah with her own body. The sword tore through her back. Blood spilled from her mouth, and her body began to go limp. But it was enough. The spell completed, and in a flash, both vanished. Vakir traced the lingering energy in the air, his anger boiling. Just then, the sharp echo of heels slamming into the ground cut through the silence. It was Professor Sadie, flanked by armed guards. As the spotlight locked onto the crater, she placed one foot forward, touched her temple, and smirked. She called out for the Night Bloodhound to reveal himself. It was already past midnight when Sadie and the guards reached the ruined area, but Vakir was long gone. Sadie rested her hands on her hips, scanning the scene. "No one's here," she muttered. Her eyes lingered on the ground as she whispered Vakir's name. One of the nearby guards glanced at her, visibly puzzled. Sadie's composure snapped. She gritted her teeth and slammed a powerful kick into the edge of the crater, furious that they'd arrived too late and let the bloodhound slip away. She now wore an eye patch over the eye Vakir had taken. As she stood there, trying to piece everything together, something in the dirt caught her attention. Her eyes widened. It was Vakir's mask, lying abandoned in the crater. Her fury only deepened. He had gotten away again. The truth was Vakir had transformed into a dog and slipped out unnoticed. By now, he was already far from the orphanage, sprinting at full speed, a grin tugging at his face. By morning, the sun poured through the academy windows. Anna clenched her fists with excitement and declared that with exams behind them, it was finally time for the academy's biggest event, the festival season. In front of her stood Vakir, Dolores, Sinclair, Bianca, Tudor, Piggy, and Sancho. Anna beamed at them and announced that this year's festival would be unlike any before. Behind her, a clothing cart stood stacked with costumes. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gestured to the outfits and revealed the theme. This year's concept was a haunted house. Sinclair lit up with excitement, clasping her hands as a delighted smile spread across her face. With Halloween approaching and exams out of the way, the festival was sure to draw a crowd. Dolores covered her mouth, surprised and giddy. Just imagining herself dressed as a ghost made her blush with anticipation. Bianca rested a finger on her chin, a puzzled look on her face, and mentioned that the academy had never held this kind of tradition before. Tudor, arms crossed beside her, glanced her way with curiosity. He agreed. It did seem a bit unusual. Piggy, calm as ever, looked at Sancho and explained that it was actually an ancient tradition, one even the professors couldn't escape. Sancho's eyes lit up with excitement. He cracked his knuckles and grinned, saying traditions like this were important. Anna pulled out 2 boxes and, smiling brightly, announced it was time to draw lots to decide who would play which ghost. Sinclair and Dolores immediately started chatting among themselves, giddy with anticipation. Vakir stood at the back, arms crossed, silently watching. His gaze dropped to the ground, and his thoughts drifted away. His mind returned to the moment Rose had stepped between him and Sarah, taking the blown mint for her. Sarah was the 8th corpse, the corpse queen. Letting her live, especially when she was too weak to even tap into half her power, had been a serious mistake. His memories flooded in. The Hounds of Baskerville, his battle with the demon Andromalius, when he'd needed backup from the family's knights. Then came the memory of his fight with Dantalion, where Dolores had been with him. Vakir was a top-ranked graduate, but he wasn't sure if he could take on the 8th corpse alone when she was at full strength. To eliminate demons one by one, he needed to master the 7th and final technique of the Baskervilles. Only then could he reach the rank of Swordmaster. In his mind, he pictured a mysterious book and 2 fangs hidden behind his teeth, the 10th technique. Stalking ambush, also known as 6-fong horizontal ambush, twin teeth of wisdom. To unlock it, one had to grasp the strange connection between the 6th and 7th techniques. Ultimate annihilation, an advanced theory that only made sense to those who truly understood both. The 6th technique required shedding all human emotion, while the 7th demanded regaining those same feelings. In his previous life, his body had been covered in scars, yet he never understood why he had to reclaim the emotions he'd once been forced to abandon. This was a sharp contrast to the training of basic-level graduates who were taught to suppress emotion and become killing hounds. He placed a hand under his chin, picturing his father Hugo, sword in hand, surrounded by immense mana. Vakir's mind swirled with questions. How had Hugo achieved the rank of swordmaster? While he was lost in thought, Dolores stepped up to Anna and drew a lot. Her eyes widened in surprise as she read it. Vakir snapped out of his trance and turned toward her, curiosity piqued. Dolores held up the lot, staring at it for a moment, then revealed her role with a mix of disbelief and excitement. She had to dress up as the Night Hound. Anna covered her mouth, her eyes widening with concern as she remembered. The Night Bloodhound had recently attacked the orphanage belonging to the Quo Vadis family. With a regretful look, she apologized, saying it was her fault for including that role. But to her surprise, Dolores shook her head and said it was fine. She pressed the drawing lot to her chest, closed her eyes, and blushed slightly. Deep down, she was in love with the Night Hound. Anna turned to Vakir, smiling as she told him it was his turn. Come on, she said. You're the center of attention here. Vakir touched his cheek, clearly unsure. He reached into the box, feeling the pressure as everyone around him laughed and enjoyed the moment. It hit him. They were all still young. They were just having fun. He pulled out a lot, and the second he read it, his expression changed. Fear flashed through his eyes. He stared at it in stunned silence, unsure how he ended up with this role. Dolores turned away from the group, while Anna and Sinclair exchanged glances, curiosity taking over. What did you get? They asked eagerly. Bianca appeared too, resting her hands on their heads, just as curious to know what Vakir's costume would be. But he said nothing. Something about that drawing lot shook him. There was a festival tradition he'd completely forgotten from his past. The day the festival arrived, the academy was alive with costumes and laughter. Night had fallen, and the air buzzed with excitement. In one corner of the festival was a bar, Lukian's bar, where students had gathered, fists raised in celebration. At the center of it all was Tudor, dressed in full Valkyrie attire. With a rose in his mouth and his arm extended dramatically, he turned to a woman at the bar. Care to share poems and drinks with me, my lady? He asked with flair. Sancho was nearby, dressed as a chef. With one hand holding a plate and the other stirring a pot of stew, he welcomed everyone with a wide grin. Come on in. Free servings of hot-blooded stew for everyone, he called out. It'll make your blood boil like a true warrior. Sinclair, decked out as a vampire, placed a hand over her chest, her smile radiant. The bar's going to shine tonight, she said. I'll be waiting for anyone who wants to stop by. Piggy, dressed adorably as a fairy, was blushing furiously. He shuffled forward, handing out flyers with trembling hands. Please take this brochure, he mumbled to the students nearby. Seeing such a cute fairy, some students couldn't help but blush. One nervously reached out for the flyer, stammering, What's your name? Little fairy? Before he could answer, Bianca, dressed as Frankenstein, stepped up behind them. She dropped her arms across the students' shoulders and stared them down. No flirting with bar staff, she said flatly. The two students, caught off guard by Bianca's glare, quickly apologized, clearly nervous. Just then, someone in a red dress stepped into the bar, heels clicking against the floor, drawing everyone's attention. The woman scanned the lively scene in confusion. Customers were chatting, eating, and enjoying themselves. And there was Dolores, moving through the crowd, working as a waitress. The sound of red heels approaching made the atmosphere tense. Dolores, dressed as the Night Bloodhound and carrying a tray with a pitcher of beer, felt eyes on her. Her gaze shifted, and when she turned around, curiosity flickered in her eyes, only to be met with disappointment. It was Professor Vinci Morgue, dressed as a woman. Looking puzzled, Dolores asked what he wanted. Morgue crossed his arms, his tone stern. What's with that costume? He asked. Still holding her tray, Dolores looked over her shoulder. Vinci Morgue gestured with one hand and explained, I know it's a festival, but surely you thought about how this outfit might affect your reputation. How could you impersonate that reckless, violent criminal? Dolores paused for a moment, her eyes sharpening. She hesitated, but then responded calmly, I like this disguise. Morgue fell silent, his eyes fixed on her. Then he turned slightly, closed his eyes, and extended his hand dismissively. Fine. You can take responsibility for your choices. I'm your academic advisor, not your warden. Do what you want. Dolores didn't respond, unsure how to feel. From behind the bar, Tudor watched with interest. He rested one hand on his hip and extended the other. What's Vinci Moore doing here? He asked aloud. Sancho, arms crossed, kept observing quietly. Piggy looked on seriously and added, during the festival, professors usually visit club booths and classes to help boost their profits. As the group exchanged thoughts, Vinci Morgue stood with arms crossed, clearly irritated. If it weren't for this outfit, I wouldn't even be here, he muttered. And these prices? Not worth it. Moments later, Dolores reappeared with a tray of food. Her expression was calm as she placed it down. Here's the roasted chicken and fries you ordered. Morg didn't say a word, simply staring at the tray. A plate of golden fries, a helping of roasted chicken, and a bowl of stew sat in front of him, steaming and fresh. Vincey Morg's eyes locked onto the plate. He immediately noticed the ingredients were subpar, and from the looks of it, whoever made the dishes clearly wasn't certified in food safety. The food looked hastily prepared, probably overloaded with MSG. He scoffed and picked up a spoon, ready to confirm his low expectations. He dipped the spoon into the stew and brought it to his mouth, expecting the worst. Then he froze. Dolores, standing across the table with her hands resting on her abdomen, watched him closely, waiting for his reaction. The color drained from Morg's lips, his lipstick faded, and his eyes widened in utter disbelief. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. He couldn't understand it. The taste was incredible. The roasted chicken suddenly seemed to glow in his mind. Golden, juicy, perfectly cooked. A rich, smoky flavor burst from the meat as it pulled apart, seasoned just right. The potatoes, sourced from the Morg family's own region, melted gently in his mouth, their natural taste shining through. He slammed his hand on the table, eyes burning with disbelief. "Who made this?" he demanded, convinced they had hired an outside chef. But Dolores remained composed. She gestured to the side and, in a calm voice, told him, "The chef is one of our club members. I'm sure you know them well." Inside the kitchen, in front of the grill, stood a witch, bold red lipstick, serious expression. With smooth, controlled movements, the pan swayed in their hand. It was none other than Vakir, dressed in full witch attire, silently focused on perfecting every detail of the dish. The festival grounds were packed, overflowing with excitement. At the academy, there was a long-standing tradition. During the festival, men dressed as women and women as men. The beer bar was no exception, buzzing with energy, laughter, and long lines of hungry students. Inside the kitchen, the chef worked quietly at the stove. Piggy burst in, waving an order slip, eyes wide with urgency. "We got a new one," he called out, catching his breath. 3 plates of Vakir's special fried chicken. Vakir, still dressed in his witch costume, nodded without a word and got to work. Piggy glanced back at the order slip. "It's a big one. 2 grilled sausages, 6 portions of sautéed vegetables with sausage, and 5 rice balls." Vakir's eyes gleamed with focus. He gripped the spatula in one hand, turned calmly, and said, "It'll be ready in under 5 minutes." Out front, the situation was chaos. Word of their kitchen's food had spread fast, and now the bar was packed. Customers were pushing in from all directions, so many that poor Tudor was being squashed in the crowd. He was starting to panic. Then came the wave of female customers, flooding in and overwhelming Sinclair. Crushed between bodies, she struggled to stay upright, her head spinning. Clenching her fists, she realized there was no other choice. It was time to start taking orders directly. In the blink of an eye, the bar was overflowing with students, all eager to taste Chef Vakir's dishes. But in the kitchen, Vakir paid no attention to the chaos. His hands moved with practiced rhythm as his mind drifted back to another time, a cold night from his past life. He remembered sitting around a campfire with the Hounds of Baskerville, flames flickering beside a large rock on a battlefield. This festival stirred memories of those harsh nights, when food had to be crafted from whatever they could scavenge. He recalled roasting a scorpion over the fire, the only option during the prolonged era of destruction when proper rations were non-existent. Survival meant learning to make anything taste edible. He stood then, back straight, hands on his hips. Behind him lay the bodies of fallen hounds, comrades who had helped him learn what parts of poisonous plants could be removed and how to make spoiled meat edible. Their sacrifice became the foundation of his knowledge. Back in the present, Vakir grabbed a more-grown potato. He sliced it with precision. These potatoes had a gritty texture, no flavor, and a strong, earthy smell. But Vakir knew the trick. He diced them into small cubes, then seasoned them with salt and vinegar. Into the pan they went, sizzling in hot oil. He added fresh mandry leaves and sweet sabic fruit to the mix. Within seconds, the aroma filled the kitchen. He finished the dish, a perfect plate of golden fries, and his eyes lit up with quiet pride. Holding the plate high, he stepped forward and presented it to the waiting customer. Thanks to his deep research and battlefield experience, Vakir had mastered how to remove the earthy scent from more-grown potatoes, transforming them completely. Not only did he eliminate the bitterness, but he also enhanced their sweetness and gave them a soft, satisfying texture. Vincey Morg and Dolores stared at the fries, their eyes wide with awe. Neither could find the words. Surprised and flustered, both began to blush. Morg instinctively covered his mouth and looked away, trying to hide his expression. Dolores, meanwhile, dropped her gaze to the floor, unable to meet Vakir's eyes, mostly because of his outfit. After all, he was still dressed as a witch, an outfit that left even the usually composed professor a bit unhinged. While Vakir stayed focused on the food, Bianca, dressed as Frankenstein, stormed into the kitchen, confusion all over her face. Her expression turned fierce the moment she saw him. "Why are you still in here?" she snapped, pointing directly at him. "You shouldn't be rotting in the kitchen. You should be out there, bringing in the crowds." Vakir turned calmly, meeting her anger with a serene gaze. He gave a small nod and said, "All right, I'll stop cooking and go help attract customers." But before Bianca could say another word, Tudor appeared. He stepped in between them and explained, sincerely, "Vakir can't leave the kitchen. Without his food, we're finished." Bianca turned to Tudor, her eyes filled with disbelief. Tudor stepped closer, hands open in a plea. "He's essential here. People are falling in love with his cooking," he said, genuinely. Bianca clenched her fists, furious. In her eyes, Tudor was just making fun of her. If Vakir went outside, she grumbled under her breath, his beauty alone would double our sales. As their argument continued, a figure sat quietly at a corner table, wearing a cap and a mask, casually wiping his mouth with a napkin. He watched Tudor and Bianca closely, his eyes beginning to gleam. A smile crept across his face. His instincts had been right. He gently placed his knife down on the table, then started to release mana. Even inside the kitchen, Vakir felt it. His body went tense. His eyes lit up with fear as the familiar energy washed over him. He quickly turned, following the trail. Back at the table, the man released even more mana. It was him, Osiris Baskerville. He picked the knife back up, his eyes glowing with excitement. Pulling off his mask, he silently locked eyes with Vakir, observing him from across the bar. Vakir stood frozen, both confused and cautious. Why was Osiris here? Later, Vakir stepped out of the kitchen and met Osiris behind the bar. Osiris looked him over, smiling. "It's been a while since I've come to this festival," he said casually. "Back when I attended the academy, I wore a woman's outfit too, though I don't think mine ever looked as good as yours." Vakir's eyes widened, caught off guard. "Brother," he asked, "what are you doing here?" Osiris crossed his arms, his expression steady and sincere. "Isn't it a brother's job to show up when his little brother's in trouble?" Vakir stayed silent, unsure what he meant. A subtle smile appeared on Osiris's face. His cloak began to rustle. He looked directly at Vakir. "Someone's been dying to see you." Suddenly, something burst out from under his cloak and leapt toward Vakir. It was someone in a rabbit costume. Vakir's eyes went wide in shock as the person flung their arms around him. It was Pomerian. Tears welled up in her eyes as she hugged him tightly. "Uncle," she cried. Then, her mood flipped. She started hitting Vakir's shoulder, clearly upset. "Why didn't you come back home?" Vakir tried to calm her down, gently patting her back. Osiris stood off to the side, a bright smile forming on his face as he watched. "She missed you," he said warmly. "A lot." He explained that their father had granted him some time off, just so he could bring Pomerian to the academy. Vakir held her in his arms and quickly realized something. She had used the vice patriarch himself as her personal escort. Osiris laughed and added, "Lately, she's been running the whole house." He went on. "Last month, she climbed on Hugo's shoulders and pointed out trees in a chocolate bean field. Said she liked blood bean chocolate. So, naturally, Hugo destroyed the monster-infested region on the western front line and turned it into a cocoa farm. When they got home, Pomerian threw herself on the floor and cried. She missed Vakir so much, she refused to eat until she could visit him. Hugo had been sweating bullets. Her hunger strike lasted all of 2 meals, and that was enough. Hugo caved and allowed Osiris to bring her to the academy. Back in the present, Pomerian held Vakir tightly, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Everything had gone just as she planned. Osiris watched the two of them quietly. "You know," he said, "after you left, she was really down." His voice softened. "It's been a while since I saw her smile like this." Vakir looked up, surprised to see such a warm expression on Osiris's face. A genuine smile had spread across his brother's features. The path to becoming a sword master included recovering emotions, and maybe Osiris hadn't realized it himself, but this moment was good for him. Not long after, Pomerian dozed off in Vakir's arms. Osiris gently lifted her onto his back and placed his hat over her head. "She's tired," he said. "We've been searching the entire academy for you." He turned back to Vakir and added quietly, "Make sure you spend time with her while we're here." Vakir watched them silently, a soft, genuine smile forming on his face as he gave a small nod. Osiris returned the smile and then mentioned something else. The trade network Vakir had set up was progressing well, thanks to their alliance with the merchants of Messina. Vakir had already heard the rumors. Before he'd ever enrolled in the academy, the Commission for Investigating Past Affairs had been established, and Osiris himself had taken charge of it. He had exposed the shady dealings between the Baskerville and Messamedinaro families, which led to a formal trial. The Baskervilles were forced to publicly apologize to the Messamedinaro family. Vakir remembered hearing what had happened at that trial. Cindy Windy had stood tall, glaring down at a man kneeling before her. Behind them, severed heads. The old members of the Baskerville family involved in a horrific Messamedinaro plan had been executed. Vakir could picture Cindy Windy from behind, her presence cold and fierce. It was that event that allowed her to let go of some of her fury and work alongside the Baskervilles. Whether she had truly forgiven them or not, only she knew. Then Osiris looked down, slipped a hand into his suit, and said he hadn't come tonight just because of Pomerian. He pulled out a sealed letter and a ring, handing them to Vakir. Vakir took the letter, his gaze fixed on it, curiosity taking over. He had no idea what it contained. Osiris looked away as he explained. The ring was found near the place where the demon that stole Set's body was defeated. Vakir took the ring into his hand, and his eyes narrowed, filled with hatred. He studied it silently. Osiris believed the ring held a rare ability. Hugo had instructed him to deliver it to Vakir, since he was the one who had done the most in that battle. The ring pulsed with powerful mana. Vakir's curiosity deepened. Could this be the same kind of barrier Andromalius had used? Then the ring's details appeared. Its name, Divine Immortal Ring. Its ability, to summon a barrier. Osiris glanced at the ground again. His expression turned serious. There's one more thing, he said. This letter, it was written by Father. Vakir stared at the letter, his eyes widening in disbelief. His hands trembled slightly as he turned to his brother. This was really written by the Patriarch? Osiris gave a calm nod, his smile gentle. I know it's a shock. Don't worry, I got one too. He began to walk away, waving a hand behind him as he left. Take your time reading it, he said softly. Vakir tucked the letter away, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. He raised a hand, silently waving goodbye to his brother. As he did, every man in the area turned to look, completely captivated. They blushed, stunned. To them, Vakir, in his flawless disguise, was the most beautiful woman they'd ever seen. But Vakir's thoughts were elsewhere. Curiosity gnawed at him. He couldn't wait. He opened the letter, not knowing what Hugo could possibly want to say. While the rest of the academy buzzed with laughter and celebration, Vakir sat quietly, reading. The letter began with a message from Hugo. He knew that by the time Vakir read these words, his son would likely be considering the path of the Swordmaster, just like Osiris had. Vakir's eyes scanned the page, stunned. He could almost picture Hugo standing in front of him, watching him with that sharp, heavy gaze. How had Hugo known? How had he realized Vakir's skill had already reached the level of a top-ranked graduate? A few days ago, Hugo had sat alone in his office. His eyes were cold and focused as he penned the letter, fully aware that Vakir was likely stuck at the 7th form, and that, to move beyond it, he needed to ascend to the rank of Swordmaster. The letter laid out the exact process Hugo had followed in his own journey to reach that level. Vakir froze. These weren't just words. This was the key, the path to becoming a Swordmaster. Then, without warning, Vakir's hand clenched. His eyes burned with rage. He crushed the letter in his fist, teeth gritting, fury rising. This was what he had been missing. All around him, the festival carried on. Near the bar's entrance, Bianca sat slouched, her head resting in her palm. She sighed, frustrated. Once again, she had to play the role of the festival's promoter. Then someone walked past. Long, flowing hair. Bianca's eyes shot open. She straightened instantly, caught off guard. Her gaze locked on the hair, her cheeks flushing. She didn't even understand why, but jealousy crept in. That hair, it was flawless. Two women were walking by. One had fiery red hair. The other had a striking mix of red and blue. Sarah and Rose. Sarah walked with a clenched fist, her expression sharp and focused as she made her way through the festival. On the other side, Rose glanced around curiously, quietly taking in the surroundings. Even though Rose wore a mask, Bianca could tell she was beautiful. Sarah's body began to pulse with mana. And just like that, every man's attention turned toward her. The festival was alive with people buzzing with excitement. Crowds filled the streets, dressed in their best costumes, some disguised as heroes, others as animals. Amidst the celebration, Sarah and Rose quietly approached a food stall, blending into the crowd. They placed their orders without drawing attention. Rose chose a fruit skewer and a small cake stuffed with cream and strawberries. Her eyes locked onto the treats, mouth watering. She'd never seen anything that looked so tasty. She took a bite of each. Watching her, Sarah's eyes lit up. She gently patted Rose's head and asked with a warm smile, "Is it good?" Rose shut her eyes and gave a firm nod. Sarah turned away, her eyes scanning the people around them. Curiosity flickered in her gaze as she remembered it was Halloween tonight. While Rose savored her snacks, Sarah silently observed the festival goers. A thought tugged at her. What if that incident had never happened? What if she'd never made that deal with the demon? In her mind, she pictured herself laughing with Osiris under the festival lights. But deep down, she knew, without the demon's help, she would have never made it into the academy alongside Osiris. Her eyes drifted downward, clouded with doubt. She forced the thoughts away. She couldn't afford to dwell on them now. She needed answers. Her thoughts shifted to Vakir, the way he had looked at her, as if ready to kill. He had asked her something strange. Was her demon one of the 10 elite corpses? Her eyes lit up, suspicion rising. How did he know that? To her, the Night Bloodhound was a terrifying figure, a villain who had shaken the entire city with fear. That someone like Vakir knew about the 10 elite corpses felt unreal. The festival carried on, laughter echoing through the air, but Sarah stood still, watching quietly. She couldn't explain it, but she felt certain the Night Bloodhound was after the demon sealed inside her, Sarah. Being here, among so many people, felt risky. She was sure he would show up. Her hand moved to her chest, a chill running through her. She couldn't forget what she'd seen, his swordsmanship during the fight with Vakir. She tried to strike back using a go, but he'd sliced through it with one clean blow. She remembered the night in the forest, how her uncle had saved her back then. That same fierce swordsmanship, that same glowing red aura. It all matched what she'd seen in the fight with Vakir. To confirm her suspicions, there was only one thing to do: unmask the Night Bloodhound. Her fingers clenched over her chest, thoughts spiraling. If he truly was that boy from her past, what would he say if he saw her now? Had he changed after everything? From across the festival, a man caught sight of her, puzzled by her expression. Meanwhile, Sarah's thoughts raced. Despite the fear, she couldn't help the anticipation building inside her. She wanted to see him again. But just then, a voice cut through her whirlwind of thoughts, snapping her back to the moment. "Stop thinking about that," it said. A hooded woman with blue hair appeared beside her, voice low as she whispered into her ear. She told Camus to stop getting lost in those thoughts, the ones that always brought her pain. She promised to handle everything. Snapped out of her daze, Camus blinked, startled. Her eyes went wide with shock and unease. The night sky stretched above them, the moon glowing brightly overhead. The woman's hood slipped slightly, revealing a pair of angel wings behind her. She stared at Camus in silence, and in that still moment, Camus realized the truth. It was the demon, Sarah. Time froze. The world stopped moving. Only Camus and the demon remained unfrozen in the middle of the crowd. Sarah didn't speak. She simply watched. Camus pressed a hand to her chest, mind racing. Then she looked up sharply, glare filled with fury. "Isn't this a breach of our contract?" Sarah tilted her head slightly, but said nothing. Camus continued, voice steady. Their deal had been clear. If she died, Sarah could take her body, and Sarah could only control her for 1 hour when she truly desired it. That was the agreement. The demon just kept watching, quiet. Camus' eyes hardened. She turned her back on her and told her to leave. And more than that, she warned her, "Stop fooling yourself. You can't control me." The silence lingered. Then something in Sarah changed. Her expression shifted. Her smile turned wicked, her gaze sharp with cruelty. The disguise fell away. Her wings vanished, replaced by a slithering demon tail. Her hair grew longer, wild, still that same blue, but now her horns showed. Her third eye opened. This was her true form, a demon through and through. She stepped forward and laid her hands on Camus' shoulders. Her eyes glowed, and her voice curled like smoke. "What can you even do on your own?" she whispered, reminding Camus that her loved ones were already gone, and she had been powerless to save them. Camus stood firm, her fists clenched. She refused to break. Sarah grinned wider, her voice now taunting. "You stabbed your own uncle in the heart, the one who raised you. And look how well your decisions turned out." Camus' breath hitched, but she kept her focus. She stared down at the ground, struggling to keep her emotions in check. Around them, time remained frozen. Rose hadn't even taken another bite of her skewer. Sarah stepped closer. She reminded Camus that without her, she would have never found her little sister. It was thanks to Sarah's power that she could track down the person she wanted to see. That was her gift. Camus raised her hand, pulled Sarah's grip off her shoulder, and tightened her fist. "Then why?" she asked quietly. "Why couldn't I find the person who mattered most?" Sarah stepped back, her expression faltering. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Camus didn't look up. Her voice was soft, but resolute. The real reason she'd made that contract with Sarah was never about power. It was to find that boy's body. Sarah touched her shoulders again, curiosity returning. Camus spoke, almost to herself now. She had searched through the Red and Black Mountains waters for 2 years. And still, she hadn't found him. Camus' eyes lit up with burning hatred as she turned to face the demon. Her voice was sharp, commanding. She told Sarah to stay out of her way. She had finally found a clue, something that might lead her to him. She wasn't about to let Sarah ruin that. She focused her mind, forcing herself not to fall into the demon's trap. Slowly, time started to move again. The world around them resumed, but Camus was left gasping, her energy nearly drained. Sarah stared at her, eyes full of rage. It infuriated her to see Camus was still intact, still fighting, still unbroken. Then Sarah froze. Something had caught her attention. Her eyes flicked toward one of the nearby food stalls, narrowing. She sniffed the air, the scent of demon blood. But more than that, something foul. A familiar stench only one kind of person carried. Her face twisted with disgust. A demon hunter was nearby. Wiping her chin, she turned to Camus with a warning. Run. That presence is disgusting. And dangerous. Camus' eyes widened. The word demon hunter struck her like a bolt. Her chest tightened. Then anger surged through her. Gritting her teeth, she bolted toward the stall without hesitation. Sarah watched, stunned. She couldn't believe Camus was charging toward the source of the danger. What are you doing? She shouted, but Camus didn't look back. Her only thought was that this overwhelming aura, this presence, had to belong to the bloodhound. Shoving through the crowd, she pushed her way forward. Sarah's voice called after her, urging her to stop. But Camus didn't care. Suddenly, the sky lit up. Fireworks exploded overhead, scattering light in all directions. Camus skidded to a halt, panting heavily, her gaze snapping to a figure standing near Vakir's stall. There, among the crowd, beneath the dazzling lights, was someone wearing the mask of the night bloodhound. Her heart pounded, but then her eyes widened in disbelief. The masked figure was a woman. It was Dolores, standing calmly near the entrance. Dolores smiled gently and spoke to a man beside her. If you can't follow the rules, you'll be removed. So please, enjoy your time here. Camus stood frozen, shock written across her face. Then, slowly, a cruel smile curved her lips. Hatred filled her eyes. Without hesitation, she raised her hand toward Dolores, fury boiling over. Her fingers sparked with mana. She didn't care if this was a costume or not. This mockery was too much. She threw her arm into the air, then slammed her palm to the ground. Rage pulsed through her as her mana surged outward, tearing through the ground in waves. A massive magic circle burst to life beneath her feet. The force was immense. Light exploded through the area as the circle expanded, carving through the earth. And then, skeletons began to rise. One by one, they clawed their way out from below. Dolores turned, her eyes locking onto the chaos. Confusion swept over her face. She had no idea what was happening. In a flash, skeletons erupted from the ground, surrounding Sancho and Piggy. They raised their fists, caught off guard and unsure of what was happening. All around them, people screamed in terror, running in every direction as the undead gave chase. The skeletons then moved in on Bianca and Tudor. Tudor clenched his fists, confused, and asked if the masked woman had summoned these undead soldiers. Bianca quickly took a defensive stance, pointing out that black magic was tightly regulated by the Empire, and using it was strictly forbidden. The moment she said that, Tudor's expression changed. It hit him. This woman had to be a villain. Skeleton after skeleton clawed its way up from beneath the earth, ready to strike. But then, divine power blazed through the chaos. It was Dolores. She raised her hand toward the sky, sacred light radiating from her body. Her eyes sharp, her voice unwavering, she called out to the members of Lucayon, urging them to protect the people at the stalls. Hearing her command, Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy snapped into action, their eyes filled with resolve. Meanwhile, Anna had been hiding behind a sign. Dolores spotted her and called out, telling her to go find a professor. Anna froze, nervous and confused. "What are you going to do?" she asked, sweat running down her face. Dolores gave a calm smile. "Don't worry about me." She clasped her hands together, light forming between them. Her confidence was unwavering. Facing the undead was her specialty. From the distance, Camus scowled. Her jaw tightened as she saw divine power at work. This was going to be a problem. Her glare fixed on Dolores. "Stay out of my way," she growled. "I have to meet the real bloodhound." Dolores didn't flinch. Still glowing with divine energy, she calmly asked, "Why are you so desperate to meet the Night Hound?" Camus rose to her feet, expression dark. "And what's your connection to him?" Dolores's eyes glimmered with resolve. She stared directly at Camus. "The Night Bloodhound and I were soulmates." That hit Camus like a dagger. Her mind spun, imagining Vakir and Dolores together, smiling, happy. Her rage boiled over. Her eyes blazed with fury. Reaching toward Dolores, she shouted that she would shatter her soul and turn her into one of her undead minions. She gave a command. The skeletal horde surged forward, charging at Dolores with bone-clattering speed. But Dolores held her ground. With hands outstretched, divine energy surged forward, pushing back. Her gaze was firm. "I won't lose to you," she declared. Before the skeletons could take another step, a powerful wave of mana tore through them, shattering the undead to pieces. Dolores raised her arms to shield her face, stunned. Her eyes widened as she saw who had stepped in. It was Sinclair. Clutching her magic staff, eyes fierce with purpose, she stared down the battlefield. "Sinclair, get out of here. It's dangerous," Dolores shouted, reaching out with panic in her voice. But Sinclair stood firm. She moved in front of Dolores and shook her head. "I'm not leaving. Don't worry about me." Her eyes locked on Camus. Something in her expression changed. "I don't know why," she said, "but my instincts are screaming. I have to fight you." Camus' composure cracked. She launched an attack, unleashing a massive burst of mana. Dolores and Sinclair both braced, unsure if they could stop it. Just as the blast hit, Sinclair raised her staff and summoned a barrier. The force collided against it, but the shield held, protecting them both from the explosion. Camus extended her hand again, unleashing another surge of mana. Her eyes burned with hatred, voice cutting through the chaos. She didn't care about anything else. All she wanted was to see the Night Hound. If they valued their lives, she warned, they should call him and bring him here. Dolores reached out, sending her power to support Sinclair, who was still holding the barrier. But Sinclair was struggling. She grit her teeth, stunned by the sheer force Camus was throwing at them. Not only could she summon the undead, she wielded fire magic at a terrifying level. How much mana did she have? Cracks began to form on the barrier, thin lines spreading fast. Both Dolores and Sinclair stared at it, alarm in their eyes. Then, footsteps. Boots echoed against the ground. Camus didn't stop her attack, but something shifted. The air changed. The pressure intensified. Her magic kept firing, but the moment she noticed someone approaching, her eyes widened. Her jaw dropped. Strands of her hair lifted into the air as if reacting to something powerful. And then, he arrived. The real Night Bloodhound. With a sharp, piercing gaze, he moved fast. In a blink, he was in front of her, striking without hesitation. Camus threw up her arms, blocking the hit just in time. But her reaction wasn't fear. Her eyes lit up with joy. A grin broke across her face. "You really," she started. But before she could finish, Vakir reached forward, his hand wrapping around her throat. His expression was cold, lethal. Without a word, he lifted her and slammed her backward with crushing force. Her body flew through the air, crashing straight into the nearby stalls, tearing through everything in her path. Wood shattered, fabric ripped, and the festival scene turned to chaos. Camus' body flew through the air, crashing through everything, festival stalls, buildings, leaving destruction in her wake. Dolores, dressed in a Night Hound costume, stood silently amid the ruins, scanning the debris, unsure what just happened or where this powerful new threat, someone who could summon the undead, had come from. The crowd was buzzing with confusion. Murmurs filled the air. One man pointed toward the wreckage and asked his friend if she'd seen the Night Hound. She turned, looking puzzled, then nodded. In the midst of it all stood Rose. She took a bite of her fruit skewer, her eyes lighting up with delight as she chewed. Dolores made her way toward the shattered wall, closely examining the damage. Behind Rose, a man sniffed the air and turned to his friend, asking why it smelled like something rotten. His friend flinched, but said she didn't know. Removing her Night Bloodhound mask, Dolores's eyes grew wide with concern. After a moment of deep thought, her expression shifted to shock. She suddenly realized the Night Hound must have dragged Camus away to keep the people safe. Folding her hands together, she shut her eyes and quietly began to pray, hoping for the best, for everyone's safety, especially the Night Hound's. Meanwhile, Vakir's strike had sent Camus flying into a forest nearby, tearing through trees and kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. Seconds later, she rose from the rubble, fists clenched, eyes lit with excitement, and a wide smile spreading across her face. She was thrilled to see the Night Bloodhound again. Vakir, however, wasn't smiling. His eyes burned with fury as he stared her down and moved toward her. His mind was made up. It was time to end this. Camus' Morg's smile faded as panic took hold. She stepped back and pleaded with him to wait, wanting to talk. But Vakir didn't hesitate. He drew the Beelzebub sword, its blades surging with mana. This time, he wasn't holding back. He advanced, ready to deliver the final blow, but a voice rang out nearby. Startled, both Camus Morg and Vakir turned toward the sound. A squad of knights had arrived, spears at the ready. Camus immediately suggested they retreat, but Vakir calmly lifted his hand, showing a purple ring. With a confident look, he assured her there was no need to run. His eyes gleamed as he activated the ring, an artifact left behind by a comrade, the Divine Immortal's ring, capable of summoning a barrier. The ring flared with light, so intense that Camus shielded her eyes. In an instant, they were no longer in the forest. They now stood in a strange place. The ground was dotted with swords and enormous statues, one of a man, another of a child, towering silently around them. Camus and Vakir stood in silence, taking in the eerie new location. Vakir's eyes locked onto the towering statues ahead, his expression twisted in rage. One statue depicted Hugo as a young man, the other, Osiris as a child. This was no ordinary place. It was a reflection of Setla Baskerville's mind, now under the control of the demon Andromalius. As Camus scanned the surroundings, her eyes widened. This was a barrier. Her curiosity grew as she noticed the statues of the Baskerville family. Then her gaze shifted back to Vakir, and her eyes began to gleam with certainty. There was no doubt in her mind now. He was a Baskerville. She stared at the ground for a moment, then looked up and asked him to remove his mask. She needed to confirm something. Vakir watched her in silence, unsure of her intentions. Inside, Camus burned with frustration. Because of the contract's rules, she couldn't reveal her identity, remove her mask, or even speak her own name. Still, she held out hope that he'd understand. But as she lifted her head again, she froze. His sword was inches from her face. She dodged just in time, grinding her teeth and leaping back as the blade missed by a hair. "Wait," she shouted, but Vakir didn't stop. He pressed forward, swinging relentlessly. Camus quickly summoned a barrier, shielding herself as his blade crashed into it again and again. Vakir's eyes were full of fire. He wasn't going to stop until it was over. Watching him, Camus' concern grew. She could see it clearly. He wouldn't let her walk away. With another charge, Vakir shattered the barrier completely. Camus crossed her arms over her head to brace herself, but the sword slashed through, leaving deep cuts on her forearms. Blood began to pour down, and her teeth clenched from the pain. Her eyes lit with fury as she stared at him. Then, she called out to the demon Ser, begging for power. Ser appeared, pressing a finger to her lips, amused. "How much do you need?" she asked. "Half," Camus answered without pause. A wicked grin curled across Ser's face. Her eyes sparkled as she replied, "Then give me half a day." Without flinching, Camus agreed. The pact was made, and Ser's power surged into her. With her new strength, she raised her hand toward Vakir. Just as he prepared to strike again, hands burst from the ground and grabbed onto his legs, trapping him in place. Vakir stared at the ground, confusion flickering across his face, until a massive magic circle lit up beneath him. From it, undead creatures clawed their way to the surface. Silent, he looked up at Camus. Behind her, using Ser's power, Camus summoned a towering, two-headed beast. She extended her hand toward Vakir, her voice sharp with fury. If he wouldn't remove the mask, she'd do it herself. With that, she ordered the monster to attack. But just as it lunged, time froze. In a flash, Vakir broke free from the undead, gripping his legs. Sword in hand, an expression full of fury, he tore through the beast, slicing it into pieces before it even hit the ground. Then he turned his gaze on Camus, making it clear he wasn't backing down. Her eyes went wide with shock. Fear gripped her. Even with half of Ser's power, it wasn't enough. Desperation set in. She begged Ser for more. The demon smirked. 16 hours, she said. Camus didn't hesitate. She accepted. With a surge of new power, she cast another circle, this time summoning a massive undead serpent made of bones. It rushed at Vakir, but he reacted instantly, grabbing its fangs and snapping them effortlessly. His eyes burned with rage as he stared her down. Camus flinched, stunned. She gritted her teeth and demanded more power. Ser's grin widened. 20 hours. Another deal. Another surge. More serpents. More monsters. But none of it mattered. Vakir was too fast. Too strong. His blade tore through every creature with ease. He paused, watching her carefully now. Something wasn't right. Her attacks, they weren't aimed to kill. They were meant to hold him back. He narrowed his eyes. She was trying to restrain him. Camus watched, her hatred growing. Nothing was working. She summoned yet another serpent, only for Vakir to leap into the air and shred it apart like paper. Lowering her head, she asked for more power. Ser, hovering beside her, didn't even blink. Another 20 hours. Camus didn't stop. She demanded more. The demon's eyes gleamed, a wicked smile stretching across her face. Then give me 20 more. Empowered once again, Camus summoned a swarm of ghostly spirits. They circled Vakir, surrounding him. He stood still, unsure of what was coming next. Then, clenching his fist, he struck one with full force, right as the horde descended on him, engulfing him in smoke. Camus dropped to her knees, breath ragged, hands on her thighs. Behind her, Ser watched with curiosity. Finally catching her breath, Camus raised her head. The ghosts were swirling in the air, Vakir's body suspended in their center. She stared at him and spoke gently, yet firmly. Be good, and take off the mask. Instead of replying, Vakir dropped his gaze to the ground, silent. Then his eyes lit up with determination, locking onto Camus. With a swift motion, he slashed through the ghost, binding him, and landed gracefully on solid ground. Camus froze, stunned. Her eyes widened as she watched him slice the spirits into fragments, their remnants scattering around him like falling ash. He rose and began walking toward her, step by step. Confusion clouded her thoughts. Why was he still trying to kill her? Even covered in wounds, Vakir kept moving forward, his eyes burning with hatred. She couldn't understand it. What had he been through to despise demons so deeply? Desperately, she summoned another magic circle, calling forth more undead. Vakir clenched his fist, ready to end it all. Deep down, Camus held on to one last hope, that somehow he'd remember her. She dropped to her knees and pleaded softly for him to find her. Suddenly, a swarm of corpses burst out from the circle. She used them to form a barrier between them, then lowered her head again, feeling defeated. Maybe he'd never recognize her. But then he spoke. She gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Vakir asked why she was trying to restrain him instead of fighting back. She looked up at the undead barrier, unsure how to answer. Still, he didn't attack. He stayed put, his voice calm but firm. He wanted to know why she was so desperate to remove his mask, and why her eyes, hidden behind hers, looked so sad. He saw now. She was trying to tell him something, but she couldn't. Without waiting for a reply, Vakir charged and slammed his fist into the undead wall. Camus closed her eyes, bracing herself for what was to come. She clenched her teeth, accepting the pain that was sure to follow. But instead, his hand reached through gently, tapping her mask. It cracked. As it broke, memories flooded Vakir's mind. Scenes from his youth, sparring in front of a stone wall, echoes from a time long gone. He remembered wondering, if he ever returned to her, what would it mean? Now, standing before her, his eyes softened. A small smile crept across his face. It's been a while, he said. The last fragments of her mask crumbled away. Tears welled up in her eyes, joy breaking through the pain. And in that moment, Vakir looked down and saw her. Not the warrior, not the demon's vessel, but the little girl he once knew. Camus, crying before him. Somewhere within the empire stood a grand, morgue family mansion. Deep inside, tucked away in one of its many rooms, quiet sobs echoed through the halls. Candles flickered along the corridor walls, and a brilliant crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow. This was the estate of the morgue family, and the events unfolding had taken place 3 years ago. The maids, busy with their daily chores, paused. All their attention turned toward the room where the weeping continued. One of them placed a hand over her heart, her expression heavy with sorrow. She's been crying for days, hasn't eaten a thing, she said softly. Another maid, concerned, turned toward her friend and asked, do you think she's blaming herself for what happened? The memories of the battle with the barbarians were still fresh. Many soldiers had returned injured, some with bandaged heads, others with broken limbs. The first maid nodded and explained that Camus felt responsible. Lives had been lost, try to protect her. It made sense she couldn't forgive herself. The maid holding a tray looked toward Camus' room, her eyes full of emotion. Then she quietly revealed the truth, the real reason behind Camus' grief. The others leaned in, listening. She imagined Vakir's face, her eyes welling with tears. She's mourning Vakir Baskerville, she whispered. She loved him more than anyone. The heartbreak was too much to bear. One of the maids covered her face with her hands and began to cry. Her friend reached out, gently comforting her. As the two wept, the maid with the tray stepped up to Camus' door, softly urging her from the other side. Please, stop thinking about it, try to rest. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the hall, heavy, deliberate, leather boots striking against polished floor. The air shimmered. Bubbles of water formed around the maids' heads. Their eyes widened in shock and confusion. One by one, they began gasping for air as the bubbles grew larger, lifting their bodies into the air. Panic set in. They were suffocating. From the end of the hall, a white-haired man stepped forward. Camus' uncle. He glared at the floating maids, fury in his eyes. He had heard everything. Discretion was a maid's virtue, but instead, they had been gossiping, disguising it as concern. That betrayal enraged him. With his fist clenched tight, the water bubbles swelled even more, surrounding the terrified maids as they trembled, realizing they'd gone too far. Just as the maids were moments from drowning, Adolph's voice rang out. With a swift gesture, he dispelled the magic. The water bubbles burst, collapsing around their heads. His eyes gleamed with fury, jaw clenched, his expression deadly. If any of you ever speak ill of Camus again, he growled, I'll cut out your tongues myself. Terror swept over them. Without a word, the maids turned and fled, shouting apologies, swearing they'd never do it again. Adolphe stood in silence for a moment, then slowly walked toward Camus' door. He lowered his gaze to the floor, troubled. After a pause, he looked up and gently called out, announcing himself. His hand reached for the doorknob. He turned it slowly and stepped inside. The room was dim. Only a soft beam of light filtered in from the window. His eyes went to the bed. Camus lay curled up beneath the sheets, her sobs muffled. He sat beside her, placed a hand gently on the blanket, and spoke quietly. He'd heard she hadn't eaten in days. He told her both he and her mother were deeply worried. A breeze drifted through the open window, tugging at the curtains. Beneath the covers, Camus' voice trembled as she asked if he meant she should keep living, for her own sake. Memories swirled in her mind. She saw herself back in the forest with Vakir. A barbarian, mounted on a wolf, had seized her and taken off. Vakir had gritted his teeth, eyes burning with rage. Then she remembered the lighter moments, the laughter, the quiet conversations. She saw herself placing a hand on his shoulder, smiling brightly. But joy gave way to guilt. If only she hadn't been reckless, if only she had stopped Vakir from facing that monster alone, maybe none of it would have happened. Maybe Rose and Vakir would still be alive. She clutched her arm tightly, her face contorted with sorrow, and broke down, tears flowing freely. She couldn't bear the weight. It was all her fault. Adolphe watched her, his expression heavy. Seeing her like this, his heart sank. Without saying a word, he pulled her into an embrace. Under the moonlight streaming into the room, he held her close. "Don't give up," he said softly. He closed his eyes, his voice steady and sincere. "Their lives, they're part of yours now. That makes your life even more precious." He told her, "Those who live must carry on for those who've passed." Hearing his words, Camus' tear-filled eyes opened wide. She looked up at him, surprised. "You mean, I should live in their place?" she asked quietly. Adolphe opened his eyes, his tone gentle but firm. "Yes, because if Rose and Vakir saw you like this, they'd be heartbroken." Camus' eyes shimmered with emotion as a flicker of hope lit up inside her. Without hesitation, she threw off the covers and jumped out of bed, heading straight to a drawer with renewed energy. Smiling, she pulled out a sheet etched with a magic circle and grabbed a pen. Adolphe watched, stunned by the sudden shift. She began sketching a triangle on the paper, murmuring to herself that if a person's thermodynamic function stayed the same, then maybe, just maybe, it was possible. The floor was already scattered with other sheets. She crouched down, scribbling fast, explaining that magic was about calculating values. If she restructured the formulas slightly, she might be able to achieve a different outcome. Adolphe stepped forward, confused. "What are you doing?" he asked, eyeing the chaos of papers. But Camus didn't slow down. Her eyes sparkled with inspiration. With a growing smile, she explained, if she could approach the dimension of negative energy, she might be able to extract entropy from it and use that to replace part of the positive energy dimension, triggering an equivalent exchange. Then, suddenly, she froze. Her hands went to her head. She couldn't think straight. She was drained. Adolphe stood there, speechless, his jaw dropping as he watched her unravel. "I need food," she said bluntly, turning to him. That night, Adolphe prepared a feast. The dining table overflowed with food, meats, sides, desserts, everything she could ask for. At one end of the table sat Camus. On the other, a red-haired woman, composed and elegant. Beside her, Adolphe sat with a gentle smile. The woman was Respigny Morgue, matriarch of the Morgue family and Camus Morgue's mother. Camus looked up and mentioned she'd heard how worried her mother had been, especially since she hadn't eaten in days. Respigny rested her hands on the table and stared at her daughter with a serious expression. Her eyes were full of concern. She quietly admitted that after so many days without seeing her even hold a spoon, she had every reason to be worried. But before she could say more, Camus interrupted, her voice light and cheerful. "I promise not to make you worry anymore," she said. "But in return, I need you to hear me out." Respigny narrowed her eyes slightly, intrigued. "What is it you want?" Camus leaned forward and made her request. She wanted permission to mobilize the Morgue family army and send them into the forest. Respigny stayed calm, watching her carefully. But Adolphe's reaction was immediate. His eyes went wide with alarm, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Do you even understand how dangerous that place is?" he demanded. With a firm, unwavering voice, Respigny gave her answer. Camus could mobilize the army, but only on one condition. She wasn't allowed to skip another meal. Adolphe spun toward her in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. "Sister, are you sure about this?" he asked, clearly worried. But before he could finish, Respigny cut in. "She still has something left to fight for," she argued. "She's not giving up, not yet." Camus Morgue's expression grew serious. She looked into her mother's eyes without saying a word. Respigny laced her fingers together and, with a heavy stare, explained that she had no choice. If her daughter was going to surrender, it had to be by her own will, not forced. Camus reached for a piece of meat, a light smile on her face. "Then it's a deal?" Adolf, seeing her about to eat, lit up with joy. He couldn't hide the relief spreading across his face. Respigny, still composed, simply watched in silence. But the moment Camus took a bite, her eyes widened. She covered her mouth and stumbled, collapsing to the floor. Unable to hold it in, she vomited. Adolf jumped from his seat, panic setting in. He understood immediately. Her body couldn't handle normal food after starving for so long. He turned to the maids. Clear the table. Bring food for someone recovering now. The staff rushed to replace the dishes with gentler meals. But as one maid moved to serve her, Camus lifted her hand and shook her head. I won't eat food for the sick. Gasps echoed around the room. Slowly, she climbed back in her chair. Her eyes blazed with resolve as she clenched her jaw. She wouldn't back down. Tears welled up in her eyes as she picked up a piece of bread and some meat. Even if she could barely stomach it, she would eat for Vakir. In her mind, she pictured him, sword in hand, standing behind her once again. If she hadn't been taken by the barbarians back then, if she hadn't let him face that monster spider alone, she clenched her teeth harder. Adolf watched in stunned silence, completely speechless. On the other side of the table, Respigny folded her hands and quietly closed her eyes. Camus took another bite. She wiped her tears away and pressed on. That death, that pain, it was never meant for Vakir. It came from her. It was her burden, and she was going to fix it. Grabbing a chicken thigh, she took another bite. Just wait a little longer, Vakir, she whispered. That very day, word spread across the morgue estate. The vice matriarch, once swallowed by grief, was moving again. But no one expected her to move like this. Under the pale moonlight, deep in the city, stood the Hall of Darkness, home to the most feared branch of the Morgue family. Inside, a man with glowing red eyes sat on a throne, hatred gleaming from his stare. He was Snake Morgue, the family's head sorcerer and representative of the Hall of Darkness. The door creaked open. A figure in a hood stepped inside. It was the vice matriarch. Snake's eyes narrowed. What brings the vice matriarch of the Hall of Light to my hall? A sly smile crept across Camus Morgue's face. She hadn't expected Snake to recognize her so quickly. Pulling back her hood, she revealed her worn face, dark circles shadowing her eyes, but her gaze burned with malice. Calmly, she announced her intent. She wanted to leave the Hall of Light and join the Hall of Darkness. Snake's eyes shot open. He stared at her in silence, trying to piece together what was going on. He and Adolf were brothers. Adolf, the face of the Morgue family. Snake, its hidden blade. The Hall of Light was the family's public legacy. The Hall of Darkness was its secret, where forbidden sorcery and shadowed experiments were born far from prying eyes. With a steady voice, Snake asked if she understood what joining the Hall of Darkness truly meant. Camus raised her hands and made her decision clear. She was ready to forsake everything, her title, her family, even her place in the light. Snake's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward slowly, revealing that he'd heard she'd mobilized the army to search the forest. Tell me, are you planning to bring Vakir back using black magic? Her smile widened, but her eyes betrayed the pain underneath. Yes, she admitted. I'm going to use the perfect resurrection spell. Snake flinched. That spell, it wasn't just ancient. It was outlawed, forbidden not only by the Morgue family, but across the entire empire. A true resurrection, one that brought back the dead completely. He looked to the ground, then lifted a hand to his side. No, he said coldly. I can't allow that. You're not welcome here. Leave. Camus said nothing. Her eyes flickered with cruel intent. Then she extended her hand and summoned a powerful spirit into the room. Snake recoiled, his eyes wide in disbelief. That spirit, it was no ordinary summon. The power behind it was overwhelming, and she was controlling it alone. She had taught herself black magic, an impossible feat, yet here she stood, mastering what others couldn't even attempt. Terror crept into Snake's heart. As he stared at the spirit, it hit him. She wasn't just talented. She was something else entirely. A memory flashed in his mind. Respigny, her mother, and a rare, terrifying gift she once held. A gift that only appeared once every 100 years. Snake lowered his eyes, deep in thought. He waited all in silence. Then, slowly he stood, fist clenched. If you join the Hall of Darkness, he said sternly, my word is law. Do you accept that? Without hesitation, Camus dropped to her knees. She placed her hand over her chest, her gaze locked on Snake. She didn't care what she lost. None of it mattered. I'll do whatever it takes, she said. I'll give up everything if it means I can save Vakir. Night had fallen, and the moon hung high above, casting a pale glow over the Morgue family's Hall of Darkness. Beneath it, hidden from the Empire's watchful eye, and even from the Morgue family itself, was a secret domain, accessible only to those within the Hall of Darkness. This underground world stretched deep below the earth, descending beyond 600 floors. They called it the Dark Support. From the very bottom, a sinister aura started to stir, slowly creeping upward. On the infamous 666th floor stood Camus Morgue and Snake. She extended her hand, conjuring a glowing magic circle from which an undead being slowly emerged. Snake folded his arms, silently observing. The creature's body was partially ruined, yet it moved. It lived. It glanced around, dazed and disoriented. Camus Morgue's eyes, shadowed with exhaustion and dark rings, watched it closely. She smiled, raised her hand, and pointed to the undead, asking Snake for his thoughts. The undead shuffled toward her. With one hand on her hip, Camus Morgue closed her eyes and, wearing a proud smile, began gently stroking its head. Snake's gaze stayed locked on the creature. Calmly, he remarked how impressive it was that she could already summon undead soldiers. Then, as he looked back at her, his eyes widened. He was stunned that she had reached such a level in such a short time after turning to black sorcery. Still smiling, Camus Morgue continued to caress the creature. Snake's expression shifted as he studied her. Pride, jealousy, fear, tenderness, and sorrow warred within him. His eyes dropped to the ground as images of Camus Morgue's mother, Respigny, floated into his mind. He wasn't sure what he was searching for in Camus Morgue's face, perhaps a trace of her mother. He didn't even know why he'd let her enter the Hall of Darkness to begin with. As Snake drifted deeper into thought, Camus Morgue spoke up honestly. She admitted she still had a long way to go. Her words snapped Snake out of his daze, his eyes once again widening in surprise. Suddenly, the undead began to crumble, its body turning to ash. Camus Morgue stared at her hands with interest and quietly confessed that she couldn't yet bring a corpse fully back to life. Frustrated, she clenched her fist. Snake stepped toward her with a stern look and asked if she truly intended to perform a full resurrection. He warned her it was nearly impossible to master and carried a slim chance of success. And even if it did work, there was a risk the revived would be beyond control, or worse, corrupted beyond saving. But Camus Morgue's eyes lit up, full of determination. She locked eyes with Snake and said she wasn't concerned with what came after. The soul she wanted to bring back was stronger than any other. Snake stared at her, a mix of confusion and alarm in his eyes. He didn't know what he was witnessing anymore. At that very moment, a man with long hair and a thick beard burst out in anger. It was Camus Morgue's uncle, Adolphe, standing in Respigny's office. He clenched his fists and extended one arm sharply to the side, glaring furiously as he demanded to know if they were really going to let Camus continue. He was outraged that she had left the Hall of Light to step into the Hall of Darkness. Respigny stood quietly by the window, her hands clasped behind her back, staring out at the landscape. Her eyes drifted to her own reflection in the glass, and with a calm expression, she replied that she hadn't yet made a final decision. She explained that she had told her daughter to choose carefully, and had granted her the freedom to access both halls as she saw fit. Adolphe's eyes blazed. His voice rose in protest, accusing Camus of spending more and more time lately with that man, Snake. But Respigny remained composed. She didn't even turn to face him. With a serene voice, she calmly stated that Snake wasn't a threat to Camus. In fact, he was helping her. Adolphe tried to push back, insisting that Snake couldn't be trusted. But just then, Respigny turned. Her eyes lit up with an intense glow as she fixed her gaze on him. Her voice was sharp and firm. She ordered him to stop speaking on the matter. The strength of her glare made Adolphe freeze. His eyes widened, a mixture of fear and disbelief washing over him. He couldn't understand why she was letting Camus walk deeper into the Hall of Darkness. Meanwhile, deep inside that very hall, Snake and Camus Morgue were moving through a shadowy corridor. Snake held a fire lamp, casting flickering light along the path. As they walked, he glanced at her and calmly asked if she knew the true origins of the Morgue name. Camus Morgue looked at him, confused. She admitted she didn't. Snake raised the lamp higher. The dim hallway gradually lit up, revealing an eerie, ancient structure in the darkness ahead. Camus Morgue stared at it silently, unsure of what she was seeing. Snake explained that the true history of the Morgue family began in a place called Morgue. The name itself came from a bloodline far older than any human clans or empires. Long ago, their people would take in unclaimed corpses, hoping to reunite them with lost relatives. He imagined Camus Morgue's mother among spirits and skeletons. Perhaps it was their time spent around death that drew them to such things. Over the years, some of the Morgue family developed the rare ability to communicate with the dead, and even now, there were still those who could. Camus Morgue stepped closer to the building, reaching out with both hands as she quietly studied it. The truth was becoming clearer. The Morgue lineage had always been tied to black sorcery. Snake raised the lamp once more, its glow revealing more of the room. He moved to the wall, and in a grave voice, he said that black sorcerers who truly sought answers all understood one thing. The truth could only be found beyond the door of death. Standing behind him, Camus Morgue looked intrigued. She asked if that meant she should try to understand death herself. Snake didn't hesitate. He told her that doing so would only be imitation. Staring down at the ground, his tone shifted. He warned her to be cautious when dealing with death. Then, locking eyes with her, he spoke firmly. True black mages always kept death at a distance. Camus Morgue's expression turned serious. She stayed quiet, listening intently. Snake continued. Before she could grasp death, she needed to first understand life. As the fire lamp lit the ground, countless human skeletons came into view. Snake explained that a true black mage cared deeply for the living and pitied the dying. Black mages weren't what the world thought. They were those who understood death better than anyone. Camus Morgue stared down at the bones, slowly realizing the truth. Black mages, far from being evil, could actually be wise, almost like sages. Snake walked through the room, his steps slow and steady. Camus Morgue reached out a hand toward him, her eyes curious. She asked if she could pose a question. She wanted to know why he had joined the Hall of Darkness. Her words caught him off guard. Snake's eyes lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected her to ask that. He lowered his gaze, sorrow flickering in his eyes as images of Adolphe and Respigny surfaced in his mind. Turning away from her, his voice turned cold. He told her simply, "In this world, there is light and shadow. If either were lost, the balance would collapse." Camus Morgue blinked, clearly confused. She turned slightly and muttered that he was speaking in riddles again. Days passed. One night, Snake stood once again on the 666th floor, hands behind his back. Out of nowhere, Camus Morgue came running toward him, catching his attention. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Smiling brightly, she held up a sheet and eagerly showed him what she'd drawn, a magic circle. Snake glanced at it, and his eyes shot wide open. He reached for the sheet, stunned. Camus Morgue explained. It was a complete resurrection circle, the result of her research. Snake stared at it in silence. His expression slowly shifted from shock to something more serious. This wasn't just impressive, it was terrifying. The circle she'd created was several stages beyond anything he had. He examined it closer, and the more he looked, the more perfect it seemed. Lifting his eyes, he stared at her in disbelief. He remembered what it took to master black sorcery, how it required diving deep into the abyss. And now, he was left wondering just how far had she already gone. Camus Morgue, face turning red, looked away shyly. In a nervous tone, she asked if he would help her cast the spell. Snake looked at her with a serious expression and asked directly, did she truly have feelings for Vakir? He studied her quietly. It didn't take long to see the truth. She was nothing like him. Snake had long been consumed by his obsession with black sorcery. His heart, steeped in darkness, mirrored the abyss itself. But Camus Morgue, she was different. With a blush creeping across her cheeks, she closed her eyes and smiled, openly admitting that she liked Vakir. There was no shadow in her heart, no trace of corruption. She wore her emotions openly, untainted by the abyss. Snake lowered his gaze, a faint smile forming as he realized something. She was better than him. Taking a step forward, he made his choice. They would do this together. They began preparing the ritual, gathering everything they'd need. Water in a large bucket, several small wooden barrels, and other critical materials. Snake stood with arms crossed, his attention fixed on the barrels. His eyes softened as he recalled that the person she was trying to save wasn't exactly innocent. Camus Morgue, her eyes heavy with exhaustion, looked toward the barrels and extended her hand. She explained that the Baskerville clan had supported her efforts, helping her collect Vakir's blood and strands of his hair. Then, she pulled out a sphere filled with trapped spirits. She had gathered every wandering soul she could find in the forest. Snake understood immediately. If any physical part of Vakir remained, even just blood or hair, a piece of his soul would react to it. From there, it would simply be a matter of isolating and identifying it using the ritual pen. He crouched and began drawing the resurrection circle. Without looking up, he asked Camus Morgue if she knew about the paradox of Theseus' ship, the dilemma that even if a body is restored, the memories and essence might not be the same. Vakir could return, but not as the person she remembered. Camus Morgue stayed focused, continuing to trace the circle's lines. Her answer was steady. Those were concerns for after they succeeded. Once the last lines were complete, both stood up. In the center of the magic circle sat the barrels, holding Vakir's blood and hair. It was time. Snake watched her carefully and asked if she wasn't rushing this. But Camus Morgue extended her hand and, with unwavering honesty, said she had waited long enough. Her eyes glowed with hope, and waves of mana began to surge from her body. Looking at Snake with resolve, she asked for his help one last time. He stared at her silently as the room filled with her energy. Then, slowly, he raised his own hand. Mana flowed from him as well. Together, their combined powers surged into the magic circle. Thunder cracked through the space. The ground trembled. Dark energy exploded outward, pulsing through the room, spreading further and growing stronger with every breath. With her hand still outstretched, Camus Morgue raised her arm to shield her face, gritting her teeth as the power surged wildly. Snake's eyes widened in disbelief. The magic circle was flawless. For a moment, he wondered if this was the first true breakthrough in black witchcraft. The energy thickened, swirling violently within the circle. Then, in a flash, Vakir's figure took form, eyes burning with a murderous glare as he turned toward Camus Morgue. Her eyes lit up, overwhelmed with joy. She could barely believe what she was seeing. Tears welled up as she ran toward him. But just as she stepped forward, a new surge of energy burst from the circle. Without warning, Vakir's body shattered, exploding into fragments. The floor beneath cracked open, debris flying through the air. The blast hit Camus Morgue hard. She staggered as a strange force ripped through her. Blood poured from her mouth as she coughed, trying to breathe. Snake threw an arm up to block the flying debris. His gaze snapped to Camus Morgue, now bleeding and barely standing. Worry took over his expression. As the energy slowly faded, Camus Morgue's body collapsed. Her blood pooled around her as her eyes dimmed. Her vision blurred, but she caught one last look at Snake, and in that moment she realized it. This was a rebound, a devastating backlash from the ritual's mana flow. She had failed. Then, her eyes opened again. She was no longer in the chamber. In front of her stood a door, light pouring through its cracks. Disoriented, she stared, wondering if she had died. The ritual had been perfect, or so she believed. Maybe Vakir's remains were too old. Maybe his soul hadn't lingered in the forest. Maybe he had already let go, leaving this world and all its pain behind. Sadness filled her eyes as tears began to fall. She questioned everything, what was all for, whether any of it had meaning. For a moment, she wished she could just disappear too. Then, a hand gently wiped away her tears. Startled, her eyes widened. It was Snake. He reached out, brushing her cheek. In a soft voice, he told her the truth. He hadn't joined the Hall of Darkness because he desired it. He had done it because he didn't belong in the light, because he couldn't stay with his sister. He had no place in that world, only in the shadows. Camus Morgue stared at him, her mind spinning. Snake gave her a faint smile, explaining that seeing her where her heart so openly had reminded him of what he'd lost. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze sincere. If only he had been brave enough to challenge the impossible, maybe things would have turned out differently. Then, gently, he pushed her. He asked her not to give up. As she fell backward, her eyes widened. The water rushed up around her, swallowing her whole. Snake stood at the edge, watching. His voice followed her down. He hoped she'd find her beloved again. Camus Morgue drifted beneath the surface, reaching for him, but he was already walking away, heading toward the door. Then everything went still. Back in reality, her body lay motionless on the floor, and beside her was Snake, his lifeless body, crushed and bloodied, having sacrificed himself to deactivate the circle. Moments later, Camus Morgue regained consciousness. Her eyes slowly opened, and when they landed on Snake's corpse, her entire body trembled. Shock and sorrow took over, freezing her where she lay. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.